There's no distance between me and you.
How far does it take to show there's no distance between me and you?
Yeah, like right now, you could say like I'm in the top row here. Just like and you're the bottom, so you're like what 2.5 rows lower on the you know layout. But how far away do you have to pan out where that distance is really zero?
Oh, I thought you meant that in a more poetic sense.
Yeah, both ways. It works both. Like if we go all the way out to space, how further apart are we? More or less than we were at ground level?
Do you know mean physical? Like I'm not good at this. Maybe someone else should engage. Do you
I mean,
mean physical?
listen to the song again. How about that?
Ah, and it's not even such
It's not
that
even
good of a
good.
song.
Okay,
Yeah,
never
like
mind that.
I like her because I think I know two songs of her, but I saw her in an episode of Seinfeld. That's how I initially knew this Bette Midler. I mean, it would take a pretty big distance to have such naivety. I think maybe that's where you're going with that. To have her naivety, to be unaware. I guess she mentions something about war in there. Maybe I'll find the lyrics and don't have to go through the song again.
You're right.
Okay, I got the. You should have gave me the lyrics first. Great.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Was this song, I don't know, related to some, wave of thought at that time in the 90s about the globe?
Yeah, pale blue dot. The first photo the Voyager snapped back to Earth.
Yeah, it makes sense. I guess a lot of that Kumbaya era in music came from the space photos and ideas.
Yeah, so pale blue dot, the first photo from Earth since 1972, was taken or sent back to Earth on the 14th of December or 14th of February, Valentine's Day. Huh. So then Bette Midler, I guess, inspired her to write a song that she released in September of this 19th of September, 1990, and she called it "From a Distance."
In a way, I think she's talking about naivety, right? From the distance, everything looks.
Yeah, how about what did Carl Sagan say about Pale Blue Dot? You want to look at that right there? Here's the audio clip of it.
Yeah, I know it. I used to love this guy and his series, Cosmos or the Universe, I forget. I used to watch that as a child. That was like one of the only shows they would show on a Sunday in my communist country back in the day. Carl Sagan, Cosmos. Guy is taking a loogie.
Fuck was that?
He
Some
was
guy,
broadcasting from the ISS, turning coffee.
he was having a meeting with a man about a dog.
I was listening to the song too. They updated it, where he says, "From a distance, there are no bombs, no guns, and no disease." She could say, "There's no bombs, no guns, and no police."
Police was the original?
No, she says disease in the original.
Oh,
But I think if you're to remake it for today,
oh, they should, yeah. No patriarchy.
You're talking about the Bette Midler song, are you?
yeah.
Yeah. Weirder people, right? Like they have a little accident in the middle of the road that's crash into another car. They stay in the middle of the road and get out and talk while their cars are parked in the middle of the road. Pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah, it's the
No
same
one
thing here in Canada, bro.
fucking retarded, man. Like get out, like go to safety, yeah? Go where it's safe. Obviously it's not safe for you guys because you crash your fucking cars into each other. Pull over the side of the road. and make yourself safe, then get out on the footpath and talk.
No, it's such a big deal. They got to leave it right there, Make everybody see it and fucking treat it as,
Yeah, because if no one's injured, then the insurance company sorts it out anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter whether you take your photos, get the other person's number plate, and report it to your insurance company, and off you go. Not that difficult. Car doesn't need to be in the same position. There's no fucking people coming to take photos. No one does that. They're standing in the middle of the road on their phones.
So did Nathan Oakley come in today?
Don't know, man. He was around before on QE's show.
I thought it's supposed to be tomorrow, isn't it?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
It's today. I mean, for me, it should
Yeah,
be
it's
today.
later today. Yeah.
What, so Saturday are we talking?
No, I think Friday.
Well, Friday,
Oh, Friday.
yeah, on the
Today's
Western
Friday.
Hemisphere.
Yeah.
He's a European, so it's Friday for him.
Yeah, he's already a day ahead.
What's it like in the future?
Oh no,
Uh,
he's American.
there's different weather as well in the future.
You got flying cars and shit?
No, hoverboards. Still waiting on one of them from Back to the Future 2. I'm so fucking disappointed. It was the only thing I wanted.
Yeah, I killed myself on one of those things too, man.
My son's got one, he just fucking zooms around like it's like an extra leg or something,
Yeah, no, I zoom around now, but the first couple tries were dangerous. I went down to the city to buy it, so we were in a hotel, and the only place to drive it was up and down the hallway in the hotel. So I went out into the hallway and I launched that thing off somebody's door. Fucking picked it up, ran inside the room. Oh, it was a mess.
Well, that'd be a pretty good place to practice, though, wouldn't it? Like, straight
That was
hallway,
fun.
point and go, yeah?
Yeah.
I tried to. He zooms up, comes to a stop, spins around, does this 360-degree pivot, and takes off again. Yeah, getting on.
I think Tyson said he needed surgery after that slam to his
Oh,
back.
really? Yeah, he hit the ground pretty hard. Got that song in my head now, Crit.
You're welcome. It's catchy.
We used to sing it at school.
See, that's why I would like the globalists to explain to me. How do they have that much inspiration in their model that it can get people to sing, get people to come together, yet they've got no space for a flat earther? Like somehow their model is inclusive and exclusive at the same time. It's like they burn their church and call me a heretic.
Well, it kind of accepts pedophiles but not flat earthers. It's weird. Okay, they put us in the same category as that? If they do, they're the disgusting ones.
They're starting to promote that stuff, dude. It's sickening.
Yeah, it's getting weird.
They even got a special name for it. I can't think of it off the top of my head right now, but
They were more inclusive a few years ago. I remember it was viewed like a, this new age
yeah.
thing. It was like a explosion of new age ideas maybe 15 years ago, and everybody was accepting of everything. But today, you were a cool hipster back then, if you spoke about this. The good old days.
Yeah, minor attracted person.
What did you say?
It's minor attracted person is the term they're using for it now.
What, is that going to be part of that fucking rainbow thing, is it?
Yeah, probably, dude.
That's so fucked up.
It's just a term to marginalize the normal person even more.
No wonder the gays are moving away from the rainbow flag.
That's what I'm saying.
What's the problem with the
Well,
flag for them?
even the gays are starting to move themselves away from that crowd.
Yeah, such
They
like
don't want
myself.
anything to do with it.
I don't want to do anything with the fucking flag. That's just disgusting.
Oh, you mean the LGBT thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Poor gays, like for real.
Wrong topic, boys.
Yeah.
Sorry, you heretic. That was my fault.
I get it.
Yes, sir.
So it's easy to see how some people don't want to get labeled by association. Right? They got all sorts of letters in there. They got a
Yeah, love is love or something.
Yeah, guys, we just got asked to move along, so let's change the topic.
Where's the flat Earth flag?
Well, that could have been a rainbow. Symbolising the... Yeah, you know what I mean?
I heard Witsit speaking once about the rainbow. As much as I don't vibe with him, uh, it made sense a bit. His explanation, it was tied to, I guess, what is written in the Bible.
Are you still carrying on this topic?
No, but it's tangent to that. But it's about
Oh, okay.
how the
Let's try this
rainbow.
again. Let's move on from that topic.
Yeah. This is about flat Earth.
Okay, thank
He said about the explanation how, like, these are his words. Like, I liked the story. I'm not dying on that hill. But he said the rainbow is proof that that promise God made to man, that the world will not go through another flood. And the proof for that is because we have rainbows, which means that whatever contains the waters above is intact. Something
Okay, you're talking
along
about a
those
literal
lines.
a rainbow. All right, fine, cool.
Yeah, so he said that's the sign that God will keep his promise, because the dome or whatever is intact, and we can see it's intact because that's how rainbows are created, because of that, I think, crystalline structure. I don't know how he described it. A cool story. Like, he had to twist logic a bit, I guess, to make it work, but I think for a flat earth person that is close to the Bible, that makes sense. So anybody knows the hour when Nathan Oakley will be here?
2
Scroll
p.m.
up.
his time.
Scroll up in the chat here, it should say.
No. Rolling up.
Thanks for the flag.
I thought he was gonna say something about the rainbow and God's promise. It's like the rainbow flag for LGBT is like mocking God and saying like, haha, we're still doing it again, even though you flooded the earth. Remember, you promised not to do it again. You can't do anything about it this time. Kind of
He
thing.
tied it to that, but I didn't bring it up because we were just told to move along from that. So
Oh, right.
Yeah, the point was to make a segue back to the channel topic, not back to what we're trying to move on from.
Like a flag for
You know.
flat Earth. Let's talk about that. The ecology recycling flag. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something good.
A what? Ecology recycling flag?
Yeah, like the Omega green circle.
Like with the arrows? The
No,
arrow
not
things?
that one.
I
That's
think
like
we
the.
have a different cycling flag there.
Let me see if
Flag.
I can find a good picture of it.
if it's a rectangular flag, I propose it's anchored at the
Okay.
4 points and oriented horizontally. So it
Yeah, it's
drives the
called
point.
the ecology flag. So it was,
Did you
Oh, there's
post it?
something like that.
yeah, here we go.
Ew.
Really?
Yeah, it's like
It's
really old. Like, how about like this one? Here, like it adds a rainbow into it too.
Oh, cute.
the colors are. I don't know if you looked into uh, how colors are used for PR purposes, but
Yeah, it's the way like the color circle where they oppose each other. The same thing they do for sports teams and whatnot. They want
Yeah,
colors
like
that clash.
certain colors create like trust and things like that. So they do it when you go and start a company logo. You go and see like a color psychologist kind of person that deals with colors and feelings.
yeah, well, that contrast, like the yellow, they say that's why a lot of fast foods use the yellow.
Yeah,
It
hunger,
induces like
red as well, isn't it? I always thought it was
yeah.
red.
Well, I'm looking at the first flag. The rainbow one is too much
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, how about the one with the peace symbol in it?
Uh, give war a chance. Come on.
Give war a chance. That's funny. Here,
Yeah, give hate a
that
chance.
reminds me of something. A small town for warfare.
Is that a
I
movie?
think no, it's a Twilight Zone clip. Let me get a link. I think you might like it. Here we go. It's like a 7-minute Twilight Zone skit. Check it. I think you'll like it.
Sir, we have no assurance that this so-called emissary is not hostile. Radio message said he was an ambassador. How many ambassadors have preceded invasion in our own Earth history? The United States would do well to follow Soviet lead and placing their troops on alert. For God's sake, this is the first contact humanity has had with extraterrestrial intelligence. Do you want them to think we're savages? Thinking with our guns instead of...
Hey, Mishu, you turn
Yeah,
your
sorry.
sound off or
Yes.
something?
What?
Your sound's coming through.
Oh, sorry. I was chuckling at the video. Okay. So
Oh, I
So
thought he was doing a.
how come sometimes you're really hostile and then other times you're not?
you're talking to me?
Yeah. Like now you're having a normal conversation, and other times you're just
Can
like
you give me an example?
Did I
When
blow
I
your
was
mind?
stupid.
Did my talking
like,
points blow your mind today? And now you're thinking instead of reacting?
no, like, can you give me an example so I can
See
defend?
now I've asked you that question, you've turned back into a Glober.
Okay, but if I bring up the last incident, like with Flatsic Line when I had that outburst,
I don't know anything about that.
well, when else was I a dick? I mean, if you want to
I've
give
heard you a few
specific,
times. When you were drunk one time. Oh, you were drunk a few times. Being quite belligerent, but maybe it's when you get drunk. Maybe that's the thing.
what day is it today? If like for the last 3 weeks, I was never drunk. Before that, maybe I was drunk for a week,
Okay,
and I
I make
apologize.
myself a rule. I have a rule if I'm drinking not to go on Discord.
Yeah. Well, I don't drink usually. I had a slip up, and that slip up into,
Okay. Well,
and I continue.
let's
Okay.
look forward and be cordial to each other.
Well, next time,
Okay, you're not going to agree with that. That's fine. I'll take that back.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
I cannot be only. I can only be what I am.
Okay,
No promises.
cool.
But as drinking goes, yeah, I'm off that stupid shit.
Yeah, it makes
I
you do
just be.
stupid things. Like I enjoy it, like going to barbecue or something like that. But when people drink too much, it makes them do really stupid things and say stupid things as well.
No, yeah, I'm one of those tragic drinkers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I am too. That's why I made myself a rule. That I'm not, bagging you because I think a lot of us are the same. Like you could get on, you could have a few too many and think you're okay, and then you listen back and you go, oh my god, fuck, what did I say?
Yeah,
Um,
I always think, I guess, like anybody, that I'm better after a few, but probably not the reality.
yeah, yeah, you sound good in your own mind, but you listen back and you go, ooh, I was slurring a bit there and couldn't quite get that word out.
There's
I didn't
One or two
listen.
to like just get rid of the inhibitions. Beyond that, you start going downhill, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
yeah, it's that Goldilocks zone. But me myself, I cannot maintain it. Like it passes like that.
there's a show called Reno 9/11, and they did a DWI stop, and the guy's like going through the DWI, like sobriety test. It's a sitcom show, not like a real, like cops or whatever. And he's going through the DWI check stop and everything, and he's like, starts they have him do the DWI stuff. He's like, well, you're doing pretty good, much better than I can do, and I'm sober. He's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And also he does like this real complex dance move, like a barrel roll, tip hat, side twist bend. And she's like, damn, and you're really good at dancing. And he goes, yeah, especially when I've been drinking. And she's like, oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I like to tell people it's okay. I have drinking under control. I only drink when I'm alone, which is the worst type of drinking. you know.
That's funny. Yeah, because there's no one there to say, "Oh, you've had a lot." You just keep on going, and then all of a sudden, you might be fine, and then 10 minutes later, you're absolutely retarded.
Oh yeah, and I'm like
I
a
hear.
small dude. I don't have tolerance, and
Mm.
I go through it very fast. Like
Yeah,
in the
my
back of my
problem
mind.
is I'll have a few beers, and then after a few beers, I'll start drinking wine, and I keep the same pace. I drink wine way too fast.
And I can witness myself. Like there's a small light that's still on in my head, and I can witness myself. And I say, "Oh my God, you're fucking slurring your words now. Oh my God, you're being rude now." But but I'll say I rarely talk, and when I've been rude, it's because I have poor emotional control. But I have reasons, unless I'm drunk. But I have good reasons from my point of view to speak out, I guess. But it looks bad because I'm a premature argumentator. Like I have no chill sometimes. But when my friends get tagged, I guess that's one of the biggest reasons that triggers me. But really, I'm a chill dude.
You have a small talent for war. We've seen your primitive conflicts, your orders, and the nuclear talents of terror, which any real victory and we despair. We've read you finer things, and you have failed miserably to produce the potential we nurtured in you so long ago. And so the experiment is over. Within a day, our will be in position around your Earth. We are very long-lived and patient. Please, if ever there was a time for us to...
That Twilight Zone thing you posted, Crit, it's like the script for the last two Alien movies.
Watch
With
it all the way to
aliens.
watch all the way to the end. I think you're missing some plot points on there.
Oh, you said that there's some flat hint in the video.
Yeah.
The flag on the peace treaty. That's what you mean?
No, having to like the
Oh,
kind of the giving peace a try and giving war a try. Like people always think that somehow the universe is this advancement of the human condition, advancement of finding out why we're here. What was the punchline in there?
yeah, that was a plot twist for
Yeah, so the punchline was we're here to be weapons. We're weapons of war. Genetically engineered biomechanical meat suits to engage in intergalactic warfare. So even despite that, okay, despite the universe playing this cruel trick on humanity, in your heart, in their hearts, they still wanted peace. And what
I
did
guess, but it was only because they were threatened with. They did that under duress because it was either that or annihilation.
yeah, but it
So
was annihilation either way. There's no getting away from it.
yeah, but when they signed the treaty, they didn't know that, right? They thought if they signed the treaty, they would avoid annihilation.
No, because he says, "Oh, you misunderstood me," right?
Yeah, but
We engineer soldiers, warriors, to fight for our many conflicts around the universe. You know?
yeah, but I'm saying they were hypocrites, the humans, among other qualities, like a
Yeah,
small
a
talent
small
for.
talent for war. Too
But they
small
were
to
also
be.
hypocrites because even though they were war people, they went over that in fear of annihilation and they signed the treaty. That's how I saw it.
Yeah, I got you. But I'm not sure I see the hypocrite point of view. They
Well,
interpreted what the alien was saying to them through their worldview. Their worldview was like, yeah, it's time. Humans were barbaric in the past. They did horrible things to each other. It's time. It's time to move on, and this is it. Here's an excuse to set aside your past conflicts. Join the intergalactic community. Be part of it. Don't be separate anymore. See, there's a one person had said. I'm trying to think who the speaker was, but I paraphrased it before that aliens visited Earth in after the Apollo program, and they were like, "Holy shit, what the fuck is this?" So they isolated. They deemed humanity as a destructive species, but they weren't going to euthanize all of Earth. So they just supplanted humans into like an environment, like a closed system. That's why the Earth is flat. You can measure it flat, but it also resembles the original creation, the original Earth, like like a habitat inside a zoo. Like for the penguin habitat or whatever habitat they have at the zoo, they put mirrors up and they strategically place things in different areas to make it seem like it's as close to their habitat as possible, but it's really just a small enclosure. That's what we're working with. We're working with a habitat, a procedurally generated alien habitat that's close enough to resemble the original Earth, namely the stars. If people like say, "Hey, how do the stars work?" Yeah, the stars are just projections, and that way you can't leave Earth anymore. People have been they're knocking at the door like, "Hey, how come no one's been to the moon?" Because there isn't a moon to go to anymore. That thing you see in the sky isn't really the moon. That's just part of the habitat. I know this is like speculation idea and better use for Sundays, but just to get you this idea to start thinking, what exactly is the universe trying to tell you? What's the message? Like if you look up at the stars and you divine information from the sky, what is that message? And can you articulate it?
You're an astrologer.
Oh yeah, like or a poet like Carl Sagan, or a singer like Bette Midler, or a fantasy writer like the Tales from the Dark Side. You're no longer a scientist, and that's kind of the quote I was getting to. And you'll think heretic for putting a little fire mask there. Copernicus said, if you use astronomy to divine information of the Earth, you'll exit this process a greater fool than you entered. So as soon as you say that star, that sky, that moon, that cloud, that something in the sky is divining you information about the Earth, you're already a greater fool. You better had not done that at all than go down these pipelines of astronomy and astrology. Because the joke's going to be on you. Because when the universe finally reveals its nature to you, it's going to laugh. Carl Sagan had a very good statement on that too. He said, the universe is not required to keep a straight face. You can believe and do anything you want to do, but people will laugh, good, bad, or otherwise. You're not some secret king with divine, powerful, insightful aspect, view of the world. You've got just as much information as the rest of us. Stop pretending. Just really stop pretending. That's really kind of like the message.
Yeah, me myself, I've maybe I didn't have who to bounce ideas from, but I've struggled with a lot of those concepts. Why are we here? What's beyond? What's controlling? And I don't know. I just nowadays shrug my shoulders and I think some things can only be how do you say that word? Suspected or no?
Speculation.
Speculating. Yeah, and I try to stay away from speculation. Because we all have this need to know. Like when you get on a path, you have to find the end. Or I have it. Most people have it, I bet. And I find out the simplest solution is to just use that concept. Epoche. I don't know.
So yeah, I mean, I hope for now, like this conversation today, you'll be able to take into your other, flat Earth globalist spaces, and bring, spread these ideas into the, the ether, into Discord and whatnot.
Hey, let me know what you think. Do you know Norm Macdonald?
I'm sorry, say again?
Norm Macdonald.
Oh,
He
yeah,
was
yeah. Yeah, the actor, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know this interaction? I posted it between him and Neil deGrasse Tyson. He bricked, as you would say. I posted it in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, Tyson, the universe is blind to sorrows and indifferent to our plans. That's nihilism. See, Tyson
Yeah.
done fucked up there. Because he's not presenting a universe that's worthy of discovery and exploration. He's presenting a universe that's completely indifferent to anything at all.
Well, it's not him doing it. He's the product of what's been pushed on to him and us. Like, that's the logical conclusion, I guess, for him. And I guess him as this personality feels the need to come out with these edgy things to say. So people, you know. But he got bricked by Norm with his reply. You said it one day, like 2, 3, 4 days ago. I don't know who you told it to, but it was about this worldview, like that's present in Neil deGrasse Tyson quote. And you said something, well, good luck having people willing to follow that dark descent into nothingness or whatever, however you said it.
Yeah,
But
like
good
Neil
luck.
deGrasse. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I was just waffling.
See, Neil deGrasse Tyson's offering this idea of like dark forces, like dark old ones, like Call of Cthulhu or whatever, like a void, a dark, deep emptiness in the universe created by forces that are beyond human comprehension and don't even see us as as sentient, just creatures, just things. Little. He said this before that humans are little bacteria on the earth, like a disease. He sees humans as a disease to the earth. And there's a really good movie called Under the Skin, which kind of like, talks about this and how aliens would view humanity, like a sort of like a almost like an alien that was so high in technology that humans wouldn't even register. Like their like, how would they even register human existence? Would they even care?
And in their worldview, that's impossible. How they present the universe, its contact is impossible, only by chance, I guess. Because at the moment, someone or us would be aware of someone else or them of us, it would already be too late.
Yeah, it's kind of all over, but the crying,
So it's all nihilism,
nihilism. Yeah.
nihilism, yeah. I do a better Russian accent than that guy, the Russian guy from the Twilight Zone skit.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was an actor.
Yeah, the last thing I posted is like I mean, it's not a poem because it has no rhymes, but it's like a verse of a song, I guess. I wrote today, and I think it's because this arena. I don't know why I wrote it like that, but when you see all the trolls, they have nothing, no understanding. They come out here with hate, right? They have no love. They don't understand anything from my point of view, at least. And they belong to nothing. There's nothing awaiting them. I don't know. Reed, are you still here?
Yeah.
Were you in VC earlier when I tried to peddle my little simple explanation of my worldview that I would try maybe to pass on?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Well, like I value, and since AI overload is deafened, I'll do it again because I'll run it past you. So, the Earth or Earth is the place or realm, whatever word, where humanity as we know it exists, and where all horizontal planes are either at the same elevation, and those that are not at the same elevation are parallel to each other. Like I'm trying to find a very concise and condensed phrase, easy to understand by, I guess, almost anyone when I try to explain to them my worldview in a way.
Maybe draw it out.
Nah. I'm trying to keep it in the realm of the spoken word.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's nothing to draw in there. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't following. I'm kind of a little tired, so not really paying
Oh,
attention.
There's a simpler way. Good point.
rails.
You get- Was that Peter? I was sure. I'm tabbed out.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
okay, I'm trying to read chat here. Okay, so you posted the Carl Sagan photo on Facebook, and the algorithm put this in my feed. One of the saddest lessons of history is if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge even to ourselves that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never give it back. Yeah, you know what? He did, a lot of people don't know this, but he did like a pen pal or a pen author. I'm trying to think what they call that, where someone writes under a different name.
Pen name.
Pen name, yeah, there we go. He did a pen name and was constantly critical of Richard Nixon in newspapers. But he was afraid to use his own name because he was being, like, he had some sort of good position in the government then, to be working with NASA and stuff. So he's afraid to use his own name because they would have blackballed him. If you were critical of Nixon, they would have cut him off from his access to NASA and stuff. And also probably his wife at the time worked for NASA, so maybe she could have lost her job too. So his pet, if you look back at some of, people reconstructed which articles were his and stuff, and he was really against the war on drugs. He was against militarization of the police, all the stuff that Nixon was doing. Yeah. So I mean, it's
And
really interesting how, I mean, in a different world, right? What if he had really stood up and said, like George Carlin did? But I mean, you saw George Carlin was trailed by the FBI, so it's hard. It's really hard to know what I would do in that situation because you had people like Jane Fonda, George Carlin, the enemies list, Nixon's enemies list. How many other voices were silenced just from fear alone? How much would the federal government crack down on you? And this was at the time where they said we just took a giant leap forward for all mankind. The fuck you did. This is
yeah,
like
but if I remember from your culture, it was a big communist scare going on. Who's a communist? Who's not? And they would get blackballed. And beta stuff like bring us peace, that was communist. They said people like that are communists.
Yeah.
right? So maybe
I was talking about
that's
that earlier about why people go after flat earthers so much. Because they see flat earth as a threat to their sensibilities.
you mean the NS thing, like how they attach that to
Yeah.
their identity? Yeah, yeah.
They attach NASA as some sort of, divine thing.
Well, their leader is on the dark side of the moon in some base. They think their leaders. So good luck telling them there's none of that.
Hey, Misha,
You-
give me 1 second. I'll be right back. You can take the dogs out.
They can't even have that fairy tale that someone is watching for. Oh man, I never thought of that, but that's funny. That's funny as fuck. And it's soul crushing, I guess, for some of them because, you know, the NS thing was crushed on all fronts, supposedly. And some of them thought, okay, maybe we have some blonde dudes with long hair watching and scheming on the dark side of the moon. So now here come these guys who take that away from them. That shit crazy. When was that book written? I wonder. Well, the book, well, I guess Crit is not here, but the book was published in 1995, and since 1993, Bill Clinton was in office. So I don't know if that Nixon angle holds up, or even my angle with the communist thing here. Reed, are you back?
Yeah, I am here.
Well, I said earlier, the book
Oh
was
shit!
published
Just one
in.
one second. Sorry.
Ah, funny thing. Like earlier, when the mods put me in detention because someone said I said something. As I was put into detention, I got a message from Dinobot. And the message, I thought the messages were related. I didn't look at the date. The message before the last one was, I don't know, me getting a ban for a bad joke about children and fireworks. Like 3-4 weeks ago. And like an idiot, I blew my load on the mod. It was a lady. And I told her, oh, that was a joke. I don't stand for child mutilation. And she was like, what? Oh, never mind.
Okay, I'm here. What's up? Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, that book, maybe it was another book you were thinking, but that book, The Demon Haunted World,
Yeah.
was published in 95. And it
Yeah, but
was,
it included his writings from the 70s and 60s and stuff.
so it was a long time coming, I guess. But still, Clinton was president for 2 years.
Yeah, the idea of candles in the dark. It's a concept that a lot of peace people use. That even if the world is shrouded in darkness, right, you're inside a despotic nightmare. You don't have to be part of it. Like you can still, a smart person can still be successful in a corrupt system, but don't add to it. Try to take away. Be the candle that's in the darkness. Because if you turn out your own candle, then it's like you've surrendered. It's kind of over.
Well, yeah, that's like there are two types of deaths, and you should only be looking forward to one of them. You don't want the death of your spirit, but should embrace the death of the flesh. I guess it's along those lines what it means to have your spirit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about that too because a lot of people are really into sort of hedonistic pleasure, and it's like for me, it was never really a big deal about like social or dating and whatnot because like I had a legal background, and one of the first things you learn in like a legal framework, if you have sexual intercourse with someone, they are a domestic partner under the law. They're considered a domestic partner. So I was always thinking like, ugh, like how many domestic partners do I want? Like really none, right? I want, or just one. I want to have like a whole world where it's like that is a domestic relationship, and it covered a lot of stuff with domestic violence and stalking and all the can of worms that open up, legally, and it's just like saying I just want to stay away from that. I'm not really into, you know, and then plus, I don't know. I guess some other stuff too, but you're like STDs and all that crap, and unwanted pregnancies. It just seemed to me like it was so much hassle, and people spent so much time worried about sexuality that they kind of lost what it actually means, the meaning behind it.
Were you like a lawyer or
No, a paralegal. I had like
what?
I got a degree like in pre-law, but I never went on to law school. And then
But did
got
you
a
practice?
no, no, no. I was a paralegal. I prepared documents and stuff like that. I worked in civil law.
Okay, that's like a handy training to or set of skills to have learned.
Yeah, it set me up because then after I retired, I work now in property management, and a lot of the property management is preparing legal documents and stuff. And
When you first said the legal background, I was thinking, oh shit, here it comes. Something he did. I was thinking
like
like a rap.
a criminal
Yeah,
background. Oh, okay.
yeah, that's how I thought initially. I thought this doesn't sound like him, but who knows, maybe in the younger days. Anyways. Yeah, man, I love Carl Sagan. He was a dreamer for sure. And I'm no psychologist, but I always, even when I was a child, I saw a sadness in his eyes. And as I grew up and learned about the world, I understood where that sadness came from and that it was real. Who knows? Maybe I was just lucky by accident, but I always sensed there's something about him, a sadness.
Yeah, it's like if you see how he died, it's kind of sad too.
Hmm, I have no clue how he died.
Yeah, he basically died because he didn't get treatment for he had the flu and it turned into pneumonia and then he died. He could easily treatable, like he just didn't go in and no one really cared to check on him and just kind of died sad and alone, and it's like,
Oh well, that's on him, I guess.
but if you're really sick and you have a high temperature, you're not thinking clearly. You don't might not know how sick you are.
Well, maybe I'm looking down on a similar future like that, let's say. But if he had no one around him, that's a bit on him. Like I have a friend right now, like a mountain of a man, like pure alpha. He was a colonel in the army.
Here,
I,
I'm not gonna post this video on the chat. I'll send a DM it to you. It's Lana Del Rey, "Summertime Sadness," but it's pretty heavy. Okay, the music video, especially in the lyrics. But I think you might like it. It's like sort of like touching some of the concepts you're talking about here.
okay. And this guy I know, the dude, the mountain of a man, he has cancer now. And he was like a lunatic in his life. Like he jumped from woman to woman. And now he was like this man going their way kind of dude. Now he has nobody to take care of him. And in a way, like I try to help him and be there for him, but it's his own doing. How nice the lyrics are under the in the description. I'm not that much into music for a few years now.
The second verse is what kind of connects it to the heliocentric. Like the stars, the sun, and the universe. Are they going to miss me? See, when I talked, I think we can go into this a little bit. A while back, I had talked about the bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge effect. That there was a spot on the riverbank that you could see the Golden Gate Bridge, and because people were jumping like every day, multiple times per day, people were jumping off Golden Gate Bridge, and they were capturing it on YouTube. In the YouTube video, you could see people falling to their death right there on YouTube. And at first, YouTube was like, "Hey, we gotta stop. We gotta delete these videos, take them off, and everything." And that was the first step. Like people were like, "Hey, what's going on?" I mean, like, number one, why are people jumping? Number two, why are people recording it? And then number three, like, why do you think your first step is just to pretend it's not happening? So they put a big cargo net on the side that you can record. Okay, the other side they didn't put a cargo net. So if people really wanted to jump, they just jumped on the other side. And then they decide, okay, well, we'll close that side. So no civilian traffic, no foot traffic on that side of the bridge. But so people were jumping, they fall into the cargo net and just jump off the cargo net. And they're like, well, fuck, now what? So then they put phones, there's phones along the route across the Golden Gate Bridge that connect to a helpline. And that didn't really work either because people just weren't using the phones. So then they eventually just had people volunteering, just walking up and down Golden Gate Bridge all day, just seeing people who appear to be in distress and just try to talk them down. That's it. And that's finally kind of what worked, that sort of human contact. And I pair this with the concept where, number one, bridges are flat and stationary, right? They're built over a flat baseline. They bend them, for engineering purposes so it can hold weight better. But also the concept where globalists a lot of times tell flat earthers to jump or whatever, drink bleach, to harm themselves. And are they really understanding what they're telling, or is their worldview compatible with what they say and what they do? And that's why I got this contradiction. When you look at the heliocentric model, it's so full of holes and so full of contradictions that you get them to do and say things that are directly in conflict with what they want. And what the world they want and the world they make is quite the opposite.
For me, it makes sense why they would behave like that and lash out to their fellow human beings like that, because I'm sure they can feel, even if they are not aware of the contradictions, and not just in the model, but many contradictions about the lies we are being sold. And I don't know, I guess I understand how someone, I don't know, I'm talking bullshit, but
No, you're speaking. Okay, this is
I'm
when you're
trying to
speaking from the
understand them.
heart and you're trying to find your words and articulate the best you can. It's not bullshit. This is the first time, or maybe not the first time, but you're articulating new ideas, and there's not going to flow. It's not going to land perfect the first time. You kind of bounce it off somebody, or maybe bounce it off yourself. So
No,
I
but I'm
get you.
saying
Yeah, I
I
understand where you're
understand
coming
how
from.
they are angry with the world, and they would behave like that. Or I'm trying to find humanity in them, and
Yeah, see, I understand why they behave that way too, because they're bigger flat earthers than me. Their model drove them into pipelines that they're caveman-style tribalistic people who can barely recognize humanity in others. Directly contradictory to what the globe says. It's an inverse relationship. The more they think the Earth is a globe, the less they act and conduct themselves in that manner. See, for them, the globe is not about science. It's not about logic. It's not about reason. It's about brute force. It's about control. They want to be able to control the way people think so they can control your actions. Control the input, control the output.
I guess it's the new man that always has to, if it cannot find an enemy, they create it, because they need to be in constant conflict. Like that quote you gave from 1984 author, where he said, with the boot stomping
Oh yeah, on on the throat.
and hatred for the constant enemy. There will always be an enemy, I guess. And obviously, nobody is happy under this worldview of nothingness, of the pale blue dot in the vacuum, as we talked about before. So there's that factor to factor in. I don't know. I guess you as a mod get more hate in your DMs or something than
Yeah,
others.
I know. I think it's fun. Like Matt Nuclear went nuclear to my DMs today, and it was a blast. It was absolutely hilarious.
Let me check.
After I smacked him?
Yeah, he got mad at me, man. He was like, I should post some screen caps of it. It was glorious.
I don't like it. Actually, it makes I just don't like it.
That guy's a douchebag, and he deserves to be smacked around in this VC.
No, I don't like you guys getting hit. I don't like you guys getting hit. I hate it when people give you guys hate. But your reaction is completely justified. Was that too loud for a second though? Oh. Hello?
What's up, dude?
Oh, okay. I thought I was muted by people or something.
I heard you talking to Darth Dawkins the other day. You did a good job.
Yeah, I spoke to him. I still have a feeling that he doesn't like me. He said he liked. I don't know. Yeah, there were a couple other videos on my YouTube channel of me talking to him, like maybe one or two, but you'd have you'd have to look through all my videos to find it. Or them. If you want to look through my channel, the channel name is my name, and I'll post the picture, the display picture in the side chat.
Do you know that game EVE Online, Crit?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's a game where you can grief a lot and meta. And anyways, I was doing some stuff, suicide killing minors. It's a thing if you played EVE, you know. And I would just relish on the hate mail. So I guess I sort of understand, even though you're not doing stuff like that, but the hate mail, that was like a good day's pay. I guess you're having some fun reading. You should, you know, as a mod, put together maybe monthly, like you do the news.
Yeah.
You make a collage of stupid things people rage to you in DMs. That would be funny, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about that, but I kind of feel like DMs I want to leave as a space where hopefully they can connect. They connect with me as so if you start publishing DMs all the time, no one's gonna want to DM you anymore.
Well, you leave the names out, and
oh yeah, that'd be okay. I see it. That'd be a good idea.
You know, just to see whatever people are ranging about.
Sorry. Hey, did you know that there was a flat Earth whiteboard? Like, I don't know how to explain it. But it's on my. I have a flat Earth stuff playlist on my channel, and I'm sure on a couple of those videos I posted a link to it. It's called a whiteboard, but it's like a whole bunch of flat earth proofs and stuff. It's like a fuck. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I don't even know the name of it. It's
Is this a video you posted somewhere about something, or
no, it's shit. I wish I could explain. Hold up, I can actually get the link to the whiteboard. Hold on, to what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so if the Earth is flat, how do you explain boobs? That's what I thought.
Here's one. If the Earth is flat, how come tonight's full moon is the same size all night long?
Who cares?
Yeah, my couch is going to be the same size all night. You know, that means the ground is a ball.
It
Your
means the
ego,
distance to the moon isn't changing. That's what
your
it means.
ego's gonna stay the same size.
Might get bigger.
I found it. That's it. It's like a flat earth whiteboard thing. Yeah, it's called a debate board.
Maybe it's not a physical object with an actual location.
Sure, looks like one. You ever use a telescope?
Yeah, but looks like isn't is.
They have holograms of Tupac.
Yeah, that sure looks like a person. It's gotta be him.
I think on one of the Coachellas they had a hologram of Tupac lab.
is this like a ironic thing about flat earthers created by a glober? This whiteboard, Brenda?
No,
No, it's by flat earthers.
Oh my god, what's I don't know what
Yeah,
I'm looking for.
it takes a while to load. There's a lot. Yeah, those. Wow, I forgot how much it was.
Rendering a video file.
Yeah, that's multiple videos, a lot of videos connected and stuff.
And it's chronological. Oh, interesting. Let me skip to the last page. See who's the murderer. And what should it represent?
Well, all the arguments for flat Earth and maybe a few against it, because I haven't been on this debate board in a long time. So I'm not sure how much was added since I've been on here.
And who is maintaining this?
Let's see. There was a Flat Earth University. I think his name is Kyle something. He's a flat earther. His first name is Kyle, I think.
And these represent like crucial moments in the arena. Oh my god, I cannot make a sense of what I'm reading.
Yeah, you're gonna spend a while there, but it's good. I mean, it's cool. I think it's cool. It'll take you a while to go through, which is actually a good thing. And that's for some reason you don't like research and stuff, but I'm sure you do.
I have my truths.
How do you debate without an argument?
Oh, that in terms of this debate board, yeah, there is an argument for flat Earth. It even has a section here with the philosophy of science. Wow.
Do you think explain the moon's angular size is a argument?
Yes.
Yeah.
You think that's an argument?
It's evidence.
So the question, can you explain the moon's angular size, is an argument, in your opinion?
No, the observation is the full moon's angular size tonight stays the same all night long. And the question is, who can provide the best explanation? I think the best explanation is that the moon stays the same distance. And therefore it's not moving over a flat plane.
And it pretty much does. I mean, it changes incrementally, but yeah, pretty much it stays in the same place.
Right. Even when it's
Same
like right
size.
above the horizon?
Right, from moonrise to when it's midnight straight above you to moonset, it's the same size, same angular size, which is about half a degree.
It doesn't appear bigger when it's right over the horizon?
Oh, I'm talking about measuring it. I'm not talking about any optical illusions or anything.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, but can you measure a bigger size when it's right above the horizon?
No, it's about 0.5 degrees at that point. Also.
Sorry, I need to change my settings. I forgot that. I'm sorry.
And you think that proves the ground is a ball?
No, it's just evidence, and the question is what explains why the moon is the same size. And one explanation is that it's the same distance all night long, and that, as far as I know, is incompatible with the physical moon moving at the similar altitude across a flat plane.
So if I made up any explanation I want, then asked you to explain it, then when you did explain it, you said, well, I don't really believe that explanation, therefore my explanation is right. Would that
No,
be valid?
Yeah, anybody is free to make up whatever explanation they want to. If you want to say a magic unicorn is dragging it across the sky, go for it. I'm just saying, let's look at all the explanations and see which one sounds like the most reasonable.
How would you know which one is reasonable?
If it's simple, if it matches what we know about how physical objects work, if it matches the laws of perspective, if it seems to be reasonable, like unicorns don't seem reasonable, so I would say that that's not a good one.
Right. That's very convenient.
What? What do you mean convenient?
Yeah, pick something that people can't explain and say that it's an argument in favor of your position.
No, I
You can't
explained it.
explain it. So
No, I
blah, blah,
explained
blah.
it. I'm asking, do you have a better explanation?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
What do you mean? The law of perspective says that things get smaller if they go farther away, and I'm saying, hey, it doesn't get smaller. Must be that it's not getting farther away.
That's not what I heard. I heard that the law of perspective changes a hump into a drop.
No, I'm talking about perspective, like things get smaller as they go farther away. Like watch a car go away or a plane fly away, it gets smaller and smaller as it goes farther. That law of perspective. It's not really a law; it's just a rule. Think how things work with perspective.
You're talking about the sun.
No, the angular size of the full moon tonight, because it's a full moon tonight, and it's
Oh.
staying the same angular size from moonrise through midnight through moonset at dawn.
What if I said God did it? Then what?
Yeah. I think God did do it. He designed the whole system, in fact.
Okay, so we have it's not an argument, right? It's just kind of like a prejudiced opinion, right? Like God did it, therefore what?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, if we see something happen and then we just make up any explanation we want, and that means what? I win?
Well, don't make up just any explanation. So Proverbs 25:2 says it's the glory of God to conceal things, but the glory of kings to search things out. So I think it's appropriate to, if God sets up the world, for us to go search things out and figure out how the world works. So if you want to figure out how water boils, if you want to figure out chemistry, if you want to figure out anything in nature, go look at the evidence and see if you can come up with explanations.
All right, so if I always see water fall off of balls, that's part of God's creation, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think God set up the way that the full moon works. He even says in Genesis 1, it's the moon is for the night, the sun is for the day, for times and seasons to help us count months or whatever. But now the question is, okay, well, I wonder how it works. Let's figure it out. How is it that the full moon is the same size all night long? You can come up with whatever explanations you want. I mean, obviously, it just does that, and you don't have to come up with an explanation. You could just say, I don't know, and throw up your hands and walk away. But I like to think about things and figure out how things work. So that's why I look for good explanations.
Right. Yeah, I tend to stick with proofs because it gets pretty ridiculous when you start talking about, well, how do you explain it? Well, I don't know. How do you explain it? Well, how do you explain it? It's like, how do we know? Seems like just a bunch of opinions at that point.
Right. The question is, which opinions make more sense?
It's kind of subjective, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. So you look at subjective rules, like which explanations sound reasonable, which explanations use commonly known ideas, which explanations have stood the test of time, those kinds of things.
Right. Would the explanation have to be consistent with a model that, or with a reality that displays the nature of water?
Yeah, and that's the best way to like test an explanation, is to see if it matches other. You have an explanation. Okay, see if it can predict what's going to happen in the future. See if it matches other parts of reality. These are all things that we do to kind of test our explanations and see which ones are best.
And if you can't square that, then what do?
Come up with a better explanation.
Well, what if you can't come up with an explanation that is consistent with all of known physics?
Yeah, in that case, there are some things it's okay to admit defeat and say we don't know why this happens or what causes that. And there's lots and lots of unknowns in the world of science, especially in like biology, marine biology, and plants and animals and psychology and stuff like that. So it's okay to say that you don't know what causes something.
Hello?
Hey, go ahead.
What's up, man? I just had a question because I've been going on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and I had a question that's not really answered in the channel. Ugh.
All right. Well, we might be able to answer it. No promises.
Matthew, I already know you're a filthy glober, buddy. All right, I already know that.
I'm not a filthy
Hey,
glober.
Tom, were you the guy who got told not to, who said something about offing himself earlier?
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah,
bro.
That
I
is
that
was
was
there.
absolutely not
yeah.
him,
It was
and let's
not
move on
me.
from that event, please.
I was
I'm
there when
sorry.
that guy said that. It was not me, bro. Why would I?
Yeah, we
Oh,
don't
That
need to
that
keep
was
bringing it up, dude. That's the last
it
time.
was
Whisper Dog,
DK.
what's your question?
My
no,
question was
my bad
so
then.
because I was on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm looking at about the core, and it seems that the consensus is that the core is misunderstood or maybe not even there, right?
Core is a globe concept.
Okay, yeah. So, do you know how compasses work?
Yeah, they point at the North Pole.
They align themselves with the Earth's magnetic field. The natural occurring magnetic field that is caused by the movement of a molten iron core.
How do you substantiate that as the cause?
What else would cause it?
The core, the molten iron core, well, it's not molten, is it? Or else it would lose its magnetism. And the core of a ball, where's that ball at? So I don't know. Sure, there's a magnetic field, but like, why would I attribute any of that globe stuff as the cause if like there's no globe?
Hector, can I ask you a question?
Shoot.
Compasses, they only work when they're horizontal, right?
As
I'm just
far
kind
as
of,
I know, that's what I
yeah.
thought.
Oh, okay.
Huh. Yeah, what's with that? Shouldn't I have to like angle it sort of up or down or You know, whether it's a hump or a drop or whatever's going on.
It's a good question.
Yeah. Who's seen a core?
Not me.
Don't think anybody. Deepest hole ever dug is 7-something miles.
Right. Does that mean? So you're saying the way compasses works is it's unwise to attribute that to a core? You're saying?
Yeah.
Well, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, people do. Yeah. Clearly, Matthew does. Like he talks about the moon and all that stuff, and that proves the ground is a ball. So, yeah, people,
I
you can do whatever
give
you want.
decent explanations, and you're upset by that.
Oh yeah, I'm furious. Yeah.
And meanwhile, you haven't provided a single explanation yourself of why it
Yeah,
stays the same
yeah,
size.
yeah, God did it.
That's true, but it's not much of an explanation about how he did it.
That's
I
tough.
love God. God's the best.
The planet Nibiru did it.
Yeah, so now all we need to do is just get the majority of people to believe my story, and then it'll be true.
That's the next step. That's all that's left now. We got our story. Just got to get it out to the masses now. Then it's true.
No, that would be appeal to consensus fallacy.
Works for most of the Globers in here.
Yeah.
So I'm also curious why you're saying I was the one who said I'm going to off myself when it was not me.
Oh man, this keeps
Dude,
coming
I'm
up.
sorry.
Need to
And
stop
I
talking
even
about this.
You reported me to a mod. I'm just curious why you think it was me when it was not
Fuck's
me.
sake.
I'm sorry. That's
It's all right.
my
It's all
bad.
right. I get the concern. Like I know that's a concerning thing, but I just want to let you guys know. On God, it was not me. They said that. I was there when the dude said it, so I just don't want to
I'm
get
sorry, my
reported.
bad.
Yeah, it's
I
okay.
snitched. I snitched your name because I thought that was you to a mod.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Did they
mod
contact you?
asked me. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my
I'm
god.
sorry, dude. They
No,
had
it's not.
no
It's no
idea
problem. It's a.
who you
It's a.
were, but I gave them your name, so I'm sorry, dude.
It's okay,
Sorry.
but no need to be concerned about me because I didn't say it, and I think the dude said it was being satirical.
No,
I could be
We
wrong,
know
but
who
he
it
sounded
was. It doesn't
satirical.
matter
dude,
anymore,
skip it.
guys. Just fucking get off of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
okay.
didn't.
Let's
Just
like,
trying to.
I'm just saying I didn't give a shit about you. Like I just wanted for them to deal with the guy who trolled the channel. So I didn't give a
Yeah.
shit about that guy's well concern, right? Because I knew he was trolling.
Okay.
So I'm done on that.
Yeah,
I'm
I was just
sorry
saying
again,
because when
dude.
I came in here, you guys were like, "Aren't you the guy who said that?" Like,
okay,
no, just
I'm
enough,
sorry.
enough.
Yeah, you
Okay.
guys just don't get it. Nobody cares. If you really, really want to talk about this, do it somewhere else because we've already told you no.
Well, I wanted to get to the bottom of things, and I felt
Okay, I'll just move it on. Nobody gives a shit. Anyway, moving on.
Go ahead, Reservoir. What's your question again about core?
it was kind of already answered.
Okay.
So thank you.
The people came for flat Earth content. What we got for them?
Flat, it's flat if you believe it or if you don't believe it. Belief is simply not required. So you can drop the bullshit model afflicted nonsense and make an observation. Or don't. Do what the fuck you want to do. But don't expect anyone to follow you.
No, I agree. Do observations like look over lakes and see that we see too far compared to the globe model. See if GPS and satellite TV works. Look at the full moon. Look at the
Volcano.
seasons. All these kinds of
Refraction.
things.
Do you know all these things predate any concept of heliocentric? You think that no one even looked at the moon prior to like Apollo, like 1969? No one's even aware of the moon?
Yeah,
Oh, some
heliocentrism
random.
is only about 500 or 600 years old, so you're right about that.
Yeah, so you make it seem like these explanations weren't already in place.
Yeah, you just measure an angle and say, how do you explain? And that's it.
No, I would say notice an angle and then come up with an explanation.
You notice an angle?
Yeah, forget measuring anything, except that angle. But
Go outside and notice an angle?
yeah, just notice an angle and say,
Yeah, I noticed the angle that Matthew's trying to pull here.
Yeah, no, I'm just celebrating Globe Proof Full Moon Night tonight. Our monthly celebration of, or I'd call it maybe Strong Globe Evidence Night.
The axioms are being redefined. Everything is strong globe evidence.
yeah, even the things that aren't.
It's strong globe evidence night. Let's party in here. We don't have proof, but we got some strong evidence.
Yeah, that's generally how I'd put it.
I know.
The thing about evidence and proof is once you have a proof, that's it. There is no more explanation. Like, you have the answer. But with this evidence stuff, it's just like you just go with the wind. Well, it could be this today, it could be that tomorrow, it could be something else the next day.
The earth is like truth, It's personal to each person. My truth, my earth, etc. It's all relative.
It's my globe.
Yeah. How'd it pan out on Witsit show, Matthew? I caught some of it. I didn't hear the whole thing.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting to hear. He was talking mainly about going against globe proofs for rotation. So like the ring laser and pendulums and stuff like that.
Yep, he likes to go there. Who's going to argue with us?
I'm sorry. Is there anyone has like an approximate ETA before Nathan does his thing here?
I was told 2 p.m., but then I was told he's going to go on here after his regular show hours, which I thought was starting at 2 p.m., so...
Can you tell me how many
Sorry
hours?
for that non-answer.
Yeah, I think it's 10, 11, or 12 hours from now. It depends on... Because he's
Bro,
in
I'm
UK.
in Europe. Can you tell me how many hours from now?
Yes, 10 hours, 11 hours, or 12 hours. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
okay. Thank you. Typical Americans thinking the world revolves around them.
How's everybody doing with that debate board that I posted?
The what?
Well, you need to scroll up in the side chat. I posted a debate. Yeah, a debate board. It's huge. I mean, you need a tough human computer, but I'm sure you do.
It's hard to find unbiased moderation in this arena.
Unbiased moderation.
Because it's such like a polarized topic.
Polarizing. Or polarized. Polarizing?
Whichever.
Well, they're not the same thing.
I think the topic is polarized.
On polarizing, I think you mean.
No, I don't really mean that, but
Okay.
I prefer.
Okay, we'll go with what you mean.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't want to put.
Yeah, so I mean, anywhere you go, it's going to be controlled by one side or the other, I think. Just about. I don't know. The modern day debates guys seem to kind of just stay out of it. Mostly.
James?
Yeah, he doesn't really seem to get in there much one way or the other. I mean, I guess he's just doing his job as a moderator.
Oh, they kind of go back and forth. They seem to like trigger. They go on cycles where they get triggered and clean out all the flat earthers, and then beg for them to come back.
Yeah. Well, it's good content for them. Drives the numbers.
Or more, I'm thinking of the Discord channel, not the. You're thinking about the YouTube, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm thinking of. The Discord
Yeah.
channel is another ball game, pun intended.
Yeah. Do you remember when we were over there?
Those were good times.
Oh yeah.
What was that guy's name? Started with an M. He told you that.
Oh.
He told you a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, Matt Searle or something.
Yeah.
Matisaro.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Matisaro. Yeah. Oh, God, I totally forgot about that dude.
Spazzed out because of I don't know, some other topic. Race or something.
I made a GIF of or a emoji of like him saying something, but I drew over it. Oof, and he got so mad. He was like, "I'm like, dude, like oof, like you're oofing the oof right now."
Yeah. That's funny. Those are good times. Man, they were triggered. And this is kind of like that, except a way bigger server. It was annoying having the thing controlled by that butthurt loser DJ Batman or whatever his name was.
Yeah, he was. I mean, it's like I don't think were you there for that? Jerry was where, man, he broke down. He's like, Crit. It all started when I was a teenager, and like it was like he gave this amazing sob story. I wish I would have it recorded, but I was like, holy shit, dude, it's not that serious, man. Come on.
Yeah, who was that? What was that guy's name?
DJ Batman.
Oh yeah, DJ Bat. Yeah, right. Yeah, every time there would be some topic, eventually it would go around. It would get around to him saying how he was hard done by, and
Yeah.
people screwed him over. Yeah, he's had a tough life and all. Yeah, all that stuff.
And he's sick and tired of this. Yeah, it would always just devolve into him crying. That was really funny. I wonder what that server's doing like now.
They made that dude Inquisitor a mod.
That guy is such a shithead.
He'd be like, I got one question for you. Like 15 minutes later, okay, is there like is this the question? Are you still going? Like what?
Yeah, just go on and on.
It's like, okay, so space is not real, and I got a rocket, and the rocket goes around the Earth, and the rocket landed, and this other guy had this formula, and then he built another rocket that went the opposite way, and there's a train, and the train had some tracks, and they saw the stars moving, and then what happens when you really got, you're like, dude, where's the question? Okay?
Yeah, you interject to try to like get him to make some sort of concise point out of it, and then the moderation is on your case. And it's like, are you just gonna let this guy gish gallop around like this? Like,
Yeah, we'd be sitting in the flather section. He wouldn't join until a moderator would. And as soon as a moderator was in there, I was like, bang, he'd be there too.
right? Because then they would just mute us so they can rant. I try to not do that personally as the moderator. Try to let people talk and go back and forth. There's a few cases where you just need to smack them around, though. Like that Matt Nuclear guy. Like, why let him just go off?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Are you ready for Strong Globe Evidence Night? Globe Proof Night is canceled, but we now have Strong Globe Evidence Night.
Yeah,
No,
we have it
it's not.
every month on the day of the full moon.
Yeah. We only get Strong Globe Evidence Night once a month. That's how often we get Strong Globe Evidence, so don't miss it. He missed it. He ran. He's like, Strong Globe Evidence? I don't want that. I want proof.
I wonder what's the situation and the culture on the Jam Panda server. I remember maybe 2 years ago, I tried to talk to there, and they all reacted like flabbergasted because people would not accept photos 2 years ago. I was thinking, fuck's sake, you guys, you're years behind if you are offended by people not accepting NASA photos. I wonder if they evolved. I haven't been there since. I don't know if anyone has experience with them. Current. If it's the same stuff there.
There's a screenshot for you. Remember when they called me Boss Monster, and I changed my name to Boss Monster, and that was a troll. Like, you can call me Boss Monster, not a problem. But if I change my name to Boss Monster, then I'm trolling you. So you gotta block me. And I care because
That's from Gems or another server?
no, this is the modern day debate. And P.S. You're blocked. Not sure why you keep talking to me. I will not be acknowledging your existence. So have a wonderful life.
And obviously, I don't know how much time. Well, it was the same minute. Because obviously you were not blocked.
Yeah. I told him all you did was add a click to see my shit. That's it. You didn't block anything. You didn't do anything. You just added clicks to read my content. And you're going to respond anyway. You're just obsessed with Flat Earth. You don't even know what the fuck it is either.
I do that also. Like, I get mad at someone, block them. Let me see what he said, and I just click. Yeah, that's funny. Because I know most people do the same. It's a click wall.
How about this guy, Mick Goober? I got labeled. I took a bunch of screenshots called Mick Goober's MDD March Madness.
Can't remember him. Cyclone sure had red crayon, whatever, spiraling this morning, huh?
Yeah, that was good. That was like I just. I think it was kind of a little wake up call for him.
I was trying to keep him from melting down for a few hours, but Cyclone just came in and just went straight for the tough questions, and he lost his mind.
Red Clay loves it here.
Yep. But he wants us to do more, get out and do more research and have a goal, maybe a political angle, take this whole thing somewhere. What are we doing?
Yeah, he always talks about the meta. Like Bev was in here, and Red Clay was going on about the graphics in his memes, not the content. Right.
Yeah. You need a better presentation, better graphics guy. You got to get organized, I don't know. Like, what does he think we're supposed to do?
Well, yeah, since he's the expert, we should consult him on how to market.
Well, it's always these guys, who want us to have better marketing, who just sit there from their armchair and tell us what we should do. It's like, well, if you're so concerned about it, why don't you be the guy?
Why won't you just be more like a cult that I call you?
Yeah. If he wants to try to make it palatable to the masses or whatever he's imagining, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Why don't I do it? Because I don't care. I don't want to. I'm already doing what I want to do.
World domination is always the dream, though.
We might just do that by accident anyway.
Right.
Oh, Peter's back. He just can't stay away.
I heard Peter prove the globe. I just read the title somewhere.
Many times.
What version are you on? No.
We have at least 4 or 5 proofs.
That wasn't the question.
Are you calling each version a proof on its own?
Yeah, each major version is its own proof. Yeah.
Well, that's the attitude. I like it. Good on you.
Yeah, that's the only way.
He's a rabid glober.
But they're what flat earthers would say are proofs, right? It's not a real proof, right? Didn't you admit that the other day?
No, it's absolutely the only appropriate proof.
No. So, were you lying then, or are you lying now?
I don't lie to you. Why would I lie to you?
Also, did you or did you not say that they're not real proofs? They're what flat earthers think are proofs. So we just say that they are.
I'm speaking English to you right now. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, then I'm using the words that you understand, right? I could speak Polish. Would you like me to do that?
Do you understand the word lie or no?
Yes.
Good. So were you lying then, or are you
No.
lying now?
Neither.
Neither. Well,
Neither.
Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Have you disclosed the evidence yet?
I don't have any evidence. I only have proof.
What's the difference?
Proof is undisputable. It's undeniable.
Does
It's to
evidence
know. To prove
lead to
something
proof?
means to know.
Yeah, but does
I
evidence
don't
lead
know.
to proof?
Maybe.
By definition, proof requires evidence, right?
Oh, that's amazing. Well, I may have some evidence, but then I deliver only proof.
Well, you deliver evidence to show proof. Now, anyways, can I see the evidence?
You could, if I showed you the proof, you would see some evidence in it.
Okay, show me the proof.
I don't care to show you the proof right now.
You still doing this?
I'm relaxing on my couch, and I'm not going to show you any proof.
Has anyone else seen it?
Nope. I've seen what he calls proof, but no proof.
The only proof I got from your videos is that you are trolling.
Yeah, I do the
I
opposite.
didn't make any
I like
video.
evidence instead of proof.
Okay. It's your preference.
Right. I'm sort of a
preference is to use
math and
journalism
logic
tools.
guy. In math and logic,
for
you
you.
can come up with proofs.
Okay.
Why do you like this, Peter? You're a grown man, bro. Come on.
Remind me, which one of us believes in flat Earth?
I don't believe in flat Earth, but I'm not a wizard that
What
sits
do
here
you
and says,
believe
I got evidence that I'm not going to show anyone. I think that's ludicrous.
Well, right now I can't be bothered. I'm relaxing on my couch next to a fireplace. I'm not going to be dealing
Okay,
with
so
any
if I said
evidence or proof.
maybe in 1 hour you will show, would that be sufficient?
Yeah, and not in 1 hour I might be in the mood. Yeah,
Okay, no problems.
I think this VC will still be here in 1 hour.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Tonight is a strong globe proof
Yeah.
globe evidence night, so we may shut down the server if it's
That's true.
if everybody agrees.
Yeah, strong
Yeah, the
globe
way we've
evidence
been
night.
going, we've
Or
been
maybe
going for
you
like this week.
you keep
Might
it
not
back
last another week.
for Nathan Oakley later on today. Maybe you could present it to him.
Maybe if he asks me nicely.
Has Jedi seen the proof?
I don't know.
How do you not know? You were waiting for him all day the other day.
Oh, with the gas, yes. I showed him the thing about the gas.
And did he say that you were correct?
No, he left.
I would leave too. Oh, my food's 5 minutes away.
But I had a really good conversation with Get Beget about the geometric proof. Get Beget actually understands geometry, which, I appreciate that. So we had a really good talk about the measurement of the curvature.
The numbers that you wrote down, or wait, sorry, your friend who you can't name wrote down on a spreadsheet and handed to you. That measurement?
No spreadsheet. No spreadsheet.
Oh,
involved.
sorry, he didn't write them down on a spreadsheet. He just made a meme with them. My bad.
He might have a spreadsheet, but I've never seen it.
Right. Yeah, it was in meme format. My bad.
Well,
that's a good measurement. It's a really good measurement. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
get your friend who you can't
you're
name to make a
tripping. I'm
meme
not
with
gonna
some
deny.
numbers that you say are a measurement, and then you just post them on the
Tripping, buddy.
internet and call it proof.
Keep tripping.
He's
Wait a
scared
minute.
for his life.
Where did you get the numbers from again? The measurements, I mean.
From the evidence.
No, who took the measurements?
My good friend.
Who's that?
I don't care to tell you.
So for all we know, they're just numbers that, you
Yeah,
certainly
I could have
didn't
made
write
them
down.
up. I could have made
Yep.
them up.
You
Wow.
did make them up.
Do you think this would pass peer review, I am? What he's doing here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I'm sure
absolutely
his
would.
anonymous friend will pass peer review.
Oh, yeah, his anonymous friend he absolutely can't name, who totally isn't Jesse Gordon, even though he's looking at the same locations that Jesse Gordon always does. Yeah, that would absolutely fly. Oh, it's such a good clown act. I love it.
Do you know with Peter, Jesse doesn't end with a conclusion. He ends with an I don't know. For him.
Well, that's
Jesse's
his
been
problem.
in. People have talked to Jesse. He says he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe or not.
Well,
what he has
okay.
is a friend of his who's a flat earther who he enjoys talking to, and has been a friend for like 25 years or some shit.
And why are you telling me all this?
Well, because
because
the
you're
experience got
misappropriating his content for a purpose which is now disrespecting why he did what he did.
Yeah, like the
Okay, but
seasoned
why are you
anti.
telling me
I'll
this?
tell you why, Peter. Because the seasoned anti-FE guys, they're careful not to affirm the consequent. You know, they don't want to do that. Take it all the way back to the conclusion, because if they do, we can call them on that fallacy. So they just like to say instead, "This is consistent with my idea that the Earth is a globe."
That's
Have
how
you
scientists
noticed that
talk.
all
Yeah.
these globe proofers have these anonymous friends they can't disclose? Jesse has one, Peter has one. It's always an
By the way,
anonymous
that's
friend.
how real scientists talk. Just so you know, because you never talk
Anonymous
to one.
friend?
It's like a
Well, I
sky
never
daddy.
talked to one, so I guess you're not one. So we can just cross you out.
No, of course I'm not.
Yep.
I
Is it
wouldn't
like
be
a?
here if I were a scientist.
Do you have a
Where
sky
would you be?
daddy?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of fetish that is, but you tell me.
I just heard people
Wait.
talking about some people have sky daddies and some people don't. I don't know what that means. I thought maybe
Well, I
you had a
don't
sky
hang
daddy.
out at those clubs, you know, where you go, so I don't know what that means.
Where do you hang out, Peter?
I hang out in my house.
That's cool. With who?
Are you gorophobic? I mean, you'll have to answer if you don't want to.
Who phobic?
Gorophobic? Are you afraid of?
Gorophobic? No.
You know what that means?
I'll go.
Yeah, I
Heard
think you
Al Gore.
mean agoraphobic.
Yeah.
No, so not gorophobic. Yeah.
Are you scared of the outside world? Is it dangerous? Is it
No,
frightening?
no, I'm not.
Are you scared of the curve?
No, I
Are
actually
you
am.
scared of flat surfaces?
And I don't like flat surfaces that much.
If you see a flat table, do you get scared?
No.
But you're not comfortable around flat surfaces, are you?
Depends on the kind of the surface.
Flat. What's your favorite shape?
A curve.
That's
Well,
a shape.
no, it is.
Yeah.
You I'm too good at this game.
I mean, shapes have curves.
Oh yes, they do.
You think the Earth is a curve?
I think it's curved. Yes.
You got a photo of that real quick?
Of course.
No, see.
Yeah.
Now or like tomorrow?
No, now because I have it on my phone. So.
Oh, fantastic. Who took the photo? Was it your anonymous friend?
No.
Do you have a name this time?
Hold on, just let me find it.
Blue Marble Science, the
There
guy
you
called Peter a crayon muncher after he saw him give a presentation on
That's
Bastion.
that's outstanding.
Did he
Yeah,
really?
high praise.
The Blue
Who took
Marble
that
Science
photo?
guy said that?
What?
Did you say that Blue Marble Science guy said that?
Yeah, I kind of like Peter now. I mean, if Blue Marble Science is talking about you being a crayon muncher, you're on the right track, Peter. Like,
Yeah.
that tickles my ego.
The Glober vets are calling him a crayon muncher. Shite.
Old guard. Yeah.
Yeah, they will hate us
It's a civil war in the Globe camp.
because we are radical globers.
What's a radical glober?
That's cringe.
They are our biggest enemy. You know, like infighting is always something to do, right?
I don't think there's anyone that tries to fight over the shape of the Earth. I mean, you guys try to do it. I don't know why.
Well, because those guys are, you know, they're weak. They say, "Oh, I have some evidence that supports my belief." It's like,
You sound a
you
lot
don't
like
talk
yourself
like this
right
to
now. Are you
maniac.
talking about yourself?
No. We walk in, we roll out the proof, and thank you very much.
You just sounded like you're talking
Welcome
about
to
yourself.
the globe.
I think that the
to
other
the globe.
Globers think that you're making an embarrassment to the globe. Keep it up.
Yeah, I know. Civil war is inevitable.
Blue Marble Science said he's a crayon muncher. Man, that's funny. When was that?
I
Is
think
that
2
today?
nights ago.
I saw him in here this morning.
in the YouTube chat on the live stream. He said it.
It's too funny.
It was harsher words, I think, but that was the punchline.
It's a QE-ism.
Hey, Peter, you better watch out. Like, look at history, what happens with the first children of the revolution.
Oh, I know the revolution, brother.
You never wanted to be in the first wave.
Unless you're Stalin. Yeah, if you're Stalin, then you're okay. You don't want to be Trotsky, my brother. You don't want to be Leonid Bronstein. But you can definitely be Stalin.
Well, good luck. Whatever your angle is, you've made a fool of yourself, maybe intentionally or not, but you've burned this character.
Oh, yeah? Remind
Yeah,
me,
no,
which one of us believes in flat Earth? Because I keep forgetting. Is it you or me? Been spending too
don't.
much time here. Yeah?
I
It's
do
just
not.
an ad hom, Peter. You're still putting your foot in your mouth.
Weren't you saying earlier that 2 points of equal elevation lie on the same horizontal plane? It just took you more words to say it.
Go on,
Well,
Yeah,
that's incorrect.
well,
a good
hold on.
intellect would it? Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Well, certainly he's not calling surveyors flat earthers, is he?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Well, for the
Yeah.
rest of the class, in surveying, 2 points of equal elevation do lie on the same horizontal plane.
They do not.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking you. So, are you calling surveyors flat earthers?
Who?
It's okay, Peter. I'm not going to repeat myself again.
Then don't.
I've never heard.
May be
I've
better
never
for
heard
you.
a surveyor say that though. Just you.
Yeah,
Well,
Jerry is
I
the
could look at
ultimate
their
surveyor.
work, right? Like every elevation profile ever made, right?
It
Those
doesn't
are
matter. They never said
projections.
it.
No, it doesn't matter.
Well, it's just you saying it, right?
Yeah, that's all. It's not like you could, check this stuff.
Well, we
You just
did.
keep saying it.
We already did.
Oh yeah, sure you did.
Yeah, I did,
Okay, good.
and I know you're wrong. But
And who did you ask
continue.
again? Who did you ask?
I asked Larry over at Gem Server.
Oh yeah, Larry.
What the fuck?
Have you ever tried calling up like a real surveyor, like
He is a
in
real
your
surveyor.
area?
He's a real surveyor.
I'll take that as a no.
Well, you can't.
There are
That's what it
forums
is.
on the internet. You can get in touch with real surveyors. Fuck's sake. You're gonna listen to a guy on Gem Funda.
Yeah, because he's a real surveyor.
I'm sure.
Well, he is. You guys can
There
deny it
are
like you deny everything else. You can just say,
There
But
are communities on Facebook, for example. In my own language, I can find and talk to them.
well, go talk
I
to
don't
them
get
then.
it.
Yeah, see if
I
any
don't get
single one of them believes the Earth's flat. Bring them in.
that wasn't the point, though.
Yeah,
What is
none
the
of them
point?
think Earth's flat.
Like
None of them do.
you
Okay.
changed it.
Yeah, the point is about 2 points being at equal elevation lying on the same horizontal. Not Earth being flat. You seem to be obsessed with that.
You don't even imagine what those words mean, do you, Jared?
No, I don't imagine what they mean. Right.
Yeah, you can't visualize what it means for 2 points of equal elevation to be on the same plane,
You
right?
could see with it.
Horizontally.
You could get a visualization of what that looks like. Just look up elevation profile and Google images, and you'll see.
Dude. I told you the other day, it's the same argument as if you said that I should look at a Mercator projection map, and that's
I
proof
didn't say
the Earth
that.
is flat. It is the
Stay
same
on topic,
argument.
Peter.
It is the
Stay on
same
topic.
reasoning. It is the same reasoning.
Just stay on topic.
You're telling Jerry, you're telling me to look at a map that's a projection
I didn't say
of
map.
a curved surface.
I didn't say map, Peter.
Elevation profile is a type of a map. It's a profile. It's a projection of a curved measurement onto
I want you to look up elevation profile.
Jesus Christ. I looked it up already. How about that?
Okay, 2 points of equal elevation. Do they lie in the same horizontal in the elevation profile?
On the drawing? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Now in reality,
Yeah, in reality.
that's not reality, right? The drawing is not reality, is it?
Well, the measurements come from reality. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. You're saying the drawing is reality, or is it just a orthographic
This is very,
projection,
very
like your friend
slippery.
always says? No. Tell me. What is it?
Very hard for you to.
Is it reality? If I show you a globe, my plastic globe in my office, will you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, yeah, it has to be, right?
Then why are you asking me to do the same and look at a drawing that some human being made, and you're
Well,
telling me
I'm
that's
just telling
reality?
you why I know.
No, but why?
I know.
Tell me why.
Because
Okay,
that's what
so
it
you
is.
know this because you saw a drawing?
I know it because that's what it is, Peter. That's all.
Oh, because someone showed you a drawing.
Yes.
You're telling me 2 points of equal elevation lie on the same horizontal plane because you saw a drawing on a piece of paper.
Yes. And I know
Okay,
how they're
Jerry.
measured.
Oh,
And I know
how did they
how the
measure it?
tools are used.
Did you do the measurement yourself?
Teach you.
No.
Was that your friend Jesse who made the measurement? And you're
Nope.
just looking at his spreadsheet? So what's up?
Nope.
So what is
People
it?
who aren't invested in this dumbass debate, those people, like real surveyors, not like Larry
Oh, but
GPS.
my friend tells me something else. My friend told me something else.
Good.
And my friend Scott is telling you something even else than that. So what are we going to do about that, Jerry?
I'm not. Listen, we all live in reality. There's only one reality.
Absolutely.
All right. So what can you prove for yourself is the question.
I can prove the globe. How about you?
About that, you said that your friend measured a drop, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And but that's weird because your friend Yui.
It's not weird.
Your friend Yui brought a picture of Lake Pontchartrain from Soundly, right?
I'm sorry, say again?
Your friend Yui, he brought a picture of Lake Pontchartrain.
Okay, maybe so.
Right. Now, there was something happened a few years ago where Soundly took pictures of Lake Pontchartrain, and then he had his buddy Jesse Kozlowski measure the bridge for Earth curvature.
Okay.
And what Jesse got was a hump from horizontal.
Okay.
But you say it's a drop.
Yeah, but why are you telling me that? Did I present that to you? Am I discussing that?
It just seems to be a contradiction there.
There might be. I don't know.
Team member. You got your team buddy cover me while I globe proof is like, hold the pin, and you're like,
okay.
So he said drop, and you're saying hump.
I'm telling you about my proof, am I not?
Yeah, Peter said drop. Jesse says hump. So
In my presentation, I have a drop, and I'm talking about a drop. If you have a hump, that's your problem.
Okay, so the hump would mean that he was able to connect 2 points of equal elevation with a horizontal line. What are your thoughts? on
Maybe, maybe I don't know. You should talk to him.
that? And he claims to be a surveyor too.
Maybe you should talk to him. Maybe you're onto something.
Maybe. Okay, Peter.
Okay, Jerry.
If this is why I just stick with the real surveying measurements, not
When was
goofballs
the
on
last time you made one? Hey, Jerry, when was the last time you took a measurement of the land?
I never did. I defer to the experts.
Okay. So just stick to that then.
Good idea, Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tends to get out of like that whole hump drop conundrum just goes away when you stick to reality. A drop
I
is
never
always a
looked
drop.
into it. I never
A hump
looked
is
into
always
it.
a hump. It's never a
Maybe.
both at the same time.
That's interesting.
Maybe that's why you're Troll Team 6, because it's funny.
Tell me if you like the baseline in the video that I made.
It's great, Peter.
Do you like that part when he goes that little like do? You like that part?
It's great.
I know. Used to be my favorite. Could never play it though, but I know you could because I saw you play on YouTube. You're pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, so if someone wanted to know how to play bass, I could teach them, right? I could show them, right?
Yeah.
But some
Yeah.
goofball on the internet, like if he said that a C note was the same thing as a E note,
Yeah.
that would be goofy, right? Like two different things
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Now I know how I feel when I come here and I hear you guys talk about physics.
Well,
And that
everybody
God
knows
needs a
physics.
container. No,
Everybody
nobody.
knows
No.
physics.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because we all walk, we all drive, we all throw balls, we
No,
all
dude.
play with our
You
kids.
made a
We all
perfect
know how these things
analogy.
work.
No, but you don't know what pressure is. You've never studied the meaning of pressure, who invented the concept of pressure and why it exists. And when I hear people here
Invented.
say invented, it's an
Right.
invented thing. Yeah, pressure is an invented statistical
Right.
parameter if we measure.
So it was never felt
No,
before
this is,
someone.
you don't feel.
Wow.
No, this is
Excellent.
kinetic energy of gas that you feel. You don't feel pressure. So when I hear you guys say nonsense like that, pressure needs a container. It's like if you're watching a toddler, try to play bass on YouTube. Kind of like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of like you.
Yeah. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Well, you've been declaring yourself a king of sorts.
Who's the one-eyed man, Peter?
Me.
Yep.
Oh, okay, buddy.
Yeah. A real physicist would never come here.
Well, you got that on record. He's not a real physicist. Guess we should just ignore him or kick him out or something.
I learned more
a real
physics in
surveyor
high
ever
school
come
than you ever have.
Peter, would a real surveyor ever come here?
Probably.
So not a real physicist, but a real surveyor would probably come here.
Yeah, a surveyor is a guy who knows how to operate a mechanical device. Yeah.
Yeah, which just involves writing numbers down on a screen. Not on a spreadsheet, but just in a meme.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Are you still going on Bev's channel, Peter?
Oh
Like
yes,
I'm in
that's
Bev.
my favorite channel.
Nice.
In fact, that's where he said that his proofs are not really proofs; they're just what he thinks flat earthers would call proofs.
Speaking
Me and you
English
would.
to you, am I not?
He said a lot of goofy shit there.
Yeah, I'm learning.
Admitted he's a troll. So,
You guys.
oh. But I think you're not a live guy, because if you know you are in a live stream, you will behave a bit cookie. And I think that's your secret to be more digestible.
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about, but carry on.
Yeah.
Surely there got to be some new people in here. No, I don't see anybody. Well, there's Morpheus, although I think that's a Gambino wall.
Is it mostly Bevites here tonight?
Poor guy can't help himself.
He's obsessed.
Yeah. Reading the description for Nathan, you will be able to post your questions in the comment section on the day, and Nathan and his panel of experts will respond. A panel
Panel
of
of experts.
Yeah, that's kind of vague. Like I'm an expert, I could say.
Panel of delusional maniacs.
Is Nathan behind a few years? Like, you are all invited to join the live panel and express your views on the shape of the earth. Right. Should have do it on a Sunday on speculation.
It's not related to this channel at all. This is an AMA that is not connected to us. They're going to have their own moderators and their own stuff.
I thought that had been cleared up already. The misconception continues.
What misconception?
Somehow Nathan Oakley is our fucking hope or something.
he's not associated with this channel at all, like 0%. So when people are saying, "Oh, you're Nathan Oakley or whatever, Nathan Oakley is coming tomorrow to do a panel for Flat Earth," not related to this, their own thing, not us.
No, but I know. But I was talking from these channels and these communities' point of view. Like, I know people are not bothered with shape unless they're saying it's not the globe shape. But his statement there is more inclusive of all shapes that people might have. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's a bit behind, I think.
What shape do you think the Earth is?
Who cares?
I do.
It's undetermined.
Hooray.
Total Bevite.
I don't have a icon. Like the religious people, like God said, don't carve images. Like, I don't have that about Earth in my mind, unlike some globers.
Good for you.
I saw you hugging that plastic thing.
Yeah. I
Nice.
did it for my best friend.
Hey, Peter,
Yeah, what's up?
I heard, but I couldn't find, I don't know, I'm not good at Twitter, that you talked to the KK Caleb guy.
Yes.
Is it on video?
I think he was recording it. I think it was on his stream.
Oh. Ah. Okay.
You know what he said?
No, what?
It's, I'm going to boast a little bit, but this is middle school geometry, so no, maybe high school. So I was telling him about spherical triangles, right? And how on a sphere you could make a triangle that has 3 90-degree or even 2 90-degree angles. And he started saying that you can make this on a plane as well. He said that you could draw a line, turn by 90 degrees, draw another line, turn another 90, and make a triangle out of that. And I said, I don't think so. And he said, I'm going to show you. I'm going to go get a piece of paper. And he went to get a piece of paper and he started drawing it. And like 5 seconds into it, he realized he had a brain fart and basically just changed the topic and started yelling at me about something else. You may want to find that. It was hilarious.
Did you had one talk or more than one? Should I look for it?
One. No, not only one. And it was maybe like 2 weeks ago or 3. I'm gonna say 2 weeks. 3. Let's go with 3. That
You
guy
mean
is
like that, Peter?
completely that guy is very stupid, I have to say. Even for a Nazi, he's not. He's stupid even for a Nazi.
So Caleb couldn't draw what I just posted.
Let me see what you posted, Jerry. No, Jerry, he wasn't even that deranged to draw that. That's not a triangle.
What makes it not a triangle, Peter?
The fact that you didn't connect the 2 points with the shortest distance, the curve in the top left is not the shortest distance between the 2 points, Jerry.
You mean straight lines?
Jerry, read
Careful
my
here,
lips.
Peter. Be careful.
Shortest distance,
Be
Jerry.
careful with this one. Yeah,
Jerry, you're wasting
shortest
my
distance,
time.
right? So
You're wasting my time.
yeah, that's a
Why
tough
don't
one,
you
isn't
teach
it?
me how to play bass? I would like that. Don't waste my time. Teach me how to play bass instead.
Yeah.
You can't be learned. You just are. It's beyond your skill set.
I'm not very talented musically, but I could learn a little bit.
You try to say, "Hey, you gotta, adjust the neck of the guitar to make it straight," and you'll think straight's curves, and you won't be able to play it right.
I don't think
That's
that's
a
the
good
biggest
point,
problem
Craig.
with bass, the neck of the guitar.
Like inside the neck of the guitar, there's like a pin that goes all the way through, and you gotta tighten or loosen that pin to get the neck straight, so all the frets line up, and you won't be able to do
Oh
that.
my goodness. Yeah, I
Yeah, it's
would just
called a
bring
truss
it into
rod,
a
right, Peter?
shop. Yeah, I know. Trust me, that was not my main problem when I was playing bass, okay?
Twitter, what's the name of the Caleb guy on Twitter?
I don't know. Caleb on Twitter he's called Caleb5D.
With a
If you,
K?
yes.
5D.
Yes, because he thinks he lives in 5 dimensions.
Oh, I found him. No.
He looks like a typical Waffen SS private.
I wouldn't know.
I would.
Oh, this guy is a post whore. I have to scroll so much.
Yeah, he's very prolific.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, I guess he didn't post it on Twitter. Your interaction.
I think he actually doesn't do YouTube. I think he does TikTok. So I've never used TikTok, but I think you can live stream there too. So I don't know, man. It's not worth it.
What a waste of time. Rolling through
It is.
his stupid memes.
Yeah, Twitter flares are the worst.
What's up with Twitter? Like, I got a notification. I don't do Twitter, like, very little. I'm only subbed to like 2 people. And I got in my notification box a post from Q. You know that Q thing, the Q movement.
Oh, the conspiracy nut jobs?
Yeah. And Twitter, for some reason, thought that should be in my notification thing. I don't know
I
why.
don't know, man.
Like, I get it. Put Obama in there or something. If you have to.
Well, maybe they know you're into flat Earth, so they know you're gonna like other conspiracies. That's a very common theme.
Don't think so. I don't
Well,
follow doctors on Twitter.
you don't follow what?
Flat Earth stuff.
Okay. I do.
You might be a flat earther, Pete.
I don't think so.
I was on Facebook until a few months ago. And Facebook asked me, well, we're gonna need a picture of you, of your ID. So that was a bit weird.
Oh yeah.
Well, maybe I don't have luck with this social media.
talk about something different, which was the Road to Serfdom. Serfdom was published in 1904. Or in the more positive, if we go back to some of the classic problems that I've mentioned about well, some of course plays a confident person, kind person. There's a very common view about what's happening. I'm going to label not Well, I told you about what needs to happen. You need to tell Nathan
What up? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes. What do you want?
Just saying hello. Seeing what everybody's up to.
Playing Genshin Impact. What's up?
Ooh, Genshin Impact. Oh yeah, huh? I tried to download that, but I couldn't.
Yeah, because you don't have the power.
No, I have a tablet that does.
You don't have
I
the
just,
power to play this game.
I have a tablet that could, I guess. But nah, I don't know. Is it worth downloading? I mean, it looks like it, but how's the gameplay?
Buddy, I'm still playing it after 3 years.
That long?
Oh, it's a long game. Yeah, no, it's a very long game. Let's just say if you start now, it's going to take you a while to get anywhere.
Let's see, hold on. Let's see if I can. I mean, I just deleted a whole bunch of stuff off of my tablet. I'll see if I can download it and play it.
You don't have the power.
Well, we'll find out. I could delete more shit if I had to. Yeah, I have a bunch. Oh, yeah, huh. I have a Nintendo 64 ROMs on here that I can play. That I should probably delete. Let's see.
You don't have the power.
Maybe I don't. I. Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Well, I downloaded it, but I need to Where's my data? Hold on. My trash, because I got a lot in now.
You don't have the power. This game is too much power for you.
See? Put up a lot of space, and I've downloaded it, so I'm loading it right now. Hold on, we'll heal.
Yeah? Are you on like some super speed internet? Because it's going to take you a while to download.
No, I have already downloaded it. It's
Oh, you already have it downloaded.
yeah, and it's gonna play right now. Hold on.
Oh, no way. You're starting the game right now? No way.
Oh no, hold on.
Let's see if your tablet has the power.
Wait. Oh, I have to log in. Damn. Hold on.
Hey, you have to log in? Jesus Christ. Of course you have to
Oh,
log
I'm not
in.
logged in. Hold on. I can. It's easy. Don't have to.
Yeah, use your Google account.
Yeah. Here we go. Can you hear that?
Yeah, but why would I want to hear that? I don't want to hear the game.
Just to prove that I have it.
Okay, yeah, is it starting? Are you able to play it? Because, you know, it's just the menu, man.
You know, let's start the game.
Start it up, because that menu is just the menu, buddy. You haven't walked in the world yet.
Oh wow.
Okay, bro, can you lower the volume?
Hold on,
Turn
I
that.
don't even have the storage space here, right?
I told you. See, you don't have the power. I told you.
I can free up more though. Fuck.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. You don't have the power. I'm pretty sure the whole hard drive on your iPad doesn't have enough power.
You know what, Vlad? I don't think he has the power.
No, he does not have the power.
He doesn't have the power.
Just like all the Glovers, they're weak. They have no power.
They don't have any power. No.
Yes, all the Glovers are weak and powerless.
All they have is their daddy, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, you're right.
We'll find out.
But see, he wants to play this game so badly, but he can't.
He doesn't have the power.
He doesn't have the fucking power, you know.
Just
He
doesn't know
wish
that.
he did, but you know, he just doesn't have it. It's
He
not. It's
simply
not
doesn't
in
have
his.
the power. Doesn't have
It's
the
not
power.
in his fortune yet. It's his misfortune.
You told him. You were honest with him. You said, "Hey, you don't have the power."
I told him, man. There's no way he has the power to play this game. He says, as
He
soon as I
doesn't.
heard tablet, I'm like, tablet? You're gonna play this game on a okay, good luck.
There's no power on that tablet.
There's no power in these tablets, bro. Unless it's an S22 Ultra, just like I have, and then you can play it on. Or you have anything close to that.
That has enough power.
Yeah, my S22 Ultra has enough power, yes. My S22 Ultra has the power to prove the Earth is flat. Remember that.
Oh yeah, I remember the photos you gave me.
You remember the quality of those photos? Yeah. None of that
They would
bullshit that
definitely
you
have.
show me. It has
They would have
power.
passed the peer review. For
It
sure.
has so much power you don't even know.
I know.
All you have is what do you call it? That stupid fucking program,
GeoGebra.
GeoGebra.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's all you have. You got nothing else, and that's
I
bullshit
know.
too.
It is. Useless.
Yes, just like you.
No, yeah.
Yeah, just like you, Peter. Pidoras. Ha 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 ha. That's a good one, eh? Pidoras. Have you ever heard of that one yet?
I don't think that's how you say it.
What, the Pidoras? I think
Yeah. Am I
Peter
gonna
As.
am I
You know
gonna have
exactly what
to
I'm saying. You know
am,
exactly what I'm saying. It's
am
funny
I
as fuck.
am I gonna
Everybody,
have
his
to
new name is Peter As.
am I gonna
Yeah.
have to teach you how to swear in Russian, dude?
You're gonna teach you how to swear in Russian. That's funny, because I'm the one that's saying Peter As.
Did your parents not teach you how to swear in Russian?
Oh, you kill me, bro. Yeah, my parents teach me to swear, yes. Oh, you kill me, bro. Peter, you're funny, man. Oh,
I
you're
know.
funny. Well, not really. I'm just saying you're funny, man.
I have my moments.
Pitoras. Peter, I fucking destroy you.
Every time.
Fucking Peter. Yeah,
Every
fucking.
time.
Yeah. Unlike you, yeah. Mine's a real destruction. You pretend like you win, but I'm a real winner there, Peter.
I
There's a
know.
big difference between you and me. Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Pitoras. That's so good. Oh, fuck, that's amazing. How's your new name? I like your new name, Peter.
Did
The
that feel
fucking
good?
sticker. Huh?
Did that feel good, Vlad?
Oh, buddy. Oh. Your anguish sustains me, Peter. Your anguish sustains me.
Okay. That's good. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, Peter.
Anytime.
Oh man. Well, see, I told him his he didn't have enough power, so he left.
Yeah,
What is
I think
Omega MF? You're hot miking Omega MF.
he went shopping for more power.
He has to, because what he has, I know guaranteed he couldn't play Genshin Impact on that. He's like, I have to delete more stuff. I'm like, bro, you're gonna have to delete the whole operating system. This guy. Oh, he definitely had no power. That's just so low power, this guy. Just like the globe, man. The globe has zero power. Oh man. Who the fuck's Omega MF? Omega MF, are you there? Yeah, he's hot micing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
hot
I'm
micing,
here.
buddy.
What's that?
You're hot micing. You're hot micing.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, that's fine. Hmm.
Couldn't find that so far. The blue thing. Before my other PC died, I had a beautiful collection of Blue Marble science quotes in bad streams. But I kind of gave it up because he became like a unicorn. You hardly ever saw him. Like the Yeti. Got bricked, I guess. And I especially liked Blue because he would post some homoerotic comments sometimes that would make you like, what the hell?
That's cute. It's real cute.
Yeah. Man, I had such a nice collection.
Did you? Did you really?
Yeah, Blue was like a golden goose.
Wait, are you on psychedelics?
Reality is my drug.
You are a Bevite, aren't you? I knew it. I knew it. The moment you spoke, I knew you were a Bevite. Took me a while to confirm it.
You all gotta figure out, don't you?
Yeah. He's a total Bevite.
For some reason, I'm gonna agree with you.
He almost had me fooled. Almost. Here's how you tell a Bevite, okay? In 3 easy steps. Step 1. They're usually obsessing about some ancient Glober warrior like Blue Marble Science. Step 2. Eventually
stop.
they're
Why
gonna
don't
say reality.
your Horish
Step 3.
dirty mouth?
What? Step 3, they're gonna say level within like
Like
15 minutes.
people are speaking to you when you are here. Like, why are you speaking about other people?
What? I'm speaking about you. You're a Bevite. Yes.
That's
Are
all
you
in your
going to
head.
deny?
That's all in your head.
Are you going to deny that you're a Bevite?
Yeah, 3 times before the sundown or
Like,
something.
yeah, like Peter, huh?
Yep.
And it wasn't sundown; it was the cock.
Peter, what, you like cock? Is that what you're saying? I knew it.
No, I'm
I
just
fucking
quoting
knew
the
it, Peter.
scripture.
I
Damn it,
fucking knew
Peter.
it. Peter, goddammit, loves the cock. Everybody. You guys heard it here. Peter's a cock lover. Ha 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 ha! Peter! That's
You
what your
got
name is,
me.
Pito
You got me,
Ras.
Vlad.
Ha 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 ha!
You got
It
me.
lines up,
Exposed.
Peter. It fucking lines up. Oh,
You know,
amazing.
you know when Vlad
Oh,
saying
that's
something, it's less
amazing.
funny. So
Oh, fuck, that's amazing.
You exposed me, Vlad.
You like that one, Peter, don't you, eh?
Yeah,
You like the abuse. You're a masochist. That's why you keep coming here every night.
that's right.
wait. Can you roast me as well, Vlad? Come on, roast me, boy.
No. I don't know you enough. I don't know who you are.
I feel bad though because I feel like I'm not a good Christian when I have the thoughts that I have right now.
Oh, Peter! Oh, careful, Peter, there, bud.
Peter,
Oh,
do you got
Peter.
daddy's issues?
No.
Oh, Peter. Peter has every kind of
It's
issue,
good,
my
Peter.
guy.
What?
Yeah.
Peter's a lad, though.
And what?
You don't know lad?
No.
Like
I'm too old
comrade.
for this shit.
Oh, you're saying Peter's a piece of shit. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I know he is.
At least
Peter
someone that agrees with me. God
Well,
damn.
when you say it like that, then I know what you mean. But like when you use like kids' words, then I don't know what you mean.
Are you saying Vlad's using kids' words?
I cannot hear what you're saying. You're saying some strange stuff.
You see, he's talking shit about you, Vlad.
Oh, Vlad. You're saying flat, like he's flat.
Dude, I say shit
Faggot.
whatever, man.
You gotta say Vlad. Vladik. Say Vladik.
Vlad.
Call him Vladik. He's
I
gonna
can
like
make
that.
it sound more flat than it is already flat.
Call me your
Vladik,
daddy.
как дела?
Call me your daddy. Yeah. I'm your daddy, bitches.
Братишка. Братишка, Vlad.
Yeah.
Мальчик.
Yeah, Pito Ras. Yeah.
Как
Peter.
дела, мальчик? Все в порядке?
Pito Ras. Everybody. That's Peter's new name, okay?
Ты с ума сошел что-нибудь?
Pito Ras, yeah.
Кто-нибудь с ума сошел, Владик, да?
What? What's going on, Peter? You don't like your new name? Come on, man.
Ну скажи, что случилось в жизни твоей?
Что случилось? Нихуя себе. У него
папа?
ум сходит,
Are you
да?
guys talking?
Папа или мама, Владик?
He's trying to speak Russian with me, but he doesn't succeed. It's not very good.
Flat. You know Russian?
I'm a Russian 100%. What the fuck you talking about?
Wait, you gotta add me,
Русский с
I need your
Казахстана, да?
assistance.
What? I'm
Какой
not
ты
no
русский,
comrade.
как я.
I'm not no
Как я
goddamn
грузин.
communist. Fuck
Ты
outta
такой
here.
русский, как я.
Да, твой грузинский
Грузин,
русский,
знаешь?
Сосай мой хуй, сука.
Пошел нахуй.
Сосай мой хуй, сука.
Да. Хуй соси,
А ты
блядь.
кто такой?
И нахуй.
А ты кто такой? Давай, до свидания.
Блядь, ты кто такой? Давай, до свидания, нахуй.
На.
Сосай мой хуй, сука, блядь.
Ой, блядь, ты еще
хорошо.
русский, нихуя
Молодец.
себе.
Молодец. Лучше, чем Владик.
non-Russian speakers.
Хорошо.
Хорошо.
Я могу
Давай.
еще. Что ты хочешь, чтобы я сказал, а?
Так.
О, бля, ой,
Okay,
русский
please
еще,
keep the shit
нахуй.
talk to English so I can moderate it. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Bine, ahoj.
There's too much
Suka
swearing.
blieta.
Too much swearing. Yeah, too much swearing.
Ja pierdolę.
We already called Peter what we had to call him, and that's it.
Pida.
Yeah,
Pido.
Pidoras. Remember, that's what Peter is, and that's it.
Torpedo. Can you like rename to Torpedo?
Well, you guys better be nice to me, or I'm gonna report you to my friend Heretic here.
Shut up,
He's gonna
Peter.
moderate the hell out of you.
Shut up.
He likes me more than
Nobody
he likes
cares
you. He
about
needs me.
your friends. Like whatever,
Yes, you
man.
do.
The Discord
Hey,
mod.
Heretic, take care of them. They're insulting you right now in Russian.
No, it's English.
Now you're afraid. You're afraid of the big daddy here, huh?
Are you honking?
No, it's not me. Heretic's the
You're
big
not
daddy.
honking? Okay, then I'm not afraid if you were honking.
He's gonna make you his biatch soon. When he mutes you.
Who?
Oh, yeah, you're in trouble. Not gonna be able to discuss flat Earth for like 2
Jesus
hours.
Christ.
For 2 hours, you'll be banned from discussing the shape of the Earth.
I'll just bribe the motherfucker. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
We'll see. Torpedo.
So Peter, still no glow proof. Yeah, okay, good. That's what I thought.
No. We got like 5 at this point. I think we have 5.
I don't think you got any of them. I think it's still 0. You tried though. Good try. I mean, it's like A for effort, you know. Try.
Yeah. I like how you debunked. I like how you debunked my last proof, Vlad. It was pretty epic. You destroyed it. Yeah.
I destroy everything you ever do.
You
Yeah,
don't,
I
flat, this
sweated
is
for
flat
like
smacker, you know. Flat
for
smacker.
2 hours. For 2 hours, I sweated, and at the end, you went like, this is shit."
100%.
Yeah, you just said, "this is shit," and you just walked away.
100% is shit.
Yeah, you really flexed on me that day.
No, 100%.
My boy, you just real, nigga.
That's it. Like real as fuck.
You sure is.
100%, buddy. You don't understand half the shit you do, so.
Can't deny it.
Oh, yeah, fucking idiot. You are so stupid to me. Can't you see? Yeah, it's a song, bro. It's made for you, though, Peter.
Закрой твой рот.
Ой. Another one. Look at him. Давай. Еще что скажешь? Look at this guy. Who's this guy saying this shit? He's definitely not Russian. He's a Russian pretender clown.
He's like wannabe KGB.
Well, because he has some kind of weird accent that's not Russian, but he knows Russian words, you know.
Where are you talking to?
I don't know, some guy here. I don't know, not you. This other guy.
Okay. Then we're cool.
I gotta check on my food, man. I got food cooking.
Noodles?
Oh, no. Pasta.
Yeah, same shit, different day.
No. Noodles and pasta are different.
Is there meat? No vegan, right?
Oh no! I have the beef. I have the chicken. I got the chicken hearts. I got all kinds of shit.
Mashallah.
All one shot. I'm going fucking. No pork. We try to stay away from the pork. Yeah.
I love pork, man. It's pork.
Well, pork
salty,
is bad
man.
for you. No good pork.
Lies.
Pork,
That's what they want you to think. Pork's the best.
No, pork's really bad for you.
Nah, lies.
Oh, you believe what you want to believe, man. I don't care.
Thank you. It's the placebo, you know. Like I don't believe in it, so that doesn't affect me.
Maybe.
Probably.
Beef is better.
Иди кушай, сука, иди кушай.
The mind is stronger than the body.
Ты откуда, братан? Из Кавказа?
Да, какой ты кавказский пидорас. Good meat. Oh, fuck yeah.
Кушай твое мясо, сука.
Да буду кушать, блядь, что ты, блядь, заебал, блядь, нахуй. Долбоёб, блядь.
Молодец.
Ну,
Ну скажи
мудак
еще.
какой-то.
Скажи еще.
Shut up, Peter. You don't know how to speak Russian. Stop trying.
English only.
That's right. English only. Fuck you all.
Suka.
Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who is this guy?
I don't know. I bet it was Peter.
It must have been Peter.
All right. What sort of tap dance does Microshock have for us this time?
Tap dance?
Micro. Yeah. Go ahead, Micro Dick.
No, micro cock. That rhymes. It rhymes
Yeah.
better.
You improved it. Thank you.
Okay.
You improved my
say
insult.
It.
Thank you.
So say it.
No thanks.
Well, it's improved, right?
New and improved insult.
So say it.
Okay, he's too stupid to talk about the topic. Next.
What topic? Did you even start something?
I have no idea. What's the channel name say? Where am I?
I'm not blind, so yeah.
Okay, so you got it.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Fucking hell.
That's it? Nothing more to say on that?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, you're also too stupid for this, VC.
Because I don't know what you said. Like, how am I gonna respond to something I don't fucking know? Like that's like the easiest
What's the
way
topic
out.
of the channel, sir?
You're
Sir, what's
just
the
a
topic of the
scam
channel?
artist, man.
Sir, hello, sir. What's the topic of the channel?
Can you ban him flat? I don't like this guy.
Tough question. You might just be too stupid.
I think so. It's too hard.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Let it out.
You're stupid.
Atta boy. Go ahead.
Like
Whoa, take it easy. Take it easy. Everybody, take it easy. The only person we gotta take out all our aggression out is on Peter. Everybody else is cool. Fuck you, Peter.
Okay, go ahead. Start it on Peter.
Sure. Fuck you, Peter.
Everybody on Peter.
Давай, go proof, Peter.
Peter Suka.
I think you guys are upset because I proved the globe one too many times. To you guys.
Funny joke.
Well,
Oh. It
Yeah,
is
you
true.
Sorry, Peter. You know.
Yeah, you guys are pissed. I'd be upset too if someone proved that the Earth is flat to me. I would hate them for a
You
while.
do. That is what happened.
Exactly what happened.
Peter, how flat is Russia? Is it flatter than your mom?
Russia, yeah, it is.
What does your mean? What does your name mean, Peter?
It means the rock.
The globe measurer? Huh?
Oh, I've measured the globe. The Earth measures curved.
So it is round.
It is, yes, it's spherical.
Are you sure about this?
Yes.
Flat, I think we got a breakthrough. He's saying the Earth isn't flat.
It's not.
Yeah.
But why do you call him flat instead of Vlad?
I don't know.
You're a globe cook.
Trips me up every time you say it.
This is why I will never master Russian.
Gonna change my username just for you.
I wonder what it's gonna be.
What it was before.
Like I pay attention to anything.
Well, you better pay attention to me.
Yeah, you do got a weak spot for me, Peter.
I do. Oh, gebruiker. Goedemorgen.
No, not again.
I know.
Like last time
I
I heard Good Morgen, I was drinking vodka. Not again.
Okay.
It was funny though. I do need more vodka.
I don't recommend vodka. Vodka is a drink of peasants. Vlad drinks vodka.
Peter.
Noble men don't drink vodka.
If Vlad approves, I approve. It's
No, I
That's
don't
why
drink.
you say Vlad.
Drinking is bad.
That's why you say flat, because you're Dutch. That's why you say flat. Flat.
yes.
That's funny. That's
Listen,
cute.
I don't
figure
drink.
it all out, don't you? Fucking hell.
Drinking is bad for you, you know. So don't drink.
Okay, I will stop drinking.
Yes, stop drinking.
After
Or you'll be a
this
glober, fucking. You wanna be a glober the rest of your life?
I never was. Never will.
Don't be a lame glober.
I'm like a non-heliocentric guy. It's a thing, right?
Good for you. Good for you.
Thanks, Flat.
Flat.
You're welcome.
He's literally calling you flat.
He has an accent. Who cares, bro? I don't care.
You know, Flat. I'm trying. You know, trying to do my
I don't
best.
listen. Whatever, bro. My name. People say it differently all the time. I don't care.
You just
But
know
it's funny because
like
he's Dutch. They cannot say V.
V.
Yeah. Marco van Basten.
V-let.
Van Basten.
What? Do you guys even science?
Yes.
Hell yeah, do you?
Do you believe the world is flat?
100%, bro.
I'm a Flat.
How did you know that?
Gets begets. You know exactly how.
I don't know how it measures curved, so I don't know how you know it's flat.
Yeah, Peter, you measured angles, right?
I showed you the other day. You were like, welcome to the globe. You said it yourself, man.
No, you said it.
You're the only flurf that actually took no issue with the geometry of the triangle that I was showing. I was really shocked because you're like, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's a triangle. Yeah. You were really good.
Peter. Fuck you,
Yes.
Peter.
Okay, Flat. You don't have the power.
Oh, I have the power, trust me.
You don't have the power, Flat.
Oh.
You know what he did? He put a ellipse, yeah, and like a triangle with a curved line next to a triangle, and he's talking about the triangle itself, but then when he draws any conclusion or something, he makes it on the basis of that distorted.
No, get. We resolved
Yeah.
that. I showed you that was not the case. Come on. Now you're
Yeah,
disappointing.
it was.
Now you're disappointing me. Big time.
Yeah.
Because we spent like 5 minutes talking about it, and at the end you said, oh, no, I get it now.
Well, you guys still debating?
No.
How long has this
That's what
channel been
you
up?
said.
About 4 or 5 months.
Damn.
This channel is only 4 or 5 months?
Yeah.
I thought it was like years.
Yeah, me too.
Thought you guys were debating this shit for years. That'd be crazy.
Well, we
Well,
haven't.
they have
Well,
another server
actually, we
where they
haven't been.
congregate.
There hasn't really been a debate in years, but we've been here in this server for like 4 or 5 months.
So what's up? Keep on fighting the good fight, whichever side you're on.
Well, only
Hopefully
one of them is any
eventually
good.
wins.
Thank you.
Which side is that?
Clearly the side in defensive reality where water is flat and level. Listen to him. He thinks reality's a
Citation.
joke.
Citation.
Yeah, this glass of water next to me is the citation. You can pour one yourself. Maybe.
I wonder if Taylor Swift thinks the world is flat.
Citation.
Who cares?
My bad, I'm just saying. It's the Flat Earth
He's
channel, right?
trolling, man.
You made a positive claim.
What, water? Shut up, Peter. You made a positive
did.
claim and then you backed it with some numbers that were written on a meme. Not by Jesse Gordon. Definitely not by him. Thanks. That was weak sauce. Imagine thousands of years of proof reducing to that. Thousands of years, and what it comes down to is some dude on the internet has to write some unsourced numbers on a meme. Oof. Poor guy.
Well,
No wonder he's
Peter
seething every
admitted-
time he's in here so badly. Ugh, hate to be him.
Even
Yeah, like I
last
said,
night he admitted-
Bullhead or whatever your name is, Bullwart. I'm not checking my screen. Yeah, there's not been a debate really ever. These guys don't have anything, the Globers, that is, except for memes with unsourced numbers on them that they call ultimate proof. That's the ultimate. It's like saying you have the ultimate pile of dog shit to show somebody.
I love the delusion. I come
The
here for
ultimate
this
proof that had to
juicy
be
delusion.
revised and improved.
Peter admitted last night that the world is flat.
Yeah, that was the last night it was flat, right? After that, it's a globe forever.
You wish it
admitted
was.
Once is enough.
After that, you hit your head, and now you don't know what's what.
Yeah, he said
Gonna be so epic.
two perpendiculars to the horizon line, they are parallel. Therefore,
Absolutely.
no curvature.
And no, that's a bit of a leap to go from the first statement to the next.
It's the leap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Which
little bit
you
of a
did
leap.
last night.
Yeah. It's like saying, I have a kitchen table, therefore there's no satellites. Something like that. It's a bit of a leap.
You don't know what satellites are.
Yeah, they're balloons. Right?
Who said that?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He got drunk and he
Satellites
said
are
it.
balloons.
Yeah, he didn't know that he was being recorded and he said it.
Do you know who invented the satellites?
Who invented it?
Yeah.
I think it was God.
No.
Well, he made the moon. The moon's a satellite.
No.
Is the
Oh,
moon a
then I
balloon?
don't know. Tell me.
Sci-fi writer Arthur C.
Oh.
Clarke.
Oh, I like Arthur C. Clarke.
I know you like.
Although I
All
don't
the
remember
Globers
what books I
worship
read.
him.
Yeah, I don't remember what books I've read.
Sorry?
I don't remember the books that I've read by him, but I know I've read some. I just don't remember what
2001,
they're.
Space Odyssey.
Oh. Then maybe no.
So, What happens if I like take a shit on a flat Earth? Will like gravity squish it?
Yes.
That's enough of you.
Said one thing. He said one thing. It's enough.
He didn't
You counted
wipe his
one?
ass.
The other thing he said is that he hopes whichever side you root for wins.
So
Are you are you concerned trolling Micro Dick? You
No.
upset?
Micro cock. Say the better insult.
You actually think that guy was serious?
I don't know. Just didn't seem like he was being so evil.
Right.
Is that a category of trolling?
He was
Concerned trolling,
dirty.
is that a thing?
They don't like
He
jokes
had
in here because
earth.
they are jokes.
He had earth at his mouth.
Запанск. Что может пан сделать? Что может пан сделать? Да? Иди сюда. Иди сюда. Ой, Жапанский.
Владик, кто такой с тобой?
I'm talking to my dog. Shut up.
А, собака?
Yes, my baby doggy.
Ну как его зовут? Или ее?
Wait,
You're not allowed to speak anything but English, Peter.
what's the dog's name? What's the doggy's little name?
Her name is Bella. It's a she. She's my little Bella. Who's my Bella? Bella.
What breed?
She's a miniature dachshund.
Aw. So cute.
Oh, she's amazing.
Post a photo in the chat.
Oh, there's here her. Oh, yeah, here for photo.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't not yet. Oh man, I can't. Yeah. My Bella. Where's she at right here? Mm-hmm. Discord. Mm-hmm. Here's a video in the side chat.
Sure thing, Flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cute dog.
Oh, yeah, she's almost 6 now. Still looks like a baby. People don't like. She's 6. Yeah, she's 6. She's my baby. She's been my baby forever, right? Remember? She was. Yes, she
No, she's been your baby for 6 years.
I had her since she was size of my hand, the palm of my hand. She was so tiny. Oh. Who's this dog? Huh? Who's this dog? What's this dog doing?
Bread. Is that short for inbred? Nah, he gone. Don't have any of the Globers rising to the occasion. Guess they saw how it went for Peter.
Who's talking to you?
Oh,
What was
shit.
that question? What's the Valley Girl have to say? Alright, good story.
Shut up, faggot.
Whoa, whoa,
Okay,
whoa,
bye-bye,
whoa, whoa.
retard. It's the
That was
end of you.
uncalled for. Yeah.
Well, that's just like a self-ban when they say that shit. The server forces me to kick them out if they say that word, so... And if I don't,
Yeah.
they yell at me.
Yes. Don't say bad words.
Oh, where'd the Valley Girl go? It sounded like it could have been fun.
Oh, Valley girls are always fun. Especially the blonde ones. Yeah.
God damn it! I need some arguments to listen to while I do stuff.
What are you doing?
Oh wait,
None
is
of your
that Mackie?
goddamn business, microcock.
You are using the better insult, like I told you to.
It's a Mackie acolyte.
Oh,
One of his
sounded
followers.
like Mackie. No
Minion.
fucking way.
Micro Mackie.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Who am I following?
You'll find out soon enough.
You really don't have any clever replies to anything.
Oh, you're being judged. Oh.
He's just mad.
They're judging you.
He's just mad.
Just try coming up with something clever.
I couldn't even be bothered to respond to him.
Aren't you responding to me right now?
No, I was talking to Vlad.
So that's not a
Yeah,
response.
he was just talking to me, motherfucker.
What are you two talking about?
I don't know. I lost. I'm high as fuck right now. I lost track.
Oh, cool.
But
Being
I'm,
high is really
I'm
cool.
happy. No, not really. I'm trying to quit. I think I should quit again because when I was sober, I think I liked it better sober. You know, because I'm
You have
high
no
all the
willpower.
time.
You have no
Well,
willpower.
I have so
to
much.
quit.
I have so much. What do you mean? Marijuana is it's free, pretty much. What the fuck are you on, man?
I'm saying you have no willpower.
Buddy, I used to drink. Fuck, I used to smoke cigarettes. I quit all that shit. Get the fuck out of here. No willpower, man. I smoke weed because I love weed.
I
Fuck
don't think you
you.
can. I don't think you could quit weed
Oh,
if
yes,
you wanted to.
I could. Yes, I did
Absolutely not.
actually. Oh, yes, I did. I recently
why you're
came out
high
of
right now?
surgery. Buddy, I came out of surgery. I had to quit for 2 months. Obviously, I can quit. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You're
Sounds
gonna
like
tell
you're
me
high
what
right
I can
now.
and can't do?
It sounds like
Yeah,
you're
because
high
I
right now. You
wanted to.
can't quit.
Yeah,
You
because I
can't
can
quit.
quit, man. Fuck you,
An addict.
man. No, I will. I will quit when I want to quit. Fuck you.
You never want to.
What do you mean? Yes,
You
well,
can't. You can't do
not
it.
now. Not now. Especially not now. Talking to a motherfucker like you. Fuck me. I'd rather be high.
You know what
I'd rather be high. Sorry, go ahead.
What Micro Prick can't do for the life of him is discuss the topic of this VC. He just can't do it.
We're talking about it in the chat, on the side chat.
Oh, you managed to do it in text, but you can't do it verbally out loud.
Well, that's where it's happening, the conversation. Can you read?
Yeah.
Okay,
Does
cool.
that mean I am reading everything that's going on the side
You can
chat?
read, right?
No, I'm in here talking. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
I was able to read
Just
your
wanted to
micro.
check. You could read.
Yeah, I was able to read your Micro Prick name. So.
Well, that's good.
Micro prick. I thought it was a massive prick. You should call yourself big prick, not micro prick. A massive prick.
Not even. Yeah. Not even significant enough to be recognized as just as a prick. He's a micro prick. It's like, what was that?
Right.
I'm having so much fun right now. These Globers are so stupid.
I know they can't even
quit
discuss
weed.
the topic, and then when you point that out to them, they
Oh
get
my
mad.
God,
They're
they
like, "Oh, I
can't quit
was
weed."
discussing it in the
What
side
is it?
chat."
What does this
Can you
mean?
read?
What is this being mad?
Hey, shut up, micro prick. Now, what do you have to say about the topic in this room?
Yeah.
It's a cool
Prick.
topic. It's cool and everything.
Okay, that's a pretty dumb comment. Doesn't
Okay,
tell
you
me
asked.
anything.
You asked my opinion about what I think of the topic.
Yeah, you sound kind of. I don't know.
What do I sound like? You have words, right?
Yeah, you sound a bit.
You're a real
Intellectually
wordsmith, dude.
bankrupt.
Real wordsmith.
Yeah, you sound like you don't really have anything going on upstairs, dude. Oh, it's a cool topic. Yeah, I mean, I think you sound a bit like a vegetable, is what I'm getting at. Can you do better? Try again. It's not ad hominem, Hall. There's nothing to respond to. He hasn't given me an argument. He's too retarded to do that. But here's hoping. Here's another shot, Micro Prick.
Heretic,
Oh, you went
can
on
you
mute.
explain the stars really quick for me?
Oh, sweet. The valley goes back.
Explain
Let's
the
go.
stars.
The stars.
She wants to know about the stars.
Oh, he's speaking up for the Valley Girl. Well, she can
Mhm.
speak for herself. You had your chance, Micro Prick, and you blew it. You need the Valley Girl to speak for you so she can speak on her own. Explain the stars. Yeah, the lights overhead. What else do you need to know? They move around. They seem to reset every 24 hours-ish. Just about on the dot. Cycles. They also reset annually. I don't know, what else do you need? Okay. Well, that was more than what Micro Prick was able to give us. Let's let him try again.
What? That's it?
He's stuck for words again. Literally cannot figure out what to say about this topic. It's cool. What a waste of time. It's the only guy we got to talk to, this retard. Is there anything else? Well, there's Talon, but oh god, I shouldn't have even said his name. Don't respond, Talon.
Why are you trying to pick fights with everyone?
It's fun.
Hey, Valley Girl, I posted something for you in the side chat there.
Well, they come in mad, you see. Because we're pointing out to them the level horizontal nature of water, and they really don't like that. So, we'll toss them around, if that's how they want to be. No problem. It's fun. Look how mad this Micro Prick guy got. Hall, I'm not giving a shit about what you're writing down. If you have something to say, use your mic. You're in the VC, right? Do you think I'm going to sit here and respond to you in the text chat? No, I'll just talk to the people who are in here talking. Grow a pair and get on your mic, idiot.
Yeah.
I mean,
Fight, 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 fight.
he thinks he can just squawk from the sidelines and anybody's going to care. Like, why are you in this VC if you're not going to use your mic?
Fight, 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 fight.
I'll just kick him out of here. I'm not getting into a fucking screaming match. Okay, little beta boy, just sit tight then and don't worry about having anything you type be responded to in the VC. Okay, I took away that server meet excuse for you.
Go on, Jeff. Get him. No? Are there like 25 people hanging out in the Flat Earth channel that are just here to listen?
They're all waiting for some.
Relevant, dude.
I'm not
They're
allowed
all-
to talk until spoken to.
They're waiting for some Glober to bring proof, but none of the Globers are ready to do that. I think that they
Already
all gave
proved.
up after watching Peter's attempts.
Yeah, I already proved the globe. I'm one of Peter's disciples.
Yeah, sure you did.
Disciple of Peter.
Peter is the greatest.
Disciple.
Peter is our master.
Oh, that's just sad, dude. Peter's the greatest. His proof is writing numbers on a meme. Actually, he probably didn't even do that. Jesse Gordon. Totally not Jesse Gordon did that. He calls them measurements, you see. He cherry picks some numbers that he thinks, quote, prove the globe, and then he puts them on a meme and he comes in here waving them around as the ultimate proof, and then he says it's proven. And then there's people who follow this guy like they're his disciples. Like, what the fuck? Thousands of years of proof, and this is what they bring?
What's up,
Meanwhile, I could just pour a glass of water and it debunks your entire paradigm. You know, when water always is observed to rest flat and level, it's on
look.
you to debunk the axioms that we all know and experience, right? Not me to prove them. Hey, Rice Ray.
You see, guys? See? Water,
Yeah.
flat, level, boom.
Yep, that's it. So they're telling you,
Boom.
no, trust me, bro. It just looks like that. But really, if you look at it over a bigger scale, you're going to see it's not horizontal. Okay, cool claim to the contrary of what you and all of us experience. Prove it. They can never get that far. Ever.
Fill a bathtub. It's flat. A pool, flat. Dig a big hole. Fill it with water. Artificial lake, flat. Ocean, flat. All flat. And see, as
Are
you
you
tilt the
a
container,
fan
see
of
it?
Brandon Worrell?
Look at this. As you tilt the container, it's fascinating to observe the world around us. Look at
Yeah, it
this.
seeks level. I think most
flat.
5-years figured that out. Yeah.
And you
But
want
the
to
guys
hang
who come in
something
here,
on
I
your
don't
wall?
know, stunted or something.
Boom. Look at
Did
this.
you take your
Playing
lithium
with
today,
on the
Arthur?
edge.
Take your lithium?
Ooh. Huh?
No, what's that?
You didn't take it today? All right.
No,
See,
I
flat.
don't take
Look at
pharmaceuticals
this.
like you.
Look at
Sorry, I'm
this.
not in that
You
world. Don't know
might
what you're
have
talking
to.
about.
You really might have to, buddy.
Yeah,
Flat.
stop
Look at
projecting.
this.
I
I
think
don't want to
you
end up
need to
like
be on
you.
something.
No, I don't want to end up like you. So
Don't yell at me. Don't
save
raise
the
your voice.
suggestions.
Do not raise your voice at me.
Do not
I'll
raise
just
your
shut you up. All right, you got one
Bro,
more
you
chance to
see?
speak in your micro prick. Let's see what you have for an argument as
Yeah,
far as
let's
the
see,
channel
bro.
topic goes.
That NASA
Okay,
is
Rice Ray,
not lying.
stop talking and take your camera off.
NASA is not lying. That's my argument.
Okay, NASA is not lying about what?
Yep.
Can you parse
About
that a little bit
anything.
further? About anything. So everything that they show is absolute truth. So when they tell
Absolutely.
you that their blue marble pic is just a composite image of smaller pictures of the Earth's surface because they can't get anything far out enough to actually take a photograph of the place, right? And so that it is just a Photoshop. They're not lying.
They're not lying,
They
bro.
are not. I don't believe they're lying about anything.
There
Okay.
you go.
Can I ask
That
you
is
a
my
question?
argument. You want an argument, right?
Microshock, can I ask you a question?
Not really an argument, it's a claim. Can you back it up?
You could argue with me, yes, or ask me a question. Sure.
I don't want to argue with you. I just want to reason. So tell me, humans, why would they lie?
Real quick, Rice Ray, I'm going to disconnect you if you
There's-
don't turn off your camera. Go
There
ahead.
is a lot of motivations for humans to lie. There's political gains. There's riches.
I'll be back.
There's romantic
Yes.
pursuits. You might want to present yourself as. Oh, he left. Okay.
Right. Okay, so there's reasons that people would lie. And your
There
claim
are
is
reasons,
that NASA
yeah.
doesn't lie. Okay. So
Well,
what does that entail
NASA's
exactly?
an organization, right?
So what does it claim in particular pertaining to the topic of this channel that they would not lie about? Certainly
I don't
would
think
not,
they're
according to you.
lying about the globe.
Okay, about the globe in what way?
Right, because huh?
You know, that we live on a globe in space and that they've sent satellites out there and blah, blah, blah.
Right. All those things, yeah.
So that's all factual and true.
Yes.
How'd you verify that information?
I trust NASA.
Oh, just blind faith, trust. So NASA's sort of like your church then, basically. They're your priests. You just have blind faith in what they
Well,
tell
I
you.
don't pray to them.
Well, I mean, you put your blind faith in them.
Well, the priests, you go, like, I don't listen to sermons.
It's not like they
NASA.
give you evidence or verification of the things that they tell you, right? You just believe them. You just have a blind faith in them.
There's a lot of evidence from NASA.
Okay, so why don't you go to that instead of your blind faith?
Oh man, don't
You
make
asked
me call one of the
you
religious
asked if I-
guys.
You asked if I believe him. I said, yeah.
Yeah, on what grounds?
The evidence?
What is that?
The troves of evidence they have?
Yeah, what's the evidence?
What does that mean?
So the evidence is just what? Is that just a word that you use, or is there
I
actual,
don't understand. You want me
evidence?
to? What evidence would you like me to pull up for you?
Oh, whatever you have that substantiates the
You
claim
want me
you
to just
made that
pull up
everything that they
NASA
say about
evidence?
the Earth being a globe in space
You
is
just want me to
true.
pull up NASA evidence? That's what you want me to do?
No, just whatever you can pull out, whatever you got, anything.
Well, I'm not going to go do that because it's too broad.
Okay, it's too broad to even name one thing. Sounds pretty
It's
broad.
too broad to you're asking just evidence.
It sounds like
NASA.
it's the opposite of broad. Sounds like it's more like non-existent. Because if it were broad, you could be like, "Oh, there's this, there's
You
that."
don't believe
could name
NASA has any
one
evidence?
thing. No, of course not. Because look at you try to provide it.
You're not asking me to provide anything in particular.
Yeah, I did. Evidence for the claim that the Earth is a ball in space, as per NASA's claim.
I don't really.
You can't
I'm not
provide
interested
one
I'm
thing.
not interested in doing a Google search for you, but I'm sure you could do it really
So
simply.
you have to do the Google search now to find the evidence that you said that you already had.
Do you
It was
think I
so
have it stored?
broad.
Do you think I have it
It
stored
was
on my hard
so
drive or
broad,
something?
and so
I mean,
expensive.
how do you
There's
think
so
people
much of
find
this evidence,
information?
right? That you couldn't name any of it, and now you have to Google
What
it.
does what does naming
going.
evidence mean? What like I have a
See,
paper
look
to
how
refer
much you're
to?
talking. Look how much you're talking to stall on the evidence that you cannot provide. See that?
Well, it's not really still. See, someone posted a link of a Wikipedia
Oh,
article.
someone's trying to bail you out. What are you going to find in there that's evidence?
Well, you could click on it too, right? You can read.
Oh, so I'm going to have to click on it and do your homework.
Aren't you
right?
arguing?
So I'm going to have to go and research your claim, right?
Seem lazy.
And I'm going to have to find the evidence for what you said, right? That's going to be my job, right?
What exactly did I say?
You said that the Earth is a ball in space.
I said
according
I don't
to
believe
NASA.
NASA is lying.
As NASA says is true. You don't believe NASA is lying on the grounds of the evidence.
Right.
And now you have no idea what that evidence is. And there's someone in the chat trying to bail you out. And
Well,
you
I'm
still
not a
haven't read.
scientist. You understand those things, right?
Oh, you're not a scientist because you need to be one of those to figure out what shape something is, right?
I trust scientists because they know more than me about this sort of thing.
Oh, so it's back to blind trust. It's no longer about evidence. Which one is it?
Well, I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
Well, I mean, in this case, they kind of are because you don't have any evidence, but you do have a lot of blind trust.
What do you mean by me having evidence?
Exactly. What
Like
does that
storing
mean?
it, like
Exactly.
having it, like carrying around papers at all
Well, you don't
times.
need
Like
to
what?
store it, for example, dude. You can just say, I know 1 + 1 is 2 because I get 1, I add 1, the result is 2. That'll be
But
like
you know,
saying,
there's mathematical proofs behind why 1 + 1 = 2, right?
of course, then show me the evidence on why
Well,
globe.
how would you think I'm just carrying that around? I'd be like, go Google why 1 + 1 = 2.
Or you can just be like, for example, we know that the Earth orbits around the Sun due to this, this, and that. Now just, this, and that will be evidence. What is
Uh-huh.
this, and that?
Well, I just started this by saying I don't believe NASA's lying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't like
So
to
you
be
believe
I don't like
in
to be thrown
the-
down rabbit holes when I'm keeping it pretty
Yeah.
simple.
That's fine. We can stick with the why NASA
We could
would
keep
lie stuff.
that's it. I don't
Why do
the
you think
real thing I'm
NASA-
interested in is not proving like mechanics because I'm not a physicist. And
Sure, you just
that's
want to talk about NASA and their
but
infallibility.
I'm more interested in the conspiracy of it.
Okay, so NASA organization of hundreds of thousands of people, none of them are lying, or just the heads of NASA is not lying?
Well, for Flat Earth to be true, it would mean every space organization, private or public, would have to be lying.
So tell me this: employees of an organization, what do they really know of the organization?
I don't work for these organizations, so I don't
Sure.
believe you do. I don't believe you know what they know individually either.
Well, yeah, we have public records of what each employee's responsibility, task, and what they're told, right? So this is public. So, for example, a SpaceX engineer, their responsibility, let's say, for example, was to develop a blaster, a rocket blaster. They will be only told about rocket blasters. They're not going to be told about anything beyond rocket blasters, right? Would you agree with that?
The SpaceX participate in compartmentalization of their jobs.
Ooh, words are tough, eh, microprick?
It's a bigger
Try to
word than you
find
could
one.
say. It's a bigger word than you could
Good
say.
one. Yeah, good
Get
comeback.
back to your
you.
lithium.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, I am. You go ahead.
That's your lithium.
Okay. What do you mean by do they compartmentalize their employees?
Well, it seems like you know about the inner workings of SpaceX.
Well, any organization in general, they have specific tasks and responsibilities for
So they
specific
don't know that,
employees.
so the workers don't know about the big picture.
No, I don't think that 99% of the employees for an organization know
I
what's
think
really
they
happening
do.
at the. Hold on. I don't think 99% of any organization knows about what the
Where are
organization
you
is
getting that
really
number
entailing.
from? Where is that coming from? Well, like, what
It's
is
coming
this claim
from
based on?
the claim is,
You
for
lagged
example,
out.
people on the board.
Oh, you lagged
How
out
many?
just there.
So if we look at NASA, for example, let's say hypothetically they have 500,000 employees, right? It's probably not too far off. Do you agree?
Why don't you just talk about the realities of NASA rather than your
Well,
hypotheticals?
okay. NASA has a lot of employees. Would that be better to say?
Uh-huh.
Okay. How many people sit on the board of NASA? How many executive directors does NASA have?
Do you know the number, or are you asking me?
It's probably not many, a few, right? We
Do
don't
you
need to
know,
know
or are you
exactly how
asking
many.
me?
I'm asking you, or it's really not that important because there's only a few while there's hundreds of thousands of employees. So in perspective, the ratio is still very minute, correct?
This is based on your assumption.
Dude, I can just Google these numbers. It's not hard. Like I'm very close. I
No,
can
just
close my
Google them, and then
answer
you could
and-
have something to point to for me.
Okay, but whether it's 5 executives or 6 executives, what does that change? I'm confused.
That it's not just these 5 executives at this one organization. It's every single organization in the world is colluding on this and keeping
Well-
everyone in the dark.
Okay. NASA is a government organization, right?
No, Hall, I can't. They don't know how to read.
The number is 112. 112 what, Hall? Is that how
Huh?
many executives at NASA?
Oh, you're giving me an assumption?
No, I'm reading what Hall said in chat. 112 is what?
There's 112 executives. Is that what it is?
Those are district managers. I don't want district managers. I want executive. Board of directors, on the board of managers, something
Able
of the
to
sort.
fully
As,
manage their facility. Well, see, it's not just one government that you're claiming is lying. It's every
hold on.
government.
We're starting with NASA.
Doesn't matter, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna quit this and give you my full attention, just so we can be a bit more specific because you really care about the numbers. NASA board of directors.
He's claiming Paul's writing that these are district managers who are
don't care
executives
about
that would be
district
on the
managers.
board.
That many
He said-
governments
he
can't be
says
wrong,
that they
dude.
are an
Water
exec-
seeks
he says they
level,
are
and
executives.
all those sources are telling you otherwise. Yes, they're either lying or wrong. Deal with it, man.
3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. So NASA has 18 council members. These people control NASA. The new administrative appoints all chairs and all members of NASA Advisory Council. So it's 18 members, right? I'm going to post this for you. Here you go.
Okay.
So we have 18 council members. Okay? NASA employees. People of NASA. How many employees does NASA have? Okay, so NASA has about 18,000 employees. You can find that here.
Okay.
Okay, so 18,000 employees, 18 board of directors. Now tell me, would we say that those 18,000 members know just as much as the board of directors, or would they say they are limited in knowledge?
Are you asking me?
That was a question.
I think everyone knows the big picture at NASA.
What is the big picture?
I think they know what missions are coming up and everything. 'Cause those are-
Everyone. The janitor knows what big missions are coming up.
They do. The public
Full
knows
extent
about
of the
them.
world.
The public knows about them.
Yeah, and they know the fine details of it, the inner workings, and what they're
I'm
gonna have
trying
to
to
do.
be. So I'm trying to be like as honest as I can with you and as genuine in this dialogue, right? But if you
Right.
say that council members of NASA are just as informed as the 18,000 employees, plus the hundreds of thousands of contractors NASA
That's
hires.
So stupid.
It's crazy to argue that.
It doesn't even deserve acknowledgement.
You're talking about
it's just
specific
retarded,
details.
dude. It's retarded, honestly, dude.
You're just talking about
Because-
specific details,
okay,
but I think
but
but it's a
Microsoft,
public
this-
organization, so everyone knows about the mission.
Okay, but there's still corporate hierarchy and salary structure. Have you ever heard of the phrase above your pay grade?
Uh-huh.
What do you think above your pay grade means?
I think it's irrelevant to this.
Why? We're talking about employees
I'm
and
talking
council
about
members.
the NASA conspiracy.
Well, it's not a NASA conspiracy. I'm saying less than 18 people at NASA probably know anything about reality.
But that's your
Like, as
guess.
in what they actually know. Because when it comes to
You're not
council
guessing
members,
that?
it's not a guess. Because a employee, for
Because of,
example,
like,
someone that's working on
It's a
a.
public organization.
If you're in a
It
high
doesn't
enough pay
freaking
grade, are you
matter, bro.
saying that,
What does
like,
the FBI do? What does the CIA do? Do you know? Tell me about the CIA's latest mission.
They
Dude.
say their missions are going to be more secret. It's supposed to be a
Tell me-
security organization.
Okay, how about the FBI? It's not a security organization. It's a central intelligence
really,
agency.
It literally is.
It's an intelligence agency. Why would that be secret?
It's a security
the
organization.
FBI isn't a central intelligence agency. That's
CIA
Talk
is.
about the FBI, right?
The CIA. We can talk about all of them. Can you explain to me how the
Obviously,
CIA,
when
the
you're trying to
FBI,
keep
the
secrets
NSA...
from other governments, you're not gonna. It's like it is.
That's the NSA, dude.
What?
The
CIA
NSA
does the same
security
thing.
agency.
The CIA.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Yes, it does.
The
Yes, it
CIA is central intelligence. What does central
CIA
intelligence mean?
deals and overseas.
They gather and process national information. What does the
That's
NSA
the
do?
FBI, actually.
Oh, look, if you're going to be
It's
dishonest
actually
with
the
me, we
FBI.
don't talk. What does
you're
the FBI do?
You're confusing the organizations.
What does the FBI do?
I'm not talking about the FBI, but you are confusing them.
No, I know exactly what the FBI investigates domestic intelligence issues.
Uh-huh.
CIA is a process. They gather and process national security information.
I think most of this information is wasted on him. It's just casting pearls before swine because he doesn't know that he's debunked before he even gets out the gate by water or liquids at rest.
You have an
it
annoying
already
voice,
falsifies
Eric.
the claim.
Your voice
shut
is very
up.
annoying.
You're annoyed by reality when I speak the truth to you is what it is.
The issue
you don't
is
want to
he
hear
thinks
this
the
stuff. It's
janitor-
difficult for your religion.
He thinks the janitor at NASA knows as much as the president and executive officer of aerospace industries at NASA.
He's an idiot.
I don't understand how that
It's-
works.
It's not an argument either, because liquids at rest already falsify his whole religion. That all he has to back with is all these governments can't be lying, all these space agencies. Yes, they're all claiming that water does the opposite of what it does. Okay, so they're debunked by the simple nature of liquids at rest. That's it.
You sound
Well,
chinless.
See, look, and then he's mad at me, right? So that
I'm
shows
not
that
mad.
he's
You
done
just
for-
have an
yeah.
annoying chinless voice.
What does that even mean?
I mean, there's more projection. It's the way he feels about himself.
Your voice sounds
He's-
annoying.
he's big mad. He's big mad
His
because-
voice really isn't relevant, dude.
It's not relevant. See, he can't respond to the point because he's a
But
he's a
Heretic, all
fucking
you
midget
do
brain, this guy.
is throw around personal insults. It seems like that's all
No,
you
that's
react
not all
to.
I do. I made a point that went right over your head, right? And you got into
You don't
personal
understand how to
insult land
talk.
because you
Heretic.
can't engage with what's actually being said.
But
That's
you have
you
a tiny,
problem,
tinny little
right?
shitty voice. You know
See,
that,
yeah,
right?
now once again, you cannot engage with the
Because that's
actual
all you
subject,
react
right?
to. That's all you
yeah,
react to.
yeah, I know because
You
you're
have to
distracted.
chime in. Me and him.
This is why you can't figure out what water at rest does, because you're so stupid that you just cannot focus on your reality. Oh, look at that guy's voice. Da, da, da. You can't figure out the basics, dude. There's just something wrong with you. There's a screw loose. You're just not getting it. So yeah, all those pictures from space agencies, all their claims about being on a ball in space are all debunked just with the simple fact that liquids seek level at rest. That's it. What do you need to ask? Like, you're just going to appeal to how many people are telling you the same thing that can be easily falsified in your fucking living room? Get a grip, dude. Then you're going
Which
to
way
talk
is-
about my voice as a rebuttal? That tells me you're done.
Which way do hurricanes turn in the
But you do
northern?
have a shitty little voice.
Yeah, you're big mad. You don't like my voice because it's delivering facts
think
to
it's
you
'cause
that
it's
shatter. Yeah, you don't like my voice because it's delivering facts to you that shatter your pathetic little worldview. That's the problem.
I think you have a shitty, tiny little voice.
Okay,
Yeah, I know,
bro,
you do
you've said it
think that.
50
Yeah, but it just
times.
sounds annoying.
Yeah, so you're
hard to
bricked.
listen to.
Look, he's bricked. He's bricked now. This is the only thing he can say now. He's just going to be on a loop. Shitty voice, shitty voice, shitty voice. It's just going to be all it is from here out because he's bricked. Just by the simple nature of water, that brick.
Oh, I'm
just
so
like
bricked
that.
up right
That's
I can make fun of you other ways. You want me to insult you in different ways?
no, you're bricked, dude. You're done for. We'll go
Can
on to
we-
the Valley Girl.
I want to hear. Oh, sure.
Well, he doesn't have anything. He's just
I
coping.
wanted
He's
to hear
holding on.
Mountain. Mountain the Man said something about hurricanes.
Yeah, sure. let's go on from the other guy because I mean, you see what he has. Nothing.
All right. Which way do hurricanes turn in the northern hemisphere?
Does it matter where? I mean,
Yeah, it does matter where.
on a spherical Earth, the rotation of the planet, so the Coriolis effect will be the most important part to form a hurricane, right? So does it really matter where the hurricane is formed?
Yeah, it does. North or south of the equator in the northern hemisphere, that is defined by NASA's maps or whatever. Which way does a hurricane turn?
So let me try start at the beginning. So the Coriolis effect
No. It's a
causes.
simple
Wait,
question.
hold on.
It's a simple
Yeah,
question.
but
And
we
you
need
should
to
know
understand why hurricanes
that's
are formed. Okay,
which
but we
way
need
does a
to
hurricane turn
Mountain.
in the
Listen for
northern
a second,
hemisphere?
please. On a
I'm not
on
gonna
a
let you. I'm not gonna let you pander this one out. Which way
no,
does a
no.
hurricane turn in the northern hemisphere?
I'm not sure. It's not really clear how air would circulate in a hurricane
It turns
because the Earth isn't
counterclockwise.
rotating.
Turns counterclockwise at the top or at the 12 o'clock position. It turns counterclockwise. Which way does it turn in the southern hemisphere?
Well, if it's an anticyclone, then which way does it go?
Well, that's a difference of higher or lower pressure. I'm trying to ask you a simple
Yeah.
question. Answer my question.
Yeah,
Which
so it's a
way does
matter of pressure.
turn in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere?
They go
Are they
counterclockwise in the
different?
north, but I have to correct something. You said hemisphere. That would be half a ball, and there's no ball to speak of. So that's erroneous. But they go counterclockwise typically, unless it's an anticyclone. It's to do with pressure, like you said. But you did say that they're turning, right?
All
You did
right.
say that they're turning, right?
Yeah. Are you aware of the Coriolis?
Yeah, they're turning. They're turning. They are
Are
actually
you aware
turning.
of the physical
Yeah, I am,
process that
dude.
is known as
Yeah,
the
I am,
Coriolis
dude. And you
effect
just told
in-
me that they're turning, right?
This is why we don't skip the Coriolis and go straight to your argument about.
You didn't
turning and
say it
air
right. It's
circulation.
Coriolis.
Yeah.
doesn't
Well,
matter how
anyway,
you
you're gonna
say
get
it.
bricked here, dude. You told me that they're turning.
No.
Yeah.
You're getting bricked.
Okay, you told me that they're turning and they're not going straight, right? That's correct, right?
What do you mean by anticyclone? Are you talking about a high pressure system?
The pressure is inverted, so it goes the other way. So they're turning. Okay, listen. I'm going to ask you again. I've asked like 5 times now, and you don't seem to want to answer this question. You're avoiding it. So they're turning, right? They're not going straight.
What do you mean they're turning?
Yeah, you said,
mean
they're turning.
curving at a as a result of like the westerlies and easterlies? I'm not getting there. I'm trying to talk about basic.
If they're turning, there's no Coriolis because that would be an apparent rotation, right? Not an actual one. So if they're actually rotating, it's the end for your claim. So what you're trying to tell us is that hurricanes are actually traveling straight, but just appearing to curve. Is that right?
You didn't answer my question about
You should have thought about your
You don't have
gotcha
to.
question a little bit more.
systems move.
So what? Hurricanes go straight, but they just appear to curve? That's your little proof, see? Is that it?
No. Let me explain.
Oh, no, okay. No Coriolis then. All right, go ahead and explain whatever dipshittery is coming up next.
All right, here we go. In a ball that spins on an axis, you have an equatorial region, and then you have polar regions. Polar regions move at lower velocities than those at equatorial regions.
Wow.
Yes. I'm trying to explain it to you nice and slow, so try and keep up here with me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
day 1 for you and like year 3 or something for me. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so your
I've
equatorial
heard all
region
your little fairy tales
and your polar.
every day.
Let me explain, sir.
Yeah,
Please.
I'll let you get it out. I'll let you get your fairy tale out that I've heard 1,000 times already, day in and out.
And then I want you to try and counterpoint me then. But
I
let
already
me
did. It all went over your head.
No,
You said
it
they're not actually traveling straight.
You were just trying to interrupt my argument.
You said that they're. Do you
which
know
is-
what Coriolis even is, dude? Try to define it first, because this whole thing's a waste of time.
Did you graduate any school ever?
Okay, I guess not. This is what the last guy did too. When he was bricked, he started talking about me instead of his claim.
No, I'm not trying to talk. I'm just still trying to talk about my claim. You're trying to derail.
Okay, then what's Coriolis?
All
I'm
right.
trying to derail it.
Your
This is your
equatorial
claim.
region is moving faster than your polar region.
That's not what Coriolis is.
You're missing my point. I'm trying to explain the basics.
You don't know what Coriolis is, so why are you trying to explain any of this stuff? You don't know that this show's Coriolis because you don't know what Coriolis is.
Else in this chat realizing how he's gaslighting me right now.
No, you don't know what it is.
All right.
Did everybody here in this chat hear how he couldn't tell me what it is?
I fire a cannon at the equatorial region facing
Yeah,
north.
you don't know what the fuck Coriolis is, so why are you talking about this? You don't know that it shows it.
I still think you're trying to gaslight me. And
No, dude, you're trying to make a point about Coriolis without even knowing what it is. Why should I waste my time on such stupidity? Because I know what it is, so why should I listen to you?
You explain to me what Coriolis is, buddy.
See, you don't know, so I got to tell you what
I was
your own
literally
claim
just
is.
explaining it. I was just
No,
explaining.
you weren't. No, you weren't.
All right,
What is
if
it?
I have
What
a
is it?
cannon at 1 degree north off the equator.
No, that's
I'm
not
firing
Coriolis.
it
Tell me
north-
what Coriolis is before I waste my time.
Cannon that I have sitting on the equator, ignoring all other factors of physics or friction in the atmosphere. The cannon that I fire out of a cannon at 1 degree north that's able to move at 4,000 meters per second is going to be moving at the same velocity as that equatorial region. So it's moving northward at a faster velocity than those higher degrees of motion in the Earth. So
That's not Coriolis, you fool.
You don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
No, you don't. That's why you're the guy who made the Coriolis claim
So
and
your
failed to
cannon
define
is-
it over and over again.
All that you've shot
It's
out
really
of
simple, dude. You could tell me
moving
what it is in
right-
like one sentence, maybe two, but you don't know.
There's a reason that, like, when you take a physics course in atmospheric science, it takes like to explain the Coriolis effect.
You
of-
should have done that. You
Article
should have
4.
done that because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now.
You're gaslighting me once again.
No, okay, I am really okay. So I'm gaslighting you. You do know.
Yeah,
what it is.
you're
So tell me what it is.
interrupting my
Tell-
explanation.
Tell me what it is. Define it. Define Coriolis.
I was just in the middle of it, buddy.
No, you weren't. That wasn't a definition of Coriolis. You were trying to give me an example without even
Pinball
knowing
is
what it is.
faster as it travels north, so therefore it
No.
looks it's drifting
No.
to the right.
Did you know that you can
north.
have Coriolis effect with respect to a merry-go-round? Did you know that?
Dude. Yeah, but it's like
Yeah, but that would only work in a northern hemisphere scenario.
No, it wouldn't. See, you
doesn't
have
in the southern
listen, Mountain Man. You have no clue what Coriolis effect is at all.
So are there two merry-go-rounds, one after another?
No.
Right past
No.
the equator, then I'm
No.
on the
No.
up side of the merry-go-round.
This is an embarrassment. I'm going to clip this because it's being recorded on YouTube just to show how stupid these people who bring up these claims are. You make an argument of Coriolis and you have absolutely no idea what it is.
Could I bring up a whiteboard and try and show you visually? Maybe.
Why would I let you
How
do
about-
that? You've already wasted like 5 minutes of my time having no clue what you're talking about, and now I'm going to let you bring up a whiteboard to waste more of it with crayons?
I feel like
What?
I'm onto something here, and that's why you're so defensive.
I could just tell you what it is if you drop the axe.
What axe? Oh, am I threatening you now? Oh.
No, you think that you're going to get a W here. It was over when I asked you what Coriolis was like 5 minutes ago, and you just keep digging.
All right, I have a cannon at 45 degrees north.
It's not what fucking Coriolis is. Google the definition and see if it says anything about cannon.
Point. The cannonball would drift to the left.
Okay,
as
it would drift to the left. You're getting closer
lower
now.
velocity on the sphere. That means that if you were shooting a cannon from the south and you were shooting a cannon from the north facing south, they would both travel in opposite directions. Those two cannonballs moving in opposite directions are the same type of forces at play that force a hurricane, where air is moving in a massive way towards the center point, gets redirected towards
Blah 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 blah.
forms the
All
eye
right,
of a-
so
Why are you
listen,
saying
stop.
blah, blah, blah? I'm
Yeah,
trying to
okay. I gotta respond to something that you said. Okay, so it's gonna drift to the left. Is it actually drifting to the left?
Yeah, in the same way that it would on
No.
the round
No.
that
No.
you're talking about. However,
No.
the reason that
Wrong.
it's spherical in nature,
Wrong.
if you're in the southern hemisphere and you
Wrong.
play the same effect,
Stop.
it would drift
Fucking
very
stop, dude.
similarly, but in the opposite.
All right, stop. You said, yeah, it's actually drifting to the left. So that's not Coriolis.
Did I
Do you know-
explain something and now you just don't like to hear it?
No, you just kept going on and on. You gave me the answer to my question. Is it actually drifting to the left? You said, yeah, that is not Coriolis. Do you know why?
I hope
because
you I really hope
because Shut up, dude. You're making a fool of yourself.
Wait, you want me to shut up? I'm so sorry. I was still in the middle of my explanation.
Yeah, but it's too bad because that explanation was dog shit, and I'm not going to let it go on because it's a waste of my time listening to that drivel. Okay, you said, yeah, it's an actual deflection. When you said that, that told me you had no clue what you were talking about, like everything else you said for the last 10 minutes. You have no idea. Coriolis is not an actual deflection, it's an apparent deflection. You get that yet?
I mean, it's an apparent deflection by factor of it being velocity.
Okay, this guy's too stupid for me. Can't take anymore.
So what's Coriolis, heretic?
It's an apparent deflection. It's something
What
that
does that
appears
mean?
to take a curved path from within a non-inertial reference frame when looking at an inertial reference frame. It's not actually taking a curved path, it's traveling straight, just appearing to deviate in its path because you are in a reference frame that's spinning. Mountain Man doesn't know any of this stuff, and he's trying to steamroll with some scripted answers that he got from Professor Dave or whatever.
So why does that take place on a sphere like the Earth?
It doesn't. It doesn't take place. There is no Earth-based Coriolis effect. You see planes and birds and drones and shit appearing to deviate, appearing to take a curved path when they're flying straight. No, you don't.
So you don't even know why it's supposed to happen on the Earth and what the theory is.
No,
That
yeah,
you
I do.
You don't even know what you're rejecting, huh?
Oh, shut up, Scott. I just told you exactly what I'm rejecting. Stuff that you can't show me.
That's not Coriolis, though.
Yes, it is. What's Coriolis? I'll ask you now.
Coriolis is when you move to a smaller radius on a sphere.
No.
In a northern. Yes, it is,
no,
man.
This is what.
You're
No,
just wrong.
no,
You're just
I'm going
wrong.
to give you. No, shut up, Scott. You're wrong, and you're projecting about that. Okay, so you piped up here because you don't know what Coriolis. I've never met a single. I'm telling you, in all these years, I've never met a single baller who has any idea what it is. I just gave you the answer, then I asked you what it was, and you still fucked it up. And you're a veteran out here. You're a veteran out here, and you don't even know what it is. It's an apparent deflection. It's when something appears to take a curved path because you're in a spinning reference frame. That's all it is, and you don't even know that. And you're one of these guys' daddies. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain what it actually is, but
got
you
it
don't wanna
wrong,
learn.
dude. You
But
started
don't wanna
bringing up a
learn.
sphere. It has nothing specifically to do
So,
with a
Heretic,
sphere.
what
It can
makes you
happen on
think
a
you
merry-go-round.
understand it?
Because I do. I just told you
What
what it
makes you
is.
think you understand it? Where did you learn it from?
Physics textbooks, dude. Where
You
you
did
should have
not.
learned it
You
from.
lie like a
Yeah, I
rug,
did.
man.
What are
You
you talking
lie.
about? Okay, give me a citation for your definition
You
of
show me a
Coriolis.
physics textbook that talks about Coriolis.
What the fuck?
You're
Why
full
wouldn't
of
it?
shit, man.
Why wouldn't it?
You're full of shit.
It's technically defined as.
Because I've taken high school physics, I've taken college physics,
Yeah.
and we didn't talk about.
No, you haven't. And if you did, you failed miserably because you don't know what Coriolis is. You're piping up to White Knight for another idiot who doesn't know what it is because they listen to other morons like you. What the fuck, dude? I just told you what it was, and then you started going on and on about a sphere and moving up and down the latitudes. It isn't that. It's an apparent, I'm going to say it again, apparent deflection of something traveling straight but appearing to take a curved path because you are in a reference frame that is spinning. Does that get through your thick skull now for the probably millionth time in 8 years? Scott Mackey, answer.
You're incorrect.
Okay, how am I incorrect?
Because that's not what Coriolis is.
What is it?
It's when the initial tangential velocity of an object moves to a location on a sphere,
No,
which
it's
has
not.
a smaller
no,
radius.
no, it's not. It has nothing to do with a sphere because it can happen on a merry-go-round. What the hell is wrong with you? Where did you get
You know
this
what's funny?
definition from? And give me a citation. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, it's funny. He's claiming to be academic and yet fails to actually give you the right answer to that. That's weird, right, Scott?
I could
Isn't
cite
that
it right
strange?
now. He's saying it has to do with a sphere specifically. It doesn't. You have no idea. This is so basic too.
Yeah, he's a train
Another
wreck.
thing that you and FE Jedi just completely misunderstand.
Scott, you're drunk.
No,
Scott,
you
you're drunk.
misunderstand it. You're projecting.
Oh, Alpha, come on, give it a rest.
Every time
man.
he gets drunk, he gets on the mic, dude. Just relax.
Give it a
Enjoy your
rest,
drink.
Alpha.
Enjoy your drinks and stop jumping on the mic when you're drunk, bro. That's not a good look for you.
Grow
It really
up,
isn't.
man. Grow up.
Well,
Grow
seriously,
up,
man,
child.
it really isn't. You don't know what you're, dude. Just because you got a
Grow
little
up,
liquid
child.
courage doesn't mean Just because you got a liquid courage doesn't mean you can get on the mic and then fumble around with the answer. Come on, dude.
Oh, why
Have
do
a
you
good
guys
look.
need to do this stuff? How childish.
Oh, come on, dude. Why are you gonna say wrong things like that? People look up to you. At least
How
represent the globe
childish.
correctly, right, Jedi? Just tell Jedi.
Well,
He'll tell you
I
the
just
same.
Come on,
I just
Alpha. Try to have a
posted
conversation like a man for once.
shut up. I just posted the encyclopedia definition backing up what Heretic has said and demonstrating that Scott's an idiot.
Yeah, but
Scott
you guys
is an
don't
idiot.
understand what it means.
What the
Dude, I
fuck?
just posted
You
it.
don't.
Read it out
That's
for the
just
class.
more fucking projection. Read it out right now, Scott, and then go and get us your citation that says it has to do with this bullshit regarding a sphere that you mentioned. But first, read ours. Because I want you to eat this crow right now. Like, I mean, 8 years of this and you still don't know what the fuck it is and you've been out here complaining about what we have to say? That's pathetic. There's no excuse for it. So read that citation or get banned from this room forever.
Yeah, he likes
I've
crow.
already
nice
read the
and fresh,
citation.
Heretic.
Read it out loud right now. We're going to have you put your
Fine,
foot
I'll
in your
read it
mouth
out
for the
loud right
whole
now.
channel and for all the YouTube
Encyclopedia.com.
audience.
The Coriolis effect occurs when a rotating solid body.
Nope. That's not the citation that Jedi posted.
I'm looking.
The quotes that Jedi posted.
I'm looking at it. What do you think?
You're not reading it.
I don't trust Scott. Within its rotating coordinate system, the object acted on by the Coriolis effect appears to deflect off its path of motion. This deflection is not real. It only appears. Carry on, Scott.
So I should start reading halfway down? Okay.
No,
I started from the top. My mistake.
Yeah, from the top.
Yeah, from the top it says the Coriolis occurs when, on a rotating solid body, an inertial apparent force acts on a body at right angles to its direction of motion when it moves towards or away from the axis of rotation. Should I keep going?
Okay.
The Coriolis
I
effect,
guess
also
I
called the
get-
Coriolis
I don't
force, is
know
based on the
why you're
laws of motion introduced by Isaac
We're
Newton.
just asking you to read Jedi's citation. So
I'm-
the bit
that's
that he
what
put
I'm
in
reading.
quotes- no, he put the quotes in. We're just asking you to read that.
I thought I was going to the article. I thought you wanted me to go to the article and read from the
You
article.
don't have to read the whole
Sorry, my
goddamn
bad.
thing. Just the relevant part. Whatever
Okay.
he quoted.
Within its rotating coordinate system, the object acted on by the Coriolis effect appears to deflect off its path of motion. This deflection is not real. It only appears to happen because the coordinate system that establishes a frame of reference for the observer is also rotating.
That's
Okay.
exactly what I told you. That's exactly what I told the other guy. That's what we've all been
And that's
telling you all this time.
And that's exactly what I said.
No, it's fucking not.
As the object moves closer to the center of the rotation, what the axis of rotation, i.e. closer to the center of the Earth, towards a part of the Earth that has a smaller radius in relation to the center, to the poles. So if you move from a lower latitude to a higher latitude, you are moving closer to the center of the rotation.
That's fine.
And that's what Coriolis is
But
on
you're
the
just
Earth.
describing the details of the effect now without actually defining it. The last guy couldn't define it. He had no idea what it actually was. He's just parroting some Professor Dave shit.
Yes, but it happens because it'll have an initial tangential velocity, the object, of where it left, and as it moves closer to the center, that tangential velocity will carry it further on that reference because the radius that it's following is less and less and less.
Okay, but you really didn't need to go there just to tell us what the effect is, because it's really simple. It's just something that appears to deviate when it doesn't actually, because you're on something that's spinning.
Yes, like the Earth.
That's it. Okay, that doesn't happen with regards to the Earth.
That's why hurricanes take the patterns they do.
That's a claim. But the other guy debunked it with his own assertions because he said that they actually rotate when they wouldn't. They'd be traveling straight but appearing to deviate. He didn't know any of that, which is why I was grilling him on what Coriolis is.
No, that's why the air moving in one direction appears to go in one direction, and the air moving in the other direction appears to go the other opposite direction, and therefore it makes what looks like an hurricane.
So it's just appearing to do that. It isn't actually doing that. It's just the deviation with respect to the Earth spinning.
Yeah, everything's in reference to something else. Everything's in reference to the rotation of the Earth, yes.
So that's a claim. How do you know that? I mean, the last guy said that it was actually spinning.
Well, if you have another explanation for it, I'm all ears.
Who cares about explanations?
I
What can
know.
you prove?
We can prove that all, what do they call them, cyclones in the southern hemisphere and all hurricanes in the northern hemisphere rotate in opposite directions.
What about
Right.
anticyclones?
We can prove they rotate in opposite directions, right?
Then what are anticyclones?
I have no idea. Never heard of one. You got me there.
That's one that goes the other way. Usually they go counterclockwise north. They go the other way if it's an anticyclone.
Usually. How often
And
does this thing happen? I wonder why I never heard of one.
Doesn't happen as often, but it happens. So you have a claim that this is all happening because the Earth is spinning underneath these weather patterns that are going straight. What's the proof? The last guy totally screwed it up when he told me that they're actually spinning, because that wouldn't be the case. They'd be traveling straight but appearing to deflect. Because that's what Coriolis is.
What do you mean? What's the proof? How would we prove it to you?
Miggy, Jedi, you want to go? I'm going to do something else.
I want to know why they look like they're spinning from above.
What do you mean? Why they look like they're spinning from above?
From a vantage point that's supposed to be in the same reference frame as the clouds, as the storm.
What do you mean the same reference frame as the clouds? Of course it's not. You're in the same reference frame as the Earth.
Yeah, but when viewed from above, right, in the same reference frame, they still look like they're spinning. They don't
Well,
look
you're
like they're
getting
going straight.
Yeah,
They're spinning.
you're getting the reference
like
frames
big
confused.
Twirly whirlies. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
No, when you're
not
up
on,
in, when
not
you're up
from
in
the ground, from above in the air, from above the storm.
Yeah, if you're in the same reference frame as the hurricane, it should appear to travel straight because that's what it's actually doing, according to the Coriolis claim, right?
But you're not in the same reference frame as the hurricane.
Well, I mean, if you're up, he said, if you're up in the air looking down on it.
Up in the air does not put you in the same reference frame as the hurricane. Your reference frame has nothing to do with your
So
location.
you're still spinning around up in the air, and it's still just appearing to deflect while it goes straight. Actually,
no,
yeah,
it is
yeah. When you're in the air, you're rotating
In
with the Earth.
between is a separate reference frame.
It's just fucking psychobabble, dude.
Well, it's fact, man.
You understand
when you're in the air, you're still rotating with the Earth.
Oh,
So,
then no Coriolis.
like the storm, right?
The part about the anticyclone is just an opposition of the same exact forces at play, which forces the deflection to move in the opposite direction.
There's no deflection, no apparent deflection, at least no Coriolis.
It's physical deflection because it's the velocity of such air.
Right. Okay, so it's not Coriolis. Thank you.
No, it is Coriolis.
That's not an actual deflection, as I've been saying over and over. It's an apparent deflection.
I mean,
you don't know what it is, dude, and that was clear a long time ago.
You keep cutting me off, and you server muted me.
Yeah, because you're wasting my time with these long-winded answers where only a yes or no would suffice, and it already showed me, like, sentence one that you didn't know what it was.
Someone seems a little...
I thought at least Scott Mackey would know what it was, but in all this time, I still have... Well, you didn't, and that's on the record, but after all this time, I still haven't met one who knows what it is. What is with this?
You still haven't adequately explained how the northern and southern hemispheres have opposing directions.
Don't have to. It was on you to explain because it was your claim and your argument.
Well, yeah.
And it all fell through with your own words.
Spherical surface, if you move past the equatorial region, you
doesn't need a spherical surface for Coriolis. You're off base again.
It is. It does require a spherical surface.
No, it doesn't.
In your
Does a merry-go-round have a spherical surface?
Bottom side of the merry-go-round, like you were on the underside, which forces the same forces at play.
Oh my god, it's just too stupid. One of you other guys has to take over.
You're still trying to just... Alright, well... I mean, you're still not adequately explaining how that change over one side or the other. What? Yeah, okay. Well, I could go back and do the basic physics explanation again, but...
No, we've already posted the citations.
Well, citations to false definitions for apparent motion.
Okay. So
Do you
with defining what the Coriolis effect is, the definition's incorrect. Okay.
Do you know what El Nino is? You know, the warming.
Yeah, that's a storm phenomena in the southern oceans. Yes.
Well, it also relies on the Coriolis effect that ends up blocking the higher layers of water that get heated really fast due to storms that occur on the equatorial region somewhere near, well, I guess it would be further western Pacific.
To do with Coriolis.
And it does have to do with Coriolis. It's
I
like
don't know what the fuck Coriolis is.
what?
Oh, never mind. I said I was bowing out. I'll keep to my word.
Okay. Well, basically,
Coriolis force is pseudo
volatile
force.
mass of water that can form when a small storm system can form water to block the.
I'll check myself. Obviously, asking you questions, there's no point. So I'll just check myself.
Alright, well. Because it's at the equatorial region, the Coriolis effect works in reverse, where it forces a heap of water to hold a warmer section of water over, and it transmits that same heat energy across the entire equatorial region until it reaches the coast around Peru, where it holds all the warm water on the surface. You know, this is like a 30-second explanation of something that took 2 weeks for me to understand. So I don't want to wait on it, but it's a cool little.
You still don't understand what Coriolis effect is, though.
I don't think you understand what Coriolis.
I think we do.
Yeah.
I think we've defined it. What you're talking about is the Coriolis force, which is
I
a
think
pseudo
what your
force.
understanding of the Coriolis
No, I
effect
haven't finished the
is sort of
sentence
on a
yet,
paper,
dude.
but
Pseudo
to
force.
really understand the meaning of
Pseudo
the
force.
effect, you have to actually
Pseudo force.
physics and understand
Pseudo force.
the meaning behind those.
It's a pseudo force.
Okay.
That's how it's defined.
Yeah, I understand now after having been spent some time in the little.
You don't understand
here.
anything.
It's
Jesus
not
Christ, dude. What kind of answer is that, man? I understand now after spending some time. Like, you're not addressing anything anybody says. That's why I keep getting impatient with
I'm
you.
not going to change your mind, obviously. So
I don't care if you do or not, dude. Why can't you just give a straight answer?
No, I just don't think you've given me straight answers over the entire time I've been sitting in here. You muted me just to shut up after telling me.
Yeah, because now you're talking about
I
this.
know,
This is
bitch.
why I keep muting you.
I want to go
I
ahead
need
and
10
say it
minutes.
has something to do with the rotation of the Earth. Go for it, but that's not Coriolis effect.
You debunked your own Coriolis claim as soon as you told me that it's actually spinning.
I mean, it is physically spinning as a result.
Oh my fucking god. Here he goes again.
I mean, there's a reason that a hurricane looks like it's spinning.
Okay, looks like now you're closer to keeping your, at least self-consistent with your claim.
Well,
Is the hurricane actually spinning?
Air
That's
as
weird.
is the center of a low pressure system due to the Coriolis effect.
The Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection.
Yeah, and that's what you see when you see it spin.
No, that's an actual deflection.
Yeah, it is an actual.
Yeah, so the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection. Remember the
Moving.
citation earlier, not real. The path of the object is actually straight, but as you keep moving on the rotating reference frame, the object appears to deflect. The wind pattern is actually spinning.
So
Not the same thing.
if the Earth looked as it does in many flat Earth depictions, everything should be spinning in the same direction. However, it is not the same as that.
No, that's just you
Moves in
trying to build a straw man. We're not understanding what the Coriolis is, and then whistling past that, and then trying to talk about something else. Maybe you should refresh your glass and start drinking more. because obviously that's helping your cognitive function. The Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection. You're talking about the Coriolis force, which is a pseudo force where there is an actual deflection. Do you get the difference between apparent and actual? Do you get the difference?
I don't see how they're different.
So, one, an observation of something not actually happening.
Okay, but
it just appears to because you're on a rotating reference frame.
Yeah, but hurricanes.
The storm is actually rotating, actually happening. Do you get the difference yet? Or do I have to do it for a third time?
Southern.
Third time? So I'll do it for a
Like,
third time.
If there was
Third time?
like
I'll do it for a
interlocking
third time, shall I?
along the equator,
Third time?
that like
Yeah, I'll do it for a third time.
spinning in two separate directions. Like, now you're speaking gibberish like an idiot.
Yeah.
If there was like
do it for a third time, shall I?
There was a crack in the ground formed, and it just magically kept spinning in opposite directions, then sure, you could experience two separate
times. Shall I? I'll go for it again so you understand.
And you can keep muting me. I mean,
I'm not muting you, dude. In actual fact, since you've been talking to me, you have not been muted.
I'm trying to suss out how you discern the difference in the same perceived or real force. Like,
it's real force now. It's a force now. So an apparent deflection's a force. Okay.
This isn't Star Wars. I mean, it's physics.
I know. You're talking about not actual things now being forces. Well done. Carry on.
So you acknowledge that the Earth rotates, correct?
No, you're just talking about the story about it rotating and trying to get to a understanding with this gentleman.
Well, on a flat Earth, that wouldn't work, by the way. So you just admitted the Earth is round, unintentionally.
No, you just don't understand words, but think you're smart enough to use them to some kind of get some gotcha with me.
No, it's geometric stability. That's where your problem lies.
Try harder. You don't need geometric stability for the floor.
No, because if it was a flat Earth rotating, then that would violate the principles of stability and equilibrium.
So fuck. I haven't said it's rotating. Maybe you should pay attention to the conversation.
Is that what he said?
This gentleman here says it's rotating. I'm trying to define the Coriolis force when regards to the rotating Earth.
I don't care about
I don't give a fuck about you at the moment, mate. I'm talking to this idiot who thinks he can come in and use word salad as some kind of garnish to trip someone up. He needs to pay more attention to what's going on.
Anybody else want to vouch for him saying that yes, it does rotate?
In your model, it does. If we're talking about Coriolis, that will involve rotation. I'm talking about rotation with regards to the Coriolis effect. Can be demonstrated.
Which is usually affected by the rotation of the Earth, right?
Dumb fuck. The rotation can be expressed by a roundabout, which is what I've been referencing for the last 10 minutes. With regards to the Coriolis effect and the observation of an apparent deflection for the observer on the rotating reference frame.
Still doesn't explain the northern versus southern discernment there. But I have had a long day, and as much as I love this tutorial session.
Okay. Don't like long goodbyes, mate. Just come back another time.
So if the Earth doesn't rotate like you claimed, which you did make a claim that the Earth doesn't rotate, so what is rotating?
So is
it the sun rotating?
It is sunshine, so thank you for that. It's like you don't remember the words that are coming out of your mouth. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty this time.
No, because since you want to flip-flop around, I would take you at your word.
Around, you just don't seem to be able to follow complex arguments. But carry on. Please, I'm really intrigued to what you've got to say next. Please, continue.
You're not really intrigued, no.
No, I'm being
You
facetious.
sound quite upset. It's almost like your world's
No,
been
that's
flipped upside
called
down.
sarcasm. Please carry on. I'm really intrigued with what you've got to say next. Carry on. Absolutely enthralled, mate.
No, but you talk in contradictions, so
Carry on.
I'm not going to communicate
No,
with you.
I talk in explanations with regards to what's actually being spoken about. And the last
No, you don't
gentleman-
present any syllogisms whatsoever. You don't have a plausible conclusion. You don't have premises that support a plausible conclusion.
You've right, dude. We've been talking about the Coriolis effect for the last 10 minutes. If you want to speak about another subject, we can start again. So what happens when people come in late to conversations?
Pro Hype Man is spiraling. I'm taking him off mute. This will be funny.
I like spiraling. I love this. I really like the picture of the Chad flat earther and the Virgin globe head. I really like that picture.
That should be a wake up call for you, Hype Man.
It should be a wake-up call. I don't even know why I got muted. I interrupted one of the guys and they got really pissy about it. They immediately.
I think I was
muted me.
trying to focus in on some other idiot, so I muted
Trying to
the
lock in.
interjector. Yeah.
Flat earther needs to lock in.
Yeah, because you know what happens is you're in the middle of something with one guy, and then somebody else is like, actually, and they want to jump in, and then it spirals off in some other direction.
I think you just like to one-on-one. You can't do a two-on-one.
Well, I want to focus right in on what the guy just said and not get
See,
pulled
look,
away.
now you got a two-on-one. See, you have all your flat earthers in here.
I'll
ready to
yield,
go.
you know. If another guy wants to take over, I'll just yield it and let it be those two.
Fair enough. I don't know.
I would love to see a debate on neutral ground, though. That'd be quite interesting, wouldn't you say?
I mean,
There's no such thing, bro.
Just come in here, like
Might be one happening today with Nathan, okay?
espousing. Haven't been vitriolic. Just talking about ballistics so far in the chat. That's what I've been relegated to.
Yeah, but you're back now.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, you can.
Flat Earth, like I could get it. Like I could see it. Like honestly, like crazier shit has happened. But like I just don't I don't get how they make money off of it. Because like that's always the thing. Like they have to get money or power.
SpaceX,
or control.
NASA.
SpaceX. I mean that's I like that. That's funny. But like that's not they don't just do it for space.
Well, they make money.
Well, I mean NASA's budget is like it's like $8 billion a year. It's like pennies, like compared to what like everybody else gets.
It's a lot to produce a bunch of cheap cartoons.
I mean, there's like I'm sure like Disney's film budget is more than $8 billion. Like
Yeah,
I
but
just,
look at the crap. Look at the crap NASA puts out, though. I could probably do that.
Yeah, but I just don't understand like what's like the big scam of flat Earth? Like, what are they like? Is it just to pull the wool over people's eyes? Because like I wouldn't just believe that. Like they have to like make money somehow or get power.
They don't want you to know where you are, I guess, for some reason.
Oh, like what the fuck? So what if
They
we're on a
don't want-
flat ball or on a flat disc or on a ball that's spherical? What does it fucking matter?
They don't want you to know where you are. I guess.
But like why? But like yeah, you're like I get. See, like if you had a convincing answer for this part of flat Earth, like maybe I could get.
Listen,
See,
dude.
like that's
Listen to this. So they've made a claim that we live on a spheroid, right? That's a geometric plane that can be tested, right? So you go out and test it and find, oh shit, it's not matching up with what they said it is. So my next question is the same as yours. Why the fuck?
I mean, isn't it like an egg? It's like got lumps and shit.
No,
It's
but
not
do you
a perfect
understand what I
ball.
just said, though? Just because we tested their claim and found that it fell flat, pun intended, doesn't mean that I can read the minds of the people who orchestrated all this, whoever the fuck they even are, right? So I have the same question as you. Yeah, why? Why are we
I
being
mean,
told this?
I kind of to believe a conspiracy theory. I kind of need like it kind of doesn't like
You get
JFK
where
was
I'm-
assassinated.
Yeah, you get
and
what I'm
there's
saying,
reasons
though?
Why? Yeah, but it's like I'm mad and I don't know why. It's like that doesn't really.
I'm not mad even, but I'm just saying, yeah, why? It's a good question, and I can speculate, but you can too. The point
I mean,
is, once you
I want to
once
hear
you
what your
demonstrate that their-
speculations are.
Well, once you demonstrate that their claim is false, though, I mean, it's false for whatever reason. Maybe they're just wrong. Probably not. It's probably been done intentionally. But
That's another thing I've noticed during my listening period of being muted is a lot of the debate and discussion is one person brings one thing up and the other person brings another thing up and they both won't discuss it because the other person won't answer the thing they want them to talk about, and it really just like it's really like dumb.
Welcome to the channel.
Yeah, it's like, hey, what about this? And it's like, well, that doesn't matter because you have to explain this now. And it's like, that's not how.
yeah, but you just went off on a
Because
tangent.
we shouldn't have to explain the truth.
I mean, I asked you a question and you're like, I can't answer it. I still am figuring that out. And
Well,
it's like, that's what you said. You said,
I mean, I can
don't
give
know
you.
why.
I can spitball for you. Do you want me to do your?
Yeah, I
speculating
do. I
for you?
do want you. I do mention that. Earlier. I do want you to speculate. Like, why don't they want us to know where we are?
Oh, maybe they're
Is
hiding
it
the true
Satan?
nature of the world. Maybe the world or its true nature is that it was created. You know, maybe this place was made.
And like, are there wizard powers out there?
Sorry.
Like, is there
I
found
just got a phone.
youth?
My bad. Just got a phone call.
Oh,
Just got a
what?
phone
This
call.
is this is more important than your phone call, man. Come on, clearly,
I
you
mean,
guys
a
are
lot-
in
a
here
lot
every
of
day,
taken
man.
part, and all of a sudden we went off into wizarding powers.
I want to know what's out there, man. What is out in the true world that they're hiding from us? It could be wizard powers.
Yeah, that's another good
Let
question.
me ask you a question. How did the world get here?
God.
Cool. Fair enough. Is there any alternative to this idea?
Yeah, there you
I don't think so. I haven't heard of one yet, man. I don't.
So
There's
you haven't
people
heard of-
talking about some rocks and some sort of big crash in space. I don't know.
Bang, there
I've
you
heard
go, man.
murmuring. I've heard murmurings and whispers about that in the dark
Well, there you
scientific
go.
corners. Neil the snake in the grass, Tyson, has been
Yeah, okay,
whispering
doesn't the
to
other
me.
space cosmology make it easier to believe in all that? A big bang that exploded from nothing and you're a speck of dust flying around in a cosmic void and all this crap. You
I mean,
evolved
that's
from
just one of the
constant-
theories. I believe in God.
But the premise is that it's a ball, right? So it makes it easier to put yourself in that paradigm, right? So maybe that's one reason to hide the nature of this
People
world.
thought
that
it was flat
created.
forever, man. Like they
I'm
figured
gonna
it
let
was
Jedi
easy
go
to.
because I got to do something. Go ahead, Jedi.
It puts you were in that paradigm for like fucking thousands of people. That's the other thing. This is like a 14 AD, 1400s conspiracy.
You're
Like
just
they
pulling
were
numbers
like,
at you right now.
I mean, that's when they burned Galileo at the stake. Was in the 1400s. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the conspiracy. Like, come on, guys. Like, it's kind of they kind of like this. They kind of did this one already. You know, like
How?
I don't know, like with Galileo and like.
I don't think he got burnt at the stake.
Well, they did. They
He
like
did- he
plucked out
didn't
his
know.
eyes.
No.
What did they do
That's
to him? They
not
did
true. He
something.
got exiled, and that's about it.
What did Galileo actually do?
He claimed that the sun was the center or something, right? Claimed something about the fucking sun that pissed everybody off.
Yeah, he said that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe. They killed
Yeah,
or
so
they
the Earth was
exiled him.
cool. So the Earth was already a ball, and he said, "Yeah, the Earth that's already a ball is orbiting around the sun."
I'm not sure if he said it's orbiting, right? He may have just said that it's not the center of the Earth, right? It may not be. He may have proposed a non-geocentric model.
Yeah, heliocentric.
He had life imprisonment in house arrest, man. That's not.
Yeah, he was exiled.
No, he had house arrest, dude. That's not super chill. You get locked in your house all day in 1642. That doesn't sound chill, man. Like, if you guys could still lock people in their houses until they died, like, then I would be like, okay, man, these
Well,
flat
it wasn't good, right? It was a suboptimal outcome for sure. We all agree on that.
It was suboptimal for Galileo, man. For the flat earthers, dude. When flat earthers ruled the world, dude. That's like the good old days for you guys, man. Fuck. Take me back, dude. The good, old days.
Sorry, you probably don't know this, and it's kind of weird.
I gotta take a piss.
But up until
You guys keep having fun, man.
okay, no worries. When you come back, I'll tell you.
That guy was kind of funny.
They already thought it was a ball, I think, by that point. It was just about the sun.
Well, I was going to that was about the sun. I was going to bring up in the early 1900s, they were still teaching the flat Earth in schools. In actual fact, with regards to this story about Galileo, not everybody liking it. They were talking about people that were presenting the Earth to be a ball were going to be thrown in prison. This was in the early 1900s.
I'm pretty sure this server was set up by the government to like educate people about the Earth's shape, right? And it's trolling people into believing that the Earth is actually round, right? Because if you spend enough time on here, you're like, damn, dude, the Earth has to be round.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. What it is, dude, is everyone's kind of sick that kids are spending all of their time on computers.
I keep hearing
and
this
stuff.
rumbling like we're in fucking Jumanji. Who is that?
I know, well done. That's fantastic. So all the kids are spending all of their time indoors and on computers, and they're not outside in nature. So now they're going to come across flat earthers online and so on.
What's up, guys? You guys missed me? Oh, you guys missed me.
No, we did. We missed you.
Oh.
Galileo observed through what he thought through a telescope, what he thought was moons orbiting Jupiter, right? And therefore concluded that, you know, we must be like that with our moon. You know, that it must be the same sort of setup.
Well, like no one's seen any flat discs in space, man. I'll see that shit.
He proposed that the probability of something similar happening with us was much higher, right? Because it's like we had this paradigm, we had this understanding of what the Earth was then, but then, you know, we updated the model, right? Somebody made an observation and says, okay, well, this is different from how we thought about it before. And, you know, this gives us more insight into our observable reality.
It's just a model, another way of explaining how the things in the sky move.
It's an observation about reality, right? That is
a model.
It's a higher quality observation than we had beforehand, right? Because of the telescope, because of the instrument, right? He was
higher quality observation because he had how much magnification with his telescope to see moons around Jupiter. You think that story is actually real?
Do I think the Galileo using a telescope?
His observation through a telescope of seeing moons around Jupiter was actually real.
Well, he observed something. I mean, I assume that telescope wasn't just for show. Was it?
No,
Maybe it was.
if you ever looked at the telescope and then looked through that type of magnification and looked at Jupiter to see if you can actually see fucking moons? Or have you got no critical thought and just accept things at face value?
So we're not actually going to debate whether telescopes are useful instruments.
It's not a debate. I'm passing some information to you, and you seem kind of
right. No. What you're doing is you're misrepresenting telescopes. Right, because telescopes are clearly highly useful tools.
Go and get Galileo's telescope. Let's have a look at it.
But forget about Galileo's telescope.
No,
right?
Why do we call him?
I'm not going to forget about.
Are you saying we can't observe moons on Jupiter in current in the present
Why would we
day?
even call them moons? Why would we even call them moons?
Okay, does Jupiter exist? Can we ascertain that Jupiter is a real thing, even through the use of visual?
Even if he could see them, why would he call them moons?
What the fuck should I know, dude? Ask him.
Why would he correlate those things to what we call the moon?
Don't know, dude.
Why did they make a movie called Two Girls, One Cup? I don't know. I don't have all the answers, right? But people do all sorts of things. Right? And so I would argue that the invention of the telescope was a good thing, and it certainly has turned out to be an incredibly useful
No one's
tool.
saying it wasn't. We're saying that the technology that Galileo used, he couldn't have seen the moons of Jupiter with the technology available, which has been demonstrated several times.
Yeah, but we can see it now, and we can say
He
that.
didn't then, right?
But he must have seen something. He was whatever he saw. I don't know what the fuck he saw, right? Because I wasn't there, right? But he clearly progressed the field of astronomy significantly, right? He was a great contributor to the field
Maybe
of
he's just a
astronomy.
made-up character to sell a story. Who fucking knows?
Okay, well, maybe even if that's true, right? We know that astronomy has progressed since that time. So whether he was just like a made-up character or not, right, is irrelevant in a way, because clearly astronomy is like an actual field of research, and we have like actual super telescopes that can actually make crazy observations.
Astronomy's been a field ever since there was nighttime and nothing to do. We've always looked at the stars, mate.
Right, but I'm saying that we can do it better now, right? And we can actually make higher quality observations that gives us more of an understanding of our reality, our observable reality, right?
Yes, our technology for our telescopes that we can have in our backyards is increased, where we can now see the moons going around Jupiter, quote
Right.
unquote. He didn't have that technology then, though, even though it's reported that he did.
Well, I don't know, right? I'm just taking it, somebody brought that up. I was just, I'm not going to do a dissertation on what Galileo's observations were. I was just, I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, right? But it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. You just don't want it to be relevant. You just want to walk past it.
It's not the point. It's the point. The point is that we can observe reality with a higher degree of confidence than then.
Questions
right?
not about now, about them, dude.
It is about now because we're living now, right? We're in the present. We're not living in the 1500s.
Yeah, but we were talking about Galileo.
Right.
Which isn't now, was then.
Right.
So we were talking about Galileo, so it was relevant.
Right.
So why did you say it wasn't?
Well, it's not relevant in the sense of what telescope technology is now, right? Like, we don't have to talk about like the myth of.
Trying to have a conversation with you is.
Well, whatever. I mean, listen. I know we're going to disagree about the shape of the Earth. I get it, right?
Try and be right. I must try and be right.
I'm not trying to be right.
You are. That's what you just did. Demonstrated it to you, and you went, "Wow, it's not really about that, is it?"
Well, someone on here the other day said that the Earth is actually round. It's just so much larger than we thought that it seems flat, right? But somebody basically explained why that wasn't true. Someone did like a really good slideshow. I think it was Peter.
He goes a lot of cosmology then.
His slideshow's pathetic.
It's not pathetic. Come on, dude. It's more effort than you put in.
Where did he source his measurements from?
It's 100 times more effort than I've ever seen you put in.
Where did he source his measurements from? Yeah, I made this whole channel that he's parading his bullshit around, so that's false. But where did he source his measurements from?
Here, let me look at my screenshots from the slideshow server that I documented for 5 hours after his presentation. No, dude, I don't know. How do I know? Tell me.
In no way.
Seemed very convincing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you should have thought a little bit more about what he was showing you. I asked him where he got those measurements from. He said, a friend. I was like, who? He said, I will not tell you. So he's not even willing to source his shit. It's just numbers he's showing you on the screen.
Maybe.
That's. I mean, it is.
But how is that
But that
any
past
different?
period
How is
was-
that any different from what you're doing, though?
Well, that
You must be.
What?
You must be like a magician's or a hypnotist's favorite fucking customer. Don't really ask questions. You just go along with it. It's brilliant.
Right, but I'm just saying, how is that different from what you guys are doing? Right, you're just giving me
We source our
numbers
shit. We source our shit.
from
Would
what
that pass peer review?
other sources on the internet.
Would that pass peer review if I went out and said that I did all this work, right? And then I wasn't even willing to divulge where I got the numbers or the so-called measurements from? You think that would fly? I'd say, no, it's a secret. I can't tell you. As far as you know, they're just numbers I wrote down. Do you think that would fly?
Do you think that your standard of evidence passes muster as being peer reviewable? Like you
How can
actually
you
think
even say that when you're the guy who's just going to take random numbers on a slideshow that
I'm
aren't
not.
sourced?
Well, listen, it was a conceptual explanation. I was focusing more on like the general concepts he was talking about. Listen, for all I know, you're right. It could be, maybe the numbers are not verifiable, right? But I'm just saying that he seemed to have a more coherent and probable argument, right? I mean, it just seems
What was
again.
his argument? I think it's such a lovely argument. What was it?
It's like if you guys did like an equivalently high quality presentation for Flat Earth, right?
What would be the equivalent?
What
Do you
was
know?
his argument though?
Well, his argument was about like the arctangent, right? And like how we actually measure these distances, right? So he was like actually trying to demonstrate how these like because as far as the distance that we can visually see, right? Like how accurate are those measurements? How, right, showing that lasers do actually arc in
Nothing to do with lasers. No.
water. Yeah, he was demonstrating how like the atmosphere causes a arc in the light, right?
It was all to do with angles, dude. You got it all wrong.
Yeah, and angles. Well, yeah, it's all. Yeah, I mean, that's why I said arctangent. Right, he was demonstrating that the arctangent. He was just measuring. It was just measuring that the distance over the arc is comparable to the straight line distance, right? And that it would be easy to mistake those two values, right? But this is why you shouldn't mistake them.
Who was measuring?
Okay, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like if you have like a better presentation, like I'm willing to hear it, right? But no, you guys don't put that effort forward, right? You don't have.
You're in a channel where the effort's been made, from another channel where the effort's been made, following thousands of YouTube videos where the effort's been made. But who was
Right,
measuring?
but it's not made here, right? It's not made here. Right?
You're
He
part
made
of the
the effort.
demonstration. We're making it right now, buddy.
You're not though. You're just talking. There's no slideshow.
God, he wants a fucking PowerPoint, dude.
Well, I mean, it's at least that's just more of a source than I'm getting now.
Well, there's loads of videos on YouTube.
He can defend. He can defend the ideas on the PowerPoint, right?
No, we can't.
How was the measurements taken?
Remind me.
See, this is one of the questions that wasn't answered, and you would have thought with this particular point of inquiry that you should have an open forum where everything is transparent, and when you ask for the measurements, you get the information as to how they were taken, but that information's been omitted, which means it's spurious at best.
Well, I wasn't. I don't recall what you're referring to, but
Right, so Peter had a PowerPoint and a slightly warm voice, so this guy was kind of bamboozled by it. Wasn't listening to the content, he was bamboozled. It's like girls with you in it. You see a girl, you don't know what to fucking say, you just realise she's got tits.
Is that your scientific argument?
No, that's my now conception of you.
Yeah.
Do you have a source for that?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, you see true globe thing, and true globe thing is true. That's basically it.
That's not. Well, that's not really it, right? That's a reduction of what I'm saying.
I don't even know what it is that he did.
Where did the measurements come from?
Listen, I'm not trying to be adversarial. I'm really not, right? I'm just making an
but where did those
observation.
come from? Do you think it would at least be prudent and wise to find the
It would. It
information
certainly
out?
would.
Good. It's interesting that he refused to.
It is interesting.
But he had PowerPoint and tits, so that's fine.
not relevant.
Listen, human beings like PowerPoints for some reason, all right? I didn't invent
Yeah.
them, but they seem to be good at relaying information in some way.
Apart from when you ask directly for information and they go, no, it's not in the PowerPoint.
Listen,
I guess
dude,
we can be dazzled and confused by a lot of
can you
things.
do a 30-minute PowerPoint presentation on flat Earth?
Probably, yeah.
Maybe you should try that. Maybe I'll listen. Maybe you'll convince me, dude.
No. PowerPoint won't be the turning point for you, dude. Get
How
real.
do you know? What are you, a fucking fortune teller?
Give me a break.
What are you, fucking Charles
I'm gonna say all
Xavier?
the
You can
same
read my
things that
mind?
we said to you already, but in the form of a PowerPoint, and suddenly it's gonna be like, oh, the veil is lifted.
Holy shit, I didn't know Charles Xavier was the mod on this server. That's awesome, dude. That's really cool, dude.
We'll get a girl to do it. She'll distract you. It'll be fun.
You should use that power for good.
The power of PowerPoint. I like it.
We just have to tell them everything we've already told them for fucking months on end, but in the form of a PowerPoint.
Maybe it's just that simple, right?
Then he will accept
I really
the reality he experiences.
Never know.
About
We had to
sending a
do all this
YouTube
fun
video
quiz.
that would guide us in the right direction.
If only there was a YouTube video that would tell us the whole truth.
Yeah,
So we
maybe you
didn't
can,
have anything for
can choose
ourselves.
one.
Let's watch. Let's
And then
have a
send it.
movie night. Let's have flat Earth movie night.
I'm gonna send you to a cup of water. How about?
We'll do the playlist of best flat Earth documentaries.
Send it in
He
the
wants a
VC chat.
PowerPoint. He wants a PowerPoint on how to pour a glass
Documentary,
of water.
PowerPoint. I'll take whatever
Yeah.
at this point. Anything with
Water
definitive.
when it's still and at rest is level. I'm gonna do a PowerPoint on that.
Listen, it's a lot of work. I get it. Not everybody wants to do it.
They're afraid to do it.
Oh yeah.
You're afraid to make a PowerPoint. You've got us. Close the server down, heretic. We should have done a PowerPoint.
Who would have thought a PowerPoint proved globe Earth, dude? It was that simple all along.
Well, you got mesmerized by the PowerPoint.
Listen, so that's good. You should be able to mesmerize. You should mesmerize me with another one, an even better one, an even more convincing PowerPoint.
You were convinced by absolutely nothing. We asked you what he did, and you're like, okay.
It's
What was really
simple,
convincing?
right? It was literally one angle. Like one of the. I didn't watch the whole thing, right? I noted one of the slides was
Oh
about
my god, dude.
an angle, and then the other one was about measuring like the diffraction of lasers through water or something, right? I just saw two of them, right? But
And that was
yeah,
it.
I didn't see anything controversial, right? It was like simple math, like totally plausible, much more likely explanation.
Made up numbers, yeah.
Maybe.
That
Well, yeah.
solidified it all for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like
Also-
it was literally like 4 or 5 slides, right? You guys should be able to make 4 or 5 slides
Oh
disproving
my
that.
god, dude. Okay, you made your point about this. You want us to make a slideshow. Great.
Not just me. I speak for the people. I
All
speak for the
people are
Globers,
spoken.
dude. I speak for the
masses,
crazy Globers, right?
People, they're demanding a slideshow. Okay, we've heard your request.
They guide us to the right direction, oh flat earther.
Cheers, bro.
It's really funny when I speak to one of these guys and then like instantly they just hate you. Not talking about right now, but earlier. The guy started freaking out about my voice and just ask them the tough questions and they're just instantly just so triggered by it.
That was a very odd encounter, I'll be honest with you.
Pretty funny.
You'll get those on Discord.
Yeah, but usually it's not necessary, right? I mean, some people are just weird, but some people really care too much.
Yeah, I just went absolutely psychotic just because of a couple of questions I asked. And he just started hating me.
Tell me this AMA heretic. Was this your idea?
Not at all. It was Nathan's idea. I think he's been watching the channel or whatever, seeing that it's like kind of busy here, so he wants to come over and do something.
3:30, right? It was apparently 2 p.m. UK time, but I've checked with Aurora's post and it's 3:30 UK time.
Apparently, I'm meant to get informed about it in a few hours, and then I'm hosting it.
Yeah, Jedi, that's right. It's 3:30 for you. Yeah.
Cool. Are you going to be around, do you think, boss?
Well, that's like 7:30 my time, and I'm basically nocturnal, so
You are
I'll try.
basically not- You are
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's gonna host it with me? So I'm assuming you're gonna be the Jedi. Heretics are gonna try to be there.
I'll try and be there, mate. Yeah, I'm probably going to be, being it's going to be a little bit later now than 2:00. So yeah, I should be there.
There definitely needs to be a few of you guys there. Hey.
Well, yeah, definitely, for sure. That's why I think Heretics should set his alarm and make sure he is there.
I'll just stay up till then.
Okay, boss.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 a.m. for me, but obviously nocturnal as well.
It's only a couple extra hours. I'll sprint for it.
You'll get to 3:00 and pass out.
Is he
I
in the
wish.
server currently?
I wish it were that easy.
What's the question about the server? What? Sorry.
Is Nathan in this server? Does he join the channel ever?
He jumped in the other day for literally a fucking nanosecond and then buggered off, mate. But I don't think he's been chatting in this channel at all.
Did he say anything?
Hello.
I don't know if I'm going to make it till 2:00 in the morning to watch that event. Yeah, because I'm already pretty drunk and it's only 6:00 at night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
not sure if
problem.
I'm going to get there.
If I
Is it
pull a
being
all-nighter till then,
recorded or-
I'll be wrecked at that point. It won't even be good anyway, so forget it.
AJ, I
being
think it's gonna
recorded
be 2 a.m. for us, AJ.
Yeah, 2 in the morning for us. Yes.
Does anyone know if it's
It's on
being
Australia
recorded?
Day.
It should be recorded, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, if anyone's interested in the mod chat, just have a look because Aurora was actually looking for someone to record it. I don't think anyone's answered that call yet. I can't do it because I don't have a computer at the moment. It's all packed in a box, but if anyone else can. And she was also looking for someone with some experience in helping out with stage events. So if anyone's got any experience with stage events,
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I am. Sorry to take over from your convo with that micro prick guy.
That's okay. That guy was obviously not genuine, so
Well, I
no
know,
harm.
because every time I held him to the point, he just started freaking out.
Yeah, he thinks an organization with like 300,000 people cannot lie, and they all know everything. I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, I was like, he's just trying to get into the weeds so that, like, I don't know, try to get you to miss the forest for the trees or whatever.
I think very important basis to all conversations is assessing how genuine someone is to dialogue, and once you realize they're not, you just kind of like always derails.
Yeah, I mean, he's just spamming a fallacious argument. You get him right to the crux of the whole thing, and he's like, nope, don't want to talk about that. Now I'm just going to insult you. Screw this guy.
I hear Quantum Eraser will be joining the show from Nathan's panel as well. That'd be interesting.
And that'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they let him through for it.
Does Quantum like Nathan?
Yeah, man.
That's good.
I mean, they've been working together for years.
They have,
I don't know, man. As long as Quantum is keeping his cool with everybody, I think he should be okay.
Yeah.
A panel called Ball Busters.
I mean, he got in a lot of trouble here because various TOS breaks. But anyway, let's not dwell on that too long.
Yeah, no, it should be a good AMA.
It'll get the Globe kids riled up, and it should be a good time.
Actually, the first time I'd ever even heard of that before. But anyway.
What?
It's in the stage. It's in the events listed in the politics server.
The particular phrase that was used that got him booted.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
He got content banned from the server.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's not a problem for the event, though.
Yeah.
The mods know about it, so it's.
Has he been for a while?
Yeah.
We can get him unbanned, I think.
That'd be interesting.
Do you have his user ID? Anyone?
No, but I can get it. But
If you'd like, see if we can get him unbanned before the event. Just keep him around.
No, he is unbanned for the event. He's here for the event.
Yeah, but I want to
He'll
keep
be there
him
by
unbanned.
proxy. He'll be there by proxy, and it's they're aware of it and they're cool with it.
Yeah, he's coming
Let's
through
see.
on Nathan's channel.
yeah, let's see how that goes, and if it goes well, then maybe see what can happen after that. But did I?
All right, next contender.
I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of interesting things from Yui for the event. Isn't that right, Yui?
Oh my god, it's gonna be hilarious.
He's not going to be here, I don't think. I think he's got work or some meetings, so he's not going to be around for it.
You're going to be around, Mr. Yui.
No, I've got a back-to-back conference, so I finish work at 5:30, and he's starting at 3:30. So I don't think he's going to be running for 2 hours. So someone's going to have to record it.
You didn't have the time to debunk
Otherwise, I'd be
Nathan
very
Oakley.
disappointed. What did you say?
This could be so funny.
You're not going to have the chance to debunk Nathan Oakley, Yui.
No, I won't. Unfortunately, not.
I wanted 1947 black and white pictures from a fucking V2 rocket to come up. That'd have been hilarious.
I think we might get at least one member of Troll Team 6 in there. We'll get Manufactotum, send him in.
God. Have you got like rings and stuff that you push together and then transform with your Troll Team 6 powers?
Exactly.
I thought so. Where can I get merch?
Name that you've seen the name that Peter the Great's been given in the actual the 24/7 server.
Oh shit! No, I did see it, but I've forgotten it. Remind me what it was. It made me laugh.
It's a great one. I got to go back in there and look though. Hang on, I'll tell you. Oh yeah, he's still in there. Where is he?
Peter.
Petard, yeah, Petard, the fake cap clown.
Yeah. You know, he's also been feuding with Blue Marble Science. Supposedly, Blue Marble Science in the YouTube chat called him Crayon Muncher or something the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no. That's like Contra Razor turning around to me and calling me a Crown Ranger. That's weird.
Yeah.
I have a funny DM with Blue Marble Science. He DM'd me I DM'd him saying, "Move over, Blue Marble Science. The new Globers are here." And then he said, "What the fuck do you mean move over? No one's in your fucking way." It was funny.
No one's in your fucking way, he said.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he tried to discuss his little thing over there in 24/7, but QE muted him pretty quickly and give it to him. Nice.
Yeah. Just gonna scream at him and move on, usually.
Yeah.
We do expend a lot of time on that fool in here, and people do get impatient with it. But at the same time, it's like, all right, let's see what he's throwing at us now. Kind of fun, you know?
I've just spent 2 days reading his, not his document, but the actual apparent experiment from CERN, and the claims that he's making in his document don't actually align with the CERN document itself. He's messed it up badly.
That's a good find. Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to do a PowerPoint. We should do
Let's
that.
do it. Let's do a counter PowerPoint.
I was going to put something together today, but I haven't done it. I've been 24/7 and drinking all day because it's Australia Day. I've been here on my own by myself with the dog, and yeah. But I can tell you some pretty good points, and I can point them out. I think I've got some screenshots there out of it. But one of the main points is that this downward bias that these gas particles they're apparently viewing, they actually create the downward bias themselves. They say that in their paper.
Really? Does it say how they do that?
Yeah, with the electromagnetic field that they're using to contain the anti-particles.
Really?
So it's about
God, dude.
Yeah.
So that has nothing to
that's-
do with gravity anyway. Like he said that he couldn't prove it was due to gravity. I was like, well, you can't prove it's falling then.
The whole thing, this whole experiment that he's given us, is about the effect of gravity on anti-atoms, and will anti-atoms fall like matter does? And they even refer back to Newton with the apple, saying, when Newton witnessed this apple fall from the tree, are we going to witness the same occurrence with anti-atoms? So they used anti-hydrogen atoms to do it. They had to create the anti-hydrogen atoms. And then they're
Not even
contained in
naturally
this
occurring.
No,
but the
not
paper that
naturally
you're
occurring.
finding, the paper that you found is saying that it's due to electromagnetism.
No, so what they do then is, so the two claims he's made is that one, gases don't need to be contained by something physical, because in this experiment they're contained by an electromagnetic field.
Yeah, inside
And
a
then the
container,
second-
though, right?
No, but this is his point. He's saying that you can contain a gas without a container, because in this so-called experiment, it's not an experiment, but this CERN experiment, they're containing the gases of antimatter atoms with the electromagnetic field. And then what they apparently do is they manipulate the field, and they open the top and the bottom, and they see which way these atoms apparently flow. And what they state is that most of these atoms are flowing downwards. So they're saying that gravity is what's causing this downward flow of these negative atoms. But in their own paper, they're manipulating it to cause the downward flow with their electromagnetic field. So they're actually causing that downward bias that they're witnessing. One, there's nothing occurring in nature that they've seen. His hypothesis is all twisted, It's a big mess, the hypothesis.
He got shitty with me over that. Really shitty. I wouldn't let him get past it. He couldn't give the dependent variable, and he got the shits.
Yeah,
Well,
he
even
did that
the
to
way
me
that
too
he
the very
stated
first time he brought this up, and then he kept going with it anyway.
Well, in this experiment, the whole thing is about gravity making
I know.
atoms go down like matter does, So these anti-atoms. So
You're
the
saying
fact
that's an
is that-
effect of the electromagnetic field, though, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, it says that they manipulated it to cause a downward flow, is what it actually says in their own document. So I read the whole thing. I've got some notes there. I've got some screenshots. But the problem is that the effect would actually be the atoms going down. So his hypothesis is actually his effect, not his cause.
Well, this is the very first conversation I had with him. Before he even made a presentation out of it, he brought this paper out, and I was like, "What's a dependent variable?" Like, gases, they're tending downward or whatever. What's the independent variable? Of course, he couldn't say gravity. It was like over right there.
Yep. Well, gravity is in the whole experiment. So the whole point of it is to see if gravity's having that effect on those anti-atoms. The other thing that he argued with me was that these anti-atoms are viewed through a microscope. And according to their own document, they're not viewed through a microscope at all. They are trying to see how it interacts on the light spectrum, and they see how when they release these anti-atoms, when they come into contact with matter, there's apparently an explosion of energy.
Yeah.
So what they apparently see is this explosion of, they're seeing this explosion of energy and then accounting it to that anti-atom, but they can't actually see the anti-atom. So that was another false claim that he made as well, that they were viewing them and counting them being released via a microscope, because that's not what the papers from CERN state.
Okay, that's crazy. I was gonna go there with the peer review, replication crisis stuff, but I was like, nah, let's just take it at face value or whatever. Just, give them a pass on the paper. But I guess maybe this paper is afflicted by their replication crisis. Maybe it is just crap science.
I told him that he could. I said, feel free to call it something else if you like, a test, a demonstration of some kind, whatever. But it's not natural science. And oh boy, he got his shits with me.
Yeah, of course. So they're correlating it, and it's affirming the consequent, right? They're presupposing the gravitational field. He told us that too, because he just started appealing to physicists' beliefs. He's like, "Oh, they're not trying to prove gravity did this because they already know." That's what he said, basically.
And they also assume that these anti-hydrogen atoms occur in nature, but they can't actually show it or prove it because, again, they can only see small explosions of energy, apparently, when this does come into contact with matter of some
the thing
sort.
that I thought, though, is that like the electromagnetism that's trapping the anti-hydrogen, right? I thought that I don't know. Maybe I didn't read the paper enough, but it seemed to me that was occurring within a container, right? And that you have to separate the anti-hydrogen just from normal walls, which is why you need the electromagnetic field, right, just to keep it away from the normal matter, right?
Correct. And then when they were released through the bottom with the downward bias, they had a collision with the wall of the container where they exploded into energy. And then they used something to do with light spectrum and that explosion to try and count that atom. But the other thing it actually states is that their goal for this year is, in that so-called experiment, to gain 10% accuracy. So at the moment, they're not even at 10% accuracy in counting these atoms that are being released.
Good job.
Yeah, I've been reading it for 2 friggin' days. So much shit. And then trying to understand it all as well, because some of the terminology they use and the equipment they're using, I don't have great knowledge on that. So I've been sort of going and researching that.
You found this through the references in the paper he gave, or?
Yeah. I'm going to try and find the one where they said they create the downward bias. Let me see if I can find it. So it's called the Alpha
I feel like I'd like to hear
experiment.
Larry. I feel like I'd like to hear what Larry said about all this. Or what Peter says when you bring these things to him.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, Creep, we get your point.
See, even here on all their pages, Alpha Team celebrate antimatter light spectrum. Alpha Team observes spectrum of antimatter from light spectrum. Novel investigation of gravity and antimatter. So this is the one that he quoted. See if I can find the paper. Here we go. So if you want to read, has anyone read the abstract?
I did the other day.
Yep. Cool.
What's going
It's,
on?
he says it's all just
I'm reading.
proof of gas pressure without a container, right? That's what he
Well,
was
the
presenting.
two
it for.
things it was one was proof of gas pressure without a container, yeah, but there's a big problem with that as well because I feel like it's false equivalence because some gases can be manipulated and may be contained by a magnetic field, yeah, but the gases that are in our atmosphere don't have those magnetic properties. It's got to do with their charges, and our gases in our atmosphere are negatively charged. They don't have a charge as such, so they're not affected in that way. So when we're talking about gas pressure, we're talking about gas, not antimatter, and we're
I think,
talking about it occurring naturally in nature. Yeah, so he's sort of
I was just wondering. I wonder what this is all going on. Where it's all going on? Like, where are they doing this? I wonder if they're doing it inside a container.
Yeah, they are, and they're doing it in CERN at the research. They have to create with that whatever that collider thing is. They have to slow these particles down, create the particles to create the anti-hydrogen atoms, and then once they're created, they're contained within a container in an electromagnetic field, and the electromagnetic
they're doing it in a
field
container.
yeah, and it works a little bit like I suppose an electrical current. Yeah, so it's actually orbiting around this center wire or whatever it is. And then when they vary that electric field on the outside, they see whether the atoms are released through the top or the bottom. But this is what I'm trying to find now. They state that they actually manipulate it so that they do leave through the bottom. I'm just trying to find it. It's somewhere in here. And I was reading it today.
Yeah, it says they manipulate the frequencies on the mirror coils, right?
Yes, but then they said they create a downward bias. They actually state that they create a downward bias in there.
Yeah, and they refer to gravity too, so they make it the exact same as gravity.
Yes.
Simulating gravity with electromagnetism.
Yep, and then they state that, oh, look, it does go down because of gravity. So, yeah, they were the two claims. It goes down because of gravity and out of this container, and that it doesn't need the container because it's being contained by an electromagnetic field.
But they need to do it in a container.
Yeah, how would you do that without the container to contain the whole system with the electromagnetic field and all of it?
Yeah, and then that's how they measure it when it comes out and comes in contact with matter or the side of the container. Then there's a explosion of energy, and then they register the explosion of energy from some light spectrum.
I think you've reduced his proof to you're delusional and you know nothing about physics.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like the claims he's made don't necessarily follow the actual paper that I've read.
I was lazier about it. I was like kind of just content to ask him the DV/IV stuff, and you know, is this an effect of gravity? No, I can't necessarily conclude that. It just looks like it's consistent. Okay, what makes things fall? Gravity. Okay, but you can't say this is an effect of gravity. Okay, so you can't say that the gas is falling. All right.
No, like Alpha said, Peter's a squirmy fucker. He won't answer nothing, man.
It's irrelevant.
His conclusion's kind of a non sequitur.
when he needs gravity to be the mechanism of things falling, but can't say that it was gravity that did this, but still concludes that it fell, right?
Well, this is where I feel like he's got his hypothesis all wrong because, again, this is all about gravity affecting atoms, but the hypothesis is that atoms are going to go down. Now, if we were doing real science, we would first witness the atoms go down and we would form a hypothesis that it's gravity that's affecting those atoms. This is all in reverse.
And it's antimatter. It's not. It's anti-atom.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Is it actually in the state of gas? I don't know.
Yes, it is. It is in a gas
Right.
state. But they do something to cool it to get it to a gas state.
Yeah, they use liquid helium, right? They bathe it like 12 times.
They try to remove as much of the kinetic potential as they can from the gas, so they cool it. They, I think they try to do something with the polarity of the gases as well to make them as neutral as possible. This, in my opinion, is Peter deciding to dress up a red herring and present that red herring because he thinks that flat earthers aren't intelligent enough to pull it apart and rip
Pulled
it
it apart in one conversation with him without even looking at anything other than what he showed me. But this is way better than what AJ has.
Just let me demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Right, first I'll need a container.
Yeah. Well,
they do show what the apparatus is with a picture, and I'm pretty sure it's got a container around the outside of it.
They describe it. They say it's a 4 centimeter cylinder, right? And the fact that they release the top and the bottom confers that it's a container.
Yeah. The antimatter can't touch the side of the container though because of the explosion that AJ was mentioning.
Exactly, that's what I got. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why the electromagnetic field is holding the molecules that have got an electric charge, I think is correct. So that's how they're being held in. Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought it was too. And he's saying no container at all, so it looks to me like he doesn't really understand much about his own paper.
And the other issue is, like you were just saying, Jedi, is that that our atmosphere doesn't contain gases that are affected by electromagnetics that way, or magnetics that way.
No, we're breathing oxygen and nitrogen.
The gases have to have a charge. Yes.
Yeah, we're breathing oxygen and nitrogen, not fucking anti-hydrogen. Which was only discovered in 1995, or so? I might be getting the date
it wasn't
wrong.
even discovered. They created it in 1995 in the lab by
false equivalent.
Great times.
Yeah, it's not naturally occurring.
Just gonna have a fun time with that next time.
I emailed all this to myself today, unless I didn't, but I'm trying to find the email that I tried to send to myself. My computer.
Good legwork. I've just gotten to the point where I find that anything they show me is going to have some kind of inconsistency or flaw in it, and I can just use that against it.
Well, I was more looking into it because he was just insisting that they were looking at these atoms, anti-atoms, leaving through a microscope. I said, well, no, they're not seen under a microscope. He said, yes, they 100% are.
I'm glad you clocked him on that one. Sorry, I'm glad you clocked him on that one because that's what I was talking to him about before I started falling asleep. He was adamant that they were watching 80% of the gas particles come out of the bottom of the cylinder, where 20% were coming out of the top.
That's exactly what I said, but not using a microscope. Where did you take that from?
Because I had the discussion with you about the microscope, and you said to me, yes, it is a microscope, and yes, we can see them with a microscope. And I was saying no, and you're
in general, but not in this experiment.
For that.
No, in this experiment, I gave you a citation exactly how they observe the atoms in the
Is that
experiment.
80% of them coming out, or was it just an 80% match with their predictions with the gravitational model?
What they were hypothesizing is whether a similar amount would come out as the simulation of regular hydrogen, which was 80%. That's your hypothesis that you want so much.
They're matching it to different models. One of them was the
Hypothesis.
gravitational model.
What's the
One of them
hypothesis?
was no gravity.
Do you have the model with the hydrogen?
Absolutely, that's what the citation provides.
I seen the one with the antimatter, but not with the hydrogen.
The citation describes the hypothesis.
You're also wrong about it not needing a container because they're just using the electromagnetic field to keep the antihydrogen off the walls.
Exactly my
That,
point.
of course, is in. No, it wasn't.
Exactly.
We have you recorded over and over again saying, nope, no container.
No
but even the electromagnetism
physical
would be a container, even if it was just that.
No physical container.
Oh, so you're saying it again?
Dude.
No physical container.
Peter.
Yes.
You have the diagram of the cylinder. You said it's inside the cylinder, but the gas can't touch the side of the cylinder because of the explosions, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Canal, dude.
There you go.
You gave us this, right? So we've all gone away and we've read through the papers and now we're talking about it and have been for the last 2-3 days.
I'm loving it.
Good. Well done. So accept the critique.
Happy to provide any clarifications.
Yep. Can I clarify what you've seen occurring in nature to form a hypothesis for this experiment?
You can ask me a question about my evidence, yes.
I just did.
What's the question?
Said what was observed. What was the observed phenomenon occurring in nature that they observed to form a hypothesis for this scientific experiment?
Yes, absolutely.
That's
what? You bricked or what, dude? Try again.
Hold on. Let me connect them. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeehaw.
Okay, what was the question?
What was the naturally observed phenomenon that they seen occurring in nature that they used to form the hypothesis?
What they used, the scientists, was that everything falls with acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared in nature.
But not everything does.
Well, according to them, they observe, the scientists who made this hypothesis observe that everything that they know, well, maybe, but that's what they observe. You asked me what? No. I'm sorry, but the question was, what did they?
So wouldn't they have to have first seen? Wouldn't they first have to have seen anti-hydrogen atoms going down, and then they would form the hypothesis that it was gravity that was affecting those anti-hydrogen atoms, causing them to go down?
In a magnetic field.
No, in the paper they explain to you exactly what their thinking was, which is they've observed everything else going down, and they were not sure they were not sure if antimatter, such as antihydrogen, was also going down, or maybe going up, or not giving a shit. This is exactly the hypothesis. Which one of the three is the case?
Well, the hypothesis is structured incorrectly as well.
Well, you should let them know, because those professors and
The
PhDs in
hypothesis that
physics
you wrote,
must
yeah?
be. No, I didn't write it. They wrote it. I just summarized it for you.
Regardless who
I
wrote
literally
it,
provided
it's
you
malformed.
I provided you 2 citations from the paper that describe the hypotheses, too.
Yep. And
did you read them?
Would you like me to read it? Yeah, I read them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Citation 1 and 2.
So
those for
they're
the
malformed.
hypothesis. Well, you should let them know. Those guys don't know what they're doing then. Their papers should have been rejected, in the initial stages of peer review. Unfortunately,
Why?
it's one of the most famous papers in particle physics in
Why?
the
There's a
recent years.
replication crisis where 50% of papers, according to one paper, if you can trust that, are garbage. But I guess
You
that's
should
not
let them
peer-reviewed
know.
papers.
This is one of the most famous experiments, alpha G, in recent, history of particle physics. So
Well,
you should let them know.
Yeah,
But they
AJ
don't
was
know
saying it
what a
doesn't even match.
hypothesis is.
It doesn't even match their references, though. Like what they actually did at CERN, their claims within your paper isn't matching up.
Let me summarize for the
Yeah.
audience. Random dude with a lollipop in his mouth says
No.
CERN doesn't do science.
No, we didn't say that at all. You're an idiot.
I don't think I am.
We didn't say that. That's not what I just said. I said that
I might
your
be an
paper
asshole,
is
but I'm
not
not
your
delusional.
paper. Yeah, you are. You are. Your paper is not aligning with your references. Well, that's what I was told. Anyway, if AJ wants to elaborate, or if not, whatever, it's up to you.
Well,
AJ says these people don't know how to form a hypothesis.
Well, he has no point for you, so stop being a
let's
retard
let's
and
start.
just hear him out.
Let's start by reading the hypothesis, yeah? Let's go and have a look at it. Let me
Go
pull it
ahead.
up on
Let's
the
have
phone
a
here.
gander.
Let's see what's sorry. Gotta go to my messages. Sorry, I'm on my phone. It's playing up. Because it's flat. Hang on, give me 2 seconds. Sorry.
Take your time. We don't want to rush it.
Just
Well,
very
you could
quickly.
open it up and read it.
Sorry, AJ. You're going to be joining us later this afternoon to speak to Nathan Oakley.
No, it's midnight for me.
Okay, so 3:30 in the afternoon. British time's too early for you, yeah? Fair enough.
Also, I'm waiting for Nathan to kindly ask me to honor him with my presence. That's one of the conditions that need to be.
He has an open door. You can join anytime, whenever he's live. You can
That's
join.
just a condition that Peter set so that
Yes,
you never
tell
have
him
to
I
actually
have an
talk to
open
him.
door.
Yeah, that's just a condition that you set so that you'll never have to actually talk to him. Good excuse.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here we go. Title: Gas particles fall with 9.8 meters per second squared and require no physical containment to be contained. We are making 2 claims tonight. Gas on Earth falls with 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. Individual atoms of gas are shown to fall. Gas requires no physical container to be contained. The gas being tested could not be contained using physical means because it would annihilate the walls of the container. Okay, so hypothesis.
So those are my claims, and I'm using the paper as the source to substantiate my claim.
That's right.
Correct.
We know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, this is where I'm a little bit confused, yeah, and if I'm wrong, I'm happy for anyone to correct me. What is the naturally observed phenomenon here with this gas, yeah? You said your naturally observed phenomenon was that things go down, yep?
Yes.
So the hypothesis would be gravity causing that. Well, your hypothesis is that individual gas particles will be attracted, repulsed, or unaffected.
That's correct.
So
That's what the scientists wrote.
Well, this would be, well, according to you, this would be the effect, not the cause. So how's the effect going to be the hypothesis, not the cause?
It is not. That would be absurd.
Well, that's the way that I'm reading what you've put here, yeah? That's
Maybe
my
you
first
should
issue
think
with it.
about it.
And then it's malformed anyway because it should say, it should be in a presupposition where it says, if gravity gas particles will be attracted, repulsed. If this, then they would be repulsed, or if that, then they would be unaffected. So it's malformed in the first place as well.
What is malformed?
Let me explain it better. Give me 2 seconds. I'll go to my notes.
I hope you all are having a
Guys.
fucking amazing day.
Yeah.
Screw you, man. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks.
Oh, I love you, heretic.
Fuck that. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks.
I mean, I love the way this is anti-hydrogen. It's not oxygen, it's not nitrogen. It's just this special gas that they created that they can hold within a magnetic field.
Any gas could be held like this. Regular hydrogen.
It cannot be. That's another part of your claim that's
Let
incorrect.
me comment on what he said, okay, before you pop your gasket. Hydrogen
popping
has
any
hydrogen has exactly the same properties as anti-hydrogen. The only difference being the charges are reversed. So if you can hold anti-hydrogen using this field, you can hold hydrogen exactly the same way.
Okay, what about oxygen and nitrogen?
They're different gases.
But they're the ones we're breathing.
Yes, but the claim you always bring up without ever substantiate. Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, because
you
this
asked
is why.
me what about oxygen and nitrogen, and now you're going off.
Yeah, 2 seconds. This is. I'm just going to point out it's a massive red herring. I said it to you 2-3 days ago, and it's fine if you want to convolute this. We understand what you're doing. This is what I said about oxygen and nitrogen. Dude.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm doing, or would you like me to tell you what I'm doing?
No, I understand. I've read the paper. I've also heard another 3 people go through it. I'm waiting for another 2 people to go through it with me again. I'm trying to understand this as best
Do
as
you
I can.
understand my intent?
Your hypothesis, yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm talking.
to-
He interrupted, so I'm going to address what he said, and then we can resume. So, Jedi,
so
my intent is to show that what is very often repeated here, that gases are special and don't fall, or gases are special and require a container to have pressure, or to even be contained, a physical container, that those statements are not true. You can certainly say you're not showing this for hydrogen or oxygen or nitrogen. No, I'm not. I'm showing it for gases in general. So I don't want to hear ever again that gases are special and don't fall, and that gases require a physical container in order to be contained.
We'll get to the
Naturally
gases.
occurring gases do.
Yeah, we'll get to the gases. Don't fall in a minute. I'm just addressing this container claim. A massive red herring, dude. But fine, if you feel like you can do this mental manipulation, masturbation, whatever you want to do, and think you've got one up on
that.
That's fine, dude.
Now you're not being genuine because I'm talking nice to you and you're getting all emotional.
I'm not getting emotional at all, dude. I'm really not. I'm outside. I'm cold.
Well, that sucks for you, but my goal here
not
is to show.
Cold, dude. Stop trying to poison the
Yeah, which you have failed, Peter.
My goal is to show that you're wrong about behavior of gases.
And you failed.
So
But you don't have an experiment off in the first place. Yeah?
Yes, I do.
And I said
in
it's
front of your face.
malformed. And I said it's malformed
And
for
I
the
disagree
reason
with
that
you.
it does not give any more specific details that it should, such as what might cause the attraction, the repulsion, or the nil effect at all on the gas particles. But again, your hypothesis is gravity, yeah? Not the actual particles themselves going down. That's the effect that you should have witnessed in nature in the first instance that you did not witness.
I'm telling
Doesn't
you
the
what
CERN
the
paper say
scientists
that it was
witnessed.
the electromagnetic field actually inducing the effect, or some of it, or something like that?
Yes,
No,
so
it
I'm just trying to
counters
find
it.
that now. Hang on. I'm just trying to find that now so I can actually cite it for you because I read it today. And what they state is that they did actually create a downward bias where these particles were leaving this containment. And the second thing that was stated was that they're only counting not through visual, they're looking at through light spectrum, the explosions that occur when it hits the wall of the container as well. But there was definitely a downward bias. Yep.
There's no container.
Oh, there you
Here we
go.
go.
Peter,
Right
you
here.
failed. You failed, Peter.
No, I didn't. You failed to
No,
understand.
motion, gravitational force, hydrogen. Here we go, right here. Thus, in one-dimensional model, a magnetic bias of 1G would effectively balance out the downwards gravitational force for the hydrogen,
Balance
having
out.
assumed
Balance
no.
out, meaning cancel out.
Hang
Yes.
on, you're going to let me finish or what?
Go ahead.
Magnitude, gravitational force, hydrogen. We investigated nominal biases of 3G, 2G, 1G. The figure 2b illustrates the positive bias fields, which would encourage anti-hydrogen atoms to exit at the bottom.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Well, there goes your bendy
Yes. And your
space-time pause.
interpretation is. What's your interpretation of the words you just read?
Let me go read exactly what it says.
Yeah. What's
Summarize
yours?
it for the
Exactly
Summarize it.
Sorry.
Figure 2b illustrates the positive bias fields BG and BA, which would encourage anti-hydrogen atoms to exit at the bottom. We typically accumulated atoms for 50 stacks in roughly 4 hours, resulting in about 100 atoms trapped. Yeah? But they don't know this because
I'm sorry.
The other issue, hang on, the other issue we have here, which is another big issue, Peter, is that this year they're trying to get to 10% accuracy. So they aren't even at 10% accuracy in counting these antimatter atoms that are leaving the container.
Okay. Is the classroom ready to discuss the citation that was just read?
That's not the citation. That's just in the actual document that you've apparently
a
cited
citation
from.
the document. You just made a citation,
Well,
right?
this is out of your document, yeah, that you've provided.
A citation from that paper. Let me read it again for the classroom. I think that's the section that you were citing. I don't think you know how to make a citation, by the way. Having
I know how
assumed
to make a citation. A citation would be me posting the actual document into the chat and then giving you the page and the section and citing it out of the document. I have just read out what is in the document here that you're stating you have got your
I'm
evidence
presenting
from,
it for the audience right now on your behalf, and I'm reading
no
it.
worries.
And
So
I'm
don't
reading
talk
it.
shit and don't talk shit and tell me I
I'm not
don't know how
talking
to present a
shit.
citation.
Just shush it for a
Well,
second.
you are
I'm
when
going
you
to
state
read
that.
it. I'm going to read it. Having assumed no a priori direction or magnitude for the gravitational force on antihydrogen, we investigated nominal bias values of, and they list them. Figure 2b, so drawing 2b, illustrates the positive bias fields which would encourage antihydrogen atoms to exit at the bottom. So they're analyzing ahead of time what the possible biases could be prior to observing the results. They make no a priori direction or magnet, having assumed no a priori direction or magnitude. So they're not even assuming that gravitation works the way that people say it works. That's the whole point of this experiment.
Well, they are assuming that gravity works the way that they state gravitation works.
Which means works or doesn't work, because they're not sure.
They actually reference Einstein and Newtonian gravity.
Of course,
in
they're
this.
physicists, yes.
But then
There's
they're not
no
actually
physicist
referencing it for
in
the
the
experiment.
world. There's no physicist in the world that does not think gravity causes things to fall. Not a single one. So yes, the same way they believe that air, wood, and fire exist, the same way they believe that gravity exists. However, in this experiment, they're specifically
An experiment
not
because
Wait,
It's not an
no-
experiment because you don't have a proper hypothesis.
Oh,
So
that's
don't call it an
because you're
experiment.
using your standard for experiments that
No,
nobody
not
else
my
in the world
standards.
uses.
I'm using the standard of the scientific method, yeah? You
Citation.
didn't witness any natural
Citation.
you didn't witness any natural occurrences, Peter.
Citation, please.
You
Citation.
didn't witness any natural occurrences.
Citation.
And you've conflated the
Citation.
occurrence between
Please,
the
citation.
cause when they're claiming
Citation.
the cause is gravity.
Citation.
Don't need to give you a citation.
Citation.
I need to give a
Citation.
citation for
Yes.
what the scientific method is, do I?
Exactly. Yes. Citation.
Scientific method.
Citation. For your claim that it's not an experiment unless it's as you just said. Citation.
You will need to witness something, a naturally occurring phenomenon, yeah? What have you witnessed here for your naturally occurring
for your
phenomenon,
claim.
Peter?
Citation for your positive
What is
claim.
your naturally occurring
all right.
phenomenon,
Citation.
Peter?
All right, Peter.
Citation.
If you need, be quiet, Peter. If you need a citation for the claim that you need a naturally observed phenomenon to conduct an experiment, then you're not qualified to speak in here. So I'm just gonna put you
Citation
on
for
mute.
what the claim he made.
Yeah, no. If you need a citation for that, the most rudimentary step of the scientific method, then just shut the fuck up. Don't talk in here anymore. You're just not qualified for these conversations to even claim that you have an experiment if you need that cited for you at this point. It's retarded.
Citation.
Okay, going on mute. Well, AJ wants to talk to him, so not yet, I guess.
I don't want to talk to him. There's no point in talking to him because he doesn't have an experiment. He's never going to admit that, for a start. Secondly, it doesn't clarify. It actually clarifies further down in this document, if we were to keep on reading, that they push these atoms to the bottom of the container and blah, 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 blah. There's quite a few other issues in there, but he doesn't have the experiment to begin with, and he doesn't have a hypothesis, yeah, as far as I can see.
It's up to you if you want to keep going over it with him. But if he needs a citation for something so basic, then, I mean, he's out of his depth and shouldn't be bringing any of this up anyhow.
Well, I'm not going to provide a citation for something that's discussed in here daily and should be known by everybody, yeah? And I mean, if we just look up natural science, you'll get a citation off Google that just states that you first need to observe something occurring in nature.
Yeah, he's just sandbagging at this point if he needs that cited. So forget it.
Well, when I read in the Wikipedia for scientific method, it says that you could have an observation, or it could be a like you could ask, like if there's something you have a question on, like it could be based on asking a question.
Well, unfortunately, that's incorrect.
Is the Wikipedia incorrect?
If we're looking at if we're looking at natural science, yes, 100% it's incorrect.
So, who is the authority on that?
Yeah, forgive me, guys. I'm running through all of my authorities at the moment. The link that I usually drop for this one seems to be fucked up. I've dropped the quotation mark. You notice that the first step is to observe a natural phenomena, but give me a moment or two and I'll get the fucking reference that it comes from.
Yeah, sorry, Jetty.
Yeah, that's
I'm on
exactly
my phone,
what
man.
happened.
I don't have any of this stuff at hand because I'm on my phone. I don't have my computer. I've only got it on my other laptop, and I just don't have any of this stuff on hand. I've got to go and search for it.
Now point out to the problems with those steps. I agree with those steps. Now apply those to the paper cited by me and tell me where those steps fail.
So step 1, observe a natural phenomena happening in the physical natural world without influence of man.
Absolutely. Things fall. We wonder if all things fall the same way or only if some things fall the same way.
No, it's not.
Hang on, you've forgotten something.
Sorry.
And you've forgotten that this whole paper is about gravity affecting them.
Yes.
You keep leaving that out, Peter.
So think about it. The observed phenomenon is things fall. We're not sure if all things fall. Therefore, we make a hypothesis.
This particular thing may fall, may not fall, may even go up. Who knows?
Can I say into that?
Of course.
Thank you. We observe the natural phenomena. You started your statement with if.
I don't know.
You have to point to so this is happening. Point
Yeah, things fall. Yeah.
Things fall.
Yes.
Sometimes. With
Matter
the
falls. Yes.
the question within the abstract is: do gases, like with regards to Newton and the apple, do gases act like the apple?
Exactly. It's kind of what they're saying. Is that particular gas like an apple?
So where do we observe gases fall in nature?
All over, everywhere around us.
Where? Because
in the atmosphere.
Gases are going in all directions, aren't they?
Everything goes in all directions in general, but there's an acceleration vector that always applies near Earth.
Why?
Well, why? We have some ideas. We think it's the mass of the Earth.
Temperature would be one of them.
No, because it's a consistent acceleration vector that never changes.
The gas goes down at 0.8 meters per second squared, just like the gas goes up at that rate.
That it has a vector acting on it. Multiple vectors can act on
Didn't
the
answer
same
his
particle.
question. Didn't answer his question.
I have
9.8 meters per
obviously-
second squared, downward acceleration. You went to something else.
I
Try
did
again.
answer. It was misunderstood. In the first,
No, you didn't.
At school, when you do classical mechanics, within the first 2 lessons, they tell you about multiple vectors acting on the same object at once. This is the first lesson.
9.8 meters per second squared, downward acceleration of gas. Yes or no?
Absolutely yes.
There. There's the answer, Jim.
That's the obvious answer that I gave at the very beginning. Now, my interlocutor asked, but sometimes it goes up. Absolutely. I didn't say there was only one vector acting on objects, but that vector always acts. Night or day, temperature, vacuum, no vacuum, surrounding medium. All of those factors obviously affect the object, but the downward acceleration vector is always there, near Earth, always.
Okay, cool. So within the abstract, we're trying to figure out if gases go down because of gravity, like with the apple, right?
Specifically, these people are trying to figure out if that particular type of gas, yes.
No, they're trying to see
And,
if
can I
anti-hydrogen
talk to
will
him
go
for a
down
second?
like gravity. Hang on. We're
Yes,
trying to see if anti-hydrogen will go down like from
which is what I
gravity
said.
being the cause.
Can I talk
So
to
where's
Jedi?
anti-hydrogen
You check
observed
yourself
in
out of
nature,
this
Peter?
conversation. Yes, what
No,
I'm
I didn't
saying.
check myself out.
Let me talk to Jedi because he has good questions. You had your chance, okay? Now I'm talking to Jedi. So specifically, in this paper, they're asking if that particular type of gas falls. And I am using this paper to show that if this gas falls, then there are no reasons I can think of why one would claim that other gases don't fall.
Okay, cool.
I gave that statement at the very beginning. I want to clarify. Well, let me clarify so people don't think I'm misleading. That I couldn't find a paper that would show hydrogen or oxygen because no physicists ask a question, do those gases fall? It's so obvious to them that they do that they're not actively researching that problem.
Okay, that's
Only
good.
you
Okay,
guys.
we don't need the rest of the bloviating. Yeah, it's
Okay,
so
thank
obvious
you.
already. We don't need you don't need to say that every time. Okay, go
That's
ahead,
the
Jed.
context. That's the context.
Final question, and this is where AJ was, and I do apologise to everyone, I'm suffering with a bit of traffic, so you can't hear me very well. I can't hear you too good. But why is the gas going down 80% at the bottom as compared to 20% at the top? Why is that happening?
Because any cloud of gas has kinetic energy, which makes it want to go in random directions, like you say, which is correct. Now, when there is a consistent or constant acceleration vector in a specific direction, then there's going to be a very strong bias where even though that gas has kinetic energy, it cannot be randomly
spread out like per the second law of thermodynamics, because there is a force acting on it, or I'm using the word force, but there is an acceleration vector. Therefore, the movement of the gas is not random; it's towards that vector. Now,
what's causing that?
Doing it otherwise would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Okay, so it has to behave like this. It would be the same if you created an electrostatic force. The source of the vector doesn't matter. The vector is there. Therefore, the gas has to move in general in that direction. Its own kinetic energy and the momentum vectors that it has will cause some of it to go sideways or up and anywhere it wishes. What was your question?
What caused it to go down?
Thank you.
According to the physicist who wrote this paper, obviously gravity.
Appeal to opinion. That's what your whole proof boiled down to?
No, I'm summarizing the paper. According to the people who
gravity?
wrote the paper, gravity.
So what's gravity?
It's one of the 4 interactions in nature.
Oh.
Okay, so with that
this,
definition, what of the 4 interactions in nature made it go down? Could you be more specific?
Say again?
According to that definition, one of the 4 fundamental forces in nature made it go down. Can you be more specific?
Gravity, which is one of the 4 interactions.
No, it's becoming
currently known.
tautological. Try again.
Gravity made it go down. That's what they
Gravity, one of the 4 fundamental forces. Gravity. Yeah,
Yes,
it's just you're going in a
yes.
circle now. So be more specific. What
Oh,
specifically
you
made it
want
go
me
down?
to describe gravity?
Yeah, what is it?
Okay, it's an interaction between mass and energy and space-time.
How'd they come to that conclusion? What was the independent
Through
variable?
observing nature, people have come to that conclusion.
Yeah, be more specific. So the bending and warping of space-time made it go down. Was that utilized as an independent variable in this?
In a sense, yes. The particular placement of the apparatus in space-time was the independent variable.
Begging
Yes.
the question, in a sense, yes, sounds like weasel words to me. So that you're begging the
Let me
question that
rephrase.
field.
The
You're begging
placement
the
of the
question.
apparatus, yes.
You're begging the
answer
question
is
that it was
yes.
even. You're begging the question that any of this is even taking place in a space-time field to begin with. That's obvious to everybody here.
The people performing the experiment,
Yeah, now
that's the
you're back
model
to their.
within
Yeah,
their
that's
work.
their opinions. They're supposed to physically demonstrate it, not just appeal to their
The
beliefs.
purpose of the paper is not to prove gravity.
Oh, okay. Well, nice try.
That's nowhere in the paper does it say, in this paper, we're going to demonstrate that gravity
Well, if you're
is a
stating that
thing.
gravity's the cause, you have to have already have proven gravity in the first
Of course,
instance.
the
So when
people-
did they do?
yes.
So when was that done?
Over the last 300 years, many times.
Hyperspecificity with him.
Well, this is the truth. Like, these people are not asking a question, is gravity
Okay,
a thing?
give it one specific instance over the last 300 years where the space-time field was proven.
Cavendish experiment.
Oh, what does the Cavendish paper even mention space-time?
No, it doesn't. We just know that what it shows is
next.
space-time.
Okay, next.
That's it. There's no next.
You just know that what it shows is space-time, even though it's not even mentioned, and there's no
I'm
next.
summarizing for you what people who are better equipped than I think.
Well, get one of those people who are better equipped in here because this isn't
They'll
working
never
out very
come.
well.
I am the best you can ever get.
We're stuck with clown acts like this.
Yes.
Bozos like
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Wow, that's too bad.
Exactly. Nobody will ever come here. No physicist would ever come here, ever.
Just a bozo who puts his foot in his mouth. So
Yes,
with
the
that
best you
statement,
get is a guy who
yes.
did 2
So
years of
with that
physics in college.
statement, you're not a physicist, and probably by your own
I'm not.
standards, not even qualified to make the arguments that you're
Of
attempting.
course.
So we might as well sideline you at this point with your own logic.
I am not a physicist. However, I am the best you'll ever get here. Me and people like me.
You're the bottom of the barrel that we got here.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, you just
Now, what does
contradicted
that tell
yourself.
you?
One sentence
What
to
does
the
that
very
tell you?
next.
What does that tell you?
It tells me that you are a peak far left Dunning-Kruger nut job.
Or that you're on such fringe of the society that no one even bothers to talk to you. No one
Except
who's
for
serious.
idiots like you who know that
Yes,
they're not. Anyway,
yes,
this is devolving
exactly
into
my
yeah,
point.
this-
Exactly
okay.
my
Yeah, okay, he's an idiot according to himself. Does anybody want to continue with this clown?
No. I think that he doesn't have a hypothesis to begin with. He's begging the question of gravity, and they can't show that they've eliminated these other forces in this experiment when they're stating themselves that they're creating downward biases in there. I think it's all done.
It always comes back to, well, all the physicists already know the influence of space-time.
Yep.
Where was it demonstrated? Cavendish. Where does it mention space-time? It doesn't. Okay, where does it mention it? I'm not telling you anything else. Okay?
Well, Cavendish was mass attracting mass, had nothing to do with space-time, and mass attracting mass and Einstein are complete opposites to each other as well. So he's conflating two completely different things together.
I thought you said, though, that the electromagnetic field was actually causing the bias, and that the whole test had like a 10% accuracy rating.
Yes, it does. It has a 10. No, it's under 10% because they're trying to achieve this year as one of their goals. I'm going to find this and post it, that they get to 10% accuracy.
Sorry, I misheard when you said that earlier. It's only 10% accurate. Right?
Yes.
Can we get a citation?
Yeah, I'm out.
Could you post that bit, please?
Yep. Let me find it.
Thank you.
The hell?
And even with that, like, all they're doing is drawing a correlation. And from my last reading of it, and I could be mistaken, and maybe I need to go back and check again, and if that's the case, let me know. But from what I got, it's an 80% match with their gravitational model. So when he said 80%, he was saying 80% of them are exiting out of the bottom of the chamber. What I read was that it was like a 80% give or take match with the gravitational model, not 80% of them per se exiting at the bottom.
Okay.
Timber.
Fucking only 10% accurate of fit of an 80% model. That's only 10% accurate. That fit of 80% of a model.
All right, Peter. I see your objection in the text. Just post a citation for the 80% figure. Like I said, it could be mistaken there, so go ahead.
So, right, 80% are just. I've got to read this, dude. What the fuck?
Okay, fine. Yeah, no, I think it's what he said then. That's fair enough. Can I get a link to the paper again? Don't have it handy. Thank you. Okay. With the stated error, so this value is consistent with a downward gravitational acceleration. Okay, yeah, you're right. Cool, fine.
Could I ask an unrelated question?
Well, nothing else is going on.
Okay. So I know not every quote unquote flat Earth theory is recognized by the flat Earth community. You know what I mean? Like I've heard that the Flat Earth Society is not actually what flat earthers believe, and it was just made by NASA or some shit
The
too.
Globers obviously troll.
Yeah, like a
Those
lot
are
of
like
it's
the
troll.
kids who come in here and say Earth Triangle. Yeah, that's the Flat Earth
Yeah.
Society, basically, just an
It's
organized
just to
version of that.
make you guys. It's just to make you guys look bad, right?
Obviously. Have you ever heard anybody in this
Yeah.
room saying any of those claims?
No, not really.
No.
I wondered if that's like, have you heard of the Beyond the Curve or Behind the Curve Netflix documentary? You heard? Has
Everybody
heard
here
of that?
has.
Is that Glober propaganda?
Don't know what you just said. I dropped my phone, but looks like Jerry's micing up, so he can go ahead.
Well, I just want to remind Peter or ask Peter to tell this guy that what Jaren did can't happen. Ain't that right, Peter?
If you could give me some context, please.
Well, Jaren got a hump.
Who the fuck is Jaren?
Jaren.
I don't know who that is. What do you do tripping? Peter, can you tell him that Jaren, like, okay, can you tell me that fucking Theodore,
Showing your
crashed
fresh
his
face.
car this morning? I don't know. It's out of context. What am I
You're
supposed
green.
to do with this
You're
shit?
green, Peter.
Peter, is it possible for the Earth as you see it to hump up from horizontal?
Hump up? Is that a scientific term? Hump up?
Okay.
Describe what you mean. Describe what you mean.
You know what, Peter? You could have just said, Jerry, fuck off. I'm not talking.
No, I'm treating you seriously, actually, like
No,
a
I'm
grown-up
good.
man. So
I'm
yes,
good.
yes, it's possible. Sometimes I look through the window and I see Mount Rainier, and that's a major hump. Yeah.
Well, new guy, as you could see, it's a very touchy subject.
Mount Rainier
Behind the
is 14,000 foot hump that I often see.
Would you say that that's measured from a horizontal, Peter?
It is measured from sea level.
Right, which is a point on a vertical datum, right?
It is a point. It is a reference elevation on Earth.
Right, it's a point on a vertical datum, right?
It's absolutely not a point. It's a
Not a
reference elevation.
Reference elevation. Would that be a point?
I don't know how a number, mean sea level, could be a point.
Well, it's just a point. It's not a number. It's a point.
It is a number. It is a certain elevation that is considered the reference point of zero.
Right, it's the mean.
Arbitrarily chosen. Yes, mean sea level is
Right.
an arbitrary chosen reference point for elevation.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So it's measured up from that vertical, right? Perpendicular to that would be horizontal, right?
No, I don't. Well, at a local point, I guess, yes. Like the vertical between the top of Mount Rainier and its base is a vertical perpendicular to the horizontal at the very bottom at mean sea level. Yes.
Right.
And the length of that vertical segment is what we call the elevation of the mountain.
Very good, Peter.
And that is 4.3 thousand meters, and that's a major hump. It's a beautiful mountain. Looks like Mount Fuji a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's what my Japanese friends tell me.
Right.
It reminds them of home.
So you guys don't agree with the Behind the Curve Netflix documentary?
Well, you're gonna have to ask
That was
Peter.
a hit piece. It was a fucking hit piece.
I thought Peter was a Glober.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, but what he did, or what he had someone else do for him, or whatever, isn't consistent with what Jaren did. You're gonna have to talk to Peter about it.
Oh. Peter, what do you think, Peter?
Ask me a question.
Have you heard of the Behind the Globe or Behind the Curve Netflix documentary, and if it has any validity?
I didn't watch the documentary. I watched its analysis by Simon Dan with my son. My son asked me to watch it with him, so we had some father and son time bonding over it.
Nice.
But I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched a debunking of it by Simon Dan. So that's not an objective, that's not the same as watching the original, right? So I admit that.
Yeah.
So what I remember was, thanks, Bob. I remember that. Pretty much, that's all I remember. Thanks, Bob.
So, new guy, did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it. I just found out about it today, actually.
No.
I was just wondering if it held any validity.
Well, watch it and see what you get out of it. Then you could answer that.
Oh. Because they say some dude spent $20,000 on a gyroscope to prove the Earth doesn't actually rotate. And when he turned it on, the gyroscope found that they were picking up a drift of 15 degrees per hour.
Hold on a second. They had to turn it on?
They had to turn it on?
Is that what you just said? That they turned it on?
That's what this article says about it. But I don't actually
They
know how.
turned the gyro on, and then it started spinning.
Wait a minute, did they turn on the rotation of the Earth at the same time?
Right.
I think NASA started the rotation to make the study wrong, and then they stopped the rotation afterwards. I don't know. Well,
Right, you
this
turn
is
it
what
off.
this-
Yeah, when you're done. Yeah, when you're done with the laser gyro, you just turn off the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, it says. Well, they were hoping that they would not find a 15 degree per hour drift. But then they did find that 15 mile degree drift.
Is that all they found? Or is it just the results that they showed on the Netflix documentary you think are the only results?
Well, I was just asking. That's what I'm asking. Is it? Do you guys think it's a hoax or is it valid?
Yeah. So in having conversations, personal conversations with these people that were recorded, then there were multiple results taken from this quote unquote experiment. Wasn't always and only 15 degrees of drift. Sometimes it was like 7.2. A few variables came into play. Altitude was one of them. But in the Netflix documentary, they just showed you, look, flat earthers, right? 15 degrees an hour. Wasn't the only result though, mate.
Yeah. Right. That's why I was just asking about your guys' consensus about it.
I mean, I'll be transparent with you. What that actually did is it started off another debate within the flat earth with regards to the ether, because this was used with the differences of the precession, like I mentioned, 7.2. Because of elevation, this was used as evidence for the ether. It's called ether drift. So this actually started another conversation for years and is still going today within the flat earth community.
Huh.
I'd ask, right? Do we know that Earth's moving because the gyro showed a 15 degree per hour drift? Or is it that 15 degree per hour drift tells us that the Earth is moving? So, which one is it? Where do we go with it? Know that there's a 15 degree per hour drift because the Earth is moving, or we know the Earth is moving because there's a 15 degree per hour drift in the gyro?
Isn't that the same thing?
Same thing. Oh, the circular reasoning.
No, we have a measuring device and we note a degree of rotation. And we try to explain it, right?
Do you just get the gyroscope out of the box? Do you just get it out of the box and just press go and off we go?
I have no idea.
You got to turn it on, right?
Cheers, Scott. I just don't have to converse with you.
I'm not going to spend $20,000 on a ring laser gyroscope to prove something I already know.
Okay,
That's just
so
silly.
I mean, yeah, right. But with regards to this, I mean, you're speaking up about it like you've got some kind of knowledge base. And
No,
ask
I
you
was
a
just
simple
I was
question, like,
trying to have a conversation with T-Dub.
okay, no worries. I just wondered what you had to do before you press go.
You made me smile, Scott. You made me laugh really hard when you chimed in.
Yeah, I
Perfect
always do.
timing.
Thanks, man.
No, I said Scott. Scott did. Is what I meant.
Stop talking.
When he said, "Isn't that the same thing?"
Right. Yeah. Go ahead, whoever's talking.
Sorry, I'm so vain. I think this conversation's about me. Do apologise, T-Dub.
For Heretic and for Jedi, just have a look in the chat there. So from the Alpha experiment, that Alpha G 2021, aim 10% precision on measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass of antihydrogen. That was their goal.
That was their goal. Does it say anywhere
present.
how close they came to it in the end?
No, all it says is goal 2021 to present. So this is their last goal. They haven't achieved it, obviously, because it doesn't say anything further.
Okay.
And it says aim 10% precision on measurement of the inertial gravitational mass of antihydrogen. Hardware, new vertical system, about to double the size of the Alpha 2-3 double panning Melba trap.
All right, that's the standard they've set here. Okay, let's just see what Peter wants to say about that.
Yeah, please elaborate. What's the precision for?
It says it right there. Precision on measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass of antihydrogen. And then they tell you how they're going to try and achieve that with their new hardware that they're using.
Please explain what that means and how that relates to the paper that I presented.
This is the Alpha experiment, and this is talking about their goals of the Alpha experiment. So if you go to the actual web page, it says...
So Alpha G is a setup for many, many experiments.
Hang on. Let me read through the whole page. Alpha 1, 2005 to 2012. Physics first trapped antihydrogen. First quantum transitions. Hyperfine. Hardware. Octopole base. Minimum B field. Lofty Pritchard trap for neutral atoms. Superposed on pending Melberg trap for antihydrogen synthesis. Then we have Alpha 2, 2012 to present. Physics first laser spectroscopy. First laser cooling. So hardware catching trap. Then we have Alpha Beamline in 2018 to present, a separate system that connects Alpha 2-3, Alpha G, and the positron accumulator to allow for the accumulator to feed positrons to both Alpha 2-3 and Alpha G, as well as for the antiprotons to be transported to Alpha G. We then have Alpha 3, which is 2021 to present, aim hydrogen precision in antihydrogen spectroscopy. First observation of protons from antihydrogen improved antihydrogen trapping and stacking. Observation of additional optical transitions in antihydrogen. Then it goes into the hardware. Upgraded to fluorescent detection with 121 nm light, as well as visible wavelengths. And now we have Alpha G, which is 2021 to present, aim 10% precision on measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass of antihydrogen. Hardware, new vertical system of about double the size, very scientific, these abouts, of Alpha 2. Traps, highly improved precision in construction of the magnets to improve homogeneity of the fields and knowledge of fields, superconductor mass reduced to limit, limit persistent current issues. So their aim is to try and get to 10% precision in this experiment of how gravity is affecting
Excuse me, that was very long
anti-hydrogen
answer,
atoms.
and you didn't answer my
Oh no,
question.
you asked me to read it. Don't be smart, Peter.
Okay, I
Because
have
you
a
asked
question.
full
I have a question.
explanation.
Okay.
You asked me to read it, so I
Can I
did.
ask a question?
Go for it.
In the particular experiment that I cited, was there a measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass? Is that what the experiment was about?
Yeah, it was. It was about how gravity was affecting the anti-hydrogen atoms.
Yes.
This
Could you
is
please
all the same.
cite? Could you
This
cite?
is all part. Hang on. This is all part of the same experiment, and
No,
I've
it's
just
not.
gone through step by step how they've done it from
I'm
back
sorry.
in
No, that's not true.
2005.
You're
It's
misunderstanding.
not true. I'm
You're
misunderstanding. I don't
misunderstanding.
think I
Yes.
am misunderstanding,
Would you like me to
because what
clarify?
they've done is they've upgraded their hardware
Would you like me
with
to
their
help you
aim
understand?
10% precision on the
No.
measurement of the
I'm
inertial to
sorry, you're
gravity mass of
misinterpreting.
anti-hydrogen.
Unfortunately, you're misinterpreting what you're reading. Alpha G, like I said, but you insisted on me not elaborating. Alpha G is a particular experimental setup that is used for many experiments. On the same website, you have a list of many experiments performed using the Alpha G hardware. Did you have a look at those?
I have read through them.
They measure very
Some of
different
them.
things, very different behaviors, all of which are around anti-hydrogen because that's what the setup is for. My paper
And the
was not that.
gravitational mass
I
of
would ask you,
anti-hydrogen, it
I would
states
ask you,
here,
I will
which is
kindly
what you
ask
were
you,
actually speaking about.
no, I wasn't. I will kindly ask you to provide a citation from my paper that substantiates your claim that my paper was
Well,
related
your
to
paper
them.
actually
Wait!
doesn't.
Shut up!
No, I won't wait,
Shut
because your paper
up!
doesn't actually
Shut
go
up!
into this.
That
Oh, Peter,
substantiates
don't cry,
your
Peter.
claim.
Come
That
on, Petey boy.
substantiates your
Cry some
claim.
more, Peter. Your butt hurt.
Substantiates your claim. Don't interrupt me, fucker. That substantiates your claim that my
Fucker.
paper was related to the measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass of antihydrogen. I will wait. Please provide the citation.
There you go.
Sorry, you there? I don't know what the hell's going on with my phone.
We're waiting for your citation. We don't care about your phone.
I just missed everything because mine just cut out. All I heard was you carrying on and crying.
We are waiting for you to provide the citation that substantiates your
Of?
claim. That substantiates your claim.
Well, no, you were
The
asking me
paper
to
that
pull it
I
out of your
cited,
papers.
yes,
Yeah,
was
your
related to
papers
the
are.
measurement
Your
of
papers don't go into depth at all about anything. I had to go and read everything
that
about this
particular
from the CERN
experiment.
website.
The particular experiment I shared, according to me, I may be wrong, was not dedicated to the measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass of hydrogen, antihydrogen. Please, if I overlooked something, please provide a citation from that paper.
All right, let me have a look
Appreciating
because I
your
read
claim.
through all this today.
I kindly ask you to do
But like
so.
I said, I don't have it all in front of me. I'm on my.
I am
Give me a.
cordially asking you to do so.
Man, how can you go from cordial to calling him a fucker? Like,
Oh, really quick.
Because the
interrupt.
fucker interrupts me in the middle of a sentence with random bullshit.
No, because you're asking for something out of your paper that's not in your paper
I'm
because you
already
provided
being
fuck all
extremely
information
cordial
in your
by
paper.
talking to you, and
Peter.
you're not equipped to evaluate anything
I'm not
regarding
equipped.
practical science.
Well,
No, you're
straight
not.
up,
Neither
we
am I.
established. Well,
Neither am
in the
I.
very
But
beginning,
I'm
we
not
established that you
debunking
didn't.
the work of experts. You are.
In the very beginning, we established that you didn't
Neither
have
of
an
us is
experiment
equipped
anyway.
to evaluate this level of advanced
In the first place, you
experimental
didn't have
work.
an experiment, Pete.
Neither of us. You are, however, delusional to claim that you are. I am not. I know my limitations. You don't. You're a random dude on the internet debunking fucking super advanced experimental physics. And your delusion tells you you are equipped to be able to evaluate its scientific validity or quality.
Well
I,
said,
on the
Peter.
other hand, know that I am not able to do so. I am not able. This paper could be full of shit or
Mute
the
this
most
fucking guy,
brilliant
man.
work
Holy
ever.
fuck.
I am not able to evaluate its merit because.
Yeah, we got the point, dude. We got the point.
Did you really? But I want this point to stick, you know, Jedi. I know
I
that I
did.
would have to.
Dude,
I would
Peter,
have to study physics
at
for
this
10
point,
years to
at
touch
this
this
point,
paper.
dude, at this
Why the
point,
fuck are
I
you
agree.
presenting
10
it?
fucking years.
At this point, I agree with your question. Linking that statement of 10% with regards to the alpha and linking that to the measurement that you cited. I agree to that. Good question.
Okay, and I have it right here. I'm just still reading it, but it's all part of the same experiment. The G just stands for gravity in the alpha G, which is what they were doing
That's your
in the
linkage.
experiment. This is just an upgrade of the experiment, as I explained. Sorry, I'll grab it for you. I'm just reading through.
That 10%'s interesting.
Well, what I'm reading, just so everyone's aware, if you go and you Google, say, alpha G, it takes you straight to alpha, and it takes you to the same experiment that he is actually citing. What it just states is that basically, like I read earlier, they're advancing every few years, and they're stating how they're advancing that experiment. And in this case, where it says alpha G is accounting for the gravity, which is exactly what this experiment that he's citing is doing. It's all part of the same alpha experiment.
No, it's not. There is no alpha experiment. There's a scientific setup, experimental setup, very expensive, hardware setup that you read through that is used for many different experiments. I am showing right now on my screen, on your behalf, because you're on your phone. On your behalf, I'm showing a list of all the scientific publications published using experiments in that environment. They're different experiments. 1s2s transition in hydrogen, what is that? About electron, or in this case, positron transitions. So that has nothing to do with my paper. It's a completely different experiment that uses the fact that they can create and capture anti-hydrogen and control it relatively well. So you connecting all these things together into some kind of mishmash and waving your arms and saying there's a letter G and they said 10% precision for measuring
hang on
mass
a second, Peter.
makes no sense.
Okay, we got it. I got it.
For
I
the audience,
understand.
I'm saying this for the audience, not for you.
Okay, so if you have a look in the chat, I searched alpha G experiment in CERN, yeah? And what comes up straight away is alpha experiment at CERN, observe influences of gravity on antimatter. That is the experiment
Absolutely,
that
that's the most famous experiment from a whole family of experiments.
And that's what you have cited.
Yes.
Exactly. So then if we go
now
down and read
relate
on,
your claim. Relate your claim to that experiment.
He's doing it.
okay, so like I said, I searched on their site about the alpha G. It takes you straight to the alpha experiment, where I explained earlier that the alpha experiment has been upgraded throughout the years using better apparatus by doubling the size of it, etc. Yeah. And then if we read on here from there, it talks about Sir Isaac Newton's work on gravity. It talks about the paper. So if we hit on the paper here, that goes to the published paper that I was just reading from earlier. And in here, I just read, find it. So the Alpha team have built the vertical apparatus, which is what was used in your paper, called the Alpha G, which received its first antiprotons in 2018 and was commissioned in 2021. The G denotes the local acceleration of the gravity, which for matter is about 9.81 meters per second squared. This apparatus makes it possible to measure the vertical positions at which the anti-hydrogen atoms annihilate with matter once the trapped magnetic field is switched off, allowing the atoms to escape. So yes, it is in reference to the experiment that you cited.
In what way? I don't see your.
Am I speaking Chinese here, guys? Are you
I'm
understanding
listening
this,
to you
Jedi?
out of
Have I not
courtesy.
done this correctly?
No,
I'm listening to you out of courtesy. You didn't link it at all. If you wish, I can interrupt you the moment
Did I not just link
I
it?
fail to see the
It
connection,
just
but I'm just letting you
referenced your
speak.
experiment.
You just said it has the letter G in its name.
No, he didn't listen to the whole statement then. So there it is.
I
There.
did.
I've got it. I've put it
Show
in.
me
I've put
the
the paper up.
claim. Relate your claim to my experiment, not the laboratory setup. Tell me where in my experiment's mass where they attempted to estimate the
You want me to read?
inertial
Hang
to
on. Let
gravitational
me read
mass
it
of
again for you. Let's see
antihydrogen.
if we can get this.
Cite from my paper where they're taking a dependency on that particular precision that you quoted.
Well, that's going to take some time, yeah, because I'm going to have to go through your
Take
paper
your time.
again. Well, not
Could
your
be today, could be
exact
tomorrow.
paper. I'll do it right now.
Go ahead.
My nickname in high school
Jedi.
was the Alpha G.
Yo, what's up, man?
Did that not link together with the experiment that he gave us? Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, the paper that you dragged out of the website, though, is that in direct reference to what he's talking about? That's what I heard, right?
Yeah. So on his paper that he uses, they use the Alpha 2 device, which is the or the Alpha G device, sorry, which is the upstanding one with the magnetic field. That when they release the magnetic field, it allows these atoms to freely escape. And they were measuring the effect of gravity. So now let's read what this says here again. It says the other team has built a vertical apparatus, the one that was used in Peter's experiment, called the Alpha G, which received its first antiprotons in 2018 and was commissioned in 2021. The G denotes the local acceleration of gravity. Now, we read about the G of gravity and the acceleration of gravity in Peter's paper, where they then used electromagnetics to even that out and account for it. And this is what we were discussing earlier. Sorry if I'm not wrong.
Not pertinent. Everything you're saying is not pertinent to my
Which
request.
matter is 9.81 meters per second squared. The apparatus makes it possible to measure the vertical positions, which is what Peter's experiment was doing, at which the anti-hydrogen atoms annihilate with matter once the trapped magnetic field is switched off, allowing the atoms to escape. This is the experiment that Peter has referenced.
Yeah.
Now, don't get upset. Everything you said, nothing that you said, relates to substantiating the claim that I asked you to substantiate.
10% accurate.
Where?
Yep, 10% accurate. That's right. So there's the link there to the. Well, there's the link there in the chat where I just dropped it in, and you can read that for yourself. And now I'll drop your experiment in, and everyone can just compare the two documents for themselves because it's the same apparatus and the same experiment. How these atoms were
Where's
released
the
from the
citation,
trap.
the precision problem? Where is the citation for that? I'm genuinely
in there
asking.
as well.
I'm genuinely asking.
So I've given you a citation.
No permission.
Hang on. I've given you a citation there that states that their goal with Alpha G, which is used in your experiment, is to gain 10%. Yeah?
For
To get up
measurement
10%
of the inertial. I'm showing this on the screen.
Accuracy.
For the measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass of antihydrogen.
Moderator, is
I
there
am
someone here
providing
permission to
your
speak?
citation on the screen for the audience.
Go for
Permission
it, man.
to speak.
And I'm asking you to relate that to my
Permission to
experiment. Point me
Please
to
This
speak.
guy
a
just keeps
section
talking, man.
in the document.
Why does this
that
guy?
No, he
talks
doesn't
about
stop,
this
yeah?
Permission
precision.
denied.
Why does this?
He loves it.
You're escaping, AJ, now from a simple
I'm not
question.
escaping.
My request is, I am looking at your citation. I'm showing it on the screen on your behalf.
Measurement of the inertial gravitational mass of
Please
hydrogen.
relate that. Please relate this aspect of the hardware, the precision on the measurement of the inertial to gravitational mass of antihydrogen. Relate that to my experiment.
No problems. If it's listed in there, yeah, no
Yes.
problems.
Point a portion of my paper
Because
that
as
says
I pointed out
know.
as well, what is
talks
given
about
here
it.
by CERN is a basic overview,
Of
right?
course.
And it talks
Yes.
about, it talks and speaks, oh, we've just about doubled the size, you know, so it's about and doubled. Like there is no
Yes.
specificity
Of course. This is
in
pop
these
science.
documents.
Yes.
But what I'm telling you is that what this is referring to is the experiment and the apparatus.
The hardware,
Whether
yes.
we can clearly hang
I
on,
agree.
we can clearly see that. However, whether I'm going to be able to find that exact terminology written here in that document, because it's not a specific
I will
document, I
steelman
can't
your
tell you that.
position. I will steelman your position. What you're saying is that we're looking at the official website, and it's telling us that the hardware in CERN has an aim of 10% precision for measurements of the inertial to gravitational mass of antihydrogen. That's what they're telling us. I agree. And now I'm asking you to show me how this is pertinent to the experiment that I cited. And so far, respectfully, you have failed to do so.
Damn.
Well, you're asking for that exact phrase. I'll try and find it for you, but
Your claim
I've
was
clearly established that
you
this
have
is the
not.
same experiment,
No,
and
I
we've gone through
specifically
both, and they
disagree.
both state the same facts.
I
Yes,
disagree.
both state the same
I
things, and they
specifically
are
disagree.
measuring
I
the
absolutely
effect of.
disagree with
They
that
are
claim.
measuring
You
the
disagree,
effect
we get
of
it. Holy
gravity.
I would like you to
They're measuring the
substantiate
effect.
that exact
They're
claim.
measuring the effects of
Don't
gravity
repeat the same
on
nonsense. Substantiate your
antimatter.
claim. Substantiate your claim, please. With
Just
a
want me to sit here
citation.
and read through
With a
like
citation.
20, 30
Well, they're not
pages of
measuring the
your
effect of
document.
gravity. That still hasn't even been shown to exist in the
Don't
sense of
throw an
specifying
elephant.
gravity. They're drawing
Substantiate
a
your claim.
correlation
Well, this is the
between
problem. There's no point in even arguing this because gravity's never been substantiated in the first place. I was
Don't
Yeah.
run
pointing out
away.
that they
Substantiate
haven't
your
even
claim.
achieved. They haven't even achieved 10% accuracy.
Substantiate the claim that this limitation of the hardware is applicable to the experiment that I cited. Substantiate your claim.
Substantiate these nuts.
All right. Anyway, Peter already all but conceded that he doesn't even know that there actually is such a thing as a bendy space-time field. I mean, he appealed to Cavendish. Obviously, that was a complete joke.
You're just a
Doesn't even mention the
man-child.
word space-time. It wasn't a concept that was even realized by that point in history. So, I mean, he's just making an embarrassment of
You're
himself.
just a DJ.
Well, at the end, yeah, okay. So at the end of the day, it just comes down to an appeal to the beliefs of people that he says are smarter than him, who would never bother to come into this forum because they're not as stupid as he is. That's his proof, his ultimate proof, one of his ultimate proofs.
Excuse me. Could I please have permission to speak now, please?
What do you
So
need to say to
being,
this?
I'm being censored everywhere I go in Discord. I want to
Okay,
know
well,
why.
you interrupted the conversation earlier, so I muted you because you did that. Now the conversation's finished. You've been unmuted, and welcome to the rest of the world.
Right. So why am I being muted everywhere I go?
Oh my
I don't
god,
know.
dude, because you're
I-
interjecting.
Sorry, I muted you just a moment ago because you interrupted the conversation that was going on. Didn't
That's
recognise
not
your
an
voice.
answer to my question.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. And this is
No,
why
it's
you're getting
not.
muted. Hey, Space Monkey, what you're doing right
I
now,
hear Merle.
yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah.
So can we have a discussion about it, or are you just unwilling to have a discussion
No,
about it?
nobody gives a shit. It's
About
called
what?
concern trolling. We just gave you the answer. I don't want to
So that's
discuss it. Let's get
censorship.
to the
That's
topic.
censorship, right? So you're going to
I don't
run
give a shit.
interference
I'll
from
censor
Flat
you.
Earth.
I'll censor you. I don't care. I don't want this content here. Shut the hell up. Either join in on the conversation that we actually try to have here, or go whine to, I don't know, the Discord mods or something.
Don't even know this fucking guy, and if I do, I
Yeah.
haven't seen him for a fucking while.
You guys don't
That
know
was a bit
Merle for
fucking
real?
strange.
That's Mel.
Well,
That's
anyway,
Mel.
Merle's always hanging out at gyms.
guys, sorry, I got to
Okay.
get going, guys, but I'm going to find that exact quote for you, Peter. I'll go through that document tonight. I'll read it later, and I will find you that direct quote so that I can show everyone that yes, it is indeed, in fact, would be the same experiment. But I think that from what we've read, sort of establishes it is. But if you want further, you want that citation, I'll find it for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Appreciate it, AJ. Thanks, mate.
And if I can't, I'll concede that I could be wrong in that point, but I don't believe that the papers both explain the same experiment. So, but anyway, cool. Have a good night, guys.
Let the citation wars ensue.
Hey.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks, mate.
Okay, thanks.
I'll see you at Oakley's at 2 a.m.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, we'll give Space Monkey another try, but dude, I don't want to sit here and talk about how you were muted. I mean, it was already explained. The answer was given. It's pretty clear. Like, let's just try to move on and have the, discussion of the room topic.
Okay. Are you brave enough to dismantle the heliocentric model with me right now without running interference on it?
Gasp.
So, do you want to run interference on it, or let's let it roll? Everyone here knows me. I've been in this community 10 years. Everyone in this room better be on your honesty game real quick.
Oh, okay. You're giving orders to this room. All right, we'll see how this goes.
I've already taken a dislike to the entitled baby.
Yeah, he's a
So
prick.
FB
Anyway,
Jedi
go ahead.
doesn't know about me. I've been in this community 10 years. He's known too.
Oh.
10 years.
Get on with it.
Wait.
Yeah, that's quite a resume.
So let's dismantle heliocentrism right now. Where's the starting point of your model? Where is it?
So where's the basis for
starting point of your
heliocentrism?
model? I'm asking you a question. Answer the first
model?
question. We'll get to the second
What
question.
model? Well, first of all, could you show me this model that I have? Because I haven't seen it. So I'll need to know what my model is before I can go ahead and give you the starting point for it. So please post it in
Does
the chat.
the heliocentric model exist in mainstream science?
That's my model?
Does a heliocentric model exist in mainstream science?
No, unless you could post it for me.
It
I'll
does
need to see
actually.
it.
It's a
Okay, could you post
theoretical, conceptual, mathematical model of the Earth we stand on. Right?
Amazing. Can you post it?
Someone's
Right.
pissed off. Someone's pissed
Yeah, would you
off.
be able to post it?
Right. Answer
Well,
the
I'll say
question,
right.
buddy.
I'll say
Don't
yes,
play
right
games
after you
with me.
post it. I've
This
said
is
no.
the
I've
first
said no.
example of a
I've
baller
said no
running
because
interference.
I've said no
First
because you went to.
example of their
Yeah, no, I've answered your question. Now you're just asking it again ad nauseum. I said no because I haven't seen it. Unless you could post it, then I'll change my answer to yes and say, there it is, I see it. So go ahead.
Do you think the heliocentric model, your mainstream model, has a starting point?
Yeah.
What is it?
Imagination.
Where is the starting point of the heliocentric model in the mainstream design?
Imagination.
Where
Same as
is
the
it? Explain every aspect of it
same
right
as
now.
the endpoint. Imagination, because you can't post it.
Radius.
You're not explaining anything. How embarrassed do you feel?
Radius.
For you, 10
You're
out of
not
10.
righteous at all. This is no truth.
No, Aristophanes. Would Aristophanes be the beginning?
No.
Or do you want to
Radius.
go back to Ptolemy?
Where is the start of their model?
Imagination. Why do you keep asking questions that you've had answered already?
I'll
You
explain.
waiting for
Why
a
don't you ask
particular
the
answer?
right question? Would you explain what you're trying to explain? Is the
Yeah,
right
imagination. You imagine that you're on a ball and then you find some way to reify it. That's all.
No, that's
Same
not the
place it
truth.
ends.
The
Okay.
heliocentric model is a smaller model within a cosmic model.
Can you post that
Yes,
model? Because I haven't seen any of them posted yet.
Well, you're being told you're in the spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy,
Hooray.
right?
Yeah.
So the bigger
How about
model
your
you
spiraling?
exist in, the bigger model you exist in is the cosmic model,
Can you post it?
Bang.
called the Big Bang theory.
Is that
So the
fairy tale or a
heliocentric model exists within the Big Bang theory, and you can't have one without the other.
That's right.
Amazing.
So, have you proven either?
No. What side of the fence do you think I'm coming
How's
from?
your model looking now? Do you smell the dog?
Holy.
Mandy's been around the
Wow.
flat Earth community. Sorry, Mandy's been around the flat Earth community for the last 10 years. You do realise you're talking to primarily flat earthers, right?
No problem. We're talking
He
about
got me.
truth,
He's
and we're
got me, man.
sussing
I
out
think I'm going to
humans.
become a flat
We're
earther.
sussing out humans and where humans are at right now.
Space Monkey, let me ask you: do you take me for a heliocentrist? Is that what's happening here?
I've never interacted with you before, as far as I'm aware, and I'm just sussing you out.
Just yes or no, please.
I don't know what position you hold.
Well, I mean, it sounded like you're asking me a bunch of loaded questions about what position I hold.
Mm. Because
no,
people
okay, I'm
say
not a heliocentrist globe believer guy, so I don't know. Maybe these questions are better directed at Scott Mackey or something.
Well, they're directed at anyone because people say you can't dismantle the heliocentric model, and you most definitely can. You just got to know how it works. It's like Lego. Once you know how it works, you can deconstruct it and put it back together. That's a model.
What I've been saying to you, though, is there's nothing to deconstruct.
Well, that's fair, but that's just a very naive thing to say, and it gives nobody any further information on how any of this works. And it's been 10 years of research, so people better start explaining it, sharpening their sword, because we've got a big mission here to do on Earth, and the clock's ticking.
Well, like I've been saying, post the model I'm supposed to deconstruct. I haven't seen it.
I'm fucking delusional, this guy.
I'm getting that pitchforks and torches feeling again.
Yeah, man, this guy's fucking delusional, dude.
There's no revolution, but if the Earth isn't a globe, do you think it's going to stop there? And once every human being on this Earth knows the Earth's not a globe, do you think it's going to stop there? Where do you think it's going to stop? You just haven't got the vision yet because you're a baby.
Why don't you tell us where it's going to stop there, tough guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Why did you go to your conclusion before? Why did you go to your conclusion though before we even gave you our answer? I never said yes or no. It'll stop there. But then you just diagnosed me as if I had said, yeah, I think it'll stop there.
Because an inevitable conclusion is just that, and you can't stop it. None of you can.
No, I don't think the BS will stop there with people going, "Oh, the Earth is flat." Of course not. That would be naive as fuck.
If you stood in front of a raging tsunami, do you think you could stop it?
That's deep, man.
Oh, somebody else talk to this guy. I can't do it.
What are we going to do?
Why don't you
There's
make
nothing you could do. That's the point. There's footage of people standing on a beach while the tsunami comes. It consumes them.
Hey, bro, there's a tsunami. There's a tsunami coming for your boring ass story right now. So
no, there's no boring. There's nothing happening in this room right now. You're just running interference as usual. I've got you all right where I want you. I'd lock in right now. You guys are not hooked.
Well, do you remember when I'm sorry, AI? Do you remember when I muted you because there's a conversation going on that had been going on for 2 hours that has been going on for the last 2 days, and you say that nothing's going on? All right.
Yeah, what's going on in here?
Well,
what's
now
going on in here, Jedi?
We've got our attention to you now. I was telling you what was happening before now. Very scientific discussion about some fucking antimatter hydrogens.
Who cares?
Well, we did, because it's talking about how gas is moving and behaving with regards to the heliocentric model and the claim that gravity is doing something about the gas staying here.
Okay.
So it was very poignant.
Yeah. No, I can understand where you're coming from. Just when you're getting shut down everywhere you go, you know, it's great on YouTube, bro. I'm sure you'd say something about it too if you were getting censored, bro. Don't worry about that.
Hold tight, guys. I get it. You've gone to a lot of Discord servers and people jump on you left, right, and centre and you get muted. I get it. But that's not happening here, buddy. All right? I don't know how many times you've been in this channel. I, for one, have been here since it opened. I don't remember seeing you around. I know who you are, for sure. We've spoken before over the last 10 years. But you're in a different channel now, mate. So, best foot forward, Jeff.
Cheers, Jedi.
Weren't you part of 24/7 1.0?
No.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Never. I'd never associate myself with such a group.
But you're over at Gems all the time.
I associate myself with them because they are the heliocentrists and they claim that that's the truth. And so I've stuck with Gem very closely over the years because between Gem and me is the truth. You pass the gate, pass the goblin, you pass me. None of you have passed me yet. But let's see.
Oh my goodness, dude! Wow.
Where is the civility, man?
The sun worshippers.
Can't we be civil, guys?
I can see why you get muted. There you go, bro.
Someone's pissed you
All
off
they
today,
can do
haven't
is
they, Mel?
mute me in
This
the
guy,
end
this guy
because you
claiming
can't
to be
defend against
intelligent.
truth. You can't defend
Can't
against truth.
understand why he doesn't get muted.
You can't defend against truth. I'm not swearing. I'm more intelligent than you and more articulate. What
Yeah,
now?
sure you are, bro. Sure you are.
Yeah, let's prove
You
it. I'll
haven't
show
said
you.
one current thing yet.
I'll show you I'm more intelligent than everybody in this room and more articulate. Let's go.
Okay.
I don't want to smell your shit.
All
I know.
So step
I
up
wanna
to the
do
plate
that.
then. Unless I'm the most intelligent person in this room, then prove me wrong.
You couldn't even suss out who you were talking to, dude.
Prove me wrong.
Okay, within the ideal gas formula, what do PV and NRT mean?
Who cares?
Brilliant, thanks. Most intelligent person in the room.
Yep. So if I didn't know one equation, you think I don't know anything else?
Right. Do you remember? And there was a reason why I asked this question because, again, it's very poignant to the flat Earth discussion with regards to gas behavior. This is the ideal gas formula. It speaks about the pressure and the volume and how it's equal to the amount of substance in the space, the ideal gas constant, and temperature, and how all these variables work with each other. So it's kind of poignant to the conversation at hand.
Alright,
Being as you've been around for the last 10 years, I would have thought that you would have
Well,
breezed
let's help
past
them.
it at some point.
Let's help them then. If we've got a gas, as you know, if you heat it, that gas is going to expand, right?
Yeah, man.
Right. So what you need to do, because you're really intelligent too, is just break physics and real empiricism and the functionality of every substance down like you're talking to a child, and then you got them, bro. You become the master.
Jedi Master. Yep, there we go.
How does that work for you so far, Merle?
You just got to slow down, Mackie, because we're outside the field. You know, not everyone went
I just want to
through.
know how it's worked out for you so far.
You got to fight for your posse, but you just got to hold your line and stop losing your shit and stop swearing and being rude to people.
You're not exactly
You're
being cordial.
talking
I'd
about
say.
yourself, Merle?
Yeah, you just because
Okay.
otherwise you're just going to get people's backs up and people just think you're an idiot.
Yeah,
and then you
just
get more
not
angry.
trying to kill anybody. We'll be fine, right?
Yeah, it just compounds, you know. I just get angry. I yell.
I know.
That's the worst I get. I yell.
You get very angry, Merle.
Sometimes when I'm not being heard, I do. That's when I get very angry. Yeah.
I'd love to see you in the same room with dogs are gods.
We've gone head to head before. He's all right. I can see where he's coming from. You know, he's annoying, but he's all right. No, I respect Jedi. Like you and Oakley, over the years and all that contingent, really broke down how a lot of things work, like sextants looking out over the surface of water, refraction, heat, temperatures, pressure differentials. All that stuff's been extensively catalogued.
So I got to ask, what's got to be in your bonnet recently, man?
Just not being able, like, because we're correct, we hit the bullseye. The Earth's not a planet, as you know, right? But that doesn't mean we got all the answers. Life just kept going, and it was like no one cared. And that just wasn't good enough for some people, you know?
Yeah, and I'm taking this because AI said this really well the other day. Just because we've got the truth, it's not going to solve the human condition, mate. And we haven't got all of the truth either. There's lots of things that we don't know. And it's very intellectual to say that we don't know, and it's quite possible we will never know. I understand that it's been 10 years, mate, and it looks like nothing's really happened. There's no revolution, or I don't even know how that would form, dude. But
You know what, bro? So much has happened. We just don't have a voice. We don't have representation. There's no infrastructure for anybody realizing the truth. There's nothing there for you. Your family, your friends, everyone could turn their backs on you. Then you could end up dead, suicidal real quick. We've got to look out for them, bro. We've got to build something where truthers can come, even if it's a place somewhere. This is a spiritual inevitability.
All right, so when are you going to be satisfied, friend?
all I want to do is, if you guys would just hear me and trust me, I know I've got to earn everybody on Earth's trust. That's what part of my job is. to earn
What, dude?
everybody's trust. The only way I can earn everybody's trust is to tell
Bro,
the
you are
complete
a
truth.
delusional egomaniac retard, friend.
You are a human being on this
what
earth
the
just like me. And I'm not delusional, bro. We are. If
You just said
Einstein was delusional, then
that
Isaac
it's your
Newton was
mission
delusional.
to gain the trust of everyone on Earth, dude, and you don't think you're delusional?
What's wrong with that? You just don't think like me. I think like me. You think like you.
Bro, have you not studied humanity in your lifetime in the history that you've been
I'm
given?
on the earth.
Validate?
I'm 47 years old and I've traveled the earth extensively. I know people all around this earth. What now?
Right, so then you understand that you're not going to convince the world to trust you, right?
How do you know?
Wow, dude, you are literally the definition of delusional, friend.
What's delusional?
Delusional is believing contrary to reality.
So show me where what I'm saying is contrary to reality.
You've self-aggrandized your opinion of your ability
That's
to
your
understand
opinion. That's your
and your
assumption.
morality, and said, I need to impress it upon everyone into where they trust me.
I have to earn the respect of the people of the earth. Yes or no?
All of them?
Every single one of you.
Wow,
What about,
dude.
like, the bad
You got some kind of deranged messiah complex, bro.
Why is it deranged or messiah? I'm asking you. I can, in my lifetime on earth, earn everybody on earth and above and below's respect.
This is a fucking
Wow, dude. Wow, dude, you must be the second coming of Christ, brother.
So are you going to kill me or am I going to kill you?
Wow, now you're going straight to who's going to kill who. Wow, dude, you are
that's what it
devolving
comes
faster
down
than
to,
a
bro,
wet
because
dog
that's
paper towel.
silencing the truth. You're calling the truth deranged and delusional right now.
No, I'm calling
here,
you.
bro.
I'm calling you
The
deranged.
truth is here. Show me when I'm not talking the truth.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Show me the moment I stop speaking the truth.
Yes, when you said you were the most intelligent person
Show me the
in
exact
this room.
moment I wavered and show the
When you said,
geometric plans of my voice.
dude, why don't
Show
you
me
be a little
the
more humble,
design
bro?
of my body. Show me the design of my body.
Are you trolling, bro? You gotta be trolling.
Yo, guys, tune into my stream.
You can't do it,
Trolling
can you,
us.
bro? Just go back on mute. You ain't got this.
Don't humor this British guy. Tune into my stream.
Let's tune in, bro. What is this, hentai?
I've seen a lot of self-aggrandized people, bro, but you're definitely one on the top.
Well, take me off the throne, bro. Let's go.
The throne of self-aggrandized retards. Yeah.
Dude, I don't have to do anything, dude. You're
Call me a
on place.
narcissist. Call me crazy. Throw
You
me
are,
some
dude.
insults. Yeah,
You are.
That's all you've got. That's all you've got.
Is this polytonic music?
The day you don't have an insult and the day you outclass me with intellect and articulation, syntax, we'll have a photo.
More
Guys,
self-aggrandized.
we're supposed to be the intelligent
One
ones.
human.
Let's
I'll
go,
take
bro,
you all on. I'll
Why are we
take
wasting our
every
time
person
listening
on
to you
earth
talk
on
about how
with
great you are?
text and
Dude,
syntax.
why do you want
Anyone
us?
can take me.
Listen, friend, why do you want us to waste any more of our time talking about how great you are? You already have made the conclusion. Why do you need our opinion?
If I can take every human down with text, you lose. I win.
Can we just take this down one notch? Yeah.
You know
We're
what,
gonna-
British guy, you win.
Hold on,
I think we all believe that you win.
people here,
Okay,
yeah.
you
So
win.
all we need to do is
Advanced
just take
levels of
it down
thinking are here.
one notch,
Advanced
just a
levels
little
of
bit,
thinking are here,
have
and
this
then you're all
conversation a little bit
obsolete.
more civilly, because everyone's talking over each other and it's getting a bit ridiculous. So let's just take it down one notch, show your intelligence, and make coherent arguments. I don't want to hear like random shit and abuse at each other.
No, you
That's just-
bested us. You win. Now let's
know,
watch
bro.
Angel's Egg.
I know. It can keep getting better though. I could take you into higher advanced levels of thinking.
Yeah, but have you
like
seen my
yeah.
stream, bro? Have you seen Angel's Egg? That's a good movie.
No.
You guys don't want to know about advanced levels of thinking. You just have to run interference.
No, we just want to watch Angel's Egg.
You just want to turn your brain off and become a zombie.
Excuse me, Mo. Could you give us a slight insight to this higher thinking that you've got? Is there an example that you could give us so we can earn some respect and trust?
Yeah, sure. So we're all told that we're on a planet in a universe. That's an assumption. When you look around where you are and just reassess it without that bias, if you're honest enough, you could realize you could be absolutely anywhere. You trusted your parents, you trusted your friends, you trusted the government, you trusted anyone you trusted. But that's where human fallibility comes in, because it's about trust, isn't it? And that's where this situation starts to get real.
You're really hyping yourself up, huh?
I mean,
does it feel good?
I asked a question.
Are you close?
Are you jealous?
Are you gonna finish?
Are you jealous? Is that envy?
I'm just trying to watch Angel's Egg, bro.
Why do you have to run interference on it then? Why don't you just go and watch your game and go on mute?
Jedi was about
You're interrupting Angel's Egg.
Let Jedi
Okay, so run interference on it because you're a kind person and you're really caring about conversation and the truth. Thanks, man.
All right, I heard what you said, Mo, and like I said, what I was going to say is, I would have thought that the majority of people in this understanding that the Earth is flat would kind of already agree with that anyway. So it's not some kind of special knowledge that you got. Are you talking about passing this off to globe earthers, for example?
No, I'm the one. Del and me are going to take you guys through it. It just took us 10 years to realize how to do
Neo
it.
and Morpheus.
Okay. Now, being as you brought up Del, this is going to bring me another question. So, and I'm only asking because I'm ignorant and I don't know. Do you think the Earth rises up, as Del says?
I look.
Shut up.
What's that?
Oh, he's shutting up
So
now. Don't worry about that. Go ahead.
I look at the physics, Jedi, and so the day someone can show us why an air bubble rises and why things go into equilibrium when you put them in free fall, we'll have a conversation. But until then, no one's got real about that one.
Okay, so is the Earth rising up or not?
Well, why is the air bubble going up?
I don't know.
Buoyancy?
Have you thought about it?
Yeah, I mean,
buoyancy, man.
Follow the air. Follow the air straight up. Where's it going?
Yeah, buoyancy.
Why is the air going?
Can you
stop interrupting,
Gravity,
please, and
is
let
it
them have a
anti-gravity
convo?
now too? What do you got?
Yeah, the air is going up.
Going in the
Buoyancy.
wrong direction. It's not
Next
being pulled
question.
towards the Earth. It's not being pulled towards the Earth. Is it?
No.
An air bubble. Is an air bubble an anti-gravity device?
Well, okay, so we have, I drop a rocket, goes down, I let go of a balloon, it goes up, bubbles and stuff, relative density, things go up
Things
and down.
don't just fall down. Yeah, things don't just fall down.
Things go up and down. My question was with regards to, you said that you and Del were going to take over the world. So
No,
with regards
we're not going to take over the world. We're going to bring this forward.
That's what you said. Sorry to
It's
misquote
stuck,
what you
isn't it? People know that the Earth isn't a globe, but they're stuck.
Yeah. But with regards to the claim about the Earth rising at 9.8 meters per second squared. Now, Del says that. Do you say that too?
No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, buddies. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, all you got to do is see, because we're not controlling the air bubble, and we don't control the bottle when you put it in free fall. It's not about Del. It's not about me. It's about what's happening. Right? When you get that, you'll get it clear. That's where you have to put your focus, not on us, because we'll direct you to what we've already got our eye on, if you know what I'm saying. We won't misdirect you. We won't give you misinformation. We'll give you the true information when we test it. If it tests to be true, that's what will be provided to Earth.
Okay,
That's the new
so
standard.
what truth have you tested then that maybe we would benefit from?
So in magnetics, they say, and it can cause pressure. Magnetics is still a very deep subject, as you know, especially when we get to torus fields, vortexes, and on. But where we are is in a modern paradigm is we're being told that gravity is the force. So that's what you have to attack. And if you look at the mechanical model they had in Newton, you can see motions achieved by levers and gears and pulley systems, and that's the invisible mechanisms of how it works. But gravity is the claim that in the invisible, all those mechanisms are happening, and they're not. That's known. That's been verified. That's been demonstrated. That's not a theory. That's not me being delusional. That's a FACT with a full stop at the end.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, buddy.
Cheers, bro. I do too. 'Cause it's been a long time, Jedi, and we've all the information's been collated. Everybody who's provided to the cause will be recognised. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is lost. Love has won, if you will. That will be the message in every paradigm in the future. Love.
So I can't wait to be a part of the world's first correct cult. Thank you.
Well, it's all a cult
awesome.
anyway,
I'll
bro.
tell you what,
It's
I've
all
done beating
groups
Smell
and tribes. You know that, bro.
That's fine. I've started to unmute a couple of people as well, so maybe you can transpose this information to people that still think they live on a spinning ball, mate. Peter, I've unmuted you.
People just need to be honest with each other and look at whatever you're looking at and be real about it. It doesn't matter if you're wrong.
Do you want to go ahead with an actual glober here? Because that was what you were trying to do initially, and that's what Jedi's trying to set up.
Sure, bro.
Well, before all that, I want to know how much the flat earther guy has drank tonight.
I'm sober completely.
Okay, forget about that. It's a derail. Yeah, derail on top of a derail. So yeah, let's not.
That's cool. Like I'm here. Anyone who
I
wants to have
wanted to say hi to Mr. Monkey. This is the first time I'm talking to a flat earther who
I'm not a flat earther, by the way. But
to a person who proposes the upward acceleration thing.
No.
Okay,
Just
maybe
my
I should let you
position.
explain.
Listen. My position is that heliocentrism is not the truth. Okay, that's my position.
I agree with you. It's not the truth.
Yeah. So that's
Nobody
all.
claims.
I'm just here to clarify that.
Sure. No physicist claims heliocentrism.
Yeah. Well, you have to.
We're in agreement. No, nobody does. We're in agreement.
Well, we're in a reality. How did it get here?
Well, nobody claims heliocentrism.
Well, you do, because you can't have a Big Bang without a solar system.
Yeah, but that's not what heliocentrism is. So nobody claims heliocentrism.
Heliocentrism is a solar system model within a cosmic model. That's what it is.
No, heliocentrism means the sun is in the center of the universe.
Whereas, no, it's not in the center of the universe, though, and they don't even claim that.
Heliocentrism.
Helio is central to the
Copernican model.
A solar system.
Yes, all we're saying today is there is a solar system. There are many more star systems. They're all kind of the same.
A solar system.
One is special.
A solar system has been mapped and coordinated in a much bigger system. Okay?
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
It's not heliocentrism.
They're your coordinates. If you wanted to find the Earth in the universe and you were outside the universe, you'd really need to know where the Earth was if you wanted to find it. You'd know.
And you call that heliocentrism?
You'd need to know the exact coordinates, because you're talking about light years and billions of trillions of miles.
Okay, so that's like saying that the model of Earth is Peter house centricism, because my house has coordinates.
Right.
But it's not central to your world, is it, my house? I hope not.
Well, when you ask a heliocentrism or a heliocentrist, where their starting position is, I don't detect this in you, but many of them realize right there, I've got them. It's checkmate from the first question. But
Okay, so your mission
you're
is to
more
talk to
intelligent.
people who are ignorant about modern cosmology. I understand.
Yeah, it's just a good test, right
Yeah,
off the
I
bat.
like to
You know who
educate
you're dealing with.
people about modern cosmology as well.
Yeah. No, it's good, man, because it's just the biggest
Do this
perspective,
together.
right?
Yeah, we could do this together. I like to debunk the myth that the sun is in the center of the universe.
Yeah. I think the key
The
to it
myth.
is to be able to get outside Earth in your imagination and look at it from a cosmic perspective, looking
Absolutely.
back. Yeah. Because from where we're standing, we're central to everything else.
Yes, any point in the universe can be picked as central to everything else. Yeah.
Right? And that's what
And
they
it's
know.
natural
too,
that we do that with our point, because that's the only point we know, really.
Yeah. And the smart people at the top know this too, because they devised the model. So they have the advanced levels of thinking.
Of course, but, an average child can comprehend this when you talk to them about this. So it's not like some kind of super advanced knowledge that's difficult to
It
explain
shows some
or
people,
comprehend.
bro. Like, when I first got into this, I really struggled with it at first. I was like,
I can tell
I'm
from your
never gonna get
voice
my
that
head
you've
around this.
struggled.
Like,
I can tell
yeah, bro.
from the sound of your voice, yeah.
Yeah, I've had to dig in with this one, but
It's
it's
like
been
you've gone
so.
through quite a journey, yeah.
Yeah, it's been really rewarding though.
Okay. Well, I had a different experience. It never posed any sort of challenge in my life. Imagining cosmology or the Earth or the Sun, I just walked into it, and it just made sense all the time. But I can see how we have different journeys, right?
Yeah, yeah. I just for me,
You've been
I
thinking
would
about this for 10 years, eh?
longer, but because I had problems with it. I had Carl Sagan's Cosmos back in the day, and I worked for this newspaper, and it blew my mind. And but even then, I had a big bang moment, right, in my own head back in the day. And I just didn't, again, that's when my head popped, because I was like, how can it be so big? Like, you look at our roads, you look at what we do, and look how small we are in the big scheme of things. I was like, it's like putting an ant in a giant fucking thing. You're never going to be able to explore it. You're never going to even know what's in it.
Tell me more about the ant analogy. What's that about?
Yeah. It's sort of like, I guess, an ant, although very small and in a way insignificant on its own, the ant is part of a huge organized network.
Yes. They form like a large organism, kind of like they act as a single organism, even though they're technically separate organisms.
Yeah, right? And just one
Fascinating.
ant on its own doesn't seem intelligent. It looks vulnerable.
Yeah, it's like a cell, kind of like a cell in your body, right? It's stupid on
Right.
its own, but when combined, it's very functional.
Yeah,
Organelles
and that's
and organisms, right?
that's kind of how I see
Yeah, I
us.
know, but it's an analogy that I use in my head.
Well, I'll pass it back, but a little ant on a table is sort of how I see us on Earth in the universe. That's sort of how
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
But we are, for some reason, which is very mysterious, and I am a religious man, so I'm a Christian. So I think there's a reason
Amen.
for this, but some people don't think so, but I do. I think there's a reason why we have the ability, unlike an ant, to learn and discover more and more about the universe in general, both at the small scale as well as at the humongous scale. So we don't seem to just be an ant. We seem to be gifted with the talent to explore and learn and actually create very decent approximations of how the world works, and ever improving approximations. So I do hope that we're more than an ant on a table, that we can look around the cosmos, we can
Yeah.
analyze it, we can study it, and
Well,
it seems to
can
be
I?
very consistent. Yes, but you've masturbated with your voice for a long time, so I'd like to
Okay.
do the same, okay? Just give me
No
give
problem.
me a few strokes. Let me put
No
few
problems, bro.
strokes in, okay?
Yeah,
So I
well,
think it's actually quite beautiful that we can see through the universe, and the most fascinating thing is that it seems to be very consistent. The rules by which it operates seem to be consistent. And for those of you all who believe in a creator, like I do, think about what that means. That the rules of the physical universe are so beautiful and consistent. Maybe that's a sign of the creator. At least I find my creator in those rules of the universe. Thank you very much.
Thanks back to you, man. This is one of the best conversations I've had with someone on a. I don't know what side you're on. I don't even care. It's just nice.
I'm Troll Team 6. We are radical globers. We take no prisoners. But it's been nice talking to you.
Yeah, you too, man. It's I can see, regardless of the side or the bias, you believe in something higher, like an intelligent designer, a creator, something, and that good on you. At least
I
to
do, but
acknowledge.
that's my religious belief. I separate it from my kind of scientific understanding, but I like to philosophically relate the two, but that's just my private thing that I do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like even if it's the mainstream stuff, we're witnessing some kind of supreme intelligence or levels of creativity that are off the human scale. You know, like world builders, if you will.
Who's the world builders?
Well, there's the forces of nature, right? And then
Yes.
all the substances, the elements. It's sort of like the forces of nature and the elements come together. That's sort of like part of the magic. And then the higher levels of the spiritual world rise and the entities make the whole thing move.
In a way, yes. Yes.
It's just like that supernatural. It is. It's
Anything
natural,
that's not
it's supernatural.
anything that's not empirically explained is supernatural by definition. But yes, so you're being very poetic, but what you're describing poetically is really what modern physics attempts to describe. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think if we were speaking to each other in Old Testament language, using those kind of reference points, you can see how our ancestors arrived at the idea of a spirit world and the supernatural, because they wouldn't have been able to explain it with just language alone. They were witnessing phenomenon that was off the charts, and they wouldn't have had computers, what we have and the internet to go through it with each other. I mean, they were already at a really high level back in Pythagorean Socrates times. They were already there at the higher levels. But you just wonder what happened on Earth for them to.
Well, we kind of came a full circle. This is the fascinating thing about the last 100 years or so in physics, is that before that, so 100 years and earlier, we thought we could use human language to describe the behavior of nature. So, we thought of atoms as little balls and things falling and things pulling, like gravity pulls and other thing pushes. And we had this kind of like primitive human language, and we thought, okay, that's good enough to describe nature. Well, what we've learned in the last 100 years or so is that our language is completely useless for the description of nature's behaviors. So since then, we use language very loosely, like we call things, quarks, and we give them properties like up and down and charm and strange, which is what I'm showing on the screen right now for the audience. And we know these are actually joke names because we know that these names make no sense because there are no words in our language that make any sense when describing nature's behavior at that low level. So The only language that works is mathematics, and even that needs to be translated into empirical observations using special kind of like mapping that we have in modern theories. So our current understanding of nature is that it's very mysterious, way beyond our simplified models that we've evolved to understand. And mathematics and empiricism seem to be our only hope to penetrate beyond that veil.
Holy shit, Peter. That is the most honest
Wow.
semblance of
Really on that.
reasoning I've heard out here in years, bro. I'm almost pins and needles respect for your level of honesty, bro. That's incredible.
That's very nice.
Real.
Thank you for saying that. I want to be humble, and I won't claim anything that I said. This is how modern physicists talk. Like, I've learned this from them. So if you guys, and I'm talking honestly to all my kind of friends and colleagues here on this VC, I know I'm going to sound like an asshole, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you guys spend a little bit less time here and a little bit more time listening to real physicists talk about physics, you would hear a lot of stuff like this. It's fascinating shit. So consider doing that.
You've already told us what they have for us.
Yeah,
which is
but
just
I'm
their
just a
preconception.
random dude. Those guys are way better.
Oh well,
which
you
part
spent
of
your
this-
time infusing yourself with this
I'm a
knowledge, and that's what
missionary.
you
I'm
brought
a
back.
missionary.
So
Yeah, I'm a missionary.
pass.
Yeah, but where's the mission? We haven't heard the
The mission
conclusion
is
yet.
to reach out to the forgotten realms of the internet.
Okay, but where's
Part
the
of the-
conclusion?
Well,
Missionaries
part of
have
the mission-
conclusions.
To attract you to make you consider that there are beautiful things to be discovered out there.
Yeah, we're still
Okay,
asking
but how-
in
To make
20
you consider that ignorance is not the final.
But Peter, how
it's
does
not
this
what you
wrap
should aim
into the
for.
Earth? How does this wrap into the Earth and the shape, or
Earth is-
therefore lack of shape?
No, Earth is just the beginning
Could
of this exploration.
Could I have
You
a
can
go,
always
bro?
explore some curves on
Of
that.
course, I'll just say one last thing. There are two universes you can explore. One lies outside of Earth, and it's the huge universe and cosmos. The other one you can explore is the microscopic scale. That's your Alpha G experiment. That's your CERN. That's your protons, quarks, up, down, charm, strange, top, bottom. That's your gluons, photons, Z boson, W boson, electron, muon, tau, the neutrinos. This is a whole universe. When you look at your table right now, that universe is in there. You don't need to go to a planet. You don't need to be friends with Elon Musk. There's an entire
Good story, man.
Yeah, amazing story. Anyways,
Yeah, that was quite
Right,
fascinating.
let,
That could have
let
been
somebody else
summed up.
talk about shit and let's go.
There's a whole universe in your table.
Deep.
That's kind of where we were going at, right? I'll
He-
paraphrase. He was
he
talking
pretty
about
much meant to
microcosm and
No, he pretty much meant to
Sorry,
say if you
Roots.
look close enough at your table, you'll pretty much see the entire solar system in it. He didn't get there, but he would have, right?
yeah, that's enough preaching.
What I think he was trying to say, friends, is that when you look at a table, you can describe it as flat. But if you look at it at the microscopic level, it's not perfectly smooth.
Very deep.
It's not that deep though. It's just the nature of a fractal universe. Like, you know, you can get smaller and smaller. All them particles he mentioned, I'm sure they'll try and find smaller. That doesn't help us though in our understanding, just being more bogged down into compartmentalization. You know what I mean?
I see what you mean, Roots. But essentially, it's like once you understand the microcosm, it gives you a better understanding of the macrocosm. That's the kind of view he was going at, right?
How so?
Well, you can assume things on the small scale could be similar to same things on the large scale.
So
Vice
in regards,
versa, right?
so in regards to mass attracting mass, how come mass?
Well, yeah, essentially, no, that's a good point as well. Essentially, that comes down to like an atomic level, right? And there's something holding the atomic particles together, and that's kind of the smaller scale version of the gravity, where there is mass, but it's mostly electrical.
So why don't I attract smaller particles?
As
Me had this perfect thing the other day. It got to me. Why doesn't everything attract particles? You know, we got like nanometer-sized particles and huge bodies of mountains and stuff that are like probably in the same range as planets versus whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they attract mass?
They
Why
do.
aren't they do. They get bigger all the time. They form into a ball and attract mass and form into a ball.
Well, it's just that the entire Earth is attracting them harder, and things to tend towards the fall to the Earth.
It's like what Mee was saying yesterday when she
Yeah,
was like,
no, it
how
was
can I
perfect.
attract things? And it's basically you need to battle with the mass of the other thing that's battling with the mass. And the bias is down, right? So you need to counter that bias and have more mass or equal to than the Earth.
The bias is down, but in the Cavendish experiment, it shows it not down, but going sideways, like being attracted to bigger things, right?
Yeah, because it was being held up by a wire.
Whatever.
Well,
the Cavendish experiment was basically trying to
you can
reduce
try
all
to
the
understand it, you try to
variables,
reject. It's up to you.
as many variables as you could, to try and single out this effect.
So why isn't everything attracting mass all the time, though, right?
Because the same.
Not saying it is, but like fucking, I don't.
They were
Okay,
singling
buddy.
out the cause of it. That's
You
all.
can
They were
say
trying
it
to
all you
single out the
want,
cause of
right?
it.
But like, I don't see it, man.
Did you see how little the Cavendish experiment moved the other ball?
Yeah, it could be explained by the air conditioner blowing at it, right?
Yeah.
No, it couldn't. They
No,
control for
yeah.
that.
Why not? If you look at
Alright,
every single
there's so
video
many
done with the
variables.
Because they
Cavendish,
control for that.
or can I see a video that has controls for everything? Because every time I see, for example, a Cavendish experiment done, there's always a paper in the background being blown or something.
They're all scuffed.
No, there's not.
The
You're
idea
making
of
that
it is
up,
scuffed,
man.
I understand.
I'm not. Show me a video, please.
Why do you
Because
guys need to? Why do you guys need to reject everything?
Okay,
What's in
send
it
me a
for you?
Cavendish experiment that's consistent every single time because I've seen too many inconsistencies. And if it doesn't work once and it works once, do we really take it as consistent?
You have not seen too many. You're just making that up. Come
Bro,
on,
go
man.
on Google.
Be
Sorry,
honest
go on
for a little
YouTube.
bit.
Oh, hold on. Please, go on YouTube, right? Cavendish experiment. If you click the first 3 videos and read the comment section and the description, it will say, sorry guys, I forgot to turn off the air conditioner. Sorry guys, I forgot to close the window. There's always these little inconsistencies that make it not work for some reason. And then I had this one professor that did it with all these variables explained, and apparently the balls didn't move. I don't know why that was.
But even still, like in the Cavendish experiment at work, show me somewhere else that happens, man.
Show you somewhere else that what happens.
Mass attracts mass.
What was the attraction between those masses?
I don't know. You tell me.
The air conditioner blowing at it.
They kind of show that with like 0G planes, for example, or like microgravity. That's kind of the proof, right? Square inverse law. So the further you are from the center of mass, the least effect.
But I never seen anything attracting anything else. Like I've never seen a mountain attract fucking shit in the air or anything else, right? Like I've never seen anything like that.
But even if we talk about
What do you
Cavendish,
expect
right,
to see?
You show me a ball attracting another ball in the Cavendish experiment. Show me that somewhere in nature, man.
You do realize how little that force is, right? How
I don't care how big it or small it is. Show it to me.
It's so little, yet a big fat plane can go down because of gravity.
I think he expects to see it like ferro.
I expect to see it like you see it in the
like,
Cavendish experiment, right? Like you got an experiment showing it. Like show it again. Like it only happens there.
You can't because the repeatability and reproducibility of Cavendish is flawed. I mean,
No, it's
let's
not.
talk about let's talk about human error, right? Cavendish himself had to make a shit ton of visual observations to measure the angle of the torsion balance twist. You do realize every time you observe something, you are susceptible to error, and every time you have a subjective measurement based of observation, there's some bias or inaccuracies involved. And even if we disregard human error, dude, the methodology is flawed as well.
How is the methodology flawed?
He uses a torsion balance with lead balls to measure the attraction, right?
One of the things they did.
So the sensitivity of the apparatus is very it's really sensitive to vibrations and changes in temperature, and that would make a very imprecise measurement of the instrument used. So it's very limited, and the readings will be inaccurate due to these vibrations and temperature changes, right? So if it gets hotter by a few degrees, the measurements will be wrong. If it gets colder by a degree or two, the measurements will be wrong. If someone just steps the wrong way, like if someone walked by you and it vibrates, your measurements will be wrong as well. The methodology for all of Cavendish has never been accurate.
How do you know
I
that?
agree that there's
Because
a ton
Cavendish
of.
himself had issues with it, dude. He
And
literally
do
had.
you,
I agree.
and do you think nobody since then has done this experiment
And we know they
and
have done
refined
it, but
it?
it's never been repeated multiple times successfully. The issue, you know how I mentioned repeatability and reproducibility? That's another issue we've had. No one has been able to repeat the same exact method and reproduce it the same exact way with the same conclusions.
But
it hasn't been done.
It has been done. It's been done thousands of times.
But has it been done thousands of times successfully?
Yes.
No, it hasn't, dude. You're lying now. You're being very disingenuous. There's not a single professor
Just
that's
because
funded
you
by
don't know
any
about it
university.
doesn't mean it
Hold
hasn't
on.
been done.
Okay, just because no one knows about it, right? You know about it. You know some guy that did it, privately funded. No one's ever heard of him. He did it, right? Is it your mysterious mate again?
No, there's people who do this in universities all the time as demonstrations.
Name one university-funded experiment.
Dude, it doesn't take that much. It's a very
Name
inexpensive.
one.
I don't even know how to respond to this. Go to university. They
My
probably have
question's
a little
simple.
device can do this for you.
I go to university. They told me I'm foolish for asking if they can do it. And I go to one of the best universities in my country. They literally called me foolish. We're not going to waste our time with an experiment that will probably be flawed every time we try and do it. We accidentally left the window cranked to open. It's not sealed enough. There's a flaw there. Someone walked by, because people always walk by universities. There's another flaw. You do realize
So
it's just not an experiment which is repeatable.
Except it has been. You guys keep.
Okay.
Weird how you guys say
stop.
these things. You guys say
You
it's not
realize
repeatable, but it has been.
repeatability under different conditions by different observers. Those are considered robust. Independent verification is rigorous these days. We can critique it every single time. If it fails one time, succeeds one time, fails one time, succeeds one time. If we do it 1,000 times and it succeeds 80% of the time but fails 20% of the time, we still don't consider it repeatable because it's not as successful as we claim it to be. It's flawed.
Yeah, it is.
It's just really interesting how you guys say things aren't happening.
Who's you
that
guys?
they're
It's me. I'm
happening.
talking to you, Scott.
Even
It's
when
like-
it claimed to be
it's like-
successful, it doesn't give consistent results, does it?
You do realize even when it comes to Cavendish himself, it didn't apply modern statistical methods to analyze the data. Even the way they analyzed the data at the time was misunderstood, and it's uncertain and it's variable, right? Like even the methodology Cavendish himself used was unverifiable data. He got the methodology wrong. He didn't understand the measurement certainty and the variability of the measurements. The way they used to analyze data that far ago is not as accurate as we measure it today. That's why maybe 200 years ago, he seemed like it worked, even though he didn't have any ways to verify it. These days, it's more rigorous. So when we do it these days and it's not successful, we understand why it's not successful.
So if you go to your physics department at one of the best universities in your country, ask them what the gravitational constant is. Are they going to give you an answer?
100% yes.
Okay. Will they tell you what the attraction between two masses is? Will they give
The
you
theory,
something
yes.
like mass times g over d
Yes,
squared?
give me the theoretical theory of gravity, dude.
But does every physics professor at your best university in your country believe
I don't know,
that
dude.
is
I
a
haven't asked these
gravitational
people.
law?
I
What do you
don't know,
think?
but
Scott,
maybe. I don't know.
Scott, if
What do you
they
think?
didn't believe that, would they be a professor at these universities?
No, because they wouldn't be smart enough to be at professor of these
Oh, I see how it
universities.
goes. Okay.
So if they believe flat Earth, they're stupid. If they don't believe in gravity, they're stupid. Therefore, no professors. If I showed you one professor who has a PhD that believed in, for example, the flat Earth because
Good
of
luck.
the lack of, if I do, would you concede your position?
Sure, why not? Well,
Yes or no? Will you
one
concede your
professor of
position?
science, sure. But yeah, I don't think you're going to find a legitimate professor in the
And
room
if I
who's
do,
a
you
flat Earth.
concede? Was that a yes?
Sure, why not?
That's not a yes, though. I need a stern yes. I will concede my position if you find me one doctor that will say there isn't any sufficient evidence for theory of gravity.
Yes. No, you said flat Earth.
Same shit, right? Gravity, flat
No,
Earth.
it's not the same shit. You said flat Earth.
Well, you were asking about gravity. Mass attracts
You
mass.
said flat Earth, though, right?
Okay, I retract that. I take back
Okay.
the flat Earth part. We talk about gravity.
Yeah, if you find
When
me a
is something
single...
considered to be no longer part of the Earth?
Huh?
When is something considered to be not part of the Earth, not having its own, center of mass? It's actually like part of the Earth's mass.
It all depends on... Everything has its own center of mass. Every particle has its own center of mass.
Okay. Collectively, everything has its own center of mass and also forms a larger center of mass.
Yes, when they all lump together.
So they all lump together. They still have their own center of mass.
Yes.
They're still attracting themselves, but are
Yes.
also attracted to the other thing.
Yeah, but
Like
no, you're right the first
simultaneously.
time. They're attracting themselves. And by doing that, they collectively form into these big balls.
It's exactly
Which
like magnetism, T-Dub, basically, man. It's like magnets attaching to each other will create a bigger magnetic field with a separate,
No thanks. Next.
But yeah, it's just the collection of every particle, every bit of dust, every rock, everything that's a piece is all attracting each other, and you get enough of them together and they start forming bigger and bigger attractions, and
Yeah, we see this all the time. Fuck.
you do if you actually go out and look at the world. Sure.
It's one big mass that's got its own, gravitational pull. All the little bits that make up that one big mass all have also simultaneously have their own little bit of gravitational pull.
I have a question about that, Scott.
But then all there is the little masses.
Wait, Scott, so if an individual forms a group, is that still an individual or is that a group?
I don't want to get into this silly philosophical stuff.
The way
I'm trying to talk to T-Dub here.
And they don't
He's
just
asking
come
a
together, they
question.
form a ball, right?
He's asking a question. I'm doing my best to answer it.
Right. So you're saying there's only a collective
Yes.
gravitational.
Yes.
Right. It's not a one single one once they conglomerate.
Yes, it never becomes a single thing. Because that mass is every atom has its own mass, and it's all those atoms getting together, which collectively form a mass of what we look at as an object. But it's still just every atom.
Are you here, Bev?
It's lots
Bev,
of
are you
tiny
here?
little gravitational fields rather than one big giant gravitational field.
That's what it is. Yep. All working together to create what we perceive as one big gravitational field. Yep. But it's a bunch of tiny ones. Unimaginably number of tiny ones.
What's the natural observed phenomenon for Cavendish?
Well, we would say that masses attracting masses is the natural observed phenomenon.
Where do you observe that naturally?
Everything that falls.
Wouldn't that be your cause supposition that there are masses attracting one another and not really the observed phenomenon?
Well, I would say there is got to be a reason that my ass is on the couch right now, not on the
Right.
ceiling.
So that's your cause supposition, not the natural observed phenomenon. What did you actually see?
I don't understand the question.
My goodness.
I see my ass sitting on a couch.
And then you interpret the cause of that to be masses attracting.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not the natural observed phenomenon then, masses attracting. The natural
it
observed
is.
phenomenon then is what? Ass on couch?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What point to the ass on couch in Cavendish, please?
And that's not how people who want to understand things go about it.
Nice one. So,
People
what
who
natural
wanna
observed phenomenon are you testing again with this apparatus?
Which masses attracting masses.
That would be your cause supposition of a natural observed phenomenon. What's that?
I don't understand why you need. Why are you trying so hard not to want to accept this?
Accept what? You haven't said anything coherent.
That
You
masses
have to
attract
try
masses.
hard not to accept this incoherent psychobabble.
You made the psychobabble.
He got you there, Mackie. But you can handle it. You're strong enough.
But
what is the natural observed phenomenon that you're going to be testing a supposed cause for with Cavendish?
You put two masses next to each other, they will pull towards each other.
Where do you observe that?
I already told you, everywhere.
Okay, you're just going to continue conflating your IV with your DV.
What's that mean?
Do you not want to know why?
He's going to continue to conflate his cause supposition with the phenomenon that he saw.
Heretic.
That's all he's going to do. So it's basically
really
just
not-
an assertion of mass attracting mass. That's all it is. If you
You
listen,
not-
if the observed phenomenon is mass is attracting, why do you need an experiment? You saw it happen. You don't need an experiment for it to test it as a cause.
Okay. So you're observing a phenomena. Yeah, no, we were on that then, right? We're observing it. So what's the cause? We still don't know. We've
Yes,
observed it.
Well, he just keeps conflating what he observed with his cause supposition.
Nice.
Can't get anything coherent out of him.
I like that you kind of just got him into a corner, and now we're in the corner. It's like, now what?
I'm not in any corner. Jeez.
But on that point, you are. Just on that point alone, you are. But
No, because the people who want to understand this were trying to figure out how strongly masses attract masses. What is the gravitational constant, and what is the formula that we can use to figure out this force between two masses?
Force.
And they figured
So an
out.
Einstein denier.
And they figure it doesn't matter.
Okay.
And they figured out it's m times m1 times m2 times big G divided by d squared.
So you're an Einstein denier then. So you must be a solar system denier too.
Einstein didn't deny that.
It just. Do you have no curiosity at all, Heretic, about why our asses sit on the chair instead of on the ceiling? Are
I'm
you not at
curious
all
about
curious?
where you got your conclusions about why that happens from, which is why I'm asking you these questions. I can't get any coherent conclusion out of them.
Well, it's coherent to everybody else.
Okay. Anybody else find it
outside this
coherent?
room.
So maybe I just need a
Everybody-
globe whisperer
everybody
to
outside
maybe
this room.
pass on the coherence to me because it's not working when I hear it from him.
Do you not agree that masses attract masses?
No, it's just your assertion so far.
So if
And
I
Einstein
put a-
wouldn't agree either, so I don't know who I'm supposed to agree with.
Einstein is the one that came up with conclusively about that.
Well, but
No, he's not. Came up with the bending and warping of space-time. There's no attraction according to Einstein.
Right.
Yeah.
Objects aren't pulling on each other. They're bending and warping the fabric of
force is a
space-time. There's no
misnomer.
force.
We agree.
Yeah, there you go.
The force is a misnomer.
But
Okay, then stop saying it.
yeah,
Yeah,
but let's
he used to
say
name it. It's an interaction.
Yeah.
More.
But let's say
no,
yeah, let's say you were going to figure out if like magnetism exists. I guess like I think actually in reality like the first person who figured that like magnetism was a thing was a person who found like a rock of iron, and he
okay.
noticed that other metals stuck to it.
He
And
observed it,
that's-
right?
But that's
Yeah.
not, but that's not like evidence that magnetism
Anyway.
exists on its own, right?
So just to put a pin on what just happened, there is no natural observed phenomenon for the Cavendish so-called experiment,
Yes.
so it's dead on arrival.
Why are you just ignoring everything I said?
Okay, there is. Scott couldn't figure out what it was. Okay, so what is it?
Yes, he did say. But
What, ass on couch?
Actually, you
Ass
can
on
make
couch
the
is one of it,
experiment
right?
in a vacuum.
It's one of
Okay,
it.
so again, you're doing the same thing he was. You're just conflating the cause with the observed phenomenon.
No, it doesn't like just me observing that that people are stuck to the ground isn't like evidence enough, right? Because we want to like for us to believe that this is some like universal law, right? You have to prove that the mass is actually correlated with this, and you can't just look from watching stuff from like far ahead, just dropping down, right?
Okay, so what is
can
the
make
phenomenon in nature that you actually observe that you then want to test the cause for?
Orbital mechanics.
Well, mass
what?
that
What?
you have one mass and one mass if they attract each other, right? And it's
Okay,
also have to
again,
be
you're
correlated
just doing
with
what
mass.
Mackie was doing, conflating the cause with the phenomenon. What is the actual phenomenon you saw that you want to test the cause for?
Orbital mechanics would be a good example.
Orbital mechanics. Okay, it sounds like a cause again, but what specifically did you observe?
Cause? No, that's a phenomenon.
Okay, what's the phenomenon?
We see bodies, celestial bodies, revolve around each other.
Oh, are they pulling
That's the
towards each
phenomenon.
other? Are they pulling on each other? Is that what you saw?
No, they interact with each other. It's
They're coming together. They're like, what are you talking about?
the more mass you put in one space, that's kind of the theory at work. It creates a distortion in space-time, which we kind of colloquially call gravity.
Okay, so you see stuff in the sky, and you're going to try to test this out with the Cavendish apparatus. How do you know that the mechanisms that are causing the balls?
Very crude.
Okay, so it sounds like a no.
No, the Cavendish itself, the Cavendish experiment was crude because it was of its time. We have better means nowadays. For example, we have big hangars that we can create vacuums in.
Okay, so we're moving on from okay, all right. I was just trying to put a pin on the previous conversation, and then it started again. So we're moving on from Cavendish, I guess, because nobody could figure out what the natural observed phenomenon for it was, and now we've got better tests. So I guess that's that. Thank you.
I mean, we explained you the natural if you throw a rock up, is it not coming down again? Is that a new question here?
So things falling would be the natural observed phenomenon.
Yeah, that is part of it. Yeah.
So what falls in Cavendish? What falls in Cavendish?
Well, it's that the rock is attracted to the Earth, right?
The answer is nothing, man.
The question is whether it's the mass that is causing this, right?
So what? Well, yeah. So what falls in Cavendish? You're trying to test the cause of things falling because that was your phenomenon, right?
They fall. If you want to use the word fall, right? Then yeah, they fall to each other.
I don't. Where in nature do you see things falling horizontally towards each other?
You see it if you measure it with a precise.
So this is a phenomenon that only occurs in a man-made apparatus. This doesn't actually happen in the natural world outside of that.
No, we can see it all over.
There is no reason.
I've never seen any. I've never seen any objects falling towards each other horizontally in nature. I'm sorry.
Sorry, heretic. Why do you expect to see that?
Because that's your natural observed phenomenon, dude.
Well, within certain precision, right? Do you have like supervision? Do you have are you Superman with your eyes?
Well, I'm super. Okay, well, he's melting down, I guess.
No,
I'm gonna go
I'm
take a
asking
piss.
you.
That sounds more worthwhile.
Why do you think
I think my time would be
you are-
better spent taking a piss right now than
But
continuing
heretic,
this with
why do you think
Just-
you
yeah.
will able to observe something that is just very like a minute observation? Why do you think you would expect to see that in nature? We use instruments for a reason. The fact that it's man-made doesn't make it any different. Okay. You just conceded, I guess. Fine.
Just because you can't
I
see
went to
it.
go take a piss.
Yeah,
Well,
you went
just because-
pee-pee.
Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it isn't there. We're talking about we're talking about the forces of nature and the supernatural. What science, mainstream science, is trying to do is unlock the secrets of God.
Anyway, I just got back. Did a guy find a natural observed phenomenon that he can actually use this Cavendish this apparatus? Okay. So all right. All right. Okay. Cool. Just hold on a second before you freak out. Before everybody freaks out, I'm just wondering if he found a natural observed phenomenon that he can actually test out with the Cavendish. Go ahead.
Yes. You put one mass. Can I speak? For fuck's
Not really
sake, he asked
fair,
me a
dude. I was in
question.
the middle of a conversation, though, bro.
No, you weren't.
I'd already started the conversation too. So
No, you just started.
Okay, this is a guy. This is going to be your last chance. A guy, make it good.
Space Monkey is talking over me.
Yeah, a lot of people want to talk right now, and you've had the stage for a few minutes, and you still haven't given us any natural observed phenomenon that actually applies to Cavendish. So this is your last shot. Make it good, or else you're sitting down after that. Go ahead.
And I'll mute the Space Monkey. Okay. So yeah. So the experiment is mass. You put one mass next to another mass, and then you measure if there is an attraction.
That's not even the question I asked. Doesn't even pertain to it. Okay, who wants to talk next?
We can come back to what I was saying. I already had the conversation in play. So, mainstream science is trying to unlock the secrets of God. Now, this is a real conversation. If anyone was, brave enough to actually have that conversation, it would be interesting.
Who are you trying to have that with, Space Monkey?
Well, God exists, right?
Okay, that's another person who just can't answer a simple question.
So God exists, right? Can we establish that?
Let's establish that we're going to do something else with this VC right now. Next.
All right, Heretic. Hey, you with naturally observed, you mean it has to occur in nature without human invention, right?
Yeah. What did you see in nature that you want to test the cause of with this apparatus?
Okay. That I guess the concept is, in this context, you would try to substantiate why things seem to accelerate downwards.
Oh, so why things fall?
Yeah.
Okay, so what falls in Cavendish?
Well, in Cavendish, since you can't really manipulate the variable of what's underneath you, with like the Earth being so big and all, right?
Doesn't sound like you want to answer the question.
Sorry if it does. If you have that impression, I
just wondering what falls. Should be a pretty simple question. If anything does, say, for example, a ball falls in Cavendish, it would be an instant answer: a ball.
You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you do is, because the direction up and down under that concept would be always overshadowed by the Earth. You're rotating the whole thing whole concept of falling 90 degree into the horizontal. So it's the.
I got the answer. The answer was nothing. Nothing falls in it. Thank you.
It's the two little masses on the torsion beam that fall towards the two bigger mass.
Oh, really? Horizontally?
Yeah.
Can you point to anything that falls horizontally in nature? You said down. That would be vertical, right? Now you're talking about something that happens horizontally. Okay, he's bricked. Who's next?
You're trying to examine the cause of falling, and the cause of falling. What prevents isolating the cause of falling to something that is not falling itself?
What prevents the? Sorry, say that again.
Okay, what prevents the isolation of the cause of falling to something, to a setup that is not in where nothing is falling in itself, but you're isolating the effect of what cause of falling is believed to be?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Yeah, so you're asking how we would isolate your supposed cause, gravity? I don't know why, because you don't even have an observed phenomenon that you can actually properly test out. Every single time I ask you what the phenomenon is, it changes when we go to the experiment. Oh, things fall down. Oh, now they fall horizontally. Okay, so back to the natural observed phenomenon. Where does that happen in nature?
Where do they fall?
Okay, so when you wait a second, can I ask again? I'm trying to understand the line of thought here. When you're trying to analyze the cause-effect relationship of a phenomenon that you observe in nature, are you allowed to influence what happens to that phenomenon in any way whatsoever when you do your experimentation?
Well, you want the phenomenon to at least be the same one that you observed. I don't think it is here, and I think you're trying really hard to conflate the two.
Yeah, but what
I'm not trying really hard to conflate the two. I'm just explaining to you how they are the same thing according to what they're claiming.
Yeah, anyway, there's no natural observed phenomenon for it, no matter how hard you try to hammer a square peg in a round hole.
All right.
Yeah,
so
the Cavendish experiment doesn't say they fall horizontally, anyways.
Oh, so nothing falls in it, like I said. Thank you.
In the context, in the context of natural
So there's
science,
no natural observed phenomenon, like I've said 16 times.
Okay, so in the context of natural science, natural phenomena would be phenomena that occur would not only be phenomena that occur in nature, right? Even manufactured instances.
That's okay. Okay, no problem.
Adhere to natural science, right?
Yeah, no problem. So what you're telling me is this is a phenomenon that only occurs in this one man-made apparatus. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world.
No, they don't fall horizontally even in that apparatus.
Well, because you can't point to anywhere in nature where it happens. You're just saying that it can only be manufactured to happen.
Okay, so wait a second. If something is manufactured to behave a certain way, and if that's due to entropy, it doesn't happen naturally, spontaneously, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean that the behavior of that manufactured thing is supernatural?
Yes.
No. So what's the natural phenomenon you're actually trying to manufacture?
Then the behavior of things that are manufactured and only occur because they are manufactured in a certain way, because they don't spontaneously happen in nature, is not supernatural. That means they still adhere to natural laws, natural behavior.
Great. So where in nature does it happen then? Let's go back to that question.
Okay, so if you find that there is an attraction between masses, that masses seem to accelerate to each other,
where
and you find that with the Cavendish experiment, for example.
Oh no, where in nature?
Okay,
we're trying to find out what natural phenomenon you're trying to work out the cause of.
Let me
so does this not happen? Please. Is there no gravity in nature? Does it only exist in a man-made apparatus?
Let me finish my
well,
sentence.
Maybe someone else will let you finish, bro. I'm getting pretty bored.
Let me finish my sentence, please. That would be okay. Okay, I'm sorry that you're getting bored of your own waffling. That's okay.
You're the one waffling.
It's not my problem.
I say a sentence or two, and then you go on.
You're interrupting
for paragraphs and say nothing.
No, you're interrupting me.
No, then he says Cavendish.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, you're just going in a circle. So, is there a natural observed phenomenon? It should be really easy. So imagine, say I dropped a pen. I want to test the cause of that. Somebody asks me, what's your natural observed phenomenon for this experiment? I'd say, I dropped something. It'd be that easy. Why do you need all this time to speak?
Because
silent
you're ignoring the logical...
What the fuck is the natural phenomenon you observe, dude? Why can none of you give the answer? Doesn't that tell any of you something? None of you can give it.
Well, we're given an answer, and you leave that on ridicule, but ignoring the logical line of
all right. He's just telling me now that he can give an answer while he doesn't do that. Ayatollah, you keep piping in. What's the answer?
You were constantly bashing about things falling horizontally, while the Cavendish experiment doesn't state that they fall horizontally. It's a problem of vantage point.
So nothing falls in Cavendish then, right?
It's perspective.
They do.
And definitely
they do. I thought you just said that Cavendish says nothing falls in it.
They don't fall horizontally.
Oh, so nothing does fall in it then?
They fall.
Or do they fall vertically?
Vertically.
Oh, what falls vertically in Cavendish?
The objects. It depends upon where your vantage point is.
Oh, really?
Here on Earth, we going in respect to the Earth, where the Earth is the biggest mass.
Oh,
and
so with
Cavendish
respect,
experiment, the biggest mass.
So with respect to some other imaginary place you'll never go to, the stuff in Cavendish falls vertically, not horizontally. But with respect to reality, it's just horizontal.
In Cavendish, they don't fall horizontally either.
Okay.
It's just that it's a controlled experiment.
So what they fall? They fall vertically.
To isolate.
So the balls fall vertically.
Yes, in respect to each other, yes. In respect to each other, yes, they fall
Can you
vertically.
define vertical?
This is great.
This
This
guy's
is
an idiot.
This is
It's
something
like
else.
theory and reality, right?
Can you define vertical by any chance?
In respect to Earth? Yes.
Well, no,
Well,
just
from up to down.
the definition of vertical. Up and down. Okay. So what falls up or down in Cavendish?
Gravity.
Gravity.
Well, I've never gotten to this point in this
respect to
conversation.
the
I've never heard
balls-
this before. This is crazy.
In respect to the balls themselves, because the experiment is made in such a way to isolate the effect of the Earth's
Okay.
gravity.
All right, so he's just going to try to bend the definition of horizontal now into vertical. That's his last cope. All right, thank you for that.
Yeah. Endless fucking waffle.
That's retarded, dude, by the way. Completely and abjectly retarded. Thank you. But at least you tried. The rest of them couldn't
You know
even,
that in
the rest of them
experiment
couldn't
we
even give
try
an
to
answer.
isolate factors that are
Yeah, what
poisoning.
What did you isolate? Name one.
The Cavendish experiments try to isolate the Earth's gravity effect on the experiment
Yeah, but what did you isolate? Name one thing you isolated.
by turning it on its side.
Turning it on its side. You're not isolating. You're just doing something. I want to know what's been isolated.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
By making Earth's gravitational effect on all the objects the same.
Okay, cool story, bro. Cool story.
In
What did
relation
you
to each other, they are isolating the Earth's interference with their experiment.
interference? The Earth's interference. What type of interference do we get? Go ahead.
Because if Cavendish would have tilted his experiment on sideways, he would have seen, he would have needed to deal with the Earth's gravity.
Yeah, but we still haven't isolated anything. So what did we isolate? Go ahead, tell me.
He
If you
did.
can. Yeah, what did he isolate?
Oh, you're breaking up real bad.
I'm asking what Cavendish isolated.
He isolated the effect, the gravitational effect of the Earth on his experiment.
No kidding.
Yeah, by rendering the gravitational effect as null. Given
he
that
rendered
everything,
That's what he did.
yes,
Enlighten us, oh genius. How did he do that?
by tilting it 90 degrees to the plane of the Earth's gravitational field.
So, not vertical, horizontal.
In respect to the Earth, yes, but the bodies into his experiment are still vertical, are still
The contortions,
vertical to
man.
each other.
Think about this. The thing that you're trying to prove is that things fall down. Yet the thing that's being shown here is that
No, they don't fall. They fall to each other.
horizontally.
No, the things that Cavendish tries to demonstrate is that things they tend to attract to each other, not that they fall necessarily down.
Horizontal. Do you know what horizontal and vertical are? Yes or no?
It's a vantage point description. If you're talking from the Earth's vantage point, yes, they are horizontal. In respect to each other, they are vertical.
Yeah, where is the Cavendish experiment done? Is it on the Earth, perhaps?
Yes, but the vantage point from each object there is, if you were standing on those balls, you would see vertical to each other.
Are we standing on those balls that Cavendish experiment has been done?
Well, in the same way, you're standing on Earth and you see the moon.
Oh, we're seeing the moon now. We're not even talking about gravity anymore. We're looking at the moon.
Yeah, the moon is kind of held in place by gravity.
Oh, is it now?
Yes.
How do you know? Tell me how you know that. I can do this all night. How do you know that?
Yeah, with the back of an envelope, you can calculate based on the orbital trajectory of the moon.
You're full of stories, aren't you? All right, so we couldn't prove gravity with Cavendish because that's no bueno. We're going
No,
horizontal.
it's a demonstration of gravity in Cavendish experiment.
So we're seeing things fall down in Cavendish, are we?
Have you read the Cavendish papers?
Listen, what we're trying to show is things go down, down, go boom, boom. We don't see things go down, down, go boom, boom in Cavendish, do we? We see things go
They
sideways.
do in relation to each other. They do.
Nobody's saying down.
Yeah, that's the problem,
In
Maggie.
relation to each
Yeah,
other,
Maggie,
they
that's
do.
the fucking problem.
Scott, have another drink. I'm talking to this other guy. So, you think that the Cavendish shows that gravity is real. It's been shown by the Cavendish experiment. But yet, in the case of gravity, we need to know if things actually have a downward vector. The vector of
In
down.
relation to each other, yes.
Oh, so now we're doing in relation to each other. Well, that's not what
Yes,
we've been
because that's how gravity works. It's in relation to bodies.
That's not what they're telling us, dude. I don't even know who
Who's
you
not
are.
telling you that? Who's the retard not telling you that?
Basically, when we talk about gravity, what do they say gravity does on Earth, Mr. Man? What do they say gravity does?
In relation to Earth, yes,
Yeah?
it pulls things down.
Okay. Isn't that what we're trying to prove? Yes or no?
But if you're on the moon, it will pull you down to the moon in reference to the moon.
Listen, dude, why are you standing on the moon? We're on Earth, okay? So don't go to the moon just yet.
It's potato. It's the same thing. It works the same way.
We're talking about standing on the Earth, man. So if we're standing on the Earth, we're trying to prove that things go down, down, go boom, boom. And
If you have an Earth-centrist point of view, you will be very stuck on Earth-centrist view. But the gravitational pull of objects is not Earth-centrist.
Yeah, but so you're talking about everything has gravity now, not Earth. So
Yes, every mass has gravity.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, that means that things don't go down, down, go boom, boom. They go sideways.
No, they go next to each other. They fall into each other's gravitational well.
The things they call the gravity well. Okay, so if you put two apples together on a table. Wait. Let me just get
the same way you fall to Earth, the Earth is falling onto you.
I know you're anxious and excited. That's great. But if you have two apples sitting on a I don't care, on a shelf on a table. If I have two apples sitting somewhere close to each other, do you mean? Now let me get this straight. By your
They
own words,
will have some gravitational pull to each other. Yes.
Okay. So do they create a gravity well? The two
They
apples.
have a gravitational well of each other, yes. The issue is that the friction on the table prevents them from progressing towards each other.
Oh, so they got friction. Okay, so when we have friction, okay. So let's do this. Let's suspend the apples on a string, and let's put the apples close together. Do you think the apples will draw themselves close together?
They would, yes.
They would. So who has done this? I'd like to know. Who's done that?
That experiment has been done. The Cavendish experiment has been reproduced several times. You can even do it yourself.
I got one better for you, man. I got one better for you. Let's go to nature. All right, let's go to nature. Let's see some apples hanging on a tree close to each other. Do the apples attract to each other? Do you think?
Yeah, but there are so many variable factors that are counteracting that.
Oh, so we got things changing, do we? So now stuff happens different.
You need to understand that the coefficient of gravitational distortion is very proportional to the amount of mass you're dealing with.
Slow down, sir. Using big words. Gravitational distortion. Oh, we got complicated. Oh, we got so complicated. Well, we're talking about a Cavendish that's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now you're going to a tree that's sitting out in the middle of nowhere with apples on it, and yet we got complicated ideas that gravity just not possible on a tree for some reason.
Yeah,
right?
on the tree you have wind, you have the branches dangling around, you have a lot of things, you have a lot of factors into the question.
Factor. So what happens when there's no wind?
you still have the branches, the different distortions that kind of hold the apples away from each other. Yeah.
Okay, so we don't. So that's not a good idea, right? We can't see apples.
They are uncontrolled variables for which you do not account for on a tree.
These apples are some type of cowboys now. They're not controlled by anyone. They're just
No, it's that the coefficient of gravity of apples is quite small.
Oh, so they don't cause a gravity well because it's quite small, but they do cause a gravity well.
There is a gravity well, but it's a small one. So it's on a tree. It's very difficult to observe it.
Okay,
that's why you need an experiment for it.
Okay, what's the measurement of the gravity well? Like, I need to know what is its pull. Can we measure it? Because obviously, you made a bold statement.
You can calculate it, actually.
You can calculate it. Okay, so if it's calculatable...
Yeah, based on its map.
Okay, so if it's calculated on map...
It will be a very, very, very low number.
Let's put mathematics to the side for now, because if we're going to do mathematics, we're going to have to apply the math to the reality. So that means that if we're saying that we have math that can be applied, then of course there needs to be some way to measure this in some way. So I need some type of apparatus or device for me to be able to measure such a thing.
Yes.
In order for my Okay, so now we're on a good foot here. So then you're saying that we can measure the gravity well.
Yes, we can. We actually did. Cavendish did.
The Cavendish. Oh, really? So we're going back to old Cavendish, right? So what was his naturally observed phenomenon? Yeah, well,
it was a crude experiment. It's a very crude experiment, I agree.
Words out here? Just relax. So what was the naturally observed phenomena of the gravity well? What did he see in nature that he said, that's a gravity well? I like that. What did he see?
What do I see? I don't get you. Your question is
okay. No, it's not. It's actually it's poignant. So if I'm telling you that Cavendish said, "Hey, look, I see something happening in nature. That's a gravity well causing that." Yeah. Now we're on. Now you got it.
Let's just say that Cavendish didn't discover what Einstein discovered.
Well, we're not worried about. Well, the only thing so he didn't discover that. So what did he discover?
Cavendish discovered the effect. The nomenclature and the exact mechanics behind the effect was later refined by various other researchers.
You just said that the Cavendish experiment proves the gravity well. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to hold you to that. So where in the Cavendish experiment do we see a gravity well?
Based on the acceleration of the bodies towards each other?
Oh, based on the acceleration of the bodies towards each other. So what happens to Earth? Yeah, what happens to Earth's gravity when the two bodies are accelerating to each other? Does it get negated because the two bodies are accelerating?
The moon is actually accelerating towards the Earth, but it's on a tangential course.
So we're not concerned with the moon currently. We want to know the Cavendish experiment. Stop going to the moon. I think you're in love with the moon.
I'm trying to make a parallel between Cavendish's experiment and something we observe in nature. One such observation is a moon interaction with the Earth.
Sir, we're not doing that. We want to know from the Cavendish perspective where we can measure this gravity well. So, by your own admission, that's what we're doing. We're not going to the moon, and we're not looking at anything else. We want to know how the gravity well, right, from these two things that are being shown. Like, I use two apples, right? So how is that the Earth's gravity being negated so that the two gravity well of the apples can collide, attract each other? How does that occur? If Earth's gravity is so great, it's being tugged on and pulling everything to it, or pushed down, it doesn't really matter. But how is that possible when we have two things attracting to each other? Now, mind you, don't forget, we got Earth's gravity that we got to deal with. So what is more powerful?
Yes, but the Earth's gravity is pulling at 90 degrees to the plane of those two objects.
Oh,
which makes the interaction, the differential, gravitational differential between those two like nullified from the Earth's gravity.
Nullified are they? So, okay, so now they're nullified. When before they weren't nullified because they were just running towards each other like two lost lovers, right? So now they're nullified. In other words, they got upset with each other, so they don't want to deal with each other anymore because they, maybe they got in a fight.
What you on about?
There's no attraction anymore because they got negated by the Earth's gravity. According to you, it's nullified, right? Isn't that what you said?
What?
Isn't that correct?
No,
So
it's the effect.
You said that
The
Cavendish.
differential effect between the interface of those two. For example, if they would have done it like on a vertical axis, the Earth's gravity will influence the experiment.
So, what are we looking for? Attraction between two things or attraction from things to the Earth? What are we looking for here?
Attraction is a big word, but actually things falling into each other.
Okay, so what are we looking for
For
here?
example, as you are now, you are falling towards Earth.
All right, so we are now. Okay,
But also, the Earth is falling towards you.
Is that right? How do we know that? Cavendish?
Cavendish is kind of a indicator. Yes.
Listen, how do you know that the mechanism causing whatever's happening in Cavendish is the same mechanism that causes things to fall?
Yeah. That gravity well, as you said, gravity well.
Yeah, how do you know it's all gravity wells? Shit that Cavendish didn't even conceive of. How do you know that it's that causing all this?
Somebody overtalked the heretic.
Yeah, I said, gravity wells, space-time, shit Cavendish never even conceived of. How do you know that that's causing all these different effects, things falling down and whatever you see in Cavendish?
The predictability of it?
Permanently consequent sounds like.
You're such a clown.
That's how it makes a predictable model. So we can observe by calculating the mass of the Earth,
reification fallacy,
to how much gravity we can expect to it, and the numbers coincide.
Yeah. I need a citation for that. What's the prediction for the gravity well? Let's go. Let's get it. Where's it at? I don't think you have.
That one wouldn't be in Cavendish's paper. It would be in Einstein's papers.
Now we're switching gears. Oh, I like this. So you
did that earlier too.
As I said earlier, the Cavendish experiment was a very crude one. We know much better.
Wait a minute. You just said that you were referring back to Cavendish because that's how we can prove a gravity well. Now
Cavendish is a good indicator.
No. It is a good indicator. So why are we tossing it out? Why are we not using it?
We are not tossing it out. We're just saying that Cavendish hasn't all the data in it. It's just like Newtonian mechanics doesn't have all the data for gravity, for example.
So because it's not useful for what you want to prove with your gravity well, we're tossing it out, right? We need something more potent, right? We need something more stronger.
It's useful just for rudimentary demonstration. But for more advanced demonstrations, we may need more advanced experiment.
Okay, so I want to see a rudimentary version of a gravity well being proved by Cavendish. Go. Rudimentary. Let's go.
That is the rudimentary one.
What?
His experiment is a rudimentary.
Yeah, but you didn't prove any gravity wells there. Because I said, let's put two apples on a string next to each other. And you know what's better? I said, let's go into nature and let's go see apples hanging on a tree that are close by each other. And you said, well, we got wind and we got gravitational distortion.
Yes. No, not gravitational distortion. I said,
no, we don't have them
different types of distortion.
Different types? Like what?
Yes, for example, the wind would be a distortion to the observation.
Okay, what else? What else we got? What else?
For example, the apple stem, attaching it to the branch, the amount of friction it has. yes, it will pollute. It's a variable you cannot account for.
Okay, let me ask you this. So nature is a very poor way to say that we can identify a naturally occurring phenomena, that we can say something's happening in nature.
We can observe a phenomena, but in order we can observe a very crude phenomena in nature, but in order to have a better understanding of it, we need to put it in a lab.
Okay, so let's look at a crude example and stare at a tree with apples on it, and they're kind of hanging close to each other. And when there's no wind, let's see if they collide. Do you think they're going to collide? I don't think so. But you seem to think so. It will depend. Okay, when is the most optimal time for us to see two apples hanging off a tree colliding with each other? When is the most optimal time? You go ahead and tell me, sir. When can we see apples?
When you reduce the amount of resistance, the apple stems to the branch diminishes enough. Yes.
Yeah, and so when the apple stem diminishes enough, are we going to see the gravity well of another apple clinging itself to another one? They're going to just run to each other like.
If there's no wind. Yes, if there's no wind and other perturbations, yes, you will observe that phenomena.
They're going to have such attraction to each other that they're just not even going to fall down. They're just going to get stuck to each other.
If they are close enough to each other, yes.
Like when a mommy and a daddy apple
they need to be close enough because the inverse square law still applies.
So now we got other factors that you're just inserting here to make
distance
it sound like
is a factor. Distance is a factor that influences acceleration.
Yeah, I know, but we're not using any distance. We're saying that these apples are kind of, they're kind of close to each other because they're hanging around. Right. So this is
then if the resistance of the stems that hold them and there is no wind, you might see
what
them getting close to each other.
Is that right? No shit. All right, so where can we go see this? Because this is going to be awesome. When are you going to show us that two apples?
Where can I find such apples that kind of have very fragile stems? Oh,
yeah, colliding apples.
Your guess is a decent mine.
That almost sounds like a good movie to go watch, right?
You wanted something like that. You made up the bogus experiment. You sit in it.
Oh, you bet your ass. Yeah, no, not only that, but if this is something that occurs in nature, then you can actually see it happening and then record.
You can see it happening with the moon, for example, because it's a big enough mass
for you to observe. Man, you keep going to the moon. You can't get to the moon. We can get to some apples hanging on a tree, though.
You can see them.
You can do that.
You can observe it.
But see, here's the thing, though, because I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that because there's nobody in history that nobody. Look, man, like your supposed the mainstream narrative in quotations, they want to say that Newton had an apple that dropped on his head. Now, you didn't see apples colliding. One collided with his forehead, I guess, but none actually collided with each other. He didn't see two apples doing that, right? No one did. No one does, right?
Because nobody has the patience to look at every fucking apple on trees.
Right. So, epic fail because no patience, no gravity. You can't. No, you can't see apples.
You can pick up the apples, bring them in a vacuum chambers, hang them from a very thin thread next to each other, and then you can realize your experiment.
Oh, so we got to put apples in vacuums. So now this is coming to a theater near you, right? Fucking, dude, what are you on about?
We call that a controlled experiment.
No, because we didn't even observe the first instance apples colliding. We got to see that first, and then we can go to that step. We didn't do that yet. We haven't. I'm asking you, who's done that? When has somebody seen two apples
sit in front of the tree? Sit in front of the tree. Sooner or later, you'll see two apples collide.
Nah, that's a story that you're telling me. I don't like that. I don't like bedtime stories. I need some action, some cowbell.
If you want some action, then you need a controlled experiment.
Nah, I doubt it. Because you haven't seen anything happen in nature, no naturally observed phenomena of apples colliding or anything colliding.
It's the same way we don't see in nature gasoline burning at 1 to 14 ratio.
We're not
That doesn't
talking
happen.
about. Wait, we're talking about your precious gravity that you're trying to demonstrate through Cavendish.
Yeah, but I'm talking about an analogy that's all to kind of
but that
like
analogy,
we use it on a daily basis, and
Yeah,
it's
but
applied
no
in
one cares
controlled
about that.
environment.
No one cares about that. We only care about you talking about Cavendish showing gravity wells and telling us that we are seeing things collide to each other instead of fall down, go boom boom. We don't. You've been on
Fall
a
down,
tangent.
going boom boom is what? What the fuck is even that?
That means that when somebody says gravity pulls things down to the earth or pushes things down, depending on what flavor you like, that means that it's not nothing colliding to each other. It's the earth having things collide to it. Or,
Yeah, that will be that's extremely dependent on the coefficient of gravity you're dealing with, which on Earth is 9.8 dot or something.
You got like different flavors of gravity that you do.
Yes, the gravitational pull of two apples is not the same as the gravitational pull that a planet will give. Damn.
Oh, a planet. Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, a planet has more mass. Gravity is a property of mass, so
that's a nice claim.
You need much more mass in order to have big boom boom. If that's
big
your
boom
thing.
boom.
If you want more big boom boom, you go to Jupiter. You'll have super amount of boom boom there.
Here's what I'm saying: the mommy apple and the daddy apple aren't going boom boom because Earth's gravity.
The gravity is the weakest of the interactions.
Yes, but you just said gravity wells are surrounding everything that has, whatever. Yes.
Yes, and I said something very important next to it. Can you remember what I said?
You're constantly waffling, dude. So you said a lot.
No. When I said what you just said, I said something very, very important after it.
Listen,
we're trying
to figure out. Yeah, we're trying to figure out because you're on a tangent.
What did I say after I said the gravitational way? The gravitational.
Excuse me. You're saying how things attract to each other. We don't care about that. We want to know. We want to know how things are falling down because of the Earth.
The same way they fall into each other.
Okay, so we have two types of gravity, vertical and horizontal, right? According to you.
Oh dear, no.
No?
No.
So it's a hard no on
bodies
that.
in relation to each other. If you're speaking about apples falling down, they are in relation between the earth and the apples. But when you speak apples falling into each other's gravity, it means you're talking in relation to the two apples, not the earth. They're not falling horizontally.
You're saying that Earth's gravity can't negate two apples attracting to each other because it's not going to have, it's nullified, like you said earlier, nullified. Right?
If the gravitational interface with both apples is at a 90-degree, yes.
Okay.
It will nullify.
There you have it.
That's why Cavendish controlled the experiment by isolating the apples at a 90
Oh, he didn't
degree.
isolate that. No, he didn't do apples, dude. Cavendish didn't do apples. Look, I gave you the example
It could
of
have been apples, balls, whatever you want, as long as they have mass.
Lead balls because they couldn't have any effect on what they were trying to talk about. So, yeah, you're way off the mark here. You're talking about everything having gravity.
Him using lead balls is even more indicative because he put even more mass into the structure.
Everybody says things go down, go boom, boom because it has listen, man. Listen.
No.
Gravity's tugging on freaking gases, right? They're saying gravity's tugging on gases. Gravity's tugging on all kinds of.
Gas has mass, therefore it will interact with gravity.
All right, so it has the vector of down, no?
A resultant vector of down, depending
gases.
On the of the pressure.
Okay, so gases have a vector of down, right? Do we get that clear?
The resultant vector of down, yes.
So it depends. So does it depend, or does it have a vector of down?
It depends upon the vectors that you're accounting for. Buoyancy would be one of them.
So it's one of them. So gases don't just have a vector of down; they have a vector of up, sideways, right?
Depending on the vectors that are acting upon them, yes.
The question, just say yes. It's a closed-ended question. Do gases have
No, you need to include the caveats there. If you don't include the caveats, you're just gibberish there.
No, gibberish my ass. Dude, I'm asking if the gases have only a vector of down, or do they go everywhere?
It depends on the vectors.
Just answer the question. Do they go everywhere?
It depends on the vectors. It's fully dependent on the vectors. For example, Brownian motion would be a vector.
That answer is they don't go everywhere. They have, or excuse me, they don't
account for all the vectors?
No, this is what you're saying. They don't just go down, boom, boom, right? You're saying they go everywhere. So they just up, sideways, horizontal, doesn't matter, right?
It depends on the resultant
I know that.
vector.
Asking you if they go everywhere. Even if it depends, they still do. So even if it
depends on the resultant vector.
All right. They still go some other place other than down, right?
Only dependent on the vector, yes.
Yeah. You're just basically saying the same thing I am, right? They go in a different direction.
No, we are not saying the same thing.
Yeah, you're saying it depends. Okay, great. It depends on your cat. It depends on the bird flying out.
It depends on the resultant vector.
Okay, so they have a different vector than down, right?
There are different interfaces that the gas is subject to.
Different vector than down, yes or no?
For example, you have buoyancy. Do you account for buoyancy?
Different vector other than down, sir.
There are.
Do they have?
There are different vectors. There are different resultant vectors that could be not down. Yes.
Why don't you just want to say it? Why do you have to say it in some fucking weaselly way? Why can't you just say, yeah, they have a different vector?
It's not weaselly. No, it's a concise way to say it.
No, concise my ass, dude. You just don't want to say it that way because it holds you accountable to saying they go everywhere.
No, it's because it's gibberish what you're trying to make me say. So I'm not about to say gibberish.
No, you're just saying gibberish, the word gibberish, so you don't look like a fool.
The
look like a fool anyway.
Is subject to the vectors pressing against it.
So that means they don't just have a vector of down, right?
I conceded that one.
Yeah, that means that you're also saying they don't have a vector of down. Even if you say it depends, you're agreeing with me that they don't just have a vector of down. Well done.
So?
Good. So, where the fuck is gravity? Because gravity is
one of the vectors.
Yeah. Okay, so apples don't have a vector of down either. They have a horizontal vector too, huh? Apples do.
Yes. For example, the wind blowing in the tree will be a horizontal vector.
Oh, now get this, Mr. Man.
Damn, you didn't realize that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter because you're all sideways with this. Anyway, pun intended. You're all sideways with this conversation, pun intended, because when you're talking about what
For example, the rotation of the Earth would be another vector acting upon the apple.
You just turned me off. You forgot that I'm still talking. So what I was mentioning was with Einstein's theory of relativity, right? He's saying your ass is getting pushed to the ground. Pushed to the ground. You're not getting pulled, right? Because of the bending and warping of space-time, the gravity wells you so spoke, right, of the Earth is causing everything to be pushed to the ground. Right? Pushed down.
Citations needed then.
Citation?
Yes.
Wait a minute. You don't know the narrative.
Not accepted.
Quote mining. Bullshit,
yes.
dude. You know that Michio Kaku went on the record to say this.
Citation needed. Please. You yapped something. But
listen,
please give the citation where Einstein says things are pushed down.
No. His gravity well theory was further talked about. Your current scientific communicators of today, Michio Kaku, went on record telling people in a fucking audience that, oh, by the way, Newton said that you're being pulled down, well, we lied to you. It is not that you're being pulled down, you're being pushed to the ground. And he's so condescending when he was saying it, though. But he did say it on record, numbnuts. And Michio Kaku, who was a scientific communicator of today, said that is what... Citation?
When did he say that? I want to know. That's just you saying that he said something.
Wait. But if he... But
I cannot verify what he said.
Wait a minute.
It's in the chat.
Hold on, dude. Yeah, if he did say that, would you concede your point? Because he overranks you by 1,000,000%. So what he says should be what
authority doesn't work here.
No, you're bullshit. Then you're throwing him under the bus. And what? Okay, so what academic?
If he spouted bullshit, of course he will be going under the bus.
No. Who are you? Who the hell are you? That you're gonna overrun this guy? This guy has a better foothold on science than you do, as far as mainstream.
You know what appeal to authority, no?
It doesn't matter.
Michio Kaku is a university professor in physics.
He can be a university professor, but we know of university professors spouting bullshit.
University professor.
Yes.
Magna cum laude.
Let's just throw everybody under the bus that you don't like because you don't like.
It's not about not liking. It's like we can either sometimes oversimplify things and people don't understand the ramifications out, or some people just spout bullshit.
That's some bullshit right there, dude.
Was he oversimplifying something just to make it palatable for a conference?
No, sir. You want to hold to your paradigm. So everything that doesn't agree with you, you're going to throw it under the bus because you say so. But when it comes to science today and the scientific communicators of today, you can't throw them under the bus because they outrank you. They are the ones that they're the ones that tell you what science is, and you abide by it. Whether you like it or not, it's not up to you. They're the ones that are. Listen, dude.
No, those are not the scientific method. Those are just peers, part of the scientific method. It doesn't mean that what they say is absolute truth.
You're not going to stop, aren't you? That's better.
Theory of relativity doesn't follow.
Hang on, GBG. So the reason why I muted you is because you don't stop talking, and you don't like it when there's somebody that outranks you actually says things that you don't actually agree with. That's your problem. That's not our problem. That's your problem. Go take it up with Michio Kaku then. It's not ours. But guess what? What he says, actually, you numbnuts need to abide by, because that whole realm about the Earth being what it is dictated by these pseudoscience priests. Okay, these priests that are out here, like Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Fowler. Now, they say things, and they sound absurd, but they're the ones that have a platform with millions of people. They're the ones that are saying things that you can't say because you're just an internet bobblehead that comes into a VC and says, I don't like what they're saying. Or it doesn't really matter what you say. It only matters that they're speaking to the masses and the people are listening to them. So we're only telling you that that's what they're saying. Now, it doesn't matter that you disagree with it. It only matters that they're saying it, right? So we're telling you that, sorry, bud, but it doesn't matter if you like it or not. You're going to have to abide by that narrative. That's the narrative that you... And so this isn't every man for himself. That's not what this is. I don't give a shit what paradigm you think you live in or what world you think you imagine. It only matters what comes out of the narrative, like whoever's speaking the narrative and what they're saying. That's what we're against. We don't give a shit about some guy who thinks that the earth is a donut or some shit. Who gives a damn? We only care what mainstream is saying, and they're saying it. Michio Kaku's saying it. Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying it. All the scientists, they're professors, man. The renowned people and all kinds of shit, prolific. Who gives a damn? But that's what they are. And you don't have a foothold in that. So I'm sorry I had to mute you, but you didn't want to hear this. That's just the way it is. And everybody that comes into this call has to listen to what they say because that's the narrative they're preaching. So there you go. Now I'm going to unmute you. That's it.
So you confuse between colloquial speech and kind of theoretical speech, scientific theoretical speech.
No, I had to give it to you
Applaud
that way.
yourself, and now you can sleep at night. Good.
Oh, I would have been able to sleep like a baby no matter what. But I'm saying you don't realize that they're dictating your narrative, and you
No, they're
can't make.
not.
Yeah, they are.
Can you please not dictate who is dictating something to me?
Are
That's the
dictating
most
it.
retarded argument ever.
Yeah, and you're just like a little baby bird. All you can do is get
It's
fed.
not an argument for a flat Earth at all.
Yeah. You're just like a little baby bird that they feed, and then you go regurgitate it. You throw it up somewhere else, like you're doing in here. So that's the only thing you can do.
What they feed, dude. You just said that I was throwing somebody under the bus that is supposedly feeding me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, because the narrative that prior to you, listen, hold on, JB. The narrative that prior to you saying that you said the Cavendish, that's the fucking narrative that you've been fed, dude, like a baby bird. So I don't give a fuck if you're throwing people now under the bus because you're already parroting a narrative that you've been saying prior to this one that I just told you because you're wrong anyway. But the one that you're parroting before, you're already saying a narrative.
Gravitational interface between bodies has been observed myriads of times in experimental.
Wait.
You wanted to throw that under the bus, it's on you.
You observed it, dude. When? When?
Vacuum chamber at school.
What?
Vacuum chamber at school.
Oh, okay.
Bullshit.
So what did you do in the vacuum chamber at school?
We reproduced Cavendish's experiment.
In a vacuum chamber? Really?
Yes.
Is that what?
Yes, to eliminate air movement as a coercive factor.
I gotta mute you because you don't stop. What I need to ask is that what Cavendish done? Did he do what you did?
Didn't. I said Cavendish's experiment was a bit crude. We refined it.
No, bullshit, refined it, my fucking ass. You didn't reproduce, you did not reproduce Cavendish one iota if you threw that shit in a vacuum chamber. Because I'm going to tell you this, he did not have a vacuum chamber, and you do. So what the fuck are you doing throwing it in a vacuum chamber if he didn't? You're not reproducing what he did. You're doing something else. And something else is not reproducing what he did. Is it now? You're getting confused, aren't you? You're not reproducing anything.
You know you can refine experiments, don't you? Or are you of the mantra that one experiment is done, you're obliged to always do it like that, and nothing else matters?
I don't give it. Listen, I don't give a shit if you change the shit. It doesn't matter to me. You're not reproducing. Listen, you're not reproducing it like they did. You're changing it so it's not reproduced. You're making it your own. Refining it. Is that what people do?
Oil is
Cavendish didn't account.
Let me cook real quick. So when you go out into the field, right, and I gave you something, and I said, look, I did this test. I want you to reproduce it. And you go out into the field, you do something entirely different than I told you. Is that reproducing what I said? Answer the question.
What we did wasn't entirely different from Cavendish.
Did you reproduce what I did? If I gave it all to you, the method and everything, did you reproduce it? And
we did that. We did exactly what Cavendish did. We just
shut the fuck up, dude. Okay, my analogy was when I do something like a method and I hand it to you, and you go do the method and you change the fucking thing to something else. Is it reproducing what I done, or is it changing it to suit whatever you wanted to fucking do? Now, I'm not talking about any other refinements and shit. I'm not talking about that. Reproducing something that someone did shows exactly the results that they got. That means, numbnuts, that you have to do it exactly like they've done it to verify that they've done it correctly, and then check to see if they've done everything correctly, and then say, I reproduce what you've done, and since you've done it that way, I've got the same results. But you didn't do that, did you? You changed it to something else. So now it's something else other than Cavendish. So it's not Cavendish anymore that you reproduced. Let's get that clear. Go.
We did without the vacuum, and we did it with the vacuum.
So you reproduced it, and then the other. Yeah, contrast my ass. It doesn't matter about the contrast. It only.
It matters a lot because there's air movement around.
I don't care about the vacuum one because that's bullshit. You can't change something that you want to reproduce. You have to do it exactly like the way it was.
Air movement between two spherical bodies induces Venturi effect, which will influence the effect. Which wouldn't be gravity, it will be Venturi effect.
It's easy to shut the fuck up sometimes, right? So
it's like you don't understand what we did.
It's like you need to shut the fuck up. So I only want to hear how you reproduce Cavendish, and then tell me the results. I don't give a fuck about the vacuum chamber. You've already changed it to something else, and that's not what Cavendish done. So tell me, genius, what did you do without changing anything that he done, and then tell me the results. Go ahead. How many tries did you have to do to get the results? If you can get through that shit.
We did 4 tries.
Yeah, and what results did you get? Be honest.
Of each.
No, I don't give a fuck about the vacuum, dude. I don't want to hear it. I want only to tell me what you did only by using exactly what Cavendish did, reproducing that.
We just saw that with the vacuum, the results were more clear.
Are you fucking serious, dude? You still inserted the fucking vacuum. Well, I told you, I didn't want to hear that. But obviously, you want to talk about a fucking vacuum. So we're not going to do it. Because that's not what Cavendish done. So you can't say it's Cavendish. Because Cavendish didn't fucking use a vacuum. Numb nuts. Do you get it now?
We had much more consistent.
We're not talking about your fucking vacuum. We're only talking about what Cavendish done and with the results you got. And you don't want to see the reason why you don't want to say it is because you know damn well you didn't get the results that Cavendish did. You say that you threw it in a vacuum, but that's not what Cavendish has done, dude. Is it? Yeah.
Because Cavendish didn't account for the air interface.
So he didn't do. So it's not Cavendish then. So we fuck Cavendish then, because you're saying I want to do what he did, but just make it better. But that's not Cavendish. That's not Cavendish.
Air does not have the property to interface.
Okay, for the Cavendish experiment, I'm going to use chocolate pudding because that's okay. I want to test it with chocolate pudding. Yeah, because you're changing. Listen, dude, you cannot change what Cavendish done. You have to reproduce exactly what he's done, and then the results you got.
I'm with you on that. So we'll get a shed with the drafty door, and we'll assume it's all accurate and the exact same, right? We've got to use the same tools he did. We can't use any technology that get a more accurate result. We can't reduce variables to get a more precise outcome. But that's what he's doing it for, man. Like, and improved Cavendish would be like a sealed shed with like least air interference, like this windy road I'm next to now. It's essentially just reducing variables to produce science.
No, I'm not talking.
There is no wind interference in Cavendish experiment.
Wait, I'm not talking to the gentleman I was speaking to. It's just changed. Is that you? Just changed what? The fuck?
It was someone else talking.
Yeah, and that way. Why did you chime in? I'm not talking to you, whoever it was. I'm talking to the gentleman I was speaking to.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to point out the variables you're trying to reduce by having this, okay? We all want to...
I know.
He doesn't understand that.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't need anyone's help. And on top of that, I want him to answer. So, thank you for that, but I don't need any help. I need him to answer the question. He's not doing it. He's adding some fucking idea that you can use a vacuum that Cavendish never fucking did. So that's on you.
Because
not me.
Cavendish didn't account for the air interface with the experiment.
So then,
air resistance, air...
I need a concession from you. So then you didn't reproduce Cavendish. Because Cavendish...
We did.
No.
We had the same results as Cavendish did all over the place.
No, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. You didn't reproduce Cavendish because you changed what was done. If I gave you a method and you changed...
Subsequently, we changed slightly some variables.
If I gave you a method and you didn't reproduce it like I did and got the same result, then you didn't do what I told you. You didn't do the method that I showed you. You didn't do anything that I told you. You changed it. You did something else. That's not reproducing Cavendish. So you didn't do Cavendish. You did some other fuckwit test. And who gives a fuck about that? Because it has nothing to do with Cavendish. You've already took it out of what it's reproduced supposed to be. So you fucked up. You fucked up when you did that. That's on you.
Correct. The atmospheric pressure was negligible in the Cavendish experiment.
So if we change the colours of Cavendish's balls, would that be a completely different experiment?
Listen, the Cavendish experiment, the air friction was considered negligible in the Cavendish experiment.
But it wasn't actually.
Negligible. Yeah, it is negligible. It has no relevance if you have air
In respect
pressure
to
or
the
not.
gravitational pull of each body to each other, it's kind of not
No,
that
it
kind of
doesn't have.
negligible.
It doesn't have. Yeah, it's negligible.
What the fuck, dude? He doesn't want to answer the question because he knows he's held accountable to this.
Yeah.
And the other fucking idiot that keeps chiming in and says, "What if they change the color?" And dude, that's not the fucking point. He didn't reproduce Cavendish, and he's not admitting it. Dumbass, whoever's chiming in for him, who's white.
The Cavendish experiment was
We
performed
did it at atmospheric
inside
pressure
the
4 times, I
building.
told you.
Listen.
Use a fucking vacuum, dude.
Yeah.
That's what you said you used, right?
I said that we did 4 experiments of each, which you neglected. You brushed out. Oh, you didn't do Cavendish then. You were the one jumping on that mine. You didn't listen to what I said.
I told you the moment you said that. I said, okay, go to the thing that you reproduced only Cavendish without using anything else. What were the results that you got from that? And you said, well, it was more precise than a vacuum. And you went ahead and fucking negated what I said so that you could talk about your more precise fucking test, which I didn't give a fuck about. I only wanted you to tell me what you reproduced from Cavendish. So fuck that other thing you said. Now talk about what you reproduced from the exact thing Cavendish done. What did you get? Go
A
ahead.
weak interface between the balls.
And how do you know that? What was did you account for all variables?
We didn't, because when we didn't, we didn't like Cavendish didn't. You said what?
There you go.
When we accounted for them, we had more crystal results.
Nah, bullshit.
Listen.
You didn't account for everything. I'm gonna tell you right now, you did not account for everything. So you think that you
as I said, the Cavendish experiment is very crude and it doesn't account for a lot of things.
Answer this question.
This sounds like no, Miggy, wait.
Fucking
Alpha,
DVD, dude. I'm trying to cook this guy,
please.
bro.
Yeah, he's trying to obfuscate. He's invoked that he actually compared his results with the Cavendish. Does he know the Cavendish experiment's results?
Well, he can answer that. But he probably won't because he doesn't.
Yeah, the Cavendish experiment used lead balls of metal, yeah, of a certain weight and 2 arms length, yeah. So we need those measurements precise. And what's the time that it took for those two balls to come together?
He doesn't know. He's fucking speechless, I guess.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't know shit, dude. But I was trying to cook him on his fucking results.
Clown.
Yeah, he doesn't listen. His own tests, he couldn't even tell me what like the original. I don't give a fuck about his vacuum or the other shit that he's done. I only wanted him to tell me what he reproduced from Cavendish, and he didn't want to actually get down to that because he said, "Well, we got a more precise measurement with the vacuum." Man, fuck your vacuum. I want to know exactly what fucking Cavendish done and how you reproduced what he did and got the same fucking results. And I tell you what, he didn't want to get into that because he didn't get the results. He did not get the results.
Yeah.
When you don't
He doesn't know
control
the
the
results.
environment, you will
Listen,
have different
can you
results,
give
of
me the
course.
results? Yeah, tell us the results of your experiments in the vacuum chamber.
Wait, dude, he just fucking
Yeah.
conceded what I needed right there. I needed his concession.
Okay.
He gave me the
Yeah,
concession.
we did notice an acceleration. We didn't notice the same acceleration.
Right. So your results were that it wasn't conclusive, correct?
No, we just found that it was a different acceleration.
What
So we
results?
isolated the environment
How
in
much
order to
different?
understand.
Yeah. How much was in the Cavendish experiment the acceleration,
Hey,
and how
wait,
much was in yours? Yeah.
wait.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'm asking you, were the results conclusive?
Conclusive?
The word means were the absolute. Was that the ultimate proof? Was it done correctly?
No, experiments don't give absolutes, dear. Sorry.
Okay, so then it's conclusive, right?
Yeah. Relatively conclusive, yes. There is an acceleration. We observed the acceleration, and it was a bit kind of off from what the Cavendish predicted.
No, bullshit. Your sophistry doesn't work in this room.
Given that we didn't control all the factors in,
that's not what I'm asking. I need you to answer the question. When you did that test, were the results conclusive to know exactly what's going on? Because if that's true, you didn't need to do anything else other than just that. You didn't need to put them in a vacuum chamber. You need to put your fucking socks on them. You need to dress them up with a fucking tuxedo. You didn't do shit with them. If Cavendish produced the exact results that you needed to be conclusive, was that the case? Yes or fucking no? And this is a close-ended question. Answer the goddamn question close-endedly. Yes or no? Conclusive or not? You ready? Go.
It was relatively conclusive.
No, bullshit. Relatively my fucking ass. I need you to tell me yes or no. You got the result. Yes or no. Yeah. That's all you gotta do. It's easy, right? Say yes or say fucking no. Ready? We'll do it again. Go.
We don't work in absolute, sorry.
So were the results not conclusive then? Answer.
They were relatively conclusive.
We're not gonna bullshit with your fucking relative bullshit. They were either conclusive or not. That's the way we do
He's
things.
Saying, Miggy,
you found out that gravity is working through the Cavendish experiment, or you did not find that out. So either know or you don't know. So I need that from you. Is it conclusive to know that gravity is working like they say it is, or no, it's not because we don't have the example? Ready? You either know or you don't know. Go.
Within the margin of error, they were relatively conclusive.
No, that's some bullshit. That's a hard fucking no on your point. Because if it was conclusive, you would say, yeah, it was conclusive. You don't have to go into your fucking little idea that it's all relative. It was almost there. It was so close. Bullshit. You didn't get the results that you did. So therefore, you needed to do more. You needed to put them in a vacuum. You needed to fucking dress them. You need to fucking put lipstick on it. You need to do other shit. You didn't get your conclusive.
Miggy, but he's not providing any results. He said he did an experiment, so he must have a result. He must have measured time, how much it took for an object to accelerate and to travel a certain distance, and what distance did it travel. Those two attracting bodies that attract each other, he said that he measured that, and he said his experiment was better than the Cavendish. Therefore, he has to provide what acceleration did he had, and he has to show us, compare with the Cavendish experiment.
Well,
result. I want to know what's that acceleration.
I know.
It's 1 meter per second. It's 20 meters per second. It's 7 kilometers. What is it?
we want to get into the fine details, but first of all, we need to
Yeah.
for him to concede. We need to for him to concede because number one, he doesn't have naturally observed phenomena. We can just toss that right out the fucking window. We already got past the point. He didn't have a naturally observed phenomena, so the only thing he's got is his little fucking test with his vacuum and shit. That's all he has right now. Doesn't have anything conclusive, right? So I got him to actually say there's nothing conclusive about this because if there was, he didn't need to do anything else. Only Cavendish, exactly the way Cavendish has done it, producing it. And so for him,
what he's
that would have
doing.
been. Hold on, GBG. Hold on. So for him, that would have been it. He didn't have to go any farther. But the fact of the matter is, he had to do 4 fucking tests differently, or 3 actually differently, 3 differently than Cavendish, just to get a fucking result that he thinks is what's the cause. So what we have here is fucking nothing. Because if Cavendish proved some shit a long time ago, then we wouldn't need to do anything else differently. We would only need to reproduce what Cavendish had done and then find the results there that we need conclusively and know for sure that we know that the vector of down works because obviously with the Cavendish things are being pulled to each other and not fucking down. So it's even way off the fucking idea that we're saying gravity pulls.
What he's doing is like saying to us, hey, I found this magic forest where if I take a cup of water, it's gonna boil at 0 degrees Celsius, in this magic forest.
Yeah. Let me unmute his dumbass. But that's basically all you're getting from this guy. Well, they didn't really. It was relatively conclusive. Relatively, my fucking ass. Dude, you just want to admit that you're fucking wrong with reproducing Cavendish because you didn't get the results you wanted. Therefore, you have to do 3 other fucking tests just to say, well, we did 3 other tests and that's how we got more precise. Some bullshit. But here you go. There's a dumbass unmuted.
Water will boil actually at room temperature if you lower the pressure. So there you
go. No, at 0 degrees Celsius.
At 0 degrees Celsius too. If you lower the pressure far enough, the water will boil.
At what temperature?
Even at 0 degrees.
Okay, show me that.
He doesn't know shit, dude. Proved it. Fucking I roasted you from here to tomorrow, and you still fucking relatively closely. We got the answer. Shut the fuck up, dude. If Cavendish was all you needed, you would have only needed to do what he'd done, and that would have been it. And you would have been able to tell us, you know what? We got all the answers with Cavendish. It was all right there. Because, number one, the naturally observed phenomena of Cavendish was this X, Y, and Z. Number two, doing the test to then verify the hypothesis test was to then check to see that the actual thing that we saw in question was demonstrated in the experiment. But it's not a fucking experiment, okay, because there was no naturally observed phenomenon of shit fucking attracting to each other. According to you, Cavendish wants to see balls attracting to each other, but he totally forgot that the Earth is a big fucking ball that's attracting everything to it. Fucking hell, bro.
Yes,
You're all over
the Earth is a massive object. You're right about that.
How massive is it? Go ahead. Fountain of
It doesn't know
knowledge.
the dimension.
Fountain of knowledge. How massive is it? Go ahead.
Size,
in
dimension.
terms of volume, in terms of mass.
In miles or kilometers. Imperial or metric system.
Some bullshit right here. Put that shit in your pipe and smoke it, man. Oh, you don't know. Get the fuck out of here.
He doesn't even know the magnetic properties of lead or the lead atom.
Dude, this guy is a fucking pseudo intellect, dude. He's on here fucking thinking he's sounding all kinds of smart and shit. But shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know anything. If you did, then you would already know what reproducing an experiment means. You would know what the word experiment means. You would know what to do when you come to the knowledge of actually observing a natural phenomenon. You would know all this shit, but you don't. So you're fucking ass backwards in fucking idea of what you think science is, natural science, scientific method. You don't know anything. You are fucking zero. And on top of that,
It
the
not
guys who
helps to
tell
sleep
you,
at night. Okay.
oh, don't. This doesn't help me sleep at night. This is what I do for fun. Eviscerating idiots like you who think they're smart.
You're only eviscerating yourself and not understanding,
I do it for fun,
contrasting the
You have
experiment.
been eviscerated.
I fucking roast you from here till tomorrow, and I would do it gladly. But I gotta sleep, so I don't really want to stay here all night fucking roasting you, because obviously you need to sleep too. Because, I mean, what else is there? Would you want me to parade you around some more and show how much you don't fucking know? Is that what you want? You like that? You like the taste of losing? Because you don't know shit, dude. And I want to expose you and everybody like you. Iterations of you, I want to fucking parade you guys around so that all can see that no one in here fucking has what it takes to know anything. You fucking guys are just, you're nothing, dude. You come in here sounding like you know you're smart. Fuck that, dude. If you knew all this terminology, everything you're saying, like what mass is and all that shit, you'd be able to demonstrate you'd be teaching us. But instead you're learning from us. That's what you do. You guys learn from us. And good on you that you come in here day in and day out. But fuck, if it takes me to eviscerate you guys as much as I do, I'll be glad to do it.
Over and over again.
And over and over and over.
We have eviscerated his brain into all the pieces possible. We know everything about him.
And you know what? He's when you ask him the question, he goes,
Yeah.
You made your win parade.
Listen, we made you expose yourself that you are a fanatic blind believer. That's what you are.
Yeah.
A blind believer. Yes.
Absolutely true.
Well, I mean, check it out. This whole thing started because I asked them what's the natural observed phenomenon behind Cavendish, and they just could not give me one. And this guy tried to pretzel logic his way into arguing that balls fell sideways. And I asked him, what falls sideways in nature? And he said, oh, well, nothing, and it's not falling, but I'm testing the cause of things falling, and he just couldn't get out of the trap. So, I mean, this is what you have.
Did you hear him? Did you hear him actually say that if you stare at a tree long enough, you will see fucking apples cling together? I fucking shit you not.
Yeah, is that a natural observed phenomenon, Ayatollah, or a natural imagined phenomenon? Which one would you say?
Go ahead, answer him. You're a fucking.
I never observed that.
You know you can repeat those experiments, so you don't.
Oh, what? I can repeat what?
For example, the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, can I repeat the observation of apples drawing towards one another on a tree?
On a tree?
Well, I mean that sounds like what you said.
That's what
Dude,
you said.
if you went for argumentum ad absurdum, I just went further than you and said yes. If you stare at it long enough.
See, I told
you know what an argumentum ad absurdum is.
Okay, was that observed or imagined?
You imagined the experiment.
You didn't want to answer.
So
okay, you did
you
answer. Thank you.
Someone mute.
Wait, you imagined it, so you observed it.
You're the one who imagined it.
Therefore, I observed it.
You're the one who came up with it.
That's how easy it is to brick these guys. My God, just the simplest questions.
You come with an experiment, and you telling me what the odds are of you finding something in there? Oh, okay.
You're bricked. Yeah, you can't tell the difference between observation and imagination. My job is done. Thank you.
I'm fucking
Dude is fucked. Dude is fucked. Hey man, you're the one that wants to stay in here. You're gonna keep getting eviscerated. I told you we're happy to do it. It's not a problem.
Okay, you're just demonstrating how little you know about it and how much you want to strawman the whole thing. Okay, go on.
Naturally observed phenomena. Apples clinging to each other. There you go.
Yeah, that's what Heretic came up with. That's not me. He came up with it.
That was you in your conversation with Miggy.
You were the one who brought that thing up. I wasn't the
What?
one.
Bullshit, dude. I was talking to you for a fucking, what was it, 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, but the apples attracting each other in a tree.
Yeah,
my bad. Okay. Sorry, my bad.
No, I gave that to you as an example. I told you. I said,
It's a bad example. I told you it was a bad example. You pressed on. So I gave you your bullshit to you.
Oh, my
You were well
bullshit.
fed on it.
Wait a minute. So
You fed yourself on it. Thank you.
Wait.
You kind of proved my point too.
So you're telling me right now that apples don't cling to each other. They don't have their own gravity well, as you so stated earlier.
Yeah.
You what do you mean, oh dear? You said that. You said apples have their own gravity well.
I
Therefore,
told you the variables within which you would observe that. You would have none of it. So
You said
yes.
it again. So could you observe it? Yes or no? Like Heretic was asking, was it imagined or can you observe it?
I told you the variables within which that would work.
That's not what we're asking.
Hey,
What we're
dude,
asking is,
that's
can
on you.
No, it's not on me. The question is to
It
you.
is on you.
Can we make the observation? Yes or no, or is it imagined only?
There
we go again.
You came up with that shit. You see if it's imagined or observed.
You don't want to answer.
I fucking know that I came up with it.
Next time, at least understand what you're proposing.
What? Okay, let me just rephrase it. Maybe that'll help your brain. Let's just imagine that we're both walking together and we see an apple tree, right? Now, are we going to be able to stand there and witness, right, observation, two apples colliding with each other? Yes or no?
Apples collide to each other all the time on trees. The issue is that what are the mitigating factors? What are the factors that create that event?
You're getting long in the tooth about this. I just want a simple answer. Do we witness observation to apples colliding in nature?
Apples collide with each other on trees due to various factors.
The fuck?
You were told that. I explained it to you. You had none of it.
Which factors?
No, I'm talking about the gravity well that we were on about. You and me. We're talking about gravity wells. Remember, gravity wells.
Amongst the apples that bang together all the time, how would we discriminate which does which for which reason?
Then how the fuck are you gonna say is a gravity well, dumbass?
That's why we need a controlled experiment.
Yeah, but you said you could see it if you stared at a tree long enough.
You can see it, but you wouldn't know the differential.
There you go.
There is no understanding with this guy.
No, wait. He said it again. You can see it. He said it a fucking
You
again.
might see it, but you wouldn't know the differential.
What?
Yeah, you wouldn't know why they bang together because the factors that you're looking at are not controlled.
So the mommy daddy and the apple daddy got together and they banged each other. Like, dude, what the fuck are you talking? Nobody fucking sees this shit ever, bro. Nobody says that. Nobody sees it. Nobody goes out there and sees two fucking apples banging each other. Like, that's not happening ever, bro.
Have you ever seen two apples next to each other banging due to wind?
Not the way you're saying. They're fucking creating a gravity well that they're just gonna get attracted to each other.
I've seen illustrations of it, but I've never seen it.
When there is no wind.
The issue is that you cannot isolate off the bat like that all the factors.
Apples bang each other? Listen, how many apples bang each other when there is no wind?
Yeah, that's what I asked him. That's exactly what I asked
question.
him.
I never sat in front of an apple tree that long to see one.
Fuck you.
He doesn't answer because it's not.
Maybe you should spend more time outside underneath the apple tree.
Nah, it doesn't fucking happen, dude. Just like Heretic said.
Is that your absolute statement?
You bet your ass, because it's only fucking imagined. It's only imagined. It's just Heretic said it, and you need to remember it. What you're doing is only
if that
imagining
helps
that
you
shit
sleep at night, it's okay.
It doesn't help
Don't
me.
worry.
Listen, man, I told you I do this for fun.
Good.
It doesn't help me. I fucking sleep like a baby.
Yeah,
I don't need this.
we are having fun, you and I, no problem. We both having
No,
fun. Yet
but
you not understanding the implications of the fun.
Yeah. Me dunking on you. You like it? I guess you like the taste of that. I don't know. But
You can dunk like an ignoramus all day long.
so you don't mind? That's fine. You're fucking.
If you're dangling like an ignoramus and flaunting how much you don't understand about experimentation, that's on
coming
you.
from the guy who say fucking apples bang each other. That's coming from that guy. You.
With no wind or with wind? You got to qualify it
With
first.
no wind. With no wind.
With no wind?
He said,
Ooh, shit.
no,
That's
check
tough.
this out. Check this out. This is what he said. If you go outside and stare at a tree for long enough,
No,
these are your words, Ayatollah. These are your fucking words.
If you go outside, I never mentioned you going outside.
How the fuck are you gonna see an apple in nature, dude?
Oh, you can see it from the window. Damn.
Oh,
That's convenient. You know, Windows work. Weird
Sit
one.
by your fucking window. Like, change the. I don't care if you change the example. Wherever you see this tree, right? Inside your house, outside your house.
You're the one doing the changing.
This is a guy for which each day is Christmas for him. Jingle apples, jingle apples.
No, he doesn't fucking realize that he can't have his cake and eat it,
Yeah.
right? So he's either gonna have gravity wells with apples, or he's gonna have fucking Earth pulling shit down or pushing it down. So he's got to choose, and he can't.
Pushing
He's
it down?
Listen, he's stuck right now. Listen, this guy right now is stuck in between. Wait.
Gravity is not a force, so it doesn't push anything.
I know that.
What about the well?
What the fuck does a gravity well do?
Thank you. Ayatollah, go.
It accelerates things towards each other.
What the fuck, dude? Isn't that
Makes sense to me. Complies with Newton's law. The apples.
It's
Yeah. Gravity
the
well.
same shit. It's the same shit.
Newton's force is kind of a misnomer.
Oh my god! All right,
That's why
It's just a misunderstanding of the gravity wells. All he was onto something though.
Yeah, he was actually.
All right, so yeah.
Newtonian mechanics still work. They still give very predictable outcomes.
No, Newtonian mechanics is debunked.
Not only. You can still
Newton's
use
laws of
velocity
motion.
all day long.
No.
No?
Newton's
You mean
laws
that
of motion.
you accelerate an object, you
Newton's laws
don't need a
of
force to
motion
stop
have been debunked by quantum mechanics.
It's 110 years out of date.
Yeah,
we added a lot of things to it. Yes, I concede.
No, I don't give a fuck if you put
But a lot
on
of
it.
refinement.
You
We didn't
cannot-
blow it out of the water at all.
You can't use Newton at all. It is.
We can, and we do on a daily basis.
I don't give a fuck what you do, but the current rhetoric is that they say that it's outdated. So Einstein is what replaced it. It's not mass attracting.
Outdated for more refined calculations, yes.
Newton's
And how does the
formulas,
theory of relativity
equations for
disprove gravity wells?
calculation, force, and acceleration, they are debunked.
And how does E
They're
equal
not
mc squared
good, yeah.
disprove gravity wells?
We're not talking about that. He's on about Newton, so he doesn't. I don't give a fuck about that right now.
No,
He
Newton's
wants
been
to
replaced by Einstein.
Yeah, listen, what is
Einstein
energy?
replaced Newton, dude. You need to know this. It's 110 years out of date.
That's
say
what
that
I just
Newton
said,
is-
but you said it in a different way. That's weird. We're saying the same thing.
Well, fine. If we're saying the same thing, that's great. But what he's saying is that Newton is still in play, and I told him it's not. His theory is not in play right now. It's already been 110 years out of date for someone to say that Newton's still in play. It's not.
Why
It's
do
the
they
wrong
always do
rhetoric.
that, dude? I mean, like, you're throwing your solar system out if you want to go with Newton. You know that.
Yeah, because it's not. Yeah, that's true. I have a mute.
Yeah, so how is the energy equal with mass times the speed of light? Because if I'm weighing 80 kilograms times the speed of light, 200,000, almost 300,000 kilometers a second, yeah? 80 times 300,000 kilometers per second. It's a huge number. And that is the value of the energy, yeah, which must be converted into thermal energy. And actually, my body, if I was that hot, yeah, no man could be alive.
What the fuck, GBG? Listen, man.
Yeah, energy
He has
equals mc squared.
Yeah, but like on top of what Einstein was talking about, like the gravity well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gravity well, like that needs to be proven in a way that we can test. So if you don't have anything to test, then it's not able to be put into a scientific theory. That is what's already causing issues. Like far beyond anything for you to think you could bend and warp space and time to abstract concepts, Ayatollah and whoever wants to chime in on this, because of the fact that then there is no such thing. You can't prove something that's an abstract. Give me a fucking cup of space. Exactly. Or how about let's make a sandwich out of some time. Like you can't do that. They're fucking abstracts. They're not concrete. You're not gonna do anything with these things or bend and warp them in a fucking concept. Like that's idiotic. Okay, that doesn't take place. So the whole concept is even worse than the first, Newton. So we're off on a worse tangent talking about Einstein and gravity wells, shit that can't even be proven. It's all mathematical, if that. And so what we have here is people just waxing themselves intelligent in this VC because they think they know some things from, pseudoscience. It's some bullshit. Because when we say, let's go to nature, see two apples doing something, or we get, we can think about it happening. And I'm like, nah, I want to see it fucking happening. I want to go sit somewhere. I don't give a fuck where, in your house or out of it. I don't give a fuck. Where does it happen? Where do we see it? Nowhere. That's where. Because it doesn't happen. You don't fucking see apples colliding to each. That's so stupid.
Especially if you don't look at them. They won't.
Yeah. Go ahead and try. And then come back with the results and then tell me what you find. You ain't gonna go fucking sit in front of a tree somewhere, in your house or out of your house. I don't give a fuck. See if two apples collide when there's no wind, there's no nothing. Yeah, go ahead.
There's no nothing. You'll be waiting for a long time.
I mean like no wind, like it's all calm. But listen.
Yeah, when there's no wind.
When you start realizing this, that even the Earth is tugging it or pushing it or where the fuck you want to go with, then you're already negating the horizontal pull from the other apple, because you even said it gets nullified by the Earth. So fuck, there goes your horizontal gravity. Two apples colliding.
Oh dear.
Ah, oh dear is right.
You're misunderstanding the experiment. Doesn't make you right here.
No, your fucking idea of what you think is happening is not right, because where do you see shit like that happening in nature? Horizontal attraction to fucking two things like two apples, dude. That's so stupid. You already know it's stupid.
Okay, it's stupid.
It's how you do when you can't answer, because there is nothing in nature that shows you this. Nothing.
The moon and the Earth shows us that, but you will have none of it.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me how you see the moon being attracted to the Earth.
The moon is falling into Earth's gravitational well, and vice versa.
That's some bullshit. How do you know that?
They are falling at a tangential direction.
It's really smart here.
Yeah. How do you know that?
The observation.
Of what?
Of the moon spinning around the Earth. You're on a flat Earth. It doesn't do that. Sorry.
No. I'm gonna expose your dumb ass right now.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the moon orbit around the Earth?
Twice.
I'm asking Ayatollah.
Each month.
Okay. You've seen it happen when I need a documented observation of you seeing the moon go around the Earth. Right fucking now.
What?
Yeah, you're claiming.
Google the goddamn thing. Goddamn it. What the
That's
fuck?
a reasonable request. That's a reasonable request.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I need Ayatollah to answer the question. When have you seen the Earth go around? When have you seen the moon go around the Earth, completely around the Earth? When have you seen that?
Seen completely?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you said, isn't it?
360 degrees.
Let him answer.
You can, you have different ways of doing that. You don't need to actually see it, do the whole revolution.
He said you can. He didn't say you can't, Alpha. Listen, your peanut brain.
I know. I'm not gonna listen to you. You don't fucking see it, do you, Ayatollah?
Look,
There you
all
go.
you do is insult Ayatollah and Ayatollah supporters, but yet you refuse to disprove gravity wells. Everything that you've said has done
Okay, we're
nothing.
not talking about that. I
Nothing to
already
progress
debunked
that.
that.
No, you
Already
didn't.
debunked
You
that.
did nothing of the sort
Yeah,
because you
I'm-
can't.
White knight.
Yeah, you're gonna shut the fuck up because I'm talking to Ayatollah. I'm gonna eviscerate him on this point. So first of all, Ayatollah,
You eviscerate nothing. Go ahead, Goon.
All
right, so
big chasm of ignorance of scientific discovery.
You got it correct.
To see the moon for 24 hours, that means to travel with supersonic speed.
No,
for
you don't need
24 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't see the moon go around the Earth, did you? Ayatollah.
Oh, your voice blew way better now.
Okay. Hi.
No, we're not talking to Hi. We're talking to Ayatollah. Go ahead, Ayatollah. When did you see the moon go around the Earth? Tell us.
Every month. You don't fucking listen. That's your problem.
Shut your dumb ass up. Go ahead, Ayatollah.
Sanji just lost brain cells. It's okay, Sanji.
Take your fucking brain cells and go to another fucking room. Why don't you? We don't need to hear your fucking commentary. Go ahead, Ayatollah.
Yeah, you don't need your brain cells over here, do you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You got two to rub together.
Apparently not many.
Go ahead, Ayatollah. When did you see the Earth or the moon go around the Earth?
Dr. Air Pressure is in the house. Don't worry, Alpha. I got the
Sight
room
is
now
not
behind
the
you.
only observation we can account for.
What? Say again?
Sight is not the only experimentation we have at hand to determine the orbit of the moon.
wait. All right, dumbass. How do you make an observation without using sight? Go ahead and tell me.
I said I didn't say you didn't need sight. I said it's not the only component.
All right. So when can we make an observation without using sight of the moon? Because that's what we're talking about.
You can make extrapolations. For example, you can calculate the
extrapolation. You just
based on the moon's trajectory in.
How are you going to shut your dumb ass up? You just told me that you seen the moon go around the fucking Earth, and that's how we know that we have a gravity well with the Earth, because the moon is falling around the Earth. That's what you said. Now we make extrapolations. We don't see it. We make extrapolations. This is your word. I'm gonna use it
He never
against you.
said that. You're just mumbling about something that he didn't say. If you listen carefully to what he says, you will actually understand what he explained to you. He never said that.
Okay, I was just looking for your name. That's why it took me a while. I was just looking for your name. That's why it took me a while. But you fucking said that. It is on you to then provide evidence that you see the moon falling around the Earth, and now we gotta make extrapolations. So we don't make an observation now, do we, Ayatollah? I'm gonna unmute you now. Right? We don't make an observation of the moon falling around the Earth, do we?
We make some observations and we can extrapolate from the observations. What's wrong with you? Can't you understand that?
I need you to answer the question. Do we see the moon falling around the Earth? Yes or no?
We can observe the moon going around the Earth, yes.
Do we observe the moon falling around the Earth, Ayatollah?
Orbiting around the Earth?
Yeah, orbiting around the Earth. Have you witnessed one orbit of the moon around the Earth? Go.
Actually, you can. Actually, live on YouTube.
Okay, so we're not talking about anything but you making an observation of the moon orbiting around the Earth? When have you seen the moon orbit the Earth? Go.
I did not say see. I said.
Okay, so it's not see. You didn't see the moon go around the Earth. Now we're getting somewhere. So, how are you seeing the moon make an orbit or go around the Earth or fall around the Earth if you can't see it? Go ahead.
The arc it makes while it's.
The arc it makes. Now, how do you know it makes an arc all the way around the Earth?
By measuring it?
You measured, did you do it? Did you measure the arc around the Earth?
That was back in college.
Okay, so how big is the arc around the whole Earth?
Quite big.
Quite big. That's an ambiguous answer with no fucking details.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's like a third grader answering the question, right? How far did you go? I don't know. Really far? Right? No fucking details whatsoever. That's how you play your games? I got your dumb ass. Don't worry about that.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I do it all the time. Listen, you got nothing, dude. You don't see an orbit. You've never seen the moon
You
fall
do,
around the Earth.
actually.
Yeah. So when did you see it? You just told me that we make extrapolations. We don't see shit. We make extrapolations, don't we?
We see some shit, and from what
Yeah,
we
I'm not
see, we
talking
can
about.
make.
I'm not talking about seeing some shit. I'm talking about specifically seeing the moon fall around the Earth. When do we see that, Ayatollah? Specifically.
I said we observe it. I never said we.
Oh, so we do observe it. So when do we? The question back then again to you is, when have you made your observation of the moon falling around the Earth? Go ahead.
Like in a lab context, 20 years.
In a lab context?
Okay, can I say something, please?
In a lab context? Are you fucking serious, dude?
Can I
You
say
don't go outside. You don't go outside to witness the moon falling around the Earth. You see it in a fucking lab. That's the dumbest shit that anybody in here could probably say. That you don't go outside to see an orbit. You see it in a fucking lab. Well done, sir.
The word comedy is part of his nickname. Maybe that's a hint for you.
I don't know.
Well, I love it. I love it when they say stuff like, "Oh, well, is a man-made scenario not in nature? So what are you saying then? That this phenomenon only occurs in your man-made scenario? Well, bye-bye gravity, I guess. Bye-bye orbits. Bye-bye all that shit."
I will mute him if you guys want to talk to him. But my work is done here.
I think he was brick straight away with the question of the natural observed phenomenon. That's all it took.
Yeah.
Step one. It all fell apart on literally step one.
I just wanted to fucking kick him around a little bit. He's cool.
You weren't kicking. You only thing you were kicking is yourself.
Yeah. Okay, dude.
Okay, you fell apart on step one, Ayatollah, and that happened hours ago. I don't even know why you're still
You
here.
failed at step one of understanding what was said to you.
Yeah, classic project.
Make it my fault. Yeah. So, what's the natural observed phenomenon of Cavendish? Since you want to do that again.
Yeah.
Oh fucking hell.
Yeah. You know it's going to get stupid real fast as soon as you try to give an answer.
You know what's weird though is that he's chatty Cathy any other time, but when you actually corner him, he's just fucking silent. You can hear crickets and shit.
He said his natural observed phenomenon is gravitational pull.
Yes, which is a kind of a misnomer, but okay.
No, it's not.
Kind of a misnomer. Listen to him.
You're doing the same thing all you other bozos did earlier tonight, is conflate your supposed cause with the observed phenomenon. You don't see gravitational pull. You see a thing happening, and then you suppose
can
that the
observe
cause was
it.
gravitational pull.
You don't see it, you observe it. Distinction.
Yeah,
I know.
good
it's-
distinction.
it's-
Yeah, you don't
it's
observe it, you just see
semantics,
it.
but
You
it's
mean you just
necessary.
hallucinate it, right?
How do you observe it? Do
You
you just
sniff enough
observe
glue.
it? Do you observe it with your imagination?
By
Because
taking
you don't
data
use your
point-
eyes to see it. What do
By
you
da-
observe it with?
Yeah, Radwin, we had him
and
basically
crunching
saying it's a
them.
natural imagined phenomenon earlier.
Nice.
Oh my goodness!
He says we see it, we don't observe it. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't understand how you see
What?
something
Now
without observing.
you're reversing what I said. Why are you strawmanning people?
So the
What's
whole
wrong
point,
with you?
Ayatollah, the only reason I brought this back up was to show everybody in this room again how the simplest
The only
questions.
thing you're showing is your ignorance
how the
about the
simple-
matter.
Okay, I'll meet you. How the simplest questions brick you guys. That's all I did, and it worked just like that instantly.
Works every time.
Might makes right. Yeah, mute your opponent. You win.
Might
Good.
makes
No,
right.
to talk
Oh,
through
dude.
me. Yeah, talk through your opponent. You win. Yeah, you're cornered when you have to do that. So I've had to mute you. You can't control yourself, so Daddy has to
I
control you.
just explained to you how you didn't know what you were talking about.
Wrong.
You didn't.
All right, we could do this all. Like, it's up to you, man. We can do this all day long. It's fun.
You're not understanding the Cavendish experiment literally when it's detailed explained to you, and
No,
also
you couldn't
with
explain
the
it. You don't have a
contrast.
natural observed
With the
phenomenon.
contrast
you can,
experiment.
Hey, what's the DV for it? Yeah, you understand everything, don't you?
Yeah, he does. He's clueless. So
You don't know what the DV is, or IV, or anything.
he said you can see the moon falling around the Earth in a lab, bro. In a fucking lab. That's what he said. You can see the moon falling around the Earth. Yes, he's even saying, "Look at this fucking clown." Wait, how do you? Wait a minute. What the fuck? How does nobody fucking know that this guy is fucked up, dude? So instead of going outside and witnessing nature, the moon actually.
Yeah, that would be your lab at that point.
Really?
The sky
yeah.
is your lab?
Where did you think that, for
Here
example,
comes the part where he
astronomers...
tells you again that you don't understand.
Yeah, he's pants on head, retarded, man.
You realize that astronomer's lab is actually out the outside looking up.
Oh, dude.
Dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Dude, astronomers don't even do experiments. They don't need a lab.
Because they have a big one?
Where's the fucking lab? They don't fucking have a lab. What the fuck? Oh shit.
Looking at the stars is the lab.
Yeah, you think that you experiment on the stars?
They kind of do.
They kind of do. What the fuck, dude?
Oh,
this guy's a clown,
shit.
bro. You're pure entertainment. You know that, right?
So go grab a star. Let's put it in a jar, and then we'll do some lab on it.
Yeah, put it under a microscope, man. Maybe you can see the working constituent parts of.
Yeah, they actually do. It's called the telescope.
Oh God. So I'm a scientist now when I look at the sky with mine?
Yeah. He's a big doofus, isn't he?
Hold on, guys. It's still a little dark out. I'm gonna grab my telescope and go do some science on the sky.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the best time to do it.
Oh shit. Somebody was in here earlier trying to chime in, and they were trying to cut in, and they fucking got pissed off and left. They're like, "Oh shit." Somebody left.
Because you kept muting them. So you closed the conversation with them.
Aw. You want a hug?
I think Dr. Air
need a hug.
Pressure
I
means
don't give a shit.
he's taking measurements with a telescope.
Yeah. How far away is the sun, Ayatollah?
Depends.
With my telescope, it's 30 feet away.
I want to. How? It depends on what kind of mood you're in.
On the orbital cycle, where you
Orbital
are.
cycle? You said that very
Yes.
fucking sus, dude.
Which part, where on the orbit you are, will depend how far
Sounds
the
like
sun is from you.
What?
Yeah, the
I'm
Earth's
asking
orbit around the
Okay,
sun
how
is
about this?
elliptical. The sun isn't at equidistance at each time.
Ayatollah, man, relax, dude. I'm asking from the Earth to the sun, what is the distance?
It depends on the time of the
Really?
year. Yes.
Summertime.
Yeah. Fucking
Who
pick
would
a.
know? Damn, it's
Who
kind of a
would know?
mystery for you, isn't it?
Well, you're supposed to know. You think you know shit happening in the cosmos.
Sun closer in the summer or further away?
He won't know that shit. Look, he didn't answer. See, you don't fucking know. He's looking it up, probably.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's a big doofus, man. He's just in here. That's okay, man. It's okay to be a doofus. Oh shit. Who else we got in here? Okay, he's getting really boring now. Anybody else want to step up? You can if you want to.
It's Z-Bat, the red microphone. He likes to talk about grinding dicks in chat.
Oh shit! No shit. What the fuck?
Oh, that'll be an insta spiral.
Yeah, he'll find his way out of here faster than fucking
Z-Bat, you're up with your grinder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that all you got for glow proof?
With Pawn Scum, with Clipcord, coming here with genius arguments.
Yeah.
I can tell. He asked me if I was 40.
I feel like Ayatollah is kind of.
I can tell just by
time speaking to you guys. So
I can tell just by.
I mean, you guys are hopeless.
Now.
You're outcast from society. Nobody.
So I can tell just how you were talking that you're around 16 or 17.
I'm not. But good guess. The same good guess that you made about flat Earth. Wrong, but hey. Everybody has ups and downs. Isn't that right, Dr. Air?
Are you gender confused?
No, I'm not gender confused, but you guys seem to be.
So you know what you are?
I'm a man.
No shit. How do you know that?
How do I know that? I have a dick.
Yeah, anyway.
And I have XY chromosomes.
Yeah, about a couple years ago, that all changed if you have a dick or not, remember?
Oh, yeah. I don't follow that.
We don't care.
I don't follow that. XY chromosomes.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
So of that, is any of that globe proof yet?
XY chromosomes? That's the chromosomes for a man, yeah. So
that proves globe?
No. Like I said, I think Ayatollah is wasting.
Okay, get back to the topic then.
I never wanted to speak about the globe. I was.
What the hell are you in this room?
Sorry, I thought you wanted to be unmuted. Here, I got you. All right. Well, he didn't want to talk about it. So, anybody else want to talk about it?
About the globe? No.
Well, there you can hear everybody right now. That's why it's so quiet. They're all giving us globe proof.
It's quiet because they don't have globe proofs. If they had, they would come in, chime in,
Poor guys.
Whenever I hear someone asking a question that I know the answer, I feel like jumping in, and giving the answer. I'm joining the voice. But when they don't have an answer, to a question, then, they stay away. Simple logic.
I notice the other glober in here likes to stay real quiet. Oh, there's a few of them in here. They're just kind of hiding out.
You can measure all that shit, don't you?
Measure what?
The distance from the moon to the Earth?
Impossible.
If you say so, then you can sleep now.
Tell me how you do
it. Different methods.
No, I just want one.
The same result.
One method. One method.
Pick the best.
Bouncing radio waves?
No, next.
Bullshit.
Okay, you said no. Now you can sleep. Cool.
Yeah.
Bouncing a laser?
Listen.
Now you have to go on to your next
Bouncing
one.
a laser off of the retroreflective equipment on the moon that you can find?
No.
Oh, no? Oh, you said no? Because why? You don't have a laser? You too broke to buy one?
No, I do have a laser, and it doesn't come back to me when I shoot it at the moon.
Not the band laser.
No laser rangefinder. Listen, no laser rangefinder can actually
not that
do
one.
that.
It's way too weak.
Shut up. I didn't finish. So there has been attempts to use laser rangefinders to shoot at the moon and have a reading, distance reading, but it never happened because
it's too weak.
What? Shut up. So what they did, what they did is actually they assume that the moon is at approximately 1 second away with the light speed from the Earth. So it takes 1 second for the laser to reach the moon and 1 second to return. And they added this data to a software which will now compute the probability of a returning photon to the sensor. But that sensor is never picking up any laser photon being reflected from the moon.
You know we have bigger lasers.
No, listen. The most
And
powerful
they do return positive
laser.
results.
Listen, the most powerful laser in the world. It's 10 megawatts. Yeah, 10 megawatts.
You don't
in
need
power.
the most powerful one. You just need a 1500 watts one.
Listen,
I got
no,
one of those.
sorry,
It doesn't
it's
work
not-
for
it's
me.
10
I got a
it's
1500
10
watt laser.
megawatts.
It doesn't work for me. Now, what did I do wrong? Didn't point it at the moon or what?
Where did you aim it?
At the
That laser
moon.
is not capable to
Where
actually
at the
shoot
moon?
a beam to the moon.
One of the circles on it.
Circles on it? No, there are retro reflectors on the moon that will keep the integrity of your reflector lasers.
How many reflectors are there now?
There are 5 sites at the very least.
Holy crap! They went on a mission just to put mirrors on the ground.
Yes, for your convenience.
Oh my God! Who told you all this bullshit story?
Reflectors there, and you can point at them.
Who told
So
you
you
all
can
this
read.
bullshit? I want to know who told you the bullshit first.
You can test it.
No, you can't. I want to know who told you the bullshit.
You didn't, so you cannot because you didn't. But once you do, you will find
Nobody
it.
can.
It's constantly done. Yes.
So he's talking about future proof again. Somebody else did it, or you can do it in the future. So yeah, that's out. Next proof.
This laser shooting to the moon, it always involves this formula of probability calculus. So it has nothing to do with the real measurement or reality. It's just a calculation of a possibility what could happen.
So it seems like most of the Globers think that the natural observed phenomenon for Cavendish is masses attracting, but that was supposed to be your cause that you were going to test. But if it's what you actually observed, why the fuck are you even experimenting?
Fun.
Well, you already observed it. Why do you need the experiment? There's nothing to test. You said that you saw it.
We like fun. It's like people do.
Yeah, you're bricked. You've been bricked for like 4 hours. Can a non-brick answer? Nope, they can't. It's either going to be bricks or no one answering that question because it's stupid.
And Cavendish experiments implies to use lead weights because lead metal is attracted to itself, and this can be proven.
But if you're going to tell me that you went out and saw masses attracting, why are you doing an experiment? Wouldn't that be your cause supposition of the phenomenon that you actually saw?
Well, it's not mass attracting.
You
It's
get what I'm saying,
actually
right?
metals which have these
All right,
weird
never mind.
magnetic
Flat
properties
earthers don't
only.
get it either. No problem.
You can't have weight attracting weight. That doesn't go that way.
I know, but I ask them what the observed phenomenon is, and then they give me something crazy like, "Oh, I saw masses attracting." Of course, they didn't. But even granting that they did, why would you be doing an experiment to prove it? Because you said that you saw it. If it's just the phenomenon, you don't need an experiment. You only need an experiment if you're trying to test the cause. They can't figure out whether they're looking at the cause or the effect. They just have no clue what's going on.
They haven't observed mass attracting mass, like two cars sitting next to each other. They never collide, when they are parked with handbrakes and stuff. Even if you leave the handbrake off, and it's not in gear, and you put them close, front to each other, they will not attract to each other. And it's very easy to push them. If you push one of them, it will collide with the other car. But the cars by themselves, to attract each other to collide, they will never do that. Unless they are on a hill, slope, whatever, to cause that motion. This is what they are trying to do with the Cavendish. It's a hoax. It's actually using lead metals and are using this lack of knowledge of the people.
Besides, nothing falls in it anyway. There's no natural observed phenomenon to test out.
Yeah, it does. It is verifiable when you put a lead weight on a scale, and then you hold a lead weight above it. You bring it very close. You will see that that lead weight on the scale will be weighing a little bit less. And if you put the other lead weight under the scale, it's like pulling the other lead weight on the scale further down, and it looks a little bit heavier. But this is because of the lead magnetic properties of the metal. It has nothing to do with its mass. So, yeah. Cavendish is a scam, and it's a trick. People don't know about magnetism, and magnetism is a paradox word in itself because it's
Looks like you
magic
don't know
and
either.
oh my god. Okay, can you tell me what is the word magnet made of? Which two words is the word magnet made of?
The etymology of the word doesn't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
an
yeah.
impact of on the
Listen,
phenomenon.
explain, because you said that I don't know what magnetism is,
Not
what
an
a magnet, the
etymologist,
word
but I
magnet
do
is.
work with
So
magnets.
shut the fuck up and define it. Tell me the etymology of the word right now.
I'm not an etymologist. An etymology doesn't impact on the phenomena. It's
I
like
asked
Higgs
you what the
boson.
word magnet means. What the word magnet means is made up of two words. Which are those words?
It doesn't matter. You could call it cuckoo puffs
It
for all it
does
matters.
matter
The
because you are
phenomena
a fucking
matters the most.
moron. You are a fucking stupid
Oh, ad
moron.
hominems
And
proves you right?
you don't know shit clue, but you tell to people when they speak that they don't know what they are talking about.
Yes, you don't.
Yes, I do. I do know what
The
I'm talking
etymology
about.
of
You're
the
the
word
one.
has no impact on the phenomena. Can you understand
I'm
that?
not talking about the phenomena, you fucking stupid ass.
Are you going to
I
cry
was
about it?
talking about the meaning of the word
Why does it matter?
magnet. Because that's where you start from learning magnetism.
No.
Yeah.
You start with the phenomena, not with the word.
Listen,
The
you
word is
fuck
irrelevant.
shit. Listen, how many books on magnetism do you have?
For
Do
example,
you even know a
gravity
person that
starts from
wrote?
gravitas.
Listen, do you even know the name of a physicist that wrote a book on magnetism? Tell me one person, one
I don't
scientist.
keep the words of them in my.
Tell me
I don't
the
keep
name of
their names in
one
my head
Nobel
at
Prize.
all.
Listen, moron. Tell me the name of one Nobel Prize laureate for
What is the
discoveries
correlation
brought
between the
in magnetism.
what is the correlation between the person who made the
I'm
search or the
showing to
scientist and
everyone
the
that you don't
phenomena?
know shit clue of what you are talking about.
Dude, I work with that shit on a daily basis.
You are
Kind of
working.
it's kind of
You're
my thing.
wanker. You're a wanker. You're not a worker.
What do you do on a daily basis?
Said the one.
What do you do on a daily basis?
Said the intellectual wanker right here.
I don't understand those words.
It's name calling the game here. Okay, well, I can throw those too.
You don't have any names to call people for any reason.
He's an intellectual wanker.
I don't understand what that means anyway.
Oh, he does. He does it on a daily basis.
Listen.
So that's your proof of globe?
Tell me the name of a Nobel Prize laureate for bringing any discovery in
What
magnetism.
does the name of the laureate have to do with the observed
because
phenomena?
there has been many of them that they have been given Nobel Prizes for discoveries
I can give him a cookie
in
too.
magnetism, and you don't know shit clue about any of them.
If you say so. Because you read something and maybe court-minded, then you know everything, or don't you? You'll write one, or you do. Because you know the author of some book, you write cookie now. Do you want a prize for it?
You sound upset because you got smoked in here about the moon.
Do you know the difference between the phenomena and the person proposing the phenomena? Or you don't know that?
Okay, so are you going to get back to the topic, or are you going to just talk about people?
The ball is in his camp because he was the one wanting to talk about people. I was talking about the phenomena.
What phenomena?
Magnetism. He was yapping something about magnetism, and he's
What
the one
about
who
magnetism?
brought
What about it?
I don't know what he was trying. He was equating the laureate winner with the magnetism for some reason.
Do you think water gets pulled to the ground, Ayatollah?
Water gets pulled to the ground? No, it isn't pulled to the ground.
How does it sit there? Why isn't it flying away?
Mutual gravitational interface, which is one of the weak forces. Misnomer again.
How does that work? Is that magnetism then? Pulls it to the ground?
No.
Pushes it to the ground?
Because water isn't ferromagnetic. Oxygen is paramagnetic, slightly.
So how does water stick to a spinning ball?
It doesn't.
What?
No, it doesn't stick.
Well, how come it's not flying all around in outer space?
Gravitational interface?
Yeah, what is that? Some kind of new card you plug into your PC?
Maybe in your case, but in the outworld and people who understand the phenomena, no, it's a phenomenon.
Is it a USB connection?
If you want to stress it like that, maybe. In your world,
so far
you said
nothing.
Connection.
So far you said unicorns make water stick to a ball.
It's because you just spitballing weird shit for no fucking reason. Do you want an honest conversation?
Gravitational interface.
Yes.
I got to look that up.
Please do.
Yeah, it has to be some sort of serial type of connection.
Maybe. You need more of that one. At least you'll gain some neurons with you.
You don't know what a neuron is.
No such
Said
definition.
the person who doesn't know what gravity is.
No such definition. No such definition.
No such definition. Where have you been looking for that shit?
Go ahead and post it for me. Maybe it's blocked on my end.
Oh, it's blacked?
I don't know. I didn't find anything. Do you want me to just keep searching different ways? Let me ask Chatbot.
Well, Ayatollah, why don't you post the definition then? Whatever you're talking about.
Gravitational interface.
Yes, the gravitational interface is the gravitational correlation between two or more bodies.
Can I tell you one thing? It seems like he made it up. Chat GPT says, it seems like you're asking about gravitational interface, but I'm not aware of any specific concept or technology.
Yeah.
Right, so maybe you can answer how that applies to Radwin's question about the water sticking to the spinning ball.
It's not a human interface. It's kind of an interaction, if you want to be more precise. Maybe.
Well, I called you out as a liar already, and I'm right about that, so continue.
What?
You made up shit, dude. You made it up.
No.
Yeah.
No. Interface or interaction is kind of a synonymous.
Well, you haven't really explained it. Why don't you explain
Interface and interaction is synonym.
So what's happening with the water and the spinning ball, like Radwin was asking you?
Water is made out of matter. Matter has a property. One of the properties of matter is gravity. So Earth is made of matter. Earth has gravity. Those two gravitational bodies will interact.
Why don't you just say that? What do you mean they'll interact?
They will fall to each other, to each other's center.
So the Earth is falling to the center of the water?
Yes, exactly. I know it's weird, but it's what happens.
What's your evidence for that?
It's vice versa. It's not the Earth just falling into the water. It's the water falling into the Earth's center and the center of mass, and the Earth falling into the center of mass of the water.
Let's take it a step at a time. So what's your evidence for Earth falling into the center of the water? Where is the center of the water?
What?
Where would be the center of the water?
The center of mass. It will depend. It will depend on the form the water has.
So let's take an ocean. Where's the center of mass of the ocean?
Yeah. You take the whole ocean and you calculate more or less the center of mass of it.
So which bit would that be?
It will depend on which ocean.
On the bottom or on the top?
To the center.
Put it on a map for us.
Center.
Show us where the Earth is being attracted or falling into. What's the Earth falling into exactly?
The limitation would be the border interface. Given that the surface on which the water is doesn't allow for the water to go further in, it will stay on top. Just like the Earth is preventing you from falling to the center of it.
So you're just speaking nonsense.
Yeah, it can be nonsense for you.
Yes, it is nonsense. We can hear it.
No, I think this guy is actually. This guy is institutionalizing some institution, and I
you
think
not
they are
understanding
allowing
gravity
them now.
here is on you. So you can call everybody
Well, you still
dumb
haven't
or
provided any
mad,
evidence.
whatever.
So what was your evidence
Ad
that Earth was
hominem
falling
doesn't
into
make
the
your
center of
case here.
water? What was your evidence that the Earth was falling into the center of an ocean?
They fall mutually to each other's
Yes,
centers.
you're making a claim again. What's your
mass.
evidence? What's your evidence?
Evidence?
Of the Earth, of the Earth falling into the center of the ocean.
The objects falling generally?
No, but you're talking about the ocean falling into the Earth falling into the ocean.
Yes, it's still falling, but the surface is preventing its progression.
I'm not observing the Earth falling into the ocean.
What are you? Center of mass of the ocean. Yeah. Where do we see that?
Given that the ocean, as soon as you dig a hole, it would fill it up all of a sudden.
That's not what you just claimed.
It's evidence.
Not of the Earth falling into the ocean.
You can dig a hole up to the center of the Earth, and the water will follow it.
That's not the Earth falling into the center of the ocean. What are you talking about?
Yes, it's still falling, but the progression is stopped by the surface. Which part of that you don't understand?
Right, because the Earth isn't moving or falling
when
anywhere.
you are on a building, if you're on a building and you jump and you hit the pavement, that pavement is stopping your progression.
This is nonsense. So did the
It's
Earth fall
nonsense
into
to
the person?
you because you don't understand acceleration.
Did the Earth fall into the person in that scenario?
Yes.
Wow. That lunatic on mute.
Yeah.
There you go, folks. Jump off a building and have the Earth fall into you.
Yeah.
Wow. The lunacy, the insanity. This is what we deal with on a daily basis. See, the globe heliocentric model is a legitimization of mental illness. These people are literally talking in delusion, but they think they're operating under a veil of intellect, right? And then you say, that's insane, what you're saying. And they say, well, you're just not smart enough to understand it. No, you're just an insane moron.
Cyclone, I'd like to say that I understood all of this at one time, and I forgot it all on purpose because the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Anyone that has children, never let them near people like this guy we just talked to. They are these kind of people are dangerous.
Can't stop kids from going to school. All you can do is deprogram them every day when they get home.
Some of these people are just going to go totally insane as this all progresses. I guess they already have.
Ayatollah, do you have a driver's license?
Hope not.
Ayatollah.
Oh, we got to unmute him.
How much retarded are you? You mute people and then you ask them question while they're...
A different mod muted you than the one who just asked the question. How much retarded are you?
Ayatollah, do you have a driver's license?
Not as much as you.
Oh, good one. No, you.
So do you have kind of a cogent question, like, or pertaining to a sensible subject? Or are you just kind of ad hom all the way?
Yeah, I have a question for you. Can you prove you live on a ball in a vacuum chamber?
Chamber?
Yeah, the vacuum of space needs to have a chamber to be a vacuum.
No, it doesn't.
So just more made up shit you're telling me?
No, you're just making up a chamber for no reason.
To have a vacuum, you need a container.
Dude.
How about a vacuum container? Is that better?
How do you explain the pressure gradient as you go up?
Uh-oh.
All gases start at the Earth.
Start? How do they start? They have an ignition switch?
Yeah, Earth creates all the gases.
How does do? By which process Earth creates gas?
Oh, you heard the carbon cycle for one?
Yeah, thousands of different processes.
A big hole for yourself here.
Name a gas that was produced at, I don't know, 100,000 feet elevation or higher.
Produced?
Oh, he's bricked again.
Even neon is
gases
rising
are not
from the
produced,
ground
for
and
fuck's
goes
sakes.
into the stratosphere.
Where do they come from? Where do gases
the gases
come from, then, dummy?
The noble gases come from the ground.
You know what he's trying to do now? He's trying to take an exit here, like he's getting hung up on the words that are being used, produced, created. You know, he wants to avoid the actual issue.
Even not produced, no created.
So is this your ball proof? You're going to take contention with the words that were chosen? That's it?
Hold on. He just fucked up. He just fucked up. That means all the gases have always been here contained on the Earth, right?
Contained? Some of them, yes. Some of them, no.
How does the container decide which gases to let go into the vacuum and which ones to keep inside?
Uh-oh.
The story
it's
is
like
working out.
Hey, listen,
it's like the lottery ball extraction machine.
Yeah, don't use Chat GPT. It's going to call you out again.
Yeah.
I still haven't heard any proof that we live in a ball in a vacuum, not chamber. He wanted to talk about the word chamber instead of the proof he was asked for. I wonder why. If I had proof of that, I'd want to talk about that instead.
Washington looks like he wants to get in on the conversation.
Well, this other guy was bricked on like the first sentence that he spoke in here like hours ago. So might as well try someone else.
Washington gave up. He said, nah.
Gave up that easily.
He said that he's autistic and can't handle this room. You guys are so afraid to talk, aren't they?
Yeah. You know you got nothing. Clearly cat-shaped, yeah. He's spiraling. Reality just sends you guys into a downward spiral now.
He says, you guys are autistic. The Earth is cat-shaped. Oh, what?
Bit of the old projection going on, I think.
You guys are autistic. The Earth is shaped like a pizza box. Yeah, he must be a furry because they like to talk about that shit.
Is there anyone better?
Well, their top leaders gave up in this room, so I'm pretty sure we went through them all.
The top leader said it just as dumb as shit as the rest of them do.
The top guy of them all says, if you have a ball, you can take your finger and point to 90 degrees on a ball.
I posted a picture in the chat and with a question. What do you guys think? I just saw at the supermarket here, they have these supermarket flags outside in the parking lot. And the flags are all torn up, broken
Well,
from the wind.
There's no wind on the moon. Is there moon wind now?
Well, there is atmosphere on the moon, right? So there should be wind. So from 2019 until now, there has to be wind on the moon because NASA said the moon is orbiting in the middle of Earth's atmosphere. But until 2019, those flags were in vacuum. So
how high
yeah.
does Earth's atmosphere go up?
Above your head.
NASA said 600,000 kilometers high.
So, with it being the atmosphere, would that be oxygen? Like that space would still have oxygen?
Well, oxygen decreases dramatically above 10,000 meters, 30,000 feet.
You don't have to entertain
So,
that troll anyway,
yeah.
Get Beget. That one comes with the other one.
I'm not a troll. That's just rude.
But listen,
I'm a rude fucker.
Excuse me?
I'm a rude motherfucker.
Okay, well, I'm not a troll. Thank you.
You can have gas pressure, high gas pressure, without nitrogen and oxygen. So it can be hydrogen and helium gas, yeah?
Yeah,
At 1 atmosphere or even 3 atmosphere pressure. So your blood wouldn't be boiling, yeah? Or water will not evaporate. But breathing a gas that has no oxygen leads to asphyxiation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you can tell they're a troll because they don't understand how breathing works.
No, I was thinking like if the atmosphere went up a lot further than I thought it did, right? It would mean that like on the ISS, it would mean that like
There is no ISS floating up above you in the sky with people on it in gorilla suits.
Well, we're talking about it from the perspective of the Globus, like what they make claims of. So they would claim
Don't
the
act like
atmosphere
you're
went up
not a
this.
glober. Don't act like you're an independent researcher and you're
Right.
not a glober. You are a complete troll, just like Britnat.
Okay, I'm not a troll.
You are a troll. I determined that already
Okay, so how did you determine that I was a troll?
by your questions.
Okay, so what's bad about my questions?
Well, I don't know the young man, but yeah.
You haven't been here to deal with him yet.
You know him, yeah.
I've never even spoken
know
to you,
him.
Dr. Air Pressure. I don't know what you're talking about. And I think there's other people in here that would confirm like I haven't trolled.
Yeah, you've been in here.
Listen,
I've seen you before. You were talking about
what you-
Mercury and buying Mercury to test something about.
Yeah. I tried to buy some Mercury, but it's been banned in the UK since 2013. But then the FA Jedi gave me like an alternative experiment, which I then went and tried, and it was correct. So
What was the experiment?
So it's like it was to prove that like gases can create pressure, right? Because I don't like, just to be clear, by the way, I've noted this like a billion times. I'm like a complete retard when it comes to science, particularly when it comes to physics. Anyway, it's to show that gases create pressure because I don't really get it. So he was saying that like if I blew up like a ball or like to a high extent or like a tire, it would feel hard, like harder and harder the more air you put in. So I went and did the tires on my bike, but just like extremely. Yeah, and it did get harder and harder. So obviously like the pressure was increasing, so that made sense.
So
Yeah,
why would
you
you
know
need
what?
Mercury?
That's so fucking trolly. When I was 5, I knew that I could blow the air up in my tires with at the gas station.
It's not about whether you can put air inside of a container. It was about whether the pressure increases the more that you
my
put
tire
air
was
in.
flat. My tire was flat when I was 5 years old. I'd ride up to the gas station.
Okay, I'm not making any claims to being intelligent
and it
on
would
this
fill
front.
up with air again. And I figured out that if you put air in a tire, it fills it up, makes it harder, makes it bigger.
Yeah, so I'm not making any claims to being intelligent here. So like,
No, when you
I
talk
called
about
you a troll. You tried this
oh, the
shit
mercury thing was
all
something to do
last
with your
week.
ability to measure
All
the
last
pressure.
week, and I banned you when you blocked me, and here we go. And you claimed you
Oh
never
right, so
talked
this
to me
is
before.
this is you aping out at me again. I see. I'll just
And you claimed you never talked to me before, ever.
Yeah, so this guy banned me last week, right? Because he kept harassing me in the text chat, right?
Okay,
He's calling me like
young man, cool down. So what do you want Mercury for? Is it for like
it was something
filling
about
your
measuring air
bike
pressure.
tires?
No, measuring air pressure.
To measure
One of you guys were talking about using Mercury to measure the pressure.
How it's measured.
yeah. So I didn't know. I've never heard of like being able to measure the pressure of a gas, right? So he was saying that you could use mercury, like mercury reacts in such a manner that you can test whether certain things have changed. I'm
How
not
does
going to be able to
Mercury
repeat this
react?
apart.
Let's see if you remember. How does Mercury react?
I don't remember. I literally just I'm not going to be able to remember.
So you buying it, you would have got it and would have said, "I don't know what the fuck to do with it besides eat
Yeah,
it."
no, I don't. Well, I at the time when I was going to buy it, I remembered.
Yeah,
like I
look,
don't know
so-
why you're so determined to just give me shit. This is like,
Look, silver water. I think I'll have a drink.
yeah, like you're just harassing me.
Isn't
I'm
it?
just
Why
calling
do
you
you just
out
get
for
a
what you are, dude? You're a troll.
Why isn't there like just literally buying pressure gauges? I'm pretty sure that is more viable, right?
What's a pressure gauge?
See, this is what I'm talking about right here. So fucking retarded. They're clueless. They don't know anything. It's just a troll.
Let me Google
Don't play with it.
This guy's just gonna like. I've said like a billion
No, but
times.
it's in the name now. Like you're taking a piss. We talk about pressure, pressure gauger. Don't you think that follows?
Right, no, but I don't like. So just because you say the word, pressure gauge would say that like you're measuring it. But I think at the time I just asked, how do you measure it? Like, what do you do in
No,
order
but I'm
to
talking about
measure
now.
it?
You don't know what a pressure gauger is, and we were just literally talking.
No,
about
I
pressure.
still don't know. I still don't know what you would use a pressure gauge for.
Oh
Like
my god!
what it is.
You gotta be kidding me.
If it's a gas pressure gauge,
We're
it
gonna have
will
to sit
measure
there.
the gas pressure.
Yeah, so that's why we're not going to allow dumbasses to just ramble in here like that.
It was a good troll at the end. That's ridiculous. Because when they were talking about mercury before, I thought, okay, that's a genuine question, but I didn't about testing gas pressure because I've never heard doing it with mercury. So I didn't think they were troll. But now that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So what are you going to do when you buy the mercury? I don't know.
Oh my god.
Well, I still probably have 50 kilograms of mercury if it didn't evaporated, but yeah, it's in the basement.
You want to give this person some?
Yeah, well, he wasn't interested when I asked him.
No, that dude's just going to run you in circles. That's why I'm putting a stop to that.
Yeah.
And if it happens today again and I hear it, disconnect time. Disconnect and red mic all day till they get aggravated and stay out of here.
I feel like using mercury is a bit like on the extreme end of test, like a bit more than just. There's so much more conventional ways, especially if it's banned in the UK. Why do you just
Well,
Google?
if it's banned, then don't buy it. Just go get those rocks and extract it, and nobody knows you have it. Yeah, simple.
I wish I had like a gallon of mercury. I like playing. I used to have a big jar full of it, and I forget what happened. I think somebody stole it from me, like way back when I was in my 20s.
Did that make you upset?
No, not at all.
Hmm.
I have so much shit, I wouldn't know when it got stolen or not.
So broke into your house and they were like, I need a jar of mercury.
No, I poured. You know
Is
what
that
I
what
did?
happened?
I poured it in the grass in the front yard for the cats to lick up.
Oh, so you don't remember what happened, but you do remember what happened, and you just made stuff up. So you're just full of shit.
Another spiraler right away.
Yeah. He doesn't like that I made him watch a flat earth video. I told him there was globe proof at the end, and since that day he's been angry.
Yeah, he's been spiraling every time he's been in here. Nothing coherent to say, just another complete maniac. Another person who's going to be made clinically insane by this topic.
He's mad because he wasn't invited to SEAL Team 6.
Probably mad about that too.
Would you be mad if you didn't get SEAL Team 6? I would.
Yeah. Well, their days are numbered. I kicked Peter out earlier. He doesn't have a platform unless we platform him, so...
Do you guys have a video of anyone debating Dr. Blitz?
I think Witsit did.
And who did he debate, if you know?
Blitz?
Yeah.
Yeah, he debated... Witsit debated Blitz.
Who? Witzer?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know those. Yeah. And how did it go? Do you feel like Dr. Blitz did well?
No.
You can't argue against Waters.
Yeah,
I have. I saved some videos of someone going through the Black Swan video, and like saying they've debunked that, but you might have seen them already.
You listen to it?
Yeah, I watched it all.
Okay, go on, debunk it for us.
Oh no, I don't know off by heart because he was talking a lot about science terms that I wouldn't know of. So
is it debunked or not?
No, I'm just saying it's a video about debunking. It doesn't mean they debunked it.
You know what I found out? If you use words that nobody understands, then you win.
Well, the words. It was a recording of a debate, and then he was like reviewing the debate, and then the flat earther was bringing up terms, and
I get it now. You watched a video about the debate because the Glober lost, so a Glober re-explained the video to you why the Glober lost because of big words, right?
No. That's not what happened, right? So I was watching a live, and it wasn't even a debate. It was just like them talking amongst themselves, and then it said Bobby Science or something like that. So I clicked on his profile.
But how was a debunk video then?
Because I went onto his videos, and it was just like a series of reviewing the debate, and he was just talking about quote unquote debunking argument.
Have you heard of the concept? If you don't understand it, you don't believe in it, and if you can't repeat it, you don't understand it.
Yeah, I didn't say I did understand it. That wasn't the point. I'm just saying what a video is about. If a video on YouTube said debunking flat Earth, that doesn't mean they've debunked flat Earth. I was just telling you the title.
Okay, but why are you mentioning it, dude? That's my point.
Because I was like gauging if people wanted to watch it. If they don't want to watch it, that's fine.
Did you watch it?
Yes, I did.
Did you understand it?
Like most of it, but there was just like certain terms I would still get confused. Such as
Well, actually, no, because you can't repeat it.
What term?
Yeah, I just said I didn't fully understand it. I'm not claiming that. Like, are you listening? I can watch something and not fully understand
we
it.
can help you with it.
Yeah, he was talking about how we view. It was talking about perspective, and then was also talking about how we view the horizon. We either
That's
watch
not
it
a
in.
big term.
No, I didn't even say the fucking word yet. Like, it was something to do with how we see things. We either see things in. Let me go get the word because I can't even. It was
of perception, perspective, the dome of view.
It was to do with like spherical planes or horizontal planes or something like that. There's a word for it.
Seems so complicated.
Sorry,
I
I was
didn't
trying
say it's like extremely complicated. I don't know what's your problem. Like, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Like,
Hold on. I was trying to ask a question about it. I asked, do you know what the black swan is?
yeah, it's the picture of the oil rigs, and it was like
Right.
saying like
What's the argument about the image?
the argument about the image is that we can see much more. We can see the horizon and these objects much more further, around 9.2 miles.
Right.
Past the
And where are we
horizon point.
supposed? So we're supposed to see the horizon in front of the rigs, and it's
Yeah.
seen behind them.
Yeah, and
Right.
he makes it like an argument that the reason why this happens because of the length of the helipads are going to. You can see the horizon between the two oil rigs. Is that the?
No, we just agreed the horizon is beyond the two oil rigs.
No, he's claiming it's not. That's what he's saying. He's saying that there's the.
What do you
apparent
say?
Right.
horizon.
So his debunk is that the horizon is between the oil rigs.
Yeah, he's saying that we've so for the before the second
You
oil rig.
understand, even if that were the case, which it's not, because everyone can observe the horizon beyond the oil rigs. You understand that this guy's debunk of saying it's between the oil rigs is still debunking the globe.
Why?
Well, because the horizon's supposed to be at 1.2 miles in front of the rigs, not between them.
In front of the rigs, not between them. Yeah, he
the
claims
rigs
that
are
he says it is.
6.4.
He says it's at the curvature is at 3.2 miles, but only by like something about 1 degree. So even
That would be in front of the rigs. Then the horizon that he's claiming is beyond the first rig is supposed to be in front of the first rig. So that's not a debunk of the black swan. That's him agreeing that the globe model is incorrect.
So how far is 3.2 miles after 2 rigs, right?
No, well, the first one, yeah, depending on exactly which image you're talking about, but no, these rigs the observations are like 6.5 miles for the first one, nearly 10 miles for the second one. The geometric horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles for the 1 foot observer height. So 1.2 miles is way in front of the first rig. You're saying this guy said it's between the rigs, which is beyond 6.5 miles. That would be a debunk of the globe. But what's actually observed is that it's beyond the second rig, which is beyond 10 miles. Both debunk the globe. So you really need to go and look at this again if you think this was any kind of debunk.
No, that's not. I remember I was talking about two different things here. So I wasn't saying that this is debunking the globe model. I said it's titled
No, but it's
debunking.
debunking the globe model.
No. That's what. That's the topic of the. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying. Oh, I believe it's debunking.
No, I know, but you said this guy claims to have debunked
Yeah,
the
that's what
Black
I'm saying, yeah.
Swan, which is a
And you said to
debunking.
rewatch it,
But
yeah.
what you just described is not him debunking the Black Swan. That's him agreeing that it's a black swan and the horizon is beyond the geometric limit, well beyond the geometric limit of the globe model.
What I mean by debunking the black swan is what I'm.
If you look
Hold
in
on,
the
Geddy, let him
chat,
quickly respond. Let him quickly
okay, go
respond.
ahead.
to what
What I
just
mean
said.
by debunking this black swan, meaning like debunking the argumentation around it that is involved with saying this is proof of flat Earth. That's all I meant. But yeah, you're
Well, that's
saying
not what's argued. The argument isn't this is the proof of flat Earth. It's this debunks the globe curvature that's claimed.
Yeah.
Which he is also agreed to. If you're saying that he said the horizon is between the two rigs, he is also debunking the globe. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Right, so there you go.
In the chat, I posted a picture with of the black swan, but with inverted colors, and it's easier to see how far away the horizon is that way. Have you seen the picture?
Yeah.
So, is the horizon behind the oil rigs?
well, like what me personally, I wouldn't expect on a globe model for the very end point, the last line to be the physical horizon.
Well, in this picture, the colors, I said they are inverted. So the water, which is blue, is actually yellow, and the sky, which was yellowish,
No, I'm
is
talking about.
now
Do you know at the
blue.
bottom of the second oil rig? There's like a line that goes across, just above the base.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is that's a part of like the geometric horizon, right? That straight line. So I'm thinking like, so in a globe model, right? If we're saying curvature is happening where just before the oil rig, that's what he was claiming. That's why we see it, lower than the other one. So
Yeah,
you're saying
but
because of the distance, it can't be correct the as seeing that far,
okay.
right?
Behind the oil rig, if you look at that picture,
Yeah,
in
the
the
line.
left side of the last oil rig, you will see the horizon line is very close to the feet of the oil rig, like they
Yeah.
coincide. Yeah, but when you look on the right side of the oil rig, you see it's like a zigzag. Yeah, and you then see the horizon much higher.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't think that is the
Well, do you think the curvature of the Earth is a zigzag curvature?
No, I would say that if I had to guess, what I thought the horizon would just be at the baseline, before the second oil rig, because that's why I see the second oil rig go looking closer.
No, the globe model says 1.2 miles.
No, I
That's
understand
way
that. I'm
in front
saying
of the
from
first
my
one.
perspective, just like if I was
Well, then
looking at it, not based
we're
on
not.
okay, that's what he was
All
asking.
right, okay, just what you're seeing.
Yeah. Just from what I'm seeing, like if I had to look at this and guess where I thought it
Well,
was, not based on
but that doesn't even
distances.
make sense because you
Yeah.
can see a boat between both of the platforms, and the water is clearly carrying on way beyond that boat. It's very easy to see. I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
really
the
don't
boat's
understand how anyone struggles
isn't
to
the boat
identify a horizon.
isn't the boat between the two objects again? So it's
Yeah,
just
but
like
the
I don't see how
horizon
that's a
isn't. The
problem.
horizon's way beyond that. You're talking about the horizon being where that boat is. Obviously, it's not.
No, I'm not saying it's there. I'm saying it's literally just by the second object at the baseline.
What is the horizon?
Yeah, I don't believe the horizon is actually the last line you're talking about. I think that is the like the. I think I'm using the right word, the non-physical horizon point.
What are you talking about? So you don't think you said
Do you
that
know
you
how
don't
there's
think
two
the
different types
line
of
that we're
horizon you
talking about.
talk about?
No. You know how you observe the horizon, which is the apparent location that the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon. You understand?
No, but I'm talking about a physical curvature, that horizon point. Maybe
You're
that's the
not
wrong
seeing
term.
a physical curvature. You were just talking about what you observe, and now you're not talking about what you observe.
No, okay, I'm not saying I am seeing curvature. I'm saying that I'm speaking on curvature. If I look at this image, I assume curvature. The reason why I assume curvature, maybe because it's presupposed, sure, is because I'm seeing the second object like being lower to the ground than the other, because
That's not a horizon.
I'm not
And that's
saying.
not what the
You're
geometric
not
curve
listening to
is.
me. I feel like you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No, listen, real quick. If you were in reality, you walked out there just by your own knowing, walking around, you would say, oh, that one that looks lower is closer and the other one's farther away. And look, the horizon's behind them. And that's all you would say. You wouldn't say, oh, we're on a ball. That's something somebody told you to say.
You understand things are getting smaller as they're further away from you. That does not look like they're on a curved surface. Right. So I just posted 2 more examples in the chat, right? With very clear horizon lines. Do you see those? One at 6 minutes past the hour, one at 7 minutes past the hour.
Yeah.
Can you identify the horizon in those images?
Yeah, sure, but it's going to be the similar
Right.
answer to you. Like a past the
Well,
boat.
no, it's not, because there's only one horizon in each of the images, isn't there?
Maybe I'm not using the right terms. What I'm trying to like.
Well, we're
convey
using the
here.
term horizon. You understand what the horizon is, don't you?
Yeah, when the sky meets the ground, right? That,
Right. So we only see one point where that happens in the images, don't we?
Yeah, so maybe I'm using the wrong term
Right.
here.
And you observe where that line is in the
Yeah.
images in relation
Yeah, it
to
would
the
be
oil
at B
rig,
point.
right?
It would meant A point. Sorry.
It would be beyond the rigs in the images, wouldn't
Yes,
it?
right.
Right, which is not aligned to what the globe model predicts, which says it has to be in front of them. Do you understand?
Then why do so why do people talk about a physical horizon and a
Because this is what they actually think their debunk is. Their debunk is, yes, we agree. We see further than the geometric limit of the sphere, but everything beyond that calculated geometric point on the calculators is a mirage. That's their argument.
Well, that's what I was
And what's
trying
their
to.
evidence?
That's what I
And
was
what's
trying to
their
say.
evidence for that argument? And what's their evidence for that argument?
They would just talk about refraction, I guess, but then you would say
Well,
that.
that's a word. No, we asked about evidence.
Okay. I don't know about that part. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have any. It's just a claim. It's just saying everything we see beyond the point that this calculator on the internet says is a mirage. Because it has to be.
Wait, I'm confused. Okay, so do you? Okay, so how would you say it's not evidence to say that on different days we see different distances? Because you would just say, well, if we're
That
on
would mean that, again, it's not a geometric limit of a ball Earth.
Yeah.
If it's moving around. So correct. So we have limits of distance observation on a flat surface, as far as can be determined, on any given day, depending on atmo conditions and, your observer height, what lens you're using, whatever. So there are various things that can change the supposed length of that, but there's no evidence that it's ever the geometric curve of an Earth. And they just say it's all mirage. Hey, you're just seeing mirage, guys. Don't worry about it. What's your evidence? Refraction. One word. So I hope you understand.
Okay, yeah, I understand further about your claim. I don't know. I'm not going to comment on like if they do have evidence or not. Where you say they don't, because I haven't done that.
Yeah, that's fine. You can't comment because you maybe haven't checked. What you should do now, if you want to hold on to your globe belief, is say, well, there must be evidence, because otherwise I don't live on a spinning ball. Let's go and find the evidence. And then you go and find the evidence, and then you review it, and you say, now, is this really evidence of what they're claiming? And if you actually think it is, come back and show it to us.
Okay, but I do feel like I did butcher that video like completely. Like, maybe I've like misinterpreted all of it. That's why I felt like that might have happened. So I didn't feel really comfortable.
Well, it's very natural when you're watching globehead videos trying to debunk observable reality, i.e., trying to say all the land we see and all the water we see in this image is a mirage with no evidence. They're just going to throw a bunch of bullshit at you and expect you to be confused like you are, and have you go away being, well, I'm confused, but that probably means this guy's just too smart for me and he's figured it out. Because that's their last defense, really. They'll just obfuscate into nonsense land, try to use some big fancy words that the majority of people don't understand, and then pretend that once they smash those all together, it makes a coherent argument, which it never does. But a lot of people want to believe in the globe, so they don't really use all their full critical thinking skills, and they walk away going, well, it sounded pretty smart to me. Earth must be a globe. Everything must be a mirage.
But that's
So
not how
that's
not how I perceive the video. So I understand what you're saying in terms of.
Well,
Like,
you couldn't tell us anything about the video, to be honest.
okay, so why are you to say that I couldn't tell you anything about the video when I told you
Well, you told us he agrees that it debunks the globe. You started with he's debunking the black swan, like he somehow maintains the
it
globe,
doesn't.
but then
Wait,
you went
okay,
on
that's
to tell
fine.
us
I
he
understand
debunks the
that. We
globe.
don't. I already understood that point, right? All I was saying to you is that to say that I couldn't make any like inferences or statements about the video is just false, right? Like I understand when you were talking about like using big terms to like try and confuse the audience in order to think they're correct and intelligent. The reason why I'm saying that is not true is because he didn't bring up those terms being used. It would be the flat earther.
Well, I haven't seen the video you were talking about, so I was just assuming it's like most of the
That's
other
fine.
refraction videos.
No, I understand your assumption. It's rational, right? But like, just for you to like just respond.
No, that's
like,
fair. Don't take it personally. I'm not being dismissive. It's fine. Anyway, I broke it down for you so you can understand our side of the argument, and I recommend that you go and research their side of the argument. But I'm telling you, that's basically what it is. They're going to tell you it's a mirage caused by refraction. So it's not real what you're seeing. It's a mirage, and their evidence for it is essentially just to claim it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all good, G.
You might have heard of him, maybe not. His name was Bob the Science Guy, if you wanted to know.
Yeah, we've heard of them. There's about 10 or 15 hardcore Globers who now, because the Globers have thrown out Neil deGrasse Tyson, they're the new priests of the cosmology are these random guys on YouTube and Discord called Dr. Bob and Professor Dave, who are rarely doctors or professors. And yeah, it's really bizarre. They're like, no, Neil deGrasse Tyson's a moron. He's an idiot. Speak to Dr. Bob on YouTube. So they've really changed from the beginning of this whole thing, which was appeal to the credentials of the PhDs in the universities. Now they've dismissed those because they found that they're not convenient enough for their arguments. And now they just go to random guys online for their stories.
That's all they got left.
Yeah.
No, like I remember, like I feel like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a lot of like flat Earth like reference points. Like when they say like when Neil deGrasse Tyson said, at the International Space Station you shouldn't be able to see curvature.
Yeah, so when he holds them to the model, when he holds the maths up and says, no, according to this distance, you shouldn't see curvature, the globeheads realize that that's not good in their arguments because a load of them come in saying, I've seen curve from a plane. You can see curve from a plane, or put up a weather balloon. And they realize that Neil deGrasse and that who are looking at the maths side of the globe and saying no distance at all off of this massive ball by comparison if you were this high. So they jettison him and they say, no, you're no good, Neil. You're not helping us. You keep saying that stuff is flat. So they have to find a new priest. But it doesn't matter who you go to on the globe side, because we'll just ask, okay, well, what was their evidence? What test did they do? What measurement did they perform? And so they've got nothing.
They were also
They'll talk
talking about images on, saying the space rover and stuff like that. The video.
Which you know, as a thinking human being in 2024, an image or a video is not proof of anything.
Well, no, they were they were analyzing the video. It was like a paper, and I screenshotted it. I need to find it again. It was I have to read it myself, so I'm not gonna say it's credible whatsoever. But it was just talking about the dust and the rocks flinging off the tires and measuring the speed and distance, and what we would expect to see on a
fucking video, though, dude.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we've got videos of them watching the moon landing videos and saying, "Look, it's totally real."
Well, no, they compare it to things like that, like a vacuum chamber, and then they would say well, we see that this rover is traveling hundreds and hundreds of meters, and the largest vacuum chamber we have on Earth is this. I don't know what the size.
Why would they need to pretend to be in a vacuum chamber to move a robot?
No,
around?
they're
They
just
could do
saying
that in the desert.
No, they were just saying well, if you do it in the desert, well, obviously, the sand flying off, as an example, is going to be much different in speed. And
no, it's not. It's going to do the same exact thing. It's a solid.
Wait,
you think people are watching these
objects travel the
videos?
same distance on the moon?
I have a vacuum chamber. Actually, we have I don't even know how many at work anymore. Anyway, yeah. Things in the vacuum chamber that are solid are just going to do what they do normally.
Well, no, I said that. That's why I was talking about the vacuum chamber. They referenced the vacuum chamber and said, with the largest vacuum chamber we have on Earth is this size. I don't remember the size. So for this video to show a rover driving hundreds and hundreds of meters, we would have to have an extremely massive, humongous, vacuum chamber.
Nonsense.
Okay.
Special effects, bro. It's like saying, well, for them to have replicated this space with Sandra Bullock in it, we would have had to, fake a whole space. So Gravity, the movie, must be real. They can do anything with special effects, essentially, at this point. No, it's not good enough to be oh, the NASA videos are real. They can't even prove their claims about the Earth, let alone these fantasy stories about driving little robots around hundreds of thousands of miles away by remote control. I think we're supposed to be going for 6 months or something. It's 10 years later.
Yeah, but
the whole thing's a joke, man.
But when you say a picture, well, you don't believe in satellite, not balloon satellites. But
I don't believe in trusting unverifiable imagery and video with my whole worldview. No.
Well, how would you verify an image? That would be.
Well, you can't, because they tell you can't. Unless you're going to get permission to go there and see what it's apparently seeing and take those images that it's apparently taking, you can't verify it. And if you can't verify it, what's the sensible thing to do? Say, well, I can't verify it, so maybe I shouldn't believe it. Or, I can't verify it, so I'm going to accept it.
Okay. Do you think this is analogous or not? And maybe it's not actually. If I showed you a video of something happening in my back garden, I don't think you need to verify by going to my house to figure out what's happening in my garden, right? Now, I'm not saying. Obviously, I
wouldn't accept any random video. I mean, you could take any random video of anything happening and saying, "Hey, look, this is happening in my back garden." I'm not just going to believe that. Obviously not.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Yeah, here's my video. You don't even have to come here to look to prove it for yourself. Here's my video.
Okay, then what about have you been to the Black Swan location?
No, and listen, I'm not telling you just to accept what you're seeing there and change your worldview. I'm showing you that this is what it demonstrates. And listen, again, making a claim about the verification of images from space, a place where you cannot go and aren't even told that you can go, is different from the verifiability of imagery and video on Earth where you can go. Yeah.
We also have people in here that live in near Santa Barbara that go there. So yeah, people do go there.
Yeah. And that's something you can verify, right? If you want to go there and debunk it, you are free to do so. Whereas you cannot go to space and debunk it, can you?
Yeah, sure. That's why I was like a bit iffy about my analogy, especially about like funds. Like, I'm not gonna have most likely have the funds to make such like editing.
Of course, but they get $60 million a day. They can do whatever they want.
Have you ever seen? Actually, no. I'm not even gonna ask that. It's not even important. Yeah, that's about it, really.
All right. Good talk.
This is the part where everybody shuts the hell up and let him think about it. Right now. Unless he wants to continue.
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear you. If you were talking to me,
he was deep in thought.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I'm gonna have to stick to philosophy talk.
Hey, it looks like Nathan Oakley's going to be setting up shop in here soon. Am I right?
Yeah, I don't think in here. It's gonna be in the
The other
Sage
one?
event.
And the other one?
Yeah, the other. Just a second here. Let me get the link to it.
Yeah, they've got a guest room set up, haven't they?
Yeah, they'll be modding the whole thing themselves.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
the
we'll have-
Globies are going to be sweating, thinking about how can I best derail and destroy this Ask Me Anything.
I can't wait to listen in.
The first
We
10
got
in
some
the
Flat
queue
Earth
will be like,
channels new in the server. Haha.
so yeah, it'll be like the first 10 people in the queue. Brenda, a guy, Manufacturer Majet, it'll be Scott Mackey, it'll be all the users in.
I think Peter's supposed to be there, right?
I'd hope so. I'd imagine all of Gem Pandas will empty out and pour into here. Wouldn't that be funny?
Now,
Yeah.
Peter said that he needs to be invited by Nathan personally. Otherwise, he's not going to show up.
Oh, what a shame.
And he's out.
It'll be the usual. They'll be racking their brains for their gotchas.